Chapter 1 The day the great adventure started. A sharp sound of the phone ringing. It woke up Su Zening's beautiful dream. Ding bell. I say Su Zening, you wouldn't have gotten up yet. Have you forgotten what day today is? Today is the day of the opening of Star Dare, the day of the opening. You're not going to be late again, are you? I'm already downstairs from you. Hurry up and come down. There's no time. Beep. Lu Yang hung up the phone decisively. Only then did Su Zening open his eyes in a daze, looking at a glimmer of bright light outside the window. After hearing the noisy sounds outside, Su Zening sat up at once. Where am I? Who am I? A moment later, Su Zening then reacted to the fact that he had traveled across the world, and it was also a fresh meat with the same name as himself, and the original owner had picked up a variety show that was broadcasted live the entire time before this. And the content of the program was to invite several big-name celebrities to go to a scary and mysterious place to go on an adventure together. In addition to Su Zening, the other people are Fatty, Yang Mi, Sun Honglei, Gui Jingfei, Lu Shishir and the so-called werewolf Wu Whale. The first place they traveled to was the extremely terrifying underworld abyss. After thinking about this, Su Zening was also considered completely awake. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. At this moment have felt a little bit scary, no longer have the slightest sleepiness, quickly jumped out of bed, and simply cleaned up and washed up. The underworld abyss? There are terrifying ghosts there, capable of controlling people's minds and making you completely lose your will. Su Zening looked at his small body as he said with a trembling voice, "No, if I really go there, wouldn't I be going to my death? My stop this, no matter what I think of. I can't agree." Su Zening racked his brain. He tried all sorts of excuses. None of them seemed to work. Just when Su Zening was very anxious, he heard a strange sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the divine play system. Immediately after, Su Zening's mind resounded with a wonderful voice, which represented that the system had been opened. Su Zening was still a bit baffled, which also meant that this could no longer be stopped. Divine playing system, that is, the host plays various character templates and then goes on to obtain the character's abilities. And the character he's currently playing is the cold-faced Qilin Zhang Qiling, currently playing at 10%. You have a newbie gift pack unopened. As the voice fell, Su Zening clearly felt a powerful force rapidly surging throughout his body. He could not fight it himself, and certainly could not control or resist it. It was completely as if he was being controlled by someone else, and this power was being forced in. As this powerful force continued to pour into his body, Su Zening's body then underwent a drastic change, including his bones and muscles. It made Su Zening feel very shocked and somewhat unbelievable. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he felt that it was like a dream, and she wouldn't believe anything he said. Su Zening slowly closed his eyes and realized that this power was opening his meridians and then slowly absorbed by his body, feeling himself go from weak to strong. This process was marvelous, and Su Zening was already a little impatient, only to see him steeply open his eyes, and excitedly said, "System, open the newcomer's gift pack." Ding dong, the newcomer's gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the play equipment Black Trenchcoat Set, Black Gold Ancient Sword. As the system voice closed, the two items had appeared in the system space. Su Zening quickly dresses up. He really does have an example. When he comes in front of the mirror, he finds himself completely changed. Inside the mirror, a teenager wearing a black trench coat. His face was cold, his eyes were sharp, and he exuded an inoffensive atmosphere. Just like a strong man, a strand of long hair covered half of his eyes, and there was already an 8 or 9% resemblance in appearance. Immediately after that, the system's beep sounded again. Ding dong, detected that the host's appearance resembles the playing character. The playing degree is increased to 25%. Received a reward, hair mount finger. This caused Su Zening to be surprised and delighted, not expecting that a mere change in appearance would actually cause his playability to increase again. This was really good news for him, and at the same time that sense of familiarity struck again. And what was different this time was that Su Zening's index and middle fingers of his right hand changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it unexpectedly became strangely long. Su Zening held his breath with a stunned expression, immediately followed by the utilization of the hair mount fingers. Su Zening mastered them one by one. Ding bell, the phone rang again. Su Zening slowly connected. The car has arrived downstairs. Quickly go downstairs and go to the program site. Su Zening hung up the phone, and had to put on his backpack and quickly had to walk downstairs. When he arrived at the door, he only saw a golden business car parked there. Next to the car, there was a woman with him, only to see him with his hands crossed and a professional outfit showing his competence. The look was very serious, but the figure was very shapely. The woman's makeup was exquisite, but it couldn't cover up his thunderous personality. He was Su Zening's agent Ms. Li Yuan Yuan. When Li Yuan Yuan saw Su Zening, He was first slightly stunned and a trace of strangeness flashed in his eyes. It was because the feeling Su Zeming gave him today had an obvious difference. His temperament was a lot colder all of a sudden, and it was even more handsome than before, and there was also a hint of a different aura on his body. In the blink of an eye, Su Zeming had already arrived in front of Li Yuan, and he couldn't think too much. My little ancestor, you can finally come down. Look at the time, we will be late. From now on, we must be on time. This program today is crucial. The other guests are all bigger than you. If we are late today, just wait to be scolded to death. Li Yuan grumbled there. Su Zeming's unpunctuality was giving him a headache as an agent. He had reminded him more than once, but it seemed to have no effect with Su Zeming. He had also gotten used to it and could only chant a few words here and there. Su Zeming looked at Li Yuan and nodded, and did not retort or say a word more, but went straight to the car. The car quickly started and quickly sped off in the direction of the airport. On the other hand, the live broadcast of the suburban airport program had also been turned on. In the lively live broadcast, the fan base of the several guests grew rapidly. The moment the live broadcast was turned on, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded in at once, and the screen lagged a bit. Immediately afterward, the host's voice beautifully appeared in the live broadcast. Welcome everyone to the Star Dare livestream. Everyone be at ease. Wait here patiently for a few moments. After the guests of the program are all in place, our adventure will begin immediately. Chapter 2 Chapter 1 The day the great adventure started, a sharp sound of the phone ringing. It woke up Su Zeming's beautiful dream. Ding bell. I say Su Zeming, you wouldn't have gotten up yet. Have you forgotten what day today is? Today is the day of the opening of Star Dare, the day of the opening. You're not going to be late again, are you? I'm already downstairs from you. Hurry up and come down. There's no time. Beep. Lu Yang hung up the phone decisively. Only then did Su Zeming open his eyes in a daze, looking at a glimmer of bright light outside the window. After hearing the noisy sounds outside, Su Zeming sat up at once. Where am I? Who am I? A moment later, Su Zeming then reacted to the fact that he had traveled across the world, and it was also a fresh meet with the same name as himself, and the original owner had picked up a variety show that was broadcasted live the entire time before this, and the content of the program was to invite several big-name celebrities to go to a scary and mysterious place to go on an adventure together. In addition to Su Zeming, the other people are Fatty, Yang Mi, Sun Honglei, Hui Jingfei, Lu Shishir and the so-called War Wolf Wu Whale. The first place they traveled to was the extremely terrifying underworld abyss. After thinking about this, Su Zeming was also considered completely awake. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. At this moment have felt a little bit scary. No longer have the slightest sleepiness, quickly jumped out of bed, and simply cleaned up and washed up. The underworld abyss? There are terrifying ghosts there, capable of controlling people's minds and making you completely lose your will. Su Zeming looked at his small body as he said with a trembling voice, No, if I really go there, wouldn't I be going to my death? Stop this, no matter what I think of. I can't agree. Su Zeming racked his brain. He tried all sorts of excuses. None of them seemed to work. Just when Su Zeming was very anxious, he heard a strange sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the divine play system. Immediately after Su Zeming's mind resounded with a wonderful voice, which represented that the system had been opened. Su Zeming was still a bit baffled, which also meant that this could no longer be stopped. Divine playing system, that is, the host plays various character templates and then goes on to obtain the character's abilities, and the character he's currently playing is the cold-faced Qilin Zheng Qiling, currently playing at 10%. You have a newbie gift package unopened. As the voice fell, no Su Zeming clearly felt a powerful force rapidly surging throughout his body. He could not fight it himself, and certainly could not control or resist it. It was completely as if he was being controlled by someone else, and this power was being forced in. As this powerful force continued to pour into his body, Su Zeming's body then underwent a drastic change, including his bones and muscles. It made Su Zeming feel very shocked and somewhat unbelievable. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he felt that it was like a dream, and he wouldn't believe anything he said. Su Zeming slowly closed his eyes, realizing that this power was opening his meridians and then being slowly absorbed by his body, feeling himself go from weak to strong. This process was marvelous, and Su Zeming could hardly wait, only to see him steeply open his eyes, and excitedly said, System, open the newcomer's gift pack. Ding dong, the newcomer gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the play equipment Black Trenchcoat Set, Black Gold Ancient Sword. As the system voice closed, the two items had appeared in the system space. Su Zeming quickly dresses up. He really does have an example. When he comes in front of the mirror, he finds himself completely changed. Inside the mirror a teenager wearing a black trench coat. His face was cold, his eyes were sharp, and he exuded an inoffensive atmosphere. just like a strong man. A strand of long hair covered half of his eyes, and there was already an 8 or 9% resemblance in appearance. Immediately after that, the system's beep sounded again. Ding dong, detected that the host's appearance resembles that of the playing character, and the playing degree has increased to 25%. Received a reward, hair mount finger. This caused Su Zining to be surprised and delighted, not expecting that a mere change in appearance would actually cause his playability to increase again. This was really good news for him, and at the same time that sense of familiarity struck again. And what was different this time was that Su Zining's index and middle fingers of his right hand changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it unexpectedly became strangely long. Su Zining held his breath with a stunned expression, immediately followed by the utilization of the hair mound fingers. Su Zining mastered them one by one. Ding bell. The phone rang again. Su Zining slowly connected. The car has arrived downstairs. Quickly go downstairs and go to the program site. Su Zining hung up the phone, and had to put on his backpack and quickly had to walk downstairs. When he arrived at the door, he only saw a golden business car parked there. Next to the car, there was a woman with him, only to see him with his hands crossed and a professional outfit showing his competence. The look was very serious, but the figure was very shapely. The woman's makeup was exquisite, but it couldn't cover up his thunderous personality. He was Su Zining's agent MS, Li Yuan. When Li Yuan saw Su Zining, he was first slightly stunned and a trace of strangeness flashed in his eyes. It was because the feeling Su Zining gave him today had an obvious difference. His temperament was a lot colder all of a sudden, and it was even more handsome than before, and there was also a hint of a different aura on his body. In the blink of an eye, Su Zining had already arrived in front of Li Yuan, and he couldn't think too much. My little ancestor, you can finally come down. Look at the time, we will be late. From now on, we must be on time. This program today is crucial. The other guests are all bigger than you. If we are late today, just wait to be scolded to death. Li Yuan grumbled there. Su Zining's unpunctuality was giving him a headache as an agent. He had reminded him more than once, but it seemed to have no effect with Su Zining. He had also gotten used to it and could only chant a few words here and there. Su Zining looked at Li Yuan and nodded, and did not retort or say a word more, but went straight to the car. The car quickly started and quickly sped off in the direction of the airport. On the other hand, the live broadcast of the suburban airport program had also been turned on. In the lively live broadcast, the fan base of the several guests grew rapidly. The moment the live broadcast was turned on, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded in at once, and the screen was a bit laggy. Immediately afterward, the host's voice beautifully appeared in the live broadcast. Welcome everyone to the Star Dare livestream. Everyone be at ease. Wait here patiently for a few moments. After the guests of the program are all in place, our adventure will begin immediately. Chapter 3 Chapter 2 Mysterious Guest. The fans who entered the live broadcast room were already excited at this moment, and they were looking forward to the excitement that was to come. There were even some fans that had already started asking questions in the live broadcast room and couldn't wait to be answered. Time passed by, and the fans were already a bit impatient. In everyone's anticipation, this live broadcast finally opened. Finally started. These female guests are so beautiful, simply too eye-catching. There's also Sun Honlei and Gui Jingfei. They're all at the level of a great god. This is too handsome. It seems that today's program should be very wonderful. It's not worth it for us to run this trip. Battle Wolf Wu Whale is really dedicated to this program. As long as he's there, we definitely won't be wasted. No, I heard that there are a total of 7 people in the live broadcast. How come there are only 6 now? And who the hell is the other one? It seems that this person is very mysterious. The fans in the live broadcast room were all very curious as they looked forward to the arrival of the 7th guest. Everyone was even guessing to see who the 7th guest actually was. Some fans even made bets. And of course, this was because the program group had made the last guest appear late for the sake of the show's effect. This would give everyone some suspense and anticipation, and the show would be pushed into another climax, attracting more fans and viewers. Regarding Su Zining's identity, the program group had never made it public. In this bright sunny afternoon, it made the several female stars scream. They could no longer stand it a bit. They also began to complain a bit, beads of sweat seeping out from their foreheads. They didn't dare to wipe them off, afraid that their delicacy would be ruined. Having to appear in the public eye later, image was vital to them. Who do you guys think this mysterious guest is? Why hasn't he appeared yet? It's unbearable. Fatty complained very reluctantly, even feeling a bit aggrieved. That's right, there's not even a place to get out of the heat here. I'm going to die from the sun, and I still have to record the program later. Look at how sweaty I am. Is my makeup blown out too? It's really killing me. Yang Mi was also pouting and kept shaking her fan around. Hopefully with this way, it would make them feel slightly more comfortable. Soon, a few people changed their faces as they mysteriously discussed. If this guest is a handsome man, that's simply great. It's worth it to be here in the sun, said Fatty as he squinted his eyes in intoxication, seeming to have seen that handsome face. Cut. Simply a little nymphomaniac. Look at your self-absorbed look. Really speechless. Yang Mi was a bit unable to stand Fatty and helplessly spat here. Fatty didn't care about Yang Mi's trolling. He continued to do his own daydreaming. Gui Jingfei, you tell me, this last mysterious guest, what is he in the end? Now I also feel curious. Until now has not arrived at the scene. This person should be very important. Sun Honglei, with his own hometown strong accent, also voiced the doubts in his heart. Gui Jingfei shook his head, not knowing who it was himself. It's not clear, but according to this situation, I think it should be someone at about the same level as the battle wolf. Think about it, such a dangerous place. We only have the protection of the war wolf by our side. This seems a bit insufficient. I think this last guest should have very strong strength. Lu Shishir also praised him repeatedly, feeling that Gui Jingfei's words were very reasonable. Everyone had their own thoughts and guesses, as well as many expectations. Everyone wanted to see this last mysterious guest, to be able to descend as soon as possible. That golden-colored business car had slowly entered the destination at this time. The door of the car was quickly opened, and Su Zining, who was dressed in black, opened his long legs and walked down in a dashing manner. He reached out and tugged on his clothes, skillfully holding up his sunglasses, further highlighting his several different temperaments. At this very moment, no matter if it was the audience or the staff at the scene, as well as the fans in the live broadcast room, all of their gazes focused on Su Zining's body in unison. The scene in the live broadcast room were instantly quiet as they were completely surprised by the arrival of the stop. After a few seconds passed, the fans in the live broadcast room then boiled over. Heavens! What kind of god is this? No wonder he came out last. This is simply stunning. Look at this body and temperament. It seems like it's really a big handsome guy. We were able to feast our eyes on it today. Yeah, I wonder what kind of handsome face is hidden under these sunglasses. And Fatty, who had always been a nymphomaniac, had already looked straight in the eyes and even drooled straight, a bit unconcerned about her image. Su Zining took a sturdy step and appeared in everyone's line of sight step by step. Fatty swallowed his saliva, then lowered his voice and said, "Who is he? Do you all recognize him? It looks a bit faceless. It's hard not to be someone from the entertainment industry." Yang Mi looked at Su Zining, who was constantly approaching. The always steady man could not control his excitement somewhat, feeling his heart fluttering. As for Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei on the side as well as Lu Shishir and the rest of them, their eyes also widened one by one. Sun Honglei tugged on Gui Jingfei's arm as he said with an anxious face, "Look guys, it seems like you really hit the nail on the head. There's a different aura on this person's body. He's really a practitioner. It's still you who are great, so we are also able to be more at ease, not afraid of being safe and unprotected." A few people kept discussing here. They had complex expressions, and at this moment, there was a pair of eyes staring at Su Zining dead on. Especially after hearing about the practicing family, it made him even more interested, and he couldn't wait to spar with Su Zining, or even share a victory or defeat. As Su Zining came in front of everyone, they also finally got a good look at Su Zining's handsome face. One by one, their mouths opened wide in surprise, and they were even a little speechless for a long time before reacting. Isn't this that little fresh meat Su Zining who has a ton of black material? So he's this mysterious guest. The program group didn't make a mistake. Everyone's looks were complicated, and they even felt a hint of messiness, a bit unable to make sense of it. And in the entertainment industry, the ones who had gained a lot over the years, those could be the black fans. And the reason why Su Zining had such a title, that was because of his usual style, and his personality that was cold on the outside and hot on the inside. He has always been straightforward and sometimes he doesn't consider the feelings of the other party. Therefore, almost all of the artists who had worked with Su Zining had a bad impression of him, and wouldn't even choose to work with him a second time. Even half of the entertainment circle was almost all offended by Su Zining. Chapter 4, Chapter 3, The Cold Su Zining. As Su Zining appeared in front of everyone, the smiles on everyone's faces, too, dissipated. The audience in the live broadcast room also instantly exploded. They were also not expecting that Su Zining would actually be the mysterious guest of this program. All of us didn't see it wrong. This person is really Su Zining. This seems a bit too much. Letting a little fresh meat go on an adventure. I heard that this time will be very dangerous. Won't it be a burden to everyone? Besides, as far as Su Zining's skill is concerned, it's simply below Werewolf Wu Whale. How could it possibly make everyone feel safe? Saying anything at once, everyone seemed to be far from being optimistic about Su Zining. All felt that Su Zining was useless, especially in front of Werewolf Wu Whale. Su Zining was definitely the weak one. Of course, there were also people with sharp eyes. They quickly realized that Su Zining was different. No, Perhaps the program group really has his own arrangement. Today's Su Zining seems a bit different, especially his temperament. Everyone shouldn't speculate wildly. Maybe there will really be a surprise in this. The discussion of Su Zining in the live broadcast room also reached a climax at this time. As for the several female guests beside the airplane on the tarmac, they also looked embarrassed. They had just been yearning, even fantasizing about the arrival of the last guest. Unexpectedly, they were instantly slapped in the face, and a few of them froze with awkward smiles on their faces. Somewhat at a loss for words for a moment, they looked at each other in disbelief, and the atmosphere also looked somewhat abnormal. And Battle Wolf Wu Whale, who hadn't said a word before, now suddenly stepped forward. Ahem. He cleared his throat, gave everyone a strange look, and said very indifferently, "What's the matter? Weren't you all excited just now? Why are you quiet all of a sudden? The last guest you were expecting has arrived. Does that mean you guys looked away? Or is it a bit disappointing? It doesn't matter. All of this is harmless. The main thing is that the young people nowadays are too confusing. It's not your fault," said Wolf Wu Whale has come in front of everyone, and gave everyone a step down, not to let everyone so embarrassed. Such an explanation was also really just right, and at this moment, the change on Lu Shirshi's face, from being wary just now to being disdainful now, was really very obvious. His psyche felt very disgusted. He had little enthusiasm for Su Zining, but instead hated his youth even more. He never dreamed that Su Zining would actually dare to run here to participate in an adventure program. Perhaps later there would be an opportunity to give Su Zining a bit of color, so that he could understand what masculinity was. As Su Zining kept getting closer, Fatty D had a hesitant face, and anxiously whispered, "My dense sister, Su Zining has already come over. Do you think I should take the initiative to say hello to him, lest we all be embarrassed?" Shay, Yangmi blankly glanced at Fatty, then said without a trace of anger, "I'm not going to go? I've heard that Su Zining is a person who speaks very harshly. He only wants his own pain and doesn't care about other people's feelings. If you go and greet him, in case they ignore you, won't it be even more embarrassing? I'm not going to make a fool of myself." Fatty didn't know what to do for a moment, and he did hear something bad about Su Zining. The stars who had worked with him had all spoken extremely poorly of Su Zining as well, but after all, everyone was working together again. Fatty still couldn't hold back. He gathered all his courage and walked out, hoping that his enthusiasm would impress Su Zining, letting Su Zining give everyone a different meeting, only to see Fatty looking at Su Zining cheerfully and waving his hand. "Hi." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Fatty felt some regret and even some embarrassment. This was because Su Zining's gait was robust, and with a hint of determination and indifference in his eyes, he didn't even look at him, but walked straight past her, completely ignoring her enthusiasm and initiative. Fatty's hand stopped in mid-air, instantly making her embarrassed and her face a little red. Not only did Su Zining ignore Fatty, even Gui Jingfei and Sun Honlei, who were standing beside Fatty, did not greet them. He acted like a stranger, which instantly brought the atmosphere of the scene to an awkward intense point. Gui Jingfei and Sun Honlei glanced at each other as they helplessly shook their heads, the two brothers appearing to have the same thought. Everyone felt that Su Zining was too young, and what was described on those black materials were very much in line with Su Zining. There was no courtesy at all. Almost all of the people here were Su Zining's seniors, but he didn't seem to want to greet them. Seeing Su Zining return to his position, everyone was whispering there. Yang Mi said with a disdainful face, "What's with the tugging? It seems like those rumors on the internet really didn't wrong him. This Su Zining is really impolite. I don't think this is called having a personality at all. It's straight up being unintelligent, and he also doesn't know how to respect girls at all, and he doesn't put his seniors in his eyes. How can a person like him still appear in the entertainment industry? I'm a little heartbroken for Fatty. His heart will definitely be very sad right now. AI. Although I don't want to watch the fun, I can't wait a bit to see him being taught a lesson." Yang Mi's grumbling at this moment certainly said what several other guests wanted to say. Although everyone didn't want to pick a fight, they all had a very bad opinion of Su Zining right now. No one took the initiative to greet Su Zining anymore. Each one of them was very far away from Su Zining, seemingly ostracizing him intentionally or unintentionally. The program team saw that all 7 guests had arrived, and their program had officially begun. The host's beautiful voice, which also echoed in everyone's ears, finally broke the silence and awkwardness. The host briefly made an introduction to the content of the program, so that everyone could begin to have some understanding. At the same time, the drones prepared for the 7 guests had slowly lifted off, and everyone took their positions. The drones were equipped with cameras, ensuring that they would be able to record every wonderful shot throughout the entirety of their adventure. During this period, everyone did not look at Su Zining again, but the always enthusiastic Fatty. Although he was ignored by Su Zining, he still couldn't help but sneak a glance at Su Zining from time to time. Fatty always felt that Su Zeming seemed a little different from his rumors, and the aura on his body was a little special. Although it was very impolite, it wasn't the only drawback. He was also not able to directly convict Su Zeming because of this matter. It seemed a little too unfair. Chapter 5 Chapter 4 Deliberately making things difficult for Su Zeming. The mysterious aura on Su Zeming's body. Fatty couldn't help but be attracted to evoke the curiosity in his heart. As Fatty thought about this, she was also startled by this strange thought of hers, only to see her subconsciously pat her head, then said to herself, "I'm afraid I'm crazy. How could I suddenly give birth to such strange thoughts? I don't have a long memory at all. No wonder you got over it so quickly. Just now you were ignored by others, but now you are curious about them. Although he's considered a handsome guy, and his looks are really not bad, but this temper is just too stinky, and I'm ignoring him." Fatty shook her head vigorously, trying to clear her head immediately. She couldn't have any more wild thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Fatty finally slowly calmed down, no longer affected by Su Zeming. As for Lu Shishir on the side, he had been carefully observing Su Zeming, not sparing any of Su Zeming's movements, including Su Zeming's cold eyes. She was watching. She also didn't think Su Zeming was that powerful. She just thought that Su Zeming was playing it cool and didn't have much skill, and that black clothes on his body and that long striped thing on his back behind him looked like a knife. Lu Shishir sneered as she said silently in her heart, "Being incapable is being incapable. Using these equipment to give yourself a long face will only make you even more humiliated later on. Actually carrying a knife, I guess it's just a decoration. Maybe he can't even pull out the sheath. Acting cool in front of everyone now. He'll have a good time later. We'll see." Everyone had an opinion about Su Zeming and felt unconvinced in their hearts. No one really knew Su Zeming. Time passed quickly. As the host's melodious voice faded away, his introduction to the program was considered to have come to a perfect end. Immediately after that, the airport's loudspeaker sounded, and the several guests quickly moved on. The next moment was the moment they were going to perform, and everyone looked a little nervous, but also with a hint of anticipation. A few of the girls looked like they were struggling a little bit as they dragged their bulky luggage. Guo Jingfei and Sun Honglei were very eye-catching. He also showed his gentlemanly demeanor at this time. The two enthusiastically went up to help Fatty and Yangmi girls, and also won their gratitude and appreciation. As for Su Zeming and Lu Shishir, they were also standing next to the airplane at this moment. The two arrived almost at the same time, and they were both ready to board the airplane. In the moment when their eyes met, Su Zeming also felt Lu Shishir's hostility towards him, but Su Zeming remained as cold as ever. He did not take the initiative to greet Lu Shishir, but turned around and prepared to board the plane. Su Zeming's foot had just stepped onto the steps, and he didn't expect the unexpected to happen. Ka-ching! With a strange ringing sound, the stairs on the helicopter directly closed up, and this was all a ghost of Lu Shishir, who was also considered to give Su Zeming a downward spiral. Discovering the dissatisfaction in his heart towards Su Zeming, he also gave him a little lesson. Lu Shishir's movements were very sharp, and he had already entered the airport himself when he accomplished this. This wave of maneuvering also made everyone feel very shocked, once again focusing their curious gazes on Su Zeming. Although Su Zeming didn't say anything, he knew that everyone was waiting to see his joke. Lu Shishir supported the edge of the airfield with one hand and easily jumped onto the airplane, looking really dashing. Heavens! I didn't expect Lu Shishir to be so powerful. The movement he just made was so handsome. It was practically a 1-2 punch. It's the first time I've seen such a Lu Shishir. But what he just did, will he provoke Su Zeming? Everyone's heart understood that the five names had just acted in a way that was clearly making things difficult for Su Zeming. The airplane door was very high, and without the ladder, it was difficult to enter the cabin. A little fresh meat like Su Zeming probably had no way to enter at all, and could only stand here awkwardly. Everyone seemed to have seen Su Zeming's wretched appearance, and also felt that Su Zeming would be embarrassed in front of everyone. The entire audience in the live broadcast room also pinched a cold sweat for Su Zeming, and everyone was curious about how Su Zeming would respond next. This program is really exciting, letting us watch a good show right from the start. I don't know how Su Zeming is going to deal with it, and whether he'll be able to log into the cabin without any problems. It seems that it is indeed very important to have a good relationship with one's teammates, otherwise the one who is embarrassed will only be oneself. Su Zeming won't really have to climb up, right? Isn't he very high-strung? Isn't this reversal a bit too big? The audience in the live broadcast room once again exploded. Everyone was somewhat underestimating Su Zeming's ability, nor did they realize that Su Zeming had actually changed a lot and was a different person from before. If he really didn't have the ability, he wouldn't have appeared here. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room began to sneer at Su Zeming and said some unpleasant words. Not only were the viewers in the live broadcast room, at this moment, even the people on the scene were ready to see Su Zeming's jokes. Lu Shishir clasped her hands around her chest and looked at Su Zeming with a condescending stance. disdain appeared on his face, even with a few hints of mockery and insult. He shouted loudly in a very provocative tone. "What's wrong, little handsome? I was careless just now. I'm really sorry. You hurry up and come up. What are you standing there for? Or I'll give you a hand. After all, it's so high. You're a thin arm and leg. It's not a shame to not be able to get up. When you should be soft. You should be soft." Everyone looked at Lu Shirshir with admiring eyes, not expecting him to be so bold. As soon as the 5 names words fell, Su Zining did not ask for help. He only saw his palm lightly slap on the hatch, and his entire body leapt up with incomparable lightness. The movement was very fast and sharp, and before anyone could see what was going on, Su Zining had already entered the cabin. Su Zining's this operation also instantly let everyone was dumbfounded. The whole scene dumbfounded. Everyone did not react for a moment, not knowing how Su Zining went up. Yang Mi excitedly tugged on Fatty's clothes and said with her mouth wide open in surprise, "Oh my god, just now this is what happened. Su Zining, how did he go up?" Fatty was also astonished. She desperately shook her head. Didn't see it clearly, but his speed seems to be very fast. In one breath's effort, he was already up there. Fatty touched his hooded head. He felt as if he was dreaming, but the image in front of him was very real, making him a bit indistinguishable for a moment. He tried hard to recall the scene just now, and just let out a deep inner emotion. Fast is just too fast to see. Chapter 6 Chapter 5 The world is none of my business. Yang Mi also shared the same opinion as Fatty, and he had just seen a residual shadow that just flashed by in front of him like that. By the time everyone reacted, Su Zining had also long since towered over him. Lu Shirshir also looked shocked. Originally he wanted to make things difficult for Su Zining, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. The atmosphere looked a bit awkward, and Sun Honglei on the side looked at Gui Jingfei and said, "Hurry up and go ah. Are you planning to sunbathe yourself here, or do you want to beat a retreat?" Gui Jingfei heard Sun Honglei's urging. He couldn't help but frown. "Brother Lei, did you just see what was going on or not? It seems like I only saw a back of Su Zining. The next second he was already on the airplane. I don't even know how he got up there." Sun Honglei glanced at Gui Jingfei. This was something he couldn't explain either, as he didn't know what happened either. Werewolf Wu Whale saw everyone's astonished looks, but he showed a look of disbelief. "Don't all freeze. Young people nowadays, having this kind of skill is nothing. Isn't this normal? Seeing how you all are making a fuss, it seems like you really haven't seen the world. When I was young, that was also very powerful." As Wu Whale said these words, he instantly felt a bit short of breath. Although he didn't want to admit defeat, Su Zining's performance just now also made his heart feel a great deal of emotion. In fact, it was Wu Whale who had to be the most shocked by Su Zining's fluctuating behavior just now. He had just stood right behind Su Zining, and he had seen everything in his eyes. He felt that Su Zining might not be as simple as he imagined, and that he had changed a lot from before. Although he was still impolite, he did seem to have some skills and was agile, even if he had the name of Battle Wolf, and he did have a body of Kung Fu. But those movements of Su Zining just now, if he were to accomplish them, he might not be able to do them as perfectly as Su Zining did. At this moment, Wu Whale, he was even a little skeptical and curious as to how exactly Su Zining did it. He looked young and didn't have a strong physique, which always made him a bit puzzled. Not only were the people at the scene shocked by Su Zining, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. "Oh my god, what in the world just happened? Could it be that my eyes are blurry? How did Su Zining already enter the cabin? I didn't even see his movements clearly. Is my live broadcast room lagging? Or did the program group edit it to take care of Su Zining? What is this nonsense? This is a live broadcast. Where did the editing come from? You're really whimsical." Su Zining must have just done it to act cool as well. He also secretly practiced a few moves so it came in handy. One can only say that the blind cat ran into the dead rat and got lucky. Everyone was also using such statements to appease their shocked minds, because no one could depict the process that had just taken place. Everything was as fast as lightning, and Su Zining once again left suspense in everyone's mind. As for Su Zining, who jumped into the cabin, he remained expressionless and ignored the 5 standing beside him. Instead, he walked to the most corner of the plane by himself and sat down on his butt. Then he took off his sunglasses and fastened the hat on his head onto his face, then slowly closed his eyes. He had an uncontested look, as if the world had nothing to do with him. He didn't communicate with everyone, and didn't care what they thought about him, living in his own world. Everyone started to get busy, moving their luggage onto the airplane. Lu Shirshir temporarily suppressed the curiosity and shock in his heart, but he still felt unconvinced in his heart and wanted to find another opportunity to test it. For him to believe that Su Zining had extraordinary hands just by virtue of his actions just now, he definitely could not do it. "No, I must find another opportunity to properly test the Su Zining. Maybe we'll even need the help of Werewolf Wu Whale when the time comes. He's just lucky." How could he be that powerful? And those black materials, they shouldn't be a catch-22 either. I don't believe I can't dig up his details. If Su Zeming is really a Philistine, he'll be even more humiliated in the back. I won't let him have a good time, said Lu Shishir as he sat there unconvinced. His eyes kept scanning Su Zeming. All sorts of thoughts appeared in his mind, already making him a bit impatient. After all the people had registered, along with a rumbling sound, the airplane soon took off. As the airplane took off smoothly, everyone's mood was a bit excited. The scenery in front of them also began to change, which profoundly touched everyone's heart, and all of them couldn't help but let out their emotions. A smile appeared on Fatty's face once again as he shouted with great excitement. Wow! This is simply awesome. I haven't been out for a long time. I feel so excited. Standing tall and seeing far. This saying is not wrong at all. I didn't think that enjoying the scenery in such a situation, that it would be something else. I must record all of this properly. It's also a way to keep a souvenir for myself. Everyone also felt that Fatty was not wrong. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Normally, they were all in a hurry to catch a plane to catch a notice, and they didn't have the time or the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery in front of them. But this time was completely different. They could treat such an adventure as a trip and a camping trip to relax their usually tense minds. Everyone started to make small talk there intentionally or unintentionally, and looked for some topics of interest. In times of excitement, everyone would also crack a smile. The atmosphere seemed very cordial, and they were all sharing things they usually found interesting to pass these times on the airplane. When Gui Jingfei saw everyone this happy, he also kindly reminded, I say the two young ladies, don't be too happy too early. Talk is talk, laugh is laugh. Do you really think this is out traveling? Don't forget guys, this time we are going on an adventure. Do you know what the realm is? It's very dangerous there. If you're not careful, you'll be killed. The place we're going to this time. I've heard that there are a lot of underworlds. Do you guys know about the underworlds? Gui Jingfei wasn't pouring cold water on everyone. What he said was indeed all true. It was also hoped that everyone would be mentally prepared and not take all of this to heart. Fatty and Yang Mi heard what Gui Jingfei said, and they still didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness. Gui Jingfei, just don't throw cold water on us and scare us at this time, or even affect our good mood. Those rumors about the Forbidden Land, although terrifying, are nothing more than legends. Chapter 7 Chapter 6 Childish Ideas. Fatty and Yang Mi, the girls, really didn't take Gui Jingfei's reminder just now to heart, and they also thought that they wouldn't encounter too much danger this time when they traveled to the Forbidden Land, and those horrible legends were just scaring them. The two of them were still talking and laughing. Gui Jingfei shook his head helplessly when he saw that they didn't believe what he said. He sighed, and one said carelessly, I really don't know what's in your hearts. This is something that's going to kill you all. Fatty and Yang Mi heard Gui Jingfei spit at them and they rolled their eyes. Gui Jingfei, stop spoiling the fun. If it was really that scary, would the program group let us go? That's true. The so-called adventure is nothing more than a test of our wilderness survival skills. Is it still for real? I have searched a lot of related knowledge on the internet before. I should be able to cope with this adventure. Fatty and Yang Mi said their opinions to themselves, not taking Gui Jingfei's words seriously. Gui Jingfei looked at the optimistic appearance of the two beauties, and she was also completely speechless, knowing that whatever she said next, they wouldn't take it to heart. Perhaps only a personal experience would change their minds. Hopefully, they would not feel regretful about their next experience, nor would they leave a psychological shadow on themselves. As for the war wolf Wu Whale on the side, his view was quite different from the two beauties. He also knew that this adventure was definitely extraordinary. After all, their first destination was indeed very scary. This was something he had to take seriously. Perhaps none of these people on the plane could be counted on when they were really in danger. Instantly, Wu Whale felt a heavy burden and a very great pressure. His responsibility among this team was also very important. At the same time, War Wolf swept Su Zeming, who was sitting there with his eyes. War Wolf Wu Whale shook his head, although Su Zeming's actions just now had surprised everyone. However, the next test really needed real talent and a real skill. The Forbidden Land was no joke, and many terrifying things would appear at that time. Fatty also inadvertently looked at Su Zeming in the corner. He didn't know why, but there was always a strange thought in his mind. This thought and feeling had always lingered. He felt that Su Zeming wasn't that unbeatable. He still had his own merits, different from the rumors, and that special aura he had on him wasn't faked at all. Just looking at a side face like this, Fatty had also fallen completely. He felt that Su Zeming was really too good looking. As long as his gaze fell on Su Zeming, his little heart would flutter and flutter, and his entire body began to get nervous. Su Zeming, who was there resting his eyes, he didn't realize that there were so many people paying attention to him. And just now, with his actions, Su Zeming's roleplayer was once again elevated. Ding dong, the host's personality is detected to be in line with the playing character. The playing degree is raised to 35%. Playing reward, Qilin blood. As this beautiful voice rang out, Su Zining instantly felt a wave of warmth hit his entire body, but it was also a mixture of pain and pleasure. Kirin blood. With this blood, after entering the Forbidden Land again next, Su Zining would be able to be invulnerable to all insects. Then for this expedition, Su Zining had another layer of protection, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. His heart also settled down quite a bit, and the scene that he had just boarded the airplane lingered in Su Zining's mind. He also did not think that he put that everything can be so perfect. This is only 20% of the original master's ability, but in Su Zining's opinion, he was already very powerful. Su Zining's heart also felt curious about how powerful he would be next if he reached 100% of his ability. As long as he thought about this scene, Su Zining really felt a bit impatient, but he could only control his emotions. It couldn't be shown in front of everyone, and he didn't want to break up with everyone because of these things. Perhaps no one would believe what he said, and what would be given to him would be some indifference and mockery. Su Zining didn't want to make a fool of himself. Time passed by, and the airplane soon arrived over the Temudo Desert, and this time, their goal was the place of terror, the underworld abyss, who was hidden in the middle of this desert. Everyone looked out through the windows on the airplane, only to see an endless desert outside. Fatty, look, this desert seems to be spectacular. Yangmi looked a little excited and thrilled. He couldn't wait to take pictures here. Fatty said with a smile on his face, "Don't be in a hurry, wait for the airplane to land. We can match a few photos here properly. Record our adventures in coming here this time. I'll photograph you beautifully." The two beauties hadn't felt the sense of crisis yet and seemed to have forgotten the purpose of their coming here. They seemed to be full of optimism and fantasies about what happened next. Immediately after that, the airplane however shook violently, and everyone couldn't help but let out a scream. This wave of maneuvering was a bit sudden and almost made everyone fall out of their seats. Fortunately, they were safety conscious and fastened their seatbelts in advance. Otherwise it would have been really dangerous. Immediately afterward, everyone was at a loss for words, and anxiously asked, "What's going on? How did the airplane have such a powerful bump just now? It can't be some kind of malfunction." "Yeah, so many of us are still on the airplane. We can't have a problem. Otherwise what should we do?" Everyone's good mood just now was instantly destroyed just like this, and one by one, they were a little panicked. Soon, everyone heard the captain's voice coming from the radio. "Everyone, don't panic. The airplane is not malfunctioning. It just encountered a strong air current just now. Please fasten your seatbelts, sit in your seats, and never move around. It is expected that the bumps caused by this air current will be able to end soon. I would like to say sorry for the panic caused to everyone." Hearing the voice of the radio, everyone also understood the cause and instantly felt relieved. Also no longer looking so panicked, everyone sighed, and at this moment, Su Zining, he steeply opened his eyes. Since the beginning of getting on the airplane, Su Zining had always looked careless. This was the first time he had such a reaction, because Su Zining clearly felt that what had just caused the airplane to lurch was not just a simple air current at all. Rather, it was the sign before the arrival of a black storm, which is very dangerous. Chapter 8, Chapter 7, A terrifying danger descends. Su Zining squinted his eyes as he carefully observed the distance through the blurry window. Just at this time, a black dot was gradually getting bigger and was rapidly moving in the direction they were in. Su Zining's face suddenly changed. He knew that his guess was not wrong. The bumps in the airplane just now were not affected by the strong convection weather at all. This was just the headwinds of the approaching black storm. Su Zining calculated in his mind. If they followed this speed, it wouldn't take 10 minutes. The airplane they were on would be quickly surrounded by the black storm. They would then run into danger, and the airplane would directly crash, and everyone would be killed. To put it more horrifyingly, the airplane would be disintegrated under the mighty power of the black storm, and their fate would be even more miserable at that time. At this moment, Su Zining, he really had no way to continue to calm himself down or even sit back and do nothing about this matter. Dabbing, Su Zining stood up in his seat and took 3 steps to the door of the cockpit. Knock knock knock. Su Zining desperately slapped the cockpit door and shouted, "Captain, the airplane is in danger. It must land immediately." Su Zining's sudden move also scared everyone. They hadn't completely quieted down from the bumps they had just experienced, and now they heard Su Zining say something like this. A look of panic once again appeared on everyone's face as they sat quietly in their seats, each looking at each other. Soon, a dark shadow swept past them, followed by the scene before them. Su Zining's headless words had also caused a great deal of panic. "What? The airplane is in danger. What's going on here?" The captain just gave an explanation, saying that it's just because of the strong convection situation. What the hell is this Su Zining messing with? Is he going to be more professional than the captain? What danger can there be? Everyone was instantly skeptical of Su Zining's words as well. and even looked at Su Zeming with sneering eyes, becoming even more disdainful. Everyone also thought that Su Zeming was talking nonsense because he was shocked by the bumps of the airplane just now. Perhaps in his dream, he dreamt that the airplane was in danger, and for a moment he couldn't distinguish between dream and reality, so he made a scene to land. Everyone looked unimpressed. In their eyes, Su Zeming was really hit and miss. Werewolf Wu Whale rambled, and said impatiently, "Su Zeming, can you stop? It will only make everyone look at your joke. Hurry back to your seat. Everyone won't believe you. Let alone the captain will listen to your command. You are simply dreaming." "Yeah, are you alright? Didn't you hear the broadcast just now? It's just a bumpy air current. Everyone won't be in danger, so don't add to the chaos here, affecting the captain's play and creating panic for everyone." Everyone was talking in tongues, persuading Su Zeming to be able to quiet down. When Su Zeming heard that these people were so ignorant that they didn't even notice the danger coming, he felt ridiculous. It was just that he didn't have the time to explain now, and Su Zeming didn't want to pay attention to everyone spewing in distrust. He continued to tap on the hatch, hoping that the captain would listen to his advice. Perhaps if the plane landed now, everything would still be in time and not put everyone's lives in danger. There wasn't much time left now, so Su Zeming could only do his best. As for Gui Jingfei at this moment, he relied on his seat and indifferently looked at Su Zeming and said, "Don't be afraid, it's not a big deal. It's not like we haven't been on an airplane before. You're making a fuss as if it's the first time. Look at everyone, how calm we all are. Don't look like you haven't seen the world. It's just too noisy." Su Zeming indifferently glanced at Gui Jingfei. He really didn't want to explain. Again, he didn't want to make these people go through a storm next because of their ignorance and arrogance. Although Su Zeming was indifferent on the surface, his heart was still very soft. He also looked a little impatient, and while slapping the hatch, he shouted, "I'm not joking, I'll say it again. The black storm is coming soon. Don't act like you guys don't care about anything. This is about your lives. The airplane must land immediately for everyone to have a chance of surviving." Su Zeming aggravated his tone this time, not realizing that the words had just fallen. The radio in the cabin sounded again, and the captain's stern voice came out. "Please ask this passenger to return to his seat immediately. Don't walk around the cabin at will, and don't affect everyone. The plane is in the middle of a bumpy ride. Your behavior is very dangerous. Execute the order immediately." Su Zeming was clearly able to hear the chief's distrust of himself. How could he joke about such a thing? Immediately followed by a burst of maniacal laughter from everyone. They all started pointing at Su Zeming, thinking that Su Zeming was really frightened and therefore hallucinating. Now that the captain had reminded him once again, everyone was convinced of his words. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, rolled wildly, and the fans began to talk about Su Zeming. "What's going on? Su Zeming really can't understand what the captain is saying. He's scared. I didn't expect to be so timid. It's just the bumps of the airplane. This is towards kind of landing. Really haven't seen the world. You listen to what he is saying. Said the black storm to come? Is not the movie to see too much? Or that he has supernatural powers, can foretell what will happen in the future. Yeah, I can't believe he would still make up lies. We've only heard of sandstorms. What's a black storm? Ah, sure enough, it's a bit silly." These fans were also recklessly mocking Su Zeming, hitting him again and again. Su Zeming's behavior at this moment, in everyone's eyes, I was like a psychopath, being insulted and abused by them in all sorts of ways, and even thinking that Su Zeming was timid. No one could know the severity of the consequences. Everyone didn't know much about Black Storm either, so they didn't know what they would face next. Right at this critical moment, the airplane once again violently lurched up and down, followed by swaying from side to side. Everyone felt like their internal organs were going to be turned upside down, and it also instantly made them dizzy. Their bodies were also a bit uncomfortable, and they desperately grabbed onto their seats, fearing that they would be sent flying out all of a sudden. As for Su Zeming, although he was standing, his body didn't seem to be swaying greatly, one hand gently grasping the railing above. It looked as steady as a mountain. It was just a pity that everyone was so dizzy from the bumps that no one noticed this. The viewers of the live broadcast, on the other hand, had seen this scene clearly, only now they were so preoccupied with the safety of the airplane that they couldn't even think about it carefully. Chapter 9, Chapter 8, Flocking to Persuade Su Zeming. Su Zeming looked at the small black dot from before, which had grown hundreds of times larger, like a black dragon sweeping in. Su Zeming knew that if he continued to delay like this, it would simply be too late. Seeing that everyone was so stupid, he didn't want to accompany everyone to lose their lives. In Su Zeming's prediction, if the airplane didn't make a forced landing as soon as possible, they would not be able to land smoothly, and all of them would suffer this disaster. Su Zeming also could no longer consider that much. He said loudly while walking, "I'll remind you all one last time, the airplane is in danger. Those who want to live, follow me and abandon the plane and jump. If you guys still question me, then I have nothing to say. You guys can see for yourselves. Saying this, Zeming unhurriedly pulled out the parachute from under the seat, methodically organizing it and then putting it on his own body. Everyone watched Zeming's wave of maneuvers with unblinking eyes. At this moment the plane had already passed through the most bumpy moment, when the airplane once again regained its smoothness. Everyone was paralyzed in their seats, feeling the sky spinning. Yangmi and Fatty even experienced slight vomiting, and their faces looked a bit waxy. But even though some of them weren't, the words that Zeming had just said were heard clearly by everyone. Wu Whale looked at Zeming as he put on the parachute. He felt that Zeming was just messing around. Zeming, do you know what you're doing to yourself? You were scared silly by this scene just now. Have you ever thought about the fact that you haven't been professionally trained? Blindly jumping out of a parachute will get you killed as usual. I think you just want to find death and joke with your own life. When Wu Whale was saying these words, his voice was much weaker than before, but his aura was still there. Lu Shishir and Gui Jingfei, who were on the side, also began to persuade Zeming, although none of them were optimistic about Zeming. But in this life and death situation, everyone could not just watch Zeming go to his death. They also don't want Zeming to cause trouble for everyone. If Zeming really jumped out of the sky, it would also have a great impact on their trip this time. Although everyone persuaded Zeming, their hearts were a little impatient with Zeming's actions. The bumps of the airplane had already made it very difficult for them, and now they just wanted to rest quietly. But they didn't expect Zeming to make this mess, and now they had to divide their energy to deal with it. At this moment, Zeming, who had already put on his parachute, did not hesitate to come to the cabin door. Standing here, Zeming turned his head towards the opposite window. Wu Whale and the others watched Zeming's movements. Although they didn't believe it on their mouths, they were still a little panicked in their hearts and subconsciously followed him. When they looked outside through the window, each of them were shocked and immediately scared out of their wits, only to see that dozens of kilometers away from the plane, the overwhelming sand and soil rapidly swept in, already blurring their vision, and the countless sand and dust gathered together like a black curtain, directly covering towards them. Everyone's voices trembled a little, and one by one, they said in horror, "Heavens, it really is a black storm." Everyone also finally recognized what the black storm was that Zeming was talking about. He wasn't deceiving everyone either, and he wasn't intentionally creating panic here, but was saving everyone's lives. But it seemed too late to say this now, and there was no way for them to thank Zeming. The most important thing at the moment was how to save their lives and escape this disaster as soon as possible. Drip drip drip. Just as everyone was panicking, the alarm on the airplane sounded. The sound added a bit more terror as the captain's panicked voice came over the radio. The airplane has encountered extreme weather and is preparing for an emergency landing. Please stay in your seats. Don't move around and take precautions against collision. The airplane has encountered extreme weather and is preparing for an emergency landing. The captain's voice in the broadcast kept cycling, and everyone's faces looked a little pale, because they also felt the captain's nervousness at this moment through the broadcast. Immediately after that, the airplane shook violently once more, and the captain's voice became intermittent, seeming to be a bit inaudible. The weather outside also gradually darkened, and it seemed that they entered the endless night in the blink of an eye. Those sand and dust slapped against the fuselage and actually made a burst of ear-piercing sounds. Everyone couldn't help but let out a scream. Being in such an environment was like the end of the world. Woo woo. Fatty was so frightened that he cried out. He anxiously looked at his partners and inquired, "What to do? Will our airplane crash? Will we die here? If the plane can't make a successful forced landing, then what should we do? I'm still young. I don't want to die." Lee Fulgence also said with a scared face, "I still have a lot of wishes and dreams that I haven't realized. I'm not willing to do it either. How could we be so unlucky to encounter such bad weather?" Everyone complained a bit, but the airplane was getting more and more bumpy. Everyone was no longer able to predict the outcome, and even felt that the airplane was rapidly falling towards the bottom, as if it was out of control. It was only at this time that everyone remembered what Zeming had said earlier. If they wanted to save their lives, they had to abandon the plane and jump. Wu Whale said loudly, "There is no other way anymore. Let's follow Zeming's instructions." Everyone prepared to abandon the plane and parachute. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Saying this, he took the lead to act. But when everyone tried to pick up the landing race, it was discovered that because the plane was lurching too badly, there was no way to complete the next operation. Not to mention that they parachuted. Even the most basic maneuvers were now a luxury for them. All of them were in a tense state. Lu Shishir's small face was pale, and her eyes were red as she said, "Everyone hurry up and think of a way. What the hell are we supposed to do? Are we just going to resign ourselves to our fate?" The words just fell. Everyone only felt a gust of wind sweeping into the cabin. Yangmi and Fatty on the side let out a scream, and when they looked at the cabin door, they only saw a black shadow flash by. Immediately after that the cabin door was closed once more. It was Su Zeniang, who had jumped from the airplane without a second thought. This wave of Su Zeniang's maneuver instantly made everyone dumbfounded. Fatty stammered, "No, not good law. Su Zeniang, he jumped. It seems he really doesn't care about us. I still want him to help us get the parachute. I didn't expect him to run away by himself." Fatty was a bit unwilling, and at the same time, he was a bit annoyed in his heart. The program team and the audience in the live broadcast room saw such an unexpected situation happen, and they also instantly panicked. What's going on? Why did this situation suddenly occur? This shouldn't be required by the script. Yeah, could it be that there's a problem with the program? Chapter 10 Chapter 9 Plane Lost. The entire live broadcast room exploded and the pop-ups were flipping. The viewers also wanted to know what was going on, and they didn't want anything to happen to these stars. A black storm of this magnitude, if they really encountered it, they would simply be pulverized, with no possibility of survival at all. It's too tragic, right? This shouldn't be a special effects production of the black storm. It should be real. No, our fatty baby can't be in trouble. If there's really a problem, we're willing to share it. What did the program group do in the end? Why don't they want to find a way to rescue it quickly? The entire live broadcast room was in chaos. Everyone was focusing on the safety of several stars, seemingly forgetting that there was also Su Zeniang's existence. And backstage of the program group, the staff was also in a panic. The general director Yen Jun was pale. He looked at the weather station news that had just been updated in front of him and said with a face of fear, "Oh my god, in the Temuto region, a large black storm that is rare to encounter in 100 years has occurred. I didn't expect it to be encountered by our program team, but this report has only just been updated. Even if we want to implement remedial measures, it seems that it's already a bit too late. It seems that Su Zeniang's first warning was really not false. It's just that no one believed him at the time. They all thought he was being unreasonable." Yen Jun sighed helplessly. He felt that something was expected to happen next. This was a consequence that their program group couldn't bear. He didn't even dare to imagine the outcome. Yen Jun was also very concerned about everyone's safety right now. As for their losses, it didn't matter anymore. Yen Jun looked at the staff and asked loudly, "How is it in the end? Did the airplane make contact?" At this moment, Yen Jun was a bit desperate, but his anxiousness was of no help. The staff had a tired face and looked at Yen Jun and shook his head. "It still doesn't work. Has been unable to contact. Based on the current situation, the airplane has been completely covered by the black storm. All signals have disappeared. We have no way to make contact, and now we can only wait for news, hoping that it won't be that bad." Yen Jun didn't want to listen to this nonsense. He could only report a ray of hope now. He hoped that the rescue team side would be able to send some news as soon as possible. Hurry up and contact the rescue team and see what that side says? No matter how much it costs, bring them back to me safely. The staff of One Crawl didn't dare to be slow, and contacted the rescue team in a panic, but the news that came in wasn't satisfactory. The current situation was complicated, and the rescue team was unable to get close for a while, because the storm was just too big. If they entered blindly, it would also cost the rescuers their lives, and they would die in vain. Even the last ray of hope was completely dashed at this time. Yen Jun sat on his chair with his butt. He looked very annoyed. All of this appeared too suddenly, and their adventure had just begun when they encountered this hand-wringing scene. Originally, they wanted to add another highlight to their career through this program, but now, everyone's lives are in danger, and it is estimated that their careers will end from now on. And these few on the airplane were all big names. They all had great fame, and they also had many fans. Even if they lined up the entire program and took their lives, there was no way to make compensation. Yen Jun sat there in tears as he regretted his initial decision at this time. If he had chosen to believe Su Zeniang at the beginning and notified as soon as possible to have the airplane forced down, this tragic situation would not have occurred. But there was no medicine for regret under the sky. He felt that he had no way out. At the same time, Wu Whale and the others on the airplane were also plunged into the realm of despair over and over again. It made them feel horrible to the extreme, and they had even smelled the breath of death. Perhaps in the next second, everyone would have to say goodbye to this world, never being able to continue their careers or say a proper goodbye to their fans. Feeling the intensity of the black storm, the airplanes were like a leaf, drifting randomly in the black storm, even being slaughtered at will. They didn't have the slightest choice and there was no way to save themselves. Just when everyone was feeling terrified, the live broadcast screen flickered, presenting a black screen state in front of everyone's eyes. What the hell is going on? How come the screen is also black? Could it be that the plane has crashed and they have all been killed? Impossible. Such a cruel thing wouldn't happen to them. They must be dreaming. Everyone must still have a chance to survive. We will never give up until the last moment. The fans were still silently praying for them behind their backs. All of them held their breath. Time passed minute by minute. Just as everyone stopped hoping to the time, Suddenly a live broadcast screen flickered a few times, and a blurry silhouette appeared in a trance in the screen. This silhouette seemed to be in the middle of the storm, advancing with difficulty step by step. Everyone put all their thoughts on the 6 stars, and you barely had anyone paying attention to Su Zening's death or survival. And at this moment, the one who appeared in the picture was none other than Su Zening, who had been forgotten by everyone. Su Zening's parachute jump was very smooth, and by this time he had also landed safely, but the other few people still did not appear in the picture, which made their fans' hearts sink to the bottom. It was also instantly heartbroken, and some fans had even fallen into tears. The screens of several other live broadcast rooms, which were also flickering, eventually sort of reconnected. Seeing that everything seemed to be returning to normal, everyone grasped onto hope again, and all of them became excited again. They stared unblinkingly at the screen in front of them, searching for the figures of a few people and capturing their messages. In the midst of everyone's worries, the screen showed the image of the airplane landing safely. The state of the several stars, however, had been very poor, and the strong bumps had caused them to faint in their seats, but they had saved a life, not the final result, and the plane had not been disintegrated. The whole cabin looked intact and the landing was very smooth, and the few of them only fell into a short coma. Their bodies were not in any serious condition and they were not injured. A few moments later, Wu Whale was the first to open his eyes, and he frowned, looking around with a puzzled expression. Seeing that everyone was lulled to sleep, after seeing that the airplane was intact, he was finally relieved and said excitedly, "It's really great, we all didn't die and survived. It's really a miracle." Wu Whale immediately fell into a state of ecstasy. He didn't care about his body's exhaustion. Coming in front of Sun Honglei and Guo Jingfei, he desperately shook their bodies. "Brother Lei, Guo Jingfei, you guys wake up, we're still alive." Amidst Wu Whale's shouts, Sun Honglei and Guo Jingfei also opened their eyes, looking a bit confused. Chapter 11 Chapter 10 Airplane Fire and Explosion. After Sun Honglei and Guo Jingfei were woken up by Wu Whale, they were still in a state of bewilderment, not knowing exactly where they were. Guo Jingfei looked at Wu Whale in front of him and he said with a panicked expression, "Where am I? I've never done anything bad in this life. How come I'm still in the netherworld?" He spat out very helplessly. Wu Whale looked at Guo Jingfei, and after hearing what he said, he knew that everyone was frightened by what had just happened. It was all very normal for this situation to occur now. "Alright, just stop complaining. This isn't the netherworld, and it certainly isn't heaven. We're still on the airplane. The airplane has landed smoothly. All of us are safe and sound," Wu Whale patiently explained, allowing everyone to come to their senses at this time. When Guo Jingfei and Sun Honglei heard what Wu Whale said, at first the two of them were slightly stunned as they looked around with curious eyes. Discovering that everyone was still there and realizing that the plane was also intact, they instantly became excited. "Ha ha, great. I didn't expect that we all survived in a big way," said these few people excitedly embraced each other tightly, but they hadn't had time to wake up the others. A burning smell came from the entire cabin, making them feel very pungent. The originally dark cabin suddenly flickered with a bright light. This made everyone instantly alert, and Wu Whale frowned as he said with a puzzled face, "What's that smell? It's like something is burnt to a crisp. It's so pungent, and this light, why does it feel a little off?" A few people looked around and Sun Honglei said loudly, "Not good. It seems like the back of the airplane is on fire." Sun Honglei's voice, once again made everyone nervous. They looked through the window and saw the fire coming from the rear of the airplane. "A fire has started? Then, what should we do?" Sun Honglei and Guo Jingfei immediately panicked. Now they had to leave the cabin as soon as possible. Having just experienced danger, they didn't expect to be faced with life and death again right away before they could come back to their senses. This test of life and death again and again was really a big blow to them. The next step of the airplane fire was the horrible explosion. If they couldn't leave unharmed before the explosion, they were going to be buried in the fire. Wu Whale's heart was also a bit scared, but now he had to find a way to save himself as soon as possible. "You guys don't panic first. We have to think of a way as soon as possible. Otherwise we will surely die." Everyone did not hesitate at all in front of life and death. They immediately took action, forcing themselves to endure their discomfort and desperately undoing their seatbelts. Wu Whale looked at Sun Honglei and Guo Jingfei and instructed, "I'll go figure out how to open the cabin door. You two go wake up the others. If we really can't wake them up, we have to find a way to forcefully take them out. We can't let them stay here." Sun Honglei and Guo Jingfei also had no choice but to follow Wu Whale's arrangement. Although they were extremely panicked in their hearts, everyone was a collective. There were even 3 girls. They could only rely on their own strength. Originally, they also thought that they would be able to get Su Zening to help, but Su Zening had already parachuted out long ago and wasn't by their side, so they had no more expectations, whether or not they could successfully escape. Now they could only rely on their strength. There was no other way out. Wu Whale did not hesitate to come to the cabin door. He desperately went up and tried to open the cabin door, but no matter how hard he tried, and also used his whole body, in the end, he still did not succeed. This made Wu Whale feel a bit unwilling. This was their only way out, no matter how tired he was, and no matter if he was injured or not. He tried again and again, exhausted and sweating all over himself. He felt like he had used all his strength, but the door of the cabin did not move. Seeing the fire behind the fuselage is getting bigger and bigger, the whole cabin is also rolling in smoke, robbing them of their tears. Wu Whale said with an anxious face, "What to do? How can the door of this cabin not open? This fire is about to burn to the front. If this goes on, this life that has just been picked up, is it not going to be accounted for here again? Really unlucky. Can't it be that the heavens are trying to kill us? We must die here today." And on the other side, Guo Jingfei and Sun Honglei went to Yang Mi and Fatty and Li Fulgence, and the two of them shouted loudly, and shook their bodies, but no matter how hard they tried, Yang Mi and Fatty and Li Fowl couldn't be woken up. They were sweating furiously, but it was still no help. It was a little difficult to breathe in the cabin, and Sun Honglei anxiously looked at Wu Whale and loudly inquired, "How is it on your side? These few people can't be woken up at all. Now we must open the cabin door as soon as possible. We don't have much time left. I feel like I can't even breathe." Wu Whale, who was already in a lost mood, was even more filled with despair when he heard the situation on Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei's side. Now at this critical moment, there was actually not a single thing that could go their way, nor was there a single piece of good news that came their way. "I've also tried my best. The gate of the airport won't open. It seems like we really don't have time." Although Wu Whale didn't want to hit Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei, he had no choice but to tell them the real situation. In such a bad situation, they didn't know if they could still be alive. Having just had a little hope, they didn't expect to fall into the abyss of 10,000 feet in the next second. Originally, they thought they were going to be saved, but now they had to face such pain as the airplane exploding and being buried in the fire. Wu Whale had been trying his best, even with the last ounce of strength in his body. He wanted to open the door of the cabin, but sometimes things really do not go as planned, and Wu Whale made his best effort. He was paralyzed with despair and also used up all the strength in his body. Failing over and over again had a great blow to him. Wu Whale wiped the beads of sweat as he said with a desperate face, "I can't. I am really trying my best, but this gate can never be opened. It seems like all of us are destined to die here. There's nothing we can do if we don't accept reality." Wu Whale's body was trembling, and he didn't know if it was because of fear or exhaustion, and his brain was blank. As a battle wolf, he had never been so desperate, nor had he ever admitted defeat in front of any difficulty. But at this moment, Wu Whale felt that he was at his wit's end. After all, in front of death, who can face it openly without any fear or emotion? Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei were even more scared. They were also weak. Chapter 12 Chapter 11 Su Ziniying's sudden appearance. Several people faced such despair, they didn't know what else they could say. Even a few people were soundly in tears. Their hearts had a lot of unwillingness to give up, as well as wishes and dreams for fulfillment. Gui Jingfei said with an aggrieved face, "If we had known that we couldn't escape, we might as well have died in our sleep. At the very least this way we don't have to go through all this torture." Knock knock knock. As soon as Gui Jingfei's words fell, he heard a powerful knocking sound coming from outside the cabin. Sun Honglei shivered as he nervously looked at Wu Whale and said, "What's that sound? It seems like the sound of the cabin door being knocked. Could there be monsters in this desert?" Everyone was indifferent. Now whether there was a monster or not, it didn't seem to matter to them anymore. The airplane was going to explode later. Even if monsters appeared, they could only be buried in the fire just like them. Wu Whale lazily said, "None of this matters anymore. No matter if there are monsters or not, they are going to die with us." Everyone had already given up. They really didn't have the strength to toss and turn. However, the viewers who saw everything from the live broadcast screen were no longer calm at this moment. They were excited, because the one who appeared outside the cabin was actually Su Ziniying. Heavens, it's Su Ziniying who has returned. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to get everyone out? That must be it. He can't possibly show off to everyone at this time. That's too inhumane. Su Ziniying looks indifferent, but he still has a conscience. Not so much that he would see death and save people, but he's alone now and still without an inch of iron. Even if he has this heart, he shouldn't have that ability. The fans in the live broadcast room were talking. They all hoped that Su Ziniying would be able to lend a hand at this time. However, they were worried that Su Ziniying would not be able to cope alone. He wasn't a superhero either. Even Battle Wolf Wu Whale couldn't open the door of the cabin. In the eyes of the fans, it would be even more impossible for Su Ziniying to do this. However, there were also fans who believed in Su Ziniying's abilities and had been silently supporting him behind the scenes. You can't judge a person by his appearance. You can't measure the sea. What time is it now? Everyone should still hold on to a good heart. Maybe Su Ziniying really does have a way. It's true that he's not a superhero, but to be able to participate in the program, he should be very powerful as well. We should believe in him now instead of pouring cold water on him. Everyone should still encourage him more. The comments in the live broadcast room were split into two factions. Although they all had their own opinions, everyone was there for the sake of caring. Some fans slowly began to change their attitude towards Zeming, even appreciating him for having such great courage. At the very least, he didn't run away on his own, and in this time of life and death, he was still able to appear by everyone's side and find a way to rescue them. This was able to show that Zeming was also a very sentimental and righteous person, and was not as cold and heartless as everyone said. Some fans, however, also complained that Zeming was too stupid to come back at this time. Wouldn't it be a waste of time? There was no way to rescue everyone out. Just as everyone was having a very lively discussion, they saw from the screen that Zeming gave birth to his two fingers. It seemed to be groping for something on the airplane's hatch, which immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. But when everyone tried to get a better look, they realized that there was a lot of wind and sand, and the light was very dim. Not knowing what Zeming was doing, everyone was anxious but could only wait. Vaguely, everyone felt that Zeming's two fingers seemed to be much longer than the average person's, but everyone didn't have time to think about it. But everyone was too late to think about it, and they only saw Zeming's fingertips rattling at a certain location in the cabin. Click, immediately followed by a sound. The door of the cabin slowly opened. As the cabin's door was opened, Wu Whale, who was sitting paralyzed in the doorway, and Zeming looked at each other in all four directions. Wu Whale also froze there. He looked at Zeming with his eyes wide open, somewhat not believing that this was true, and thought that he was hallucinating. As for the Zeming at this moment, his expression was still very cold, without any expression, and no emotions could be seen. Seeing that everyone was motionless and had no desire to escape, Zeming frowned and looked at them and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out. The airplane is about to explode." This icy cold voice of Zeming seemed to not carry any emotion. Even his eyes did not look at everyone. Wu Whale struggled to stand up and looked at Zeming with a face of disbelief and inquired, "How did you come back? How did you open the door of this cabin? I've already tried. There's no way at all." Zeming didn't want to pay attention to Wu Whale and didn't answer his question, but directly entered the airplane. Without hesitation, he walked towards Yangmi and Fatty as well as Li Fao, who were still unconscious in the back seat. As Zeming saw Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei, he didn't have any expression on his face either. "Go out." Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei first froze, struggled to stand up, and then nodded. At a time of life and death, they didn't expect to be able to walk out of the door of the cabin. Zeming was literally a lifesaver for them. This also made them feel a little embarrassed, and a few of them rolled and crawled, running out towards the outside regardless. This instantly made them feel relieved, and they were finally able to breathe fresh air, and their bodies felt much more comfortable. Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei, as well as Wu Whale, a few people, helped each other walk out, and the black storm was still raging, but it was already much smaller compared to earlier. They ran forward with great difficulty and managed to find a safe place. They didn't hesitate at all and directly ducked in. Only then did a few people let out a sigh of relief, which had also used up almost all of their strength. A few minutes later, Gui Jingfei looked at Sun Honglei and Wu Whale and said, We are saved and ran out of Hades again." Sun Honglei nodded, and panted, "It seems like this, and it's still Zeming who saved us." At this moment, Wu Whale, there was always a doubt in his heart. That cabin door, he had tried over and over again, and his power wasn't weak, but it just didn't open. He didn't know exactly how Zeming did it, and it seemed to be a suspense in his mind. Wu Whale said with an incredulous face, "It's impossible? I couldn't even open the door of that cabin. How on earth did Zeming do it? I thought I was dreaming or even hallucinating. I didn't expect this to be real." Chapter 13 Chapter 12 The Last Stand. Wu Whale, who escaped, his mind would always have those images in his mind, and he was always struggling with this matter. While on the airplane, Zeming had already come to Lu Shishir and the three girls by this time. Seeing that they were still in a drowsy state, Zeming didn't hesitate. His two fingers respectively pointed on the acupoints of several of them. Soon, several people slowly awoke. In a daze, the several people were a little confused, but as soon as they opened their eyes, they saw Zeming. Yang Mi rubbed his head, and he said with a bit of strain, "Zeming, where are we?" said he as he looked around, looking a little exhausted already. It was just that the cabin was now thick with smoke, and it was impossible to see the situation clearly. Fatty also rubbed his head as he struggled to get up. "My head hurts, as if I've been hit with a stick, and it's a bit dizzy, like I can't breathe. Geez, my legs seem to be stuck, and now I can't move my body." Li Yun shouted anxiously from the side. Everyone was in some condition at this time. Lu Shishir was also feeling unwell. Struggling to stand up, he felt as if he was about to pass out again. With his last ounce of strength, he strongly supported his body. Su Ziniying's face remained unchanged. He first helped Yang Mi and Lu Shishir as well as Fatty to undo the seatbelts on them. Hurry up and get out. The airplane is about to explode. This cold sentence made several people instantly fall into the abyss of 10,000 feet, and their bodies began to tremble a little. What? Airplane is going to explode. They were instantly awakened, and everyone realized at this time that the back of the plane was on fire, so the entire cabin was filled with smoke. The temperature inside the cabin was also getting higher and higher, making everyone very uncomfortable. Yang Mi and Fatty got up in a hurry and they ran towards the outside, but just at this time, they realized that Li Fao was still in his seat, and he panicked as he tried to open his. Sister Mi, Fatty, my seatbelt doesn't seem to open. What should I do? Li Fao cried anxiously. He really felt very scared at this moment. Everyone left one by one. He didn't want to die here alone. Yang Mi and Fatty had to fold back, anxiously pacifying Li Yun. Don't be anxious for now. Let's help you. As soon as Yang Mi's words fell, he was scared back by Su Ziniying. Get out. There's no need for you guys to worry here. I'll figure it out, Su Ziniying said in a commanding tone, which made Fat D and Yang Mi not dare to approach for a moment. Yang Mi and Fatty, as well as Lu Shishir and the others, could only listen to Su Ziniying's arrangements now. They didn't dare to question or slack off in the slightest, and obediently walked out of the cabin. When Li Fao saw them all leave, his heart became even more nervous and scared. Tears couldn't help but fall and his voice choked as he said, Sister Mi, Fatty, you all hurry up and leave. It's too dangerous here. Leave me alone. Otherwise everyone will die later. I don't want to drag you all down. Su Ziniying, you also hurry up and leave. Li Fao didn't want to put everyone's life in danger because of himself, so his heart would feel bad. Although he felt fear and terror, there was still a trace of sanity. He knew that there wasn't much time left, and if he delayed any further, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just after the sound of Li's words, there was a thump sound, and the whole cabin was trembling. Su Ziniying already know. The fire will soon burn to the fuel tank. They do not have much time left. Yang Mi and Fatty and Lu Shishir, who ran out, were really worried about Su Ziniying and Li Yun, but they couldn't disobey Su Ziniying's orders and could only head forward without looking back. Li Zhuming felt like he was going to break down. He kept sobbing. His heart was very sad. Oh, am I really going to die here? Su Ziniying, you quickly go. There is no time. At this moment, Li Fengxian looked pathetic. His face had some pallor. His hair was also a bit messy, and he no longer cared about his image. The fans in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and everyone felt anxious and heartbroken. There were even some fans who were sad as well. They kept wiping their tears and praying in their hearts all the time. Su Ziniying looked at Li crying and crying. He also felt helpless, but Su Ziniying's face still did not have any expression, just icily spat out two words. Shut up. Li Zhuxing was too scared to speak and had no choice but to hold his tears back. He stared blankly at Su Ziniying in front of him, his heart very flustered and fearful. And when the fans of Li Fao in the live broadcast saw this scene, they couldn't stand it anymore. Li Zuxian is too pitiful. He won't really die, right? It's simply heartbreaking. How can Su Ziniying be like this? He looks so cold. He doesn't even have a trace of sympathy. It seems like his heart is really made of stone. Li Zhanyuan baby is already scared. He can't go up and comfort him. He actually looks cold. He doesn't know how to be compassionate at all. Forget it. What time is it now? Just don't bother about this. I hope Su Ziniying has a way to get Li Fengxian out. The fans still held a ray of hope, hoping that Su Ziniying would be able to think of another way at this time. After all, this was a major matter of human life. If they could successfully escape, then it would be even better. Su Ziniying carefully examined Li Zhuge's current situation. Directly he took down the long strip-like object he had been carrying behind his back, uncovering the cloth wrapped around it. A black and gold ancient sword appeared in front of him. Su Ziniying's slender fingers gripped the long knife tightly, and gently scratched on Li Fao's seatbelt, which was instantly cut off. But Li Fao still had no way to leave, because his legs were also stuck. He still had no way to get out, but Su Ziniying was terrifyingly calm. He didn't panic in the slightest. He only saw him slowly crouch down and reach out to feel around, checking the direction where Li Fao was stuck. I can't, Su Ziniying. My side of the fuselage is already deformed, and my legs are also stuck. There's no way you can do this alone. It looks like I can't leave. So hurry up. Li Fao urged Su Ziniying once again. He couldn't just watch Su Ziniying accompany himself to his death. Seeing that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, Li Yun was anxious and cried once again. He also wanted to control his emotions, but now that he was about to die, he also needed to vent himself. On the other hand, the airplane encountered a black storm. This thing. The news is also spreading. The major network platforms have also begun to ferment. Chapter 14, Chapter 13, attracting onlookers. More people knew about this news, and there were countless people flooding into the live broadcast room, concerned about the developments of this matter. As more people entered the live broadcast room, everyone was once again talking about this matter. Oh my god, this airplane is really going to explode. At first I thought it was the programs group that was playing tricks for publicity to gain everyone's attention. It seems like Lee Fowl is stuck on the airplane. This airplane is about to explode. He can't really be that unlucky. It seems that this time the program group is in a big mess, and I don't know why they want to explore what risk. Really idle panic. Now it's good. Encountered such a thing. It is also considered that both sides are unlucky. Who is this little handsome man next to Lee Yunjung? Seems to be somewhat familiar. Isn't that the little fresh meat Su Zeming who's always been plagued with black rumors? He's trying to save Lee Fowl out. It seems like he wants to put on a good show. This shouldn't be the program group directing themselves, making fun of everyone's lives. Then the program group can go to hell. The entire live broadcast room seemed to be a bit confused, and everyone had some opinions about the program group with this incident. But still curiosity got the better of them, and they kept spectating in the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room instantly skyrocketed in popularity, but everyone was not in the mood to pay attention to this right now. Yang Mi and Fatty, who had escaped the cabin, as well as Lu Shishir and the others, supported each other as they walked forward with difficulty. However, after being blown down by the oncoming violent storm, several people panted heavily and struggled to get up once again. Although they felt very strained, they did not want to give up. It was so hard to escape. They had to find a safe place to hide before the airplane exploded. At the bottom of the slope in front of them, the anxious Wu Whale and Sun Honglei and Wei Jingfei, they also kept looking around, even checking the situation around them. That's how they saw the stumbling figure. A few people were also undaunted and ran out in a panic, pulling everyone in to hide inside. Seeing someone escape, they also felt happy. It's simply great that you guys were able to escape. Where did Lee Fowl and Su Zenian go? Sun Honglei inquired with an anxious face, and there was also a hint of a bad premonition in his heart. Hearing Su Zenian and Lee Fowl's names, Yang Mi said with a sad face, Lee Fowl's leg is stuck. Su Zenian is still trying to find a way to save him? He let us leave the cabin first, but now the fire is getting bigger and bigger. The airplane is about to explode. What can be done? They won't really have to die inside, right? I hope they can also escape, said Yang Mi, eyes filled with tears, also sadly shed tears. The always strong Yang Mi. He could no longer control his emotions. He was truly worried about the safety of Li Fulgence and Su Zenian, fearing that there was no way for them to run out. Rumble. Just when everyone was anxious, only a loud bang could be heard not far away, followed by skyward flames. The fire immediately dispelled the darkness brought about by the black storm, and Wu Whale and the others were startled. A few people were instantly somewhat baffled, and when they reacted, they simultaneously looked over in the direction of the airplane. The original location where the airplane had stopped just now had now turned into a sea of fire. Wu Whale said with a terrified face, the airplane exploded. Woo woo, Fatty immediately cried out. He couldn't control his scared emotions even now. How can this be? Lee Fowl and Su Zenian haven't come out yet. Are they really dead? Said Fatty as he covered his face and cried bitterly. His voice kept trembling, both scared and sad. Everyone's eyes reddened. Their hearts also felt very hard. At the same time, they also felt remorse in their hearts. If everyone had gone to help, there might have been a last ray of hope, but now it is useless to say anything. Sun Honglei was at a loss. He said to himself, how did it blow up? Two good people, just like this, said no. Lee Fowl is indeed a pity. Everyone had no good influence on Su Zenian before. I didn't expect that in the end it was him who saved everyone. Sun Honglei also silently lowered his head, unable to describe his feelings in words at this moment. He buried all his grief in his heart and slowly closed his eyes, silently mourning for the people he lost. The atmosphere at this moment seemed very dull. This was a result they hadn't expected in any way. The program had just begun, and it had already cost them two of their partners. This was also considered a major accident, and on the side of the program team, it was even more so that they already didn't hold any hope. Everyone's hearts were also left with a shadow as a result, and just thinking about this made them feel shivering. Those who were depressed were not only Wu Whale and the fans, but also the backstage of the program group, where the atmosphere was also very depressing. Director Yin Jun sat dumbfounded in front of the screen without moving. His face was very ugly and his eyes were a bit dull. Ever since the plane exploded, Yin Jun had remained in this position, seemingly stiffened by the scene in front of him, leaving him unable to return to his senses for a long time. As for the other staff members, they all remained silent. No one dared to say a word at this time. They didn't want to be scolded, and they certainly understood this current situation. The entire live broadcast room, too, experienced a black screen for a few minutes before gradually returning to normal. The fans also slowly reacted, and for what had just happened, they once again started a discussion. It seems like this is real. It's like a nightmare. The program group has run into something big this time. There's no way they would joke around with something like this. Li Fowl wouldn't have been killed in this way. He must have escaped with Su Zening. It must be so. A girl as good as Li Fowl shouldn't have ended up like this. This is simply horrible. There's also that Su Zening. He wouldn't have been blown up to save Li Chu as well. The news about the airplane explosion on all the major platforms was even on the hot search in the first place. Hashtag Li Chu's participation in the variety show was killed. Hashtag breaking news. Li Chu's plane exploded. Hashtag Li Chu and a man were involved in a plane crash and are suspected to have been killed. All sorts of news. A moment of overwhelming came. All the major platforms are frantically retweeting. A moment also provoked the attention of the whole country. The fermentation speed of the matter is very fast. We all feel sorry for Li Yun Yun in pain. What kind of argument there are. At the same time, the program group was also victimized, and all of them fought for Li Yun, feeling that the program group had a great deal of responsibility. But as for Su Zening, he seemed to be forgotten at this time, with very few people mentioning him. It seemed that the only person who was killed in this air crash was Li Zeming. Other than some fans who would bring up Su Zening, the rest of the world seemed to be unaware of Su Zening's existence. Chapter 15 Chapter 14 Director's Attitude. And after the program team went through silence, Yen Jun finally reacted. The other staff members looked at the director with unblinking eyes, not knowing what action he would make next. After such a big thing happened, their program team was to blame. It wasn't that everyone was to blame. Although Yen Jun didn't want things to turn out like this, it was all an accident, but someone had to take the blame. Yen Jun came in front of the staff. He took off his headphones and the equipment on his body and said with a sad face, "When something like this happens, it's too late to say anything now. It's only our bad luck that's to blame. Now that a human life has been lost, I, as the director of the program, am of course to blame, and I will take all the responsibility, cooperate with all the investigations, accept the due punishment, and will give everyone a statement. Wait until the black storm passes, and let the rescue team pick up the other few guests back as soon as possible. Let me be quiet for a while." After saying these words, Chief Director Yen Jun silently walked out. His back was very despondent, and his mood was terrible. His entire person had become much more vicissitudes all of a sudden. The staff couldn't help but feel very heartbroken when they saw Yen Jun in such a situation. They certainly empathized. Although they hadn't faced life and death, they had witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Everyone was able to understand Yen Jun's feelings and knew how terrible and serious this matter was. Just as the director turned to leave, a staff member suddenly shouted out, "Director, wait, you guys, look," said staff member pointed to the screen behind him. Yen Jun, who had just walked to the door, heard the staff member's excited and surprised voice. He was also slightly stunned and thought he was hallucinating. On the other side, in the middle of that desert, Yang Min and Fatty as well as Lu Shishir and the rest of them, one by one, consoled each other but couldn't help but shed tears. For everyone, Li Fulgence was their good sister and a member of their team for this program. Now that this kind of thing had happened, they were also the ones who were the most upset, and having personally experienced life and death, this feeling would be even stronger. And Su Zening's handsome face lingered in everyone's mind, always thinking of Su Zening walking towards them despite the danger and chiding them to leave quickly. These images, which had been deeply engraved in their minds, made them feel guilty and remorseful, and it was difficult to let go of them for a while. Battle Wolf Wu Whale sat on the ground in a state of dismay, for this result was also a great stimulus for him, and remorse was written all over his face. He kept whacking his head and said reproachfully, "How could I be so useless? If only I could have been a little stronger. Li Fowl and Su Zening wouldn't have to die. All of us were able to escape this disaster safely. Nothing else matters." On the side, Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei patted Wu Whale's shoulder, and their eyes were also red. It was difficult for everyone to hide their sadness, and the atmosphere instantly became very low. Seeing a few girls crying their hearts out, they were also holding back their tears. Just as everyone was grieving, Wu Whale's eyes were staring deathly into the distance, and his entire body froze there. The expression on his face also changed as he stammered, wait a minute, you guys look over there." Everyone looked over in the direction that Wu Whale pointed to, and their expressions changed from sadness to surprise. In the live broadcast room, the people from various platforms who had heard about the news almost burst the live broadcast room. Those who didn't know about it even posted words in the pop-up screen in remembrance of Li Fowl. "Li Fowl baby, go all the way. May there be no storms or explosions in heaven. All is safe and smooth for you. It's so heartbreaking and sad. I still can't believe this is real. No, this is a dream. Such a good girl. Won't be so unlucky. He must still be fine." Just as the pop-ups kept scrolling, the situation seemed to change subtly. "Wait a minute. Everyone, look. It seems like someone walked out of that fire." After Director Yen Jun was called out, he looked back in confusion. All of the staff members also gathered around in unison, and everyone stared deathly at the screen in front of them. Director, it's true. Look, someone really walked out from inside the fire. When Yen Jun heard this news, it was like grabbing a life-saving straw. He frantically ran to the screen and stared with unblinking eyes, afraid that he had missed something. Through the wind and sand that filled the sky, a tall silhouette slowly came. This silhouette looked a bit strange, and it was only when he got closer that everyone then saw clearly. In his arms, he was actually holding someone. Heavens, is this Su Zeming? All the staff members were shocked and stared at the screen with unbelievable eyes. It seems like it's really him. How is this possible? With that big explosion just now, how could they still be alive? It can't be that we're hallucinating. A few people were talking here. They were even nervously grasping each other. Yen Jun was silent. His heart was also beating faster at this moment, hoping that this was all true. Behind the sandy slope, Yang Mi and Fatty, who were crying their hearts out, also looked up. Although separated by the wind and sand that filled the sky, they did see silhouettes swaying and walking towards them step by step. Everyone held their breath, not wanting this to be a dream. Lu Shirshir said in surprise, "Am I blinking? It seems like there are really people walking out. Are they? They not dead, they are still alive." Everyone heard this news, one by one trembled and stood up, and ran out towards the front, not even caring about comfort. At this moment, they only wanted all the members to be safe and sound, and the fans in the live broadcast room gradually got a clearer look at the silhouette. Great! It seems like it's really Su Zeming. He's holding Li Fulgence in his arms. This is simply too shocking. They weren't killed and came out unharmed. I didn't expect Su Zeming to be so tall. This is the first time I've clearly seen his appearance. This is simply a miracle. Such a big explosion. They actually survived. It is really unbelievable and somewhat unscientific. Who cares if it's scientific or not? As long as the person is alive is the most important. This should be a heavenly good news. The fans instantly cheered, while countless pairs of eyes outside the screen stared at the image in front of them. Yang Ni and Wu Whale. They stumbled to Su Zeming and Li Fulgence, staring at them with unblinking eyes. Everyone's appearance looked a bit wretched, but no one cared about that right now. They were finally able to see Su Zeming and Li Zhanyan once again, and they were completely convinced that they weren't dreaming. Chapter 16 Chapter 15 Warm cheers. The scene just stood still for a few seconds as everyone stared at each other and smiles piled up on their faces. This time they had survived their robbery, and it had furthered the bond between everyone. Yang Mi went forward and squeezed Su Zeming's arm, then smiled and inquired, "Su Zeming, is it really you? You guys really came back." Feeling Su Zeming's sturdy arm, after feeling Su Zeming's body temperature, Yang Mi's hanging heart was finally put down. But the next second, Yang Mi felt Su Zeming's terrifying eyes. She was startled and hurriedly let go of Su Zeming's arm. Sun Honglei wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. He said ecstatically, "It's good to be back. It's really blessed by the heavens that all of us are still able to see each other. I have nothing more to ask for. This is heavenly good news for us. Nothing else matters." When Fatty saw Li Fulgence lying in Su Zeming's arms, he still felt a little worried. He didn't know what his current condition was, whether he had been injured in the explosion just now. "Su Zeming, what's wrong with Li Chu? Is he alright?" Everyone locked their gazes onto the unconscious Li Chu, nervously waiting for Su Zeming's answer. Su Zeming saw everyone's anxious and tense eyes. He was concise. "It's fine, just fainted." Su Zeming didn't explain too much, as he carried Li Zhuming and continued to walk forward. Wu Whale and the others also came back to their senses. At the moment everyone was standing in the middle of the wind and sand. There was now a thick layer of sand all over their bodies. Even their mouths were full of sand. They closed their mouths and hurriedly followed behind Su Zeming, once again returning to the bottom of the sandy slope. After a short period of silence, the entire studio erupted in loud cheers. All the staff members couldn't help but hug together, too excited to speak, and some even shed tears. "Great! They're all fine. What a blessing. This time it's also thanks to Su Zeming. It seems that our program team also deserved their fate. We have hope again. There must be a blessing after a great calamity. Our program group is just like them. It's considered a life after the calamity." General Director Yen Jun looked at everyone's excitement as he sat on his butt in his chair, feeling drained of strength. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. Thinking about this scene just now, he really felt fearful. Luckily, the heavens favored her and didn't hurt anyone, but it was also a profound lesson for them. At the same time, Director Yen Jun was endlessly curious about Su Zeming. He felt that Su Zeming was not that simple. It didn't seem to be as cold and heartless as everyone described him to be, or even selfish and arrogant and unbeatable. Ever since the program started, every single thing that happened to Su Zeming ended up taking them by surprise. First, he was the first to accurately predict the black storm, followed by the parachute jump, followed by opening the hatch to save everyone's lives. There really was something different about this one thing that reverberated and the director couldn't explain it. It wasn't like he believed it was coincidence or good luck, but doubt after doubt. Yenjun's heart still felt very happy that all this storm was finally going to pass. At the same time, Yenjun was also very glad that he was the one who agreed to Su Zeming joining the program at that time as well. However, Yenjun's reasons and thoughts at that time were just putting himself in the shoes of the program. Wherever Su Zeming appeared, there would be a lot of black fans, which would also lead to more topics. The program group would also have better ratings, drawing more attention and making a name for them. But now, I didn't expect Su Zeming to actually save the entire program group with his own strength, leaving aside whether it was relying on his own strength, or whether it was just a coincidence. This gave Yenjun a big surprise, making him once again impressed with Su Zeming. A few moments later, the black storm in the desert slowly calmed down and was no longer that scary. Su Zeming had also placed Li Fowl behind the sandy slope, while he himself indifferently walked to the side. He didn't talk to everyone, nor did he tell everyone about his and Li Yun's experience. Seeing Su Zeming's cold back, the other people didn't dare to go forward and didn't want to make a fool of themselves. Li Fowl has always been in a coma. Yang Ni and Fatty have been guarding the side, carefully caring for him, also constantly shouting in the ear. Hopefully, Li Qian can wake up as soon as possible. But no matter how hard they try, Li Qian still has no signs of waking up. Yang Mi was really a bit worried. She gathered enough courage to come to Su Zeming's side. Su Zeming, didn't you say that Li Yun just fainted? But why isn't she waking up? Will she be in any danger? When Su Zeming heard Yang Ni's inquiry, he didn't raise his head and just said coldly, he was fainted by the explosion. How do I know if there is any danger? I am not a doctor. Yang Ni heard Su Zeming's answer, which instantly made him feel speechless, but after thinking back, there was nothing wrong with what Su Zeming said. He really wasn't a doctor. Moreover, he had risked his life to save Li Jua. He was already worthy of admiration. Yang Ni sighed. He was also speechless, but he didn't blame Su Zeming either. He seemed to have gotten used to Su Zeming's cold and icy attitude. Every word he said would sound harsh. Everyone was a bit downcast, and Fatty gently tugged on Yang Ni's clothes. Sister Me, what did Su Zeming say? Li Fowl won't really be alright. He was just rescued. Yang Ni shook his head. He was also very worried right now, but no one knew what Li Fowl's current situation was. Fatty nervously looked at Yang Ni's demeanor. He felt that Li Fowl's situation was very serious, and he couldn't help but burst into hot tears once again. Yang Ni skimmed his mouth and repeated what Su Zeming said with a feeble face. I'm not a doctor. How do I know if he's alright or not? These are Su Zeming's words. A few people froze slightly and didn't seem to react, but seeing Yang Ni get defeated, everyone cast a sympathetic gaze. In order not to affect everyone's emotions, Sun Honglei, who was on the side, comfortingly said, everyone just stop counting. Su Zeming's emotional intelligence is indeed a little low. He doesn't have a bad heart. He just can't speak. This time all of us really have to thank him. Otherwise by now we would have already gone to meet the King of Hell. Everyone nodded. This was something that all of them did recognize. If it wasn't for Su Zeming opening the cabin door, they would have already been buried in flames and died in this explosion. However, talking about this matter made everyone feel strange and even a bit unable to figure it out. That being said, Su Zeming seems to be really lucky. He managed to parachute in and land safely, and help us open the cabin door at the time of danger. This is nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 17, Chapter 16, Li Fowl Awakening. Everyone was quietly discussing Su Zeming here, all wanting to solve the mystery in their hearts, although they were saved by Su Zeming. But now that they saw Su Zeming's condescending and unbeatable attitude, everyone's hearts felt a little uncomfortable again. Wei Jingfei wanted to spit on Su Zeming, but he quickly reacted to the fact that it was a live broadcast, and he eventually held back. However, he still didn't believe in Su Zeming's true strength and felt that Su Zeming was just lucky. War Wolf Wu Whale was also sitting there quietly, thinking hard about this matter. The puzzle of the airplane's cabin door had always been a mystery to him, and he had never been able to figure it out. This matter was like a fog that had been lingering in his mind, and Wu Whale was unable to accept it, thinking that Su Zeming had just appeared in front of everyone and was looked down upon by all of them, and now he had even done something that he could not do. Wu Whale silently said in his heart, could it really be as Gui Jingfei said, that it was all a coincidence and Su Zeming's luck? Or perhaps there is some switch on the outside of this cabin door that doesn't work, and that's why it was able to be opened easily. Only a pity that the airplane has been blown up. I want to go to verify is impossible. Perhaps I can directly go to ask Su Zeming. After thinking of these, Wu Whale couldn't help but look towards Su Zeming who was sitting on the side. But when Wu Whale saw Su Zeming's cold back, and that cold, stinky face, he backed off again, somewhat hesitant. Just now Yang Mi suffered a defeat. If he went to inquire at this time, he still didn't know how he would be disliked back by Su Zeming. In front of this big screen, He didn't know how many pairs of eyes were staring at them dead on. If he was refuted, Wu Whale felt humiliated. It would also allow those black fans to grab hold of him and perhaps attack him with these things, becoming a laughingstock for them. Wu Whale had a lot of concerns, and in the end, he still didn't take this step, once again pressing this mystery in his heart. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room of Star Dare was very lively at the moment, and the popularity skyrocketed. Everyone was crowded. Those people who had previously thought that Lee Fowl had died in the explosion of the airplane had come to the live broadcast room, now also because of their curiosity. There were many people who stayed in the live broadcast room. Such a big explosion. I didn't expect Su Zeming and Lee Fowl to be fine. This isn't a joke. It's simply too fantastic. This should be a script arranged by the program group, acting out this play in front of everyone. If this is really the case, it seems that this Su Zeming's background should be very powerful. Otherwise the program group wouldn't have accompanied him in this play. Yes, the more I think about it, the more wrong it is. Saying that the script is a bit too much, even if the program group is doing it for money. But these are big stars, they shouldn't be able to bribe them. These people speculated in the live broadcast room, voicing the curiosity and doubts in their hearts. Having witnessed the scene unfolding, it was understandable for people to have such thoughts. The program group wasn't afraid of them talking about it behind their backs. Instead, they wanted this effect. As long as they continued to pay attention to the program, they would be able to increase their ratings and ultimately achieve the result they wanted. These people also paid some more attention and understanding to Su Zeming through the screen, and began to inquire about some things about Su Zeming. After all, Su Zeming had a handsome face, and although his temper was a bit foul, he was still very attractive, especially those young girls. After seeing Su Zeming's dreamy face, they couldn't help themselves. In the backstage of the program, the chief director Yen Jun had just experienced a big ups and downs in his life, and it was like he was waking up from a dream. To this day, he was still a bit uncomfortable and even felt dizzy. He had really felt that he was finished before, and even had to lose his life, but he didn't expect that there would actually be a big reversal. This all happened too suddenly. His heart is still a little unable to accept. Originally, he had thought that the plane had exploded. Su Zeming and Li Zhuge had both suffered accidents, and the entire program had been completely destroyed. But now it was a reversal. Su Zeming and Li Zhanyan picked up a life, and the program also increased in popularity because of this matter. The number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 10 million, which is simply a fantastic number. For such a program, it was a heat that they didn't even dare to think about at first. The director sat there quietly as he leisurely sipped his tea, but his eyes never left Su Zeming in the screen. He said meaningfully, "This Su Zeming, originally I wanted him to make up the numbers, and to attract some black fans to come over and increase the popularity for the live broadcast. I didn't expect that he would actually bring me an unexpected surprise, which did take me a bit out of my element. But everyone's speculation is not unreasonable. Maybe he is just lucky. I just hope he can have such good luck in the future. We are also the beneficiaries." Yen Jun's heart was happy as he sipped his tea while paying attention to the effects of the live broadcast. Seeing that the pop-ups kept rolling and everyone was discussing this matter, a smile of satisfaction appeared on Yen Jun's face. This issue of the program was not afraid of being talked about. It was afraid of not being paid attention to. They were taking advantage of such a controversy to make this installment of the show immediately catch fire, and then cause public opinion. According to this situation, it was going to be much better than what they had expected before. In the middle of the desert, the storm finally calmed down, and Li Fowl slowly awoke in everyone's concerned eyes. When he opened his eyes, he felt his head was raw and a sense of vertigo came over him. He still braced himself for the discomfort and got up, and everyone instantly got excited when they saw Li Xiang waking up. They immediately surrounded him, and one by one, they inquired with concern, "Li Fowl, you can finally wake up. You simply scared us to death. Why did you sleep for such a long time? Do you have any place that is uncomfortable? You can tell us in time. The body is your own. You mustn't hold on to it, and don't be embarrassed." Everyone asked a series of questions at once, leaving the newly awakened Li Fengyuan somewhat baffled. He squinted his eyes and looked around, seemingly searching for something. Dab! Li Fowl immediately stood up, and inquired anxiously, Su Zeming, is he alright? Is he alright? Li Fowl's actions also startled everyone. Everyone saw his panicked appearance and knew that he was frightened by the explosion of the airplane. Yang Ni tightly pulled Li Fowl's hand, then patiently said in a soothing manner, "Li Fowl, you just woke up, but you must be careful. You can't be so violent. Su Zeming, he's fine. Look, he's right over there." Saying that, Yang Ni pointed to the side. Li Fowl followed the direction of Yang Ni's finger and looked over. Upon seeing Su Zeming sitting there unharmed, almost 100 meters away from them. Chapter 18, Chapter 17, Curious Inquiries. Only then did Li Fengyan let out a sigh of relief, let himself relax, and sat down on his butt. As for Su Zeming at this moment, He had his hands resting on his head, his eyes tightly closed, looking like he was resting with his eyes closed. Great! Seeing that Su Zeming is fine, I'm relieved. Li Fao saw that everyone was sitting around him. He was also excited. If there hadn't been Su Zeming at that time, perhaps he would have long since stopped seeing everyone and ended his life. Li Yun tightly pulled Yang Ni's hand as he said with a resigned face, "Sister Mi, today thanks to Su Zeming who saved me despite the danger. Do you know how desperate I was at that time? I didn't think it was possible for me to live at all. My situation was so bad at that time that I had given up." Everyone looked at the aggrieved Li Fao and became even more curious about what happened on the plane. They all wanted to know the answers, and were also holding their questions. They all didn't dare to bother Su Zeming for fear of being shut out. They were also afraid of being disliked back by the indifferent Su Zeming, making them lose face in front of so many fans. What's more, everyone had been worried about Li Jua's safety before, and now that Li Jua had awakened, they finally had such an opportunity. Faced with everyone's curious and expectant eyes, the smart Li Zhanyang also knew what they meant. He also quickly recalled the scene that happened before the airplane exploded. It was a dangerous situation. My legs were stuck in the deformed cabin, and I couldn't open my seatbelt. I felt like the situation was all out of control, and I was only shedding tears, and I tried desperately, but I couldn't pull it out. It was Su Zeming. He used his 2 fingers, hard to hold open the deformed cabin, and later I seemed to have fainted. What happened after that? I don't seem to know myself. Everyone nervously listened to Li Fao's description. All of them looked at each other with a somewhat strange expression. They also seemed to have some disbelief in what Li Fao said. Wei Jingfei even came to Sun Honglei's ear, and whispered, "This Li Fao isn't blown out of his mind, right? Why do I feel like he's starting to talk nonsense? Su Zeming just by virtue of 2 fingers, actually able to hold open the deformed cabin. Could it be that he is a powerful Vajra finger knot? I do not believe it. What Li Fulgence said is also a bit too metaphysical. I think he's just deliberately blowing Su Zeming's mind." Sun Honglei also skimmed his lips, then looked at Gui Jingfei and nodded, seeming to strongly agree with Gui Jingfei's statement. Moreover, Li Fulgence also had this possibility. After all, the situation at that time was truly horrifying. Therefore there were some fantasies that was also justifiable, not to mention Su Zeming's good looks. The possibility of being fantasized by some little girls as a heroic rescue plot was very high. But after all was said and done, Su Zeming exactly how to save Li Fengyuan out, in everyone's heart is still a mystery. War Wolf Wu Whale's face and expression at this moment also looked a little complicated. In his opinion, Su Zeming was able to save Li Yun. At that time, Li Yun's leg should not be very serious. The reason why Li Chen didn't have the ability to run out was because he was too scared and nervous at that time, which was exactly the reason why Su Zeming drilled a hole in his head. After thinking about this, Wu Whale even more remorse. He hated himself at that time, too afraid, did not think too much, first ran out. This gave Su Zeming a chance to express himself, and in terms of strength, he should be the strongest one in this team. As a result of this incident, all the attention now seemed to be on Su Zeming, who had also stolen the limelight. Wu Whale could no longer hold back. He stopped thinking too much for a moment, and without hesitation, he got up and walked towards Su Zeming's direction. When everyone saw this action of Wu Whale, they were also somewhat stunned and followed with curious eyes. They all wanted to know what exactly Wu Whale was going to do next. The fans in the live broadcast room were also excited when they saw Li Fao waking up. Li Fao baby finally woke up, really worried as to death. Just heard Li Fao baby say that Su Zeming used 2 fingers to save him out. How is this possible? Is it possible that Li Fao was threatened by Su Zeming to say this? The upstairs has a point. Let's all restore the situation at that time. It must be Su Zeming who threatened Li Fao. If Li Chu didn't say that, he wouldn't have brought Li Chu out. If this is true, what Su Zeming did is too much. In order to express himself, he actually used such means to deceive everyone. You people are too bad. Don't speculate wildly if you don't know the truth. I think Su Zeming is a good person. Everyone still don't maliciously hurt him. Su Zeming is also not easy. He is risking his life. Some people in the live broadcast room really couldn't stand it. They began to stand out and speak for Su Zeming, feeling that such a statement was really too unfair to Su Zeming. Everyone denied Su Zeming's dedication. Just as everyone was exploring this issue, Wu Whale had already come to Su Zeming's front with quick steps and opened his mouth to ask the question he was most concerned about. Su Zeming, I want to ask you how you opened the cabin door at that time. I hope you can answer truthfully. Su Zeming's posture remained unchanged and did not change due to Wu Whale's arrival. In the face of Wu Whale's question to him, Su Zeming had a careless look, not even opening his eyes. Again, it was as if he hadn't heard what Wu Whale had said and directly ignored him. This made Wu Whale a bit unbearable, and at the same time, he also felt a bit angry. He didn't expect Su Zeming to be so rude. This was also ignoring and disrespecting him. At this point, Wu Whale was already furious and blood surged to his heart. His voice seemed to have raised quite a bit as he looked at Su Zining and continued to pursue. Su Zining, I'm asking you, did you hear me or not? Perhaps it was because he was annoyed by Wu Whale. Or perhaps it was because he heard that Endless was about to get angry. Only then did Su Zining impatiently open his eyes, and said coldly, none of your business. Immediately after closing his eyes again, Su Zining's arrogant and impolite attitude also completely angered Wu Whale. Originally, his heart had been holding back, and this matter had left him with a hurdle in his heart that he felt unable to step over. Now, Wu Whale did not want to continue to endure, and wanted to take this opportunity to give Su Zining a little color. Just in time, he could also test Su Zining's strength to see if he was lucky or not. Looking at Su Zining in front of him, Wu Whale couldn't help but let out a cold laugh as he rolled up his sleeves and said, Su Zining, don't come this way with me, and don't play your young master's temper in front of me. I'm really not used to seeing this demeanor of yours. This attitude of yours, I really have endured it for a long time. Chapter 19 Chapter 18 Su Zining is suspected. Just now, Li Zuxian had blown Su Zining out of proportion, so Wu Whale wanted to see for himself just how many kilograms he had. Wu Whale was also clearly provocative. He didn't believe what Li Fowl just said at all. Su Zining seemed to look annoyed at Wu Whale's pestering. Boring. Immediately after that, he turned around and directly turned his back to Wu Whale, which also indicated his disdain for Wu Whale's provocation. When Wu Whale saw this attitude of Su Zining, he was furious with both of his faces turning red, and had already clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to rush up immediately and teach the arrogant Su Zining a good lesson. In Wu Whale's heart, he was very powerful and no one dared to belittle him, let alone a little fresh meat like Su Zining. On the other side, the curious Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei, who had their hands clasped on their knees, waited with great interest to watch the fun. In fact, they also wanted to know who was more powerful, Su Zining or Wu Whale, but they still favored Wu Whale. After all, he had always had the title of War Wolf. Sun Honglei looked at Gui Jingfei with a smile on his face and said, you think the two of them won't really fight? War Wolf's violent temper, it's really not possible to say. Gui Jingfei skimmed his lips and slowly nodded. Yeah, but you said how the Su Zining just saved all of us. Can't he talk properly? All of us don't have any animosity towards her either. But this stinky temper of his, it really gives people a headache. If the two really fight, is it appropriate for us to watch the action here? After all, it was Su Zining who saved us. Gui Jingfei still had a remnant of conscience towards Su Zining. At the very least he still missed Su Zining's goodness. No matter how cold Su Zining was, he didn't have bad intentions. Sun Honglei was also reminded by Gui Jingfei, and he instantly reacted. Yeah, it does seem like it's not very good, but what can we do? It seems like it's a conflict between the two of them. You say that we, old arms and legs, should we also join the battle between the two of them? Sun Honglei's face wore a wry smile and was looking at Gui Jingfei with a strange look. Gui Jingfei also felt that Sun Honglei's words had a few points of truth, and that this matter was indeed not good for them to intervene. The two of them just stayed here and waited to watch the fun. On the other side, Yang Mi and Fatty as well as Li Yun and the others, seeing the situation of Wu Whale and Su Zining, they couldn't help but get anxious. Li Fowl tightly grabbed Yang Mi's arm and said with a scared face, Sister Mi, what to do? Whale won't really want to do something. What if they fight? Su Zining is our savior. Can't Brother Whale be a little patient? To make a move on Su Zining at this time. Why do I feel that there is some meaning of crossing the river and breaking the bridge? This is not good, said Li Fowl, who had already stood up and couldn't wait to walk out. He wanted to go forward to stop it, but he had injuries on his legs, plus he had just awakened and felt weak. He accidentally fell back into a sitting position, and just as Li Fowl was struggling to get up, Yang Mi comfortingly said, Li Yun, don't be anxious, maybe things aren't as bad as we thought. Brother Whale, he still has a sense of propriety, he also understands this. It's not good for us to intervene. Let's wait and see what happens. Although Yang Mi appeased Li Fengyan in this way, he also had no idea in his heart what the situation would actually be like when he waited. In fact, he also wanted to go up and persuade, but he was worried that he was the one who had too much to do. As for Lu Shishir, who was sitting next to them, he was also tightly frowning, looking a bit nervous. At the same time, his heart was also worried about Su Zining, but he was too embarrassed to show it, not wanting to let everyone see through his mind and not wanting to destroy his image in everyone's mind. Thinking of Su Zining's icy attitude towards him before, Lu Shishir also didn't want to show too much initiative, lest he be laughed at by everyone. Everyone had their own thoughts at the moment, and they all had their own different ideas. Perhaps only Li Yun, he did not even consider so much, single-mindedly did not want to let Su Zining be hurt. After all, just experienced these things, he has long been completely conquered by Su Zining, and Li Yun also clearly remembered that in the last second before she passed out, Su Zeming used his sturdy and powerful arms to hold her up. He leaned against Su Zeming's chest and instantly felt so solid and warm, and at the same time very secure. Just now, he also learned from Yang Mi and the others that it was Su Zeming who carried him out of the fire of the explosion, which made Li Yun even more heartwarming. He was now somewhat unable to hold back the thoughts in his heart, and even kept an eye on Su Zeming's movements. The fans in the live broadcast room watched this scene, and they were also holding the same mentality as Sun Honlei and Gui Jingfei, gloating there. Here it comes, here it comes. It looks like the most anticipated scene of the program is finally going to appear. The werewolf is going to show off again. He won't let us down. Just by looking at him standing there, he's already raging. I guess Su Zeming is going to suffer. Since you're so unconvinced, then hurry up and do it. Let us all see your strength. This Su Zeming is also really something. He's not asking for trouble. He actually dares to act cool in front of Battle Wolf. This is to find pain for himself. The fans in the live broadcast room immediately became excited as they stared intently at the screen in front of them, expecting the scene they imagined to appear. In everyone's mind, Werewolf was brave and fearless, even invincible. They never doubted the wolf's ability, but only felt sorry for Su Zeming. Some fans were even worried about Su Zeming's safety, fearing that Su Zeming wouldn't be able to withstand a punch from Werewolf Wu Whale. Although everyone knew that it was Su Zeming who saved everyone, all of them did not believe that Su Zeming had that strength. They just thought that Su Zeming took his chances, or even that it was all just a coincidence. Coupled with Su Zeming's foul temper, it made everyone dislike him a bit, and quickly wore away some of the good feelings they had developed towards him. At the same time, everyone also hoped that Wu Whale would teach Su Zeming a good lesson, so that he would curb his arrogance. At the very least, he should show some courtesy and respect to everyone, so that their hearts would also feel more comfortable. Su Zeming turned his back to Wu Whale and did nothing. Wu Whale's body trembled with anger. He could no longer hold down the anger in his heart. Huffing and puffing, he came to Su Zeming's front, and said loudly, "I'll say it again. You get up right now and compete with me like a man. Otherwise don't blame me for beating you up too much, and then say that I didn't remind you or even give you face. Aren't you a bit too proud?" Facing Wu Whale's provocation once again, Su Zeming remained indifferent. Chapter 20 Chapter 19 A match between two people. Su Zeming was also not expecting that Wu Whale would actually pester him, which made him a little bored. He said in a very disgusted tone, "Don't bother me. It's simply boring." These few simple words once again revealed Su Zeming's disregard for Wu Whale. Wu Whale could no longer suppress his anger as he looked at Su Zeming with an angry face and said, "Very well. I didn't expect that you brat would do it only to be punished. Then don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as the words fell, Wu Whale directly swung a fist towards Su Zeming's face. This punch was mixed with his anger, and Wu Whale was also using all his strength. When he threw the punch, it even carried a whistling wind sound. If it hit the face, the consequences would be unimaginable, and it was estimated that Su Zeming would be disfigured. After Li Fao saw this scene, he could no longer remain calm and shouted out anxiously, "Don't! Stop quickly! How can you guys do it? This is too dangerous." But Su Zeming and Wu Whale didn't seem to hear his words. The two were still facing each other there. Yang Ni and Lu Shishir, who were on the side, also finally couldn't sit still at this time. Both of them stood up at the same time, both wanting to run over to pull the fight. But right after they got up, they realized that Wu Whale's punch hit the sand on the ground and didn't hurt Su Zeming. They finally breathed a sigh of relief and also stopped, standing there sensibly to watch. The moment Wu Whale threw his punch, he also realized his recklessness and felt that he had exerted too much force. But the speed at which he threw his punch was fast, and at this point in time, if he wanted to take it back, it would be almost impossible. Wu Whale's heart was a bit regretful. He was also overwhelmed by anger. Originally, he only wanted to teach Su Zeming a lesson and did not want to injure him, but now that his punch landed on the ground, it made Wu Whale startled as well. He didn't know exactly how Su Zeming dodged it. He only saw his entire body move back a distance of 3 inches. Wu Whale looked at Su Zeming with a surprised face, his brain instantly going blank. What he had just clearly aimed at was Su Zeming's face, and now it was such a result. Impossible. How could he have dodged my attack on him? The speed of my punch was so fast that I couldn't even retrieve it myself. And just now Su Zeming didn't open his eyes. How on earth did he do that? This is simply too incredible. Not only did Wu Whale feel puzzled, but he couldn't figure it out. The fans in the live broadcast room were all baffled as well. They didn't know what had happened to the point that this was the result. It's not right? Just now Wu Whale clearly hit at Su Zeming's face. But how did Su Zeming dodge it? And Brother Whale's speed is very fast. It's probably because at the last moment Wu Whale's heart went soft. That's why he intentionally gave Su Zeming face. But this doesn't make sense. Look at Wu Whale's current look. It seems like he's in the same blindfolded state as everyone else. Right, it's definitely not that he hit it crooked. Didn't you guys notice that Su Ziniying's body moved back some distance? I seem to have seen it as well, and at that time, I thought that my eyes were blurred, or the live broadcast was stuck? Everyone was speculating and speaking out about the scene they had just seen. No one had expected that Su Ziniying would dodge the attack of Battle Wolf Wu Whale. Some of the fans who were watching the scene continued to incite their, hoping that Wu Whale would launch another attack on Su Ziniying. They didn't want Wu Whale to go soft at this time, nor did they want Wu Whale to let Su Ziniying go. Let Su Ziniying be able to suffer a bit and know how to respect others. Originally, the anger in his heart had dissipated, but now he saw that his punch was empty. Wu Whale is somewhat unconvinced, but also once again ignited the anger in his heart. On the surface it looked breezy, but behind the scenes, Wu Whale started to play dirty. Seeing Su Ziniying's attitude, Wu Whale was no longer polite and no longer concealed his abilities, only to see him rise up in the air and directly pounce towards Su Ziniying. Su Ziniying was also really disturbed by the Wu Whale. He just wanted to rest peacefully and quietly. He didn't expect to be disturbed by the Wu Whale just like this. If he couldn't defeat Wu Whale completely, he definitely wouldn't give up. This was something Su Ziniying knew in his heart. Since Wu Whale wanted to play with him, Su Ziniying also had an indifferent look on his face. Su Ziniying steeply opened his eyes and faced Wu Whale's attack, only to see him roll over and directly stand up. One hand pulled Wu Whale's wrist hard, and immediately afterward, he turned violently. Wu Whale was shocked in his heart, because he felt the power of Su Ziniying's strength at this time. He almost couldn't resist, but Wu Whale was also experienced in many battles. He didn't panic because of these things. With a beautiful turn in front of everyone, he broke free along with Su Ziniying's force. There was a playful smile on his face as he finally got Su Ziniying to accept his challenge. What followed was their exciting match. Wu Whale swung both his fists extremely fast towards Su Ziniying again. Su Ziniying stepped back and then dodged left and right, unhurriedly dodging Wu Whale's attacks. This wonderful scene in front of him, watching Li Zhanyang and the few of them were scared to death. Everyone's faces were filled with worry. They were all afraid that Wu Whale would hurt Su Ziniying, but they were not in a good position to stand out and stop it. On the contrary, Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei, who were on the side, were completely captivated by the scene in front of them, and they watched with great interest. They even couldn't help but praise Wu Whale. Worthy of being a war wolf, this action is just too handsome. I don't know if Su Ziniying can still resist. I hope he knows how to be soft. It's justifiable to let Battle Wolf teach him a lesson. It's all his own fault. But Sun Honglei didn't seem to see it that way. He knew the power of Wu Whale. He didn't expect Su Ziniying to be able to take a few moves from him, showing that Su Ziniying really had a bit of ability. The two people went back and forth like this, entangled for some time. Guo Jingfei looked at Sun Honglei and said, I say you really can't see it or you can't see it. Warwolf is teasing Su Ziniying. If he really wanted to attack Su Ziniying, he would have already been defeated. It seems like this scene is getting more and more interesting. Guo Jingfei wrapped his hands around his chest, looking like he had already seen through everything. Sun Honglei also agreed with him on this. After all, so far, Su Ziniying hadn't made any counterattacks other than dodging. It's still you who's smart. Li Fao watched the battle between the two, Wu Whale and Su Ziniying, and he was so anxious that tears were coming out of his eyes. If the fight continued like this, there was no telling what kind of situation it would be, not to mention hurting the peace. If one of them was injured, the consequences would be serious. Sister me, you guys hurry up and think of a solution. What's the use of just watching? Chapter 21 Chapter 20 Seeing through Li Fao's mind. When Li Fan heard Yang Mi's comforting words, he didn't feel relieved because of it, and he was always keeping an eye on Su Ziniying and Wu Whale's situation, fearing that Wu Whale would injure Su Ziniying. If it wasn't for the inconvenience of his legs and feet, he would have already stopped it regardless. Li Fao bit his lips nervously, his gaze never leaving. The fans in the live broadcast room had too good of eyes. They also quickly realized that something was wrong with Li Zhuming. Look guys, Li Zhua's expression seems to be very tense. He's been staring at Wu Whale and Su Ziniying the whole time, as if he's still really a bit too concerned about them. Yeah, ever since he was saved by Su Ziniying, he seems to be even more concerned about Su Ziniying, thinking for Su Ziniying at all times. No way, Li Fao couldn't have fallen in love with Su Ziniying after he was saved by him. Isn't this speed a bit too fast? What's impossible about this? After all, it's a hero who saves a beauty. This is most likely to gain a girl's heart. Besides, Su Ziniying is not bad looking. Geez, what kind of great news is this? Li Fulgence is simply too confused. How can he fall in love with Su Ziniying? This person is not worth committing his life to. If that's the case, I hope Wu Whale can give Su Ziniying a hard punch and leave a mark on his handsome face so that Li Chu won't like him anymore. Everyone speculated about Li Fao's mind, and none of them favored Su Ziniying at all. Nor did they want Li Fao and Su Ziniying to be together. All of them had high hopes for Warwolf Wu Whale. In everyone's eyes, Su Ziniying is just a dying struggle. He is not a match for Wu Whale at all. Everyone was paying attention to the fight in front of them, even as the scene and atmosphere was a bit awkward. Wu Whale kept swinging his fists. Although he used all his strength, he always just hit the air. From start to finish, he never touched Su Zeming, who seemed to be fighting against himself, and was consuming his strength. Wu Whale's maneuver was as fierce as a tiger, but it didn't have a good battle record and achieved the result he wanted. This made Wu Whale's heart dissatisfied and depressed. He felt as if he was being teased. There was already an imbalance in his heart, but now it was even harder for him, and he even hated Su Zeming a little. At this moment in time, Wu Whale, he felt like he was like the rat, and Zero Score was the cat, and they were playing the game of cat catching the rat. This instantly made him feel aggrieved and humiliated, and a sense of anger rose in his heart. Wu Whale frowned as he said with great anger, "No, I absolutely can't go on like this. I must find a chance to turn the tables, otherwise it's too humiliating. I'm a hallowed battle wolf. I have very powerful abilities in everyone's eyes. If I don't have a way to defeat this little fresh meat Su Zeming, where can I put this face? I'm afraid I'll have to quit the entertainment industry in the future." It was only at this time that Wu Whale felt like he was in a dilemma, and at the same time, he somewhat regretted his recklessness at first. Curiosity killed the cat, but now that it had come to this point, there was no way for him to get himself out of the situation. After thinking about this, he only saw Wu Whale's eyes change abruptly. He looked at Su Zeming with a sweeping leg and recklessly attacked towards Su Zeming's lower path. Seeing Su Zeming dodge, Wu Whale did not hesitate to throw a punch and then hit towards Su Zeming's chest. Seeing Su Zeming being hit, but at some point, Su Zeming turned around and took out the long bar from his back, stiffly blocking it in front of his face. This punch now landed right on top of the black and gold ancient sword. Bam! Only a loud bang could be heard, followed by Wu Whale holding his right hand and crouching on the ground with a pained expression. The entire person was sweating profusely and his facial veins were rippling, as if he was in great distress. As for the black gold ancient blade in Su Zeming's hand, its material was extremely hard, plus Wu Whale's punch used all of his body's strength. So this punch went down and produced a great impact, and the damage to Wu Whale was not small. Everyone could not help but be very shocked when they saw Wu Whale's painful appearance as he crouched on the ground. They even paid attention to Wu Whale's situation, but Su Zeming still had an indifferent look as he said with a tightly locked brow, "Really boring?" Spitting out a few words indifferently, he turned around and walked towards a more distant place, not even bothering to look at Wu Whale's injuries, not even a word of concern or greeting. This contemptuous and disdainful tone once again deeply pierced Wu Whale's heart, giving him an even greater sense of humiliation. How could he have never imagined that he, the battle wolf, would actually be looked down upon by a little fresh meat, even being defeated by him? This made Wu Whale feel unable to figure it out all the time, and he didn't know what went wrong. Looking at Su Zeming's back as he left, Wu Whale silently said, "How is this possible? Clearly he is a young fresh meat with no hands, yet why was he able to dodge my attack on him and still be unharmed? Things are definitely not that simple. There seems to be something different about this Su Zeming. He has suddenly become very powerful. This is too unscientific." Wu Whale felt very unconvinced. If he just let Su Zeming leave now, then the news that he couldn't beat the little fresh meat would soon spread and everyone would sit on this matter. At that time, it will inevitably be asked by everyone, how the hell am I going to face it at that time? I also cannot give fans a satisfactory answer. People will have a certain opinion about me. In Su Zeming's opinion, it wasn't that he wasn't as capable as Su Zeming, but because he had just been in too much of a hurry. He had messed up for a moment. He now had to adjust his mindset as soon as possible to defeat Su Zeming again and gain opportunities and face for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to convince himself, and this matter would be forever pressed in his heart. Wu Whale suddenly stood up and looked at Su Zeming's back and said loudly, "No, you can't just leave like this. Stop right there. I didn't say I'd let you go. Let's do it again. I don't believe your luck has been this good." Facing Wu Whale issuing another challenge, Su Zeming really didn't want to bother with him anymore. With regards to Wu Whale's stance, Su Zeming already knew it like the back of his hand. He was really too lazy to make a move or to bother with her. If he really let him make a move, perhaps with just a slap, Wu Whale would have already been injured by him, with no room for resistance. Just now when the two were sparring, Su Zeming had been dodging Wu Whale's attacks, and from start to finish he had not made a move. And Su Zeming had his own reasons for doing so. He didn't want everyone to see his true strength. And on the other hand, Su Zeming did feel that Wu Whale was too weak to be worth spending too much of his efforts against it this time. If he was not careful, he would really seriously injure Wu Whale. Chapter 22 Chapter 21 Subverting Perceptions. Su Zeming didn't want to affect the recording of the program, nor did he want to make more people think of him because he had injured Wu Whale. Su Zeming didn't want to get entangled with them. He just wanted to enter the Forbidden Land as soon as possible so that he could raise his dress-up degree and complete his mission. Wu Whale saw Su Zeming ignoring him and not accepting another challenge from him, which made his heart feel extremely uncomfortable. In a hurry, Wu Whale chased after him and tried to reach out to pull Su Zeming's shoulder, only to see Su Zeming slightly sidestepping and easily dodging it. This also completely enraged Wu Whale. He turned his hand and pulled the black gold ancient sword on Su Zeming's back. Without hesitation, he ripped it off with one hand, not realizing that his actions would end up costing him. After the black gold ancient blade was detached from Su Zeming's body, it pressed heavily on Wu Whale's hand. Wu Whale's face changed abruptly as his entire body was yanked down by the pressure of the black gold ancient blade. How is it possible? How could this blade have such a weight? I can't support it at all. Before Wu Whale could react, he planted himself on the ground in front of everyone, his body unable to move. He was only seen lying on the sand, and he had a dog-eat-dog in front of everyone, which embarrassed Wu Whale to the extreme. Images flashed in his mind. Thinking of Su Zeming appearing in front of everyone, he had been carrying this knife. It looked very easy, and now that he was so embarrassed by this knife, this subverted Wu Whale's perception. Also at this moment, it made Wu Whale suspicious of Su Zeming. This Su Zeming, what exactly is he? Could it be that he has been hiding his identity and power? But why is this? Or is there a secret in here that we don't know? What exactly does the program group want? When everyone saw this situation, they also felt a bit puzzled for a moment. The entire live broadcast room also exploded, and they were very dissatisfied with the situation in front of them. The werewolf was a superhero in their minds, and there were no instances of defeat. But now that there was such an accident, people didn't know exactly what the reason was. What the hell is going on here? How could Brother Whale fall all of a sudden? It seems like he's still in a great strain. He's a battle wolf. He's never been in such a sorry state. Did something unexpected happen? Yeah, it might be because after experiencing the crash of the airplane, coupled with the strenuous exercise just now, the body was a bit overwhelmed for a while. That's right, he's a human being, not a god. It's understandable to have a little mistake. It seems that Wu Whale's condition is not very good today. Su Zeming's luck is really good, bumping into Wu Whale's bad form. Otherwise he would have already been beaten to death. This can even muddle through. But the way this Su Zeming looks down on people, he really owes a beating. There's plenty of time for him to suffer later. All of the fans and viewers in the live streaming room, not a single one of them believed in Su Zeming's ability. For this match just now, they all thought that it was because Wu Whale was in bad shape and Su Zeming got away with it. And Wu Whale's heart understood that this was not the case, and he had begun to somewhat doubt life. He quietly lay on the beach, motionless, looking at the sky, instantly feeling that all of this was tasteless. The expression on his face was a bit dull, and his eyes were filled with loss. Su Zeming coldly glanced at Wu Whale, and didn't step forward to pull him up, but only easily picked up his black gold ancient blade and put it back behind himself. This sequence of movements did not appear to have any hesitation before turning around and leaving in a dashing manner. On the side, Yang Mi and Li Fulgence as well as Sun Honlei and the rest of them, each one of them had a baffled look on their faces. They also didn't understand what had just happened, and the fight between Su Zeming and Wu Whale was out of their expectation. Gui Jingfei, who was originally watching from the sidelines, he looked at everyone in shock and asked, "What's the situation? Am I blind? Or am I hallucinating that Battle Wolf Wu Whale lost?" Everyone was also looking at each other, not knowing how to answer this question. Sun Honlei locked his brows and said, "It can't be. Is it possible that they secretly made a deal between the two of them?" Gui Jingfei bristled. This time he was a bit unconvinced by what Sun Honlei said. He had just clearly seen Wu Whale planting himself and Su Zeming leaving in style. Impossible. Wu Whale is really losing. He's already collapsed. Everyone was momentarily immersed in the images they had just seen, and it was really a bit difficult to extricate themselves, and they were speculating wildly here, also not believing that Wu Whale had lost to Su Zeming. Even they started to make excuses for Wu Whale so that they felt a little more comfortable in their hearts. Alright, Wu Whale is a battle wolf. If he didn't intentionally give way to Su Zeming, how could Su Zeming leave? You're also right. It seems that Wu Whale is receiving favors, and they are purposely competing there. That must be it. I didn't realize that this young man nowadays has a really big face. Su Zeming actually has the ability to buy off the werewolf as well. A few people were quietly discussing here. Perhaps this explanation right now was the only way to make their hearts feel balanced. Otherwise, for them to accept this result in front of them, everyone would feel overwhelmed. Everyone felt that in front of interests, perhaps everything could have other results. On the side, Yang Mi and Li Fengyun as well as Fatty and the others, their expressions looked a little weird. Their gazes were always still on Su Zeming's body, their eyes filled with admiration. And in their hearts, they were all thinking the same thing at this moment. They all felt that Su Zeming was too handsome. It was the hero in their hearts that made them have a different favor and understanding of Su Zeming. In the backstage of the program group, a staff member came to the side of the chief director Yen Jun, who said with a respectful face, "Director Yen, it's still you if you don't say so. This arrangement of yours is really too good." Yen Jun was confused by his staff's words, not knowing what exactly he was referring to. What did I arrange? I don't know what you're talking about. Of course it's this matter of making Wu Whale lose to Su Zeming. I have to say it's really a high trick. What's there to see if War Wolf Wu Whale wins? At this point in time it has to be a blowout, so that the topic is more interesting. The staff was frowning there, seemingly filled with infinite fantasies about this matter. Hearing Yen Jun here, he suddenly reacted at this time, hoping that everyone thought that this was an arrangement by the program's team to have Wu Whale intentionally lose to Su Zeming. This was all a script that he had arranged in advance. Yen Jun really felt wronged. This matter was also unknown to him. He really didn't arrange it this way. Don't talk nonsense. I really don't know about this matter. I can swear to you all. Chapter 23 Chapter 22 The Heat Soars. Yen Jun clarified this matter in front of his employees, and people didn't expect such an unexpected result. At the same time, because of this matter, it once again triggered a heated discussion among the audience, and the popularity of the live broadcast room skyrocketed. Yen Jun looked at the scene in front of him. He was just as baffled as everyone else, and was somewhat unable to believe in the face of this result. Even if he had the intention of arranging it, the opposite side was War Wolf. He simply didn't have the ability to convince and let him lose to a little fresh meat in front of the camera. Yen Jun couldn't help but shake his head as he even thought about what would happen to him if he made such a request in front of the War Wolf. It was estimated that the War Wolf would give him a punch. He didn't have the guts to take the risk. However, the situation that had just happened made it impossible for him to explain. Looking at the staff looking at herself with a face of adoration, Yen Jun no longer said anything more. She knew that all these explanations were pointless. It would only get darker and darker. It would be better to acquiesce herself. As long as people continued to pay attention to this matter, the effect would be good. The heat of this program had long exceeded their expectations. Yen Jun didn't want to think about these messy things anymore. There was more work to deal with at the moment. Don't all freeze. Hurry up and get to work. The recent hard feelings have been hotly discussed on the internet. Have the colleague in charge of managing the drone camera make sure to pay more attention to Su Zeming's status and stay on constant alert. Be bound to record all of his every move, not being able to miss anything, and maybe even catch other news. Be serious. There must not be any mistakes in this program, or else get the hell out. The staff nodded obediently, and they were all doing their duty. They also knew the importance of this program, and now understood what Chief Director Yen Jun meant. Yen Jun watched as the staff went back to work again, and only then did he hush his breath. In the middle of the desert, War Wolf Wu Whale was defeated miserably, and he remained still in the desert for a long time, unable to accept this result. By the time he reacted, he didn't know how much time had passed. He knew that he couldn't just fall down like that, and that he still had to face what he had to face. He had to reluctantly climb up and return to his original position. Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei saw that Battle Wolf was a bit lost, and they rushed forward to comfort him. Wu Whale, you don't have to be too concerned. Your physical state isn't very good. Everyone can understand. Yeah, next is our adventure. We still have to count on you? You can't be too overworked. Take a good rest first. Wait for us to save up enough energy so that we can continue the next part of our journey. Everyone gave Wu Whale a step down, and knew that Wu Whale was in a bad mood right now, and didn't dare to say a word more, lest they get themselves into trouble. Wu Whale accepted it gladly. He had slowly conditioned his mind and then came to the side to rest. Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei glanced at each other. They knew that the person they couldn't offend the most was War Wolf Wu Whale, because in their eyes, Wu Whale was the most powerful one, and in the next adventure, they would still need his help, so they had to get on good terms, so as to ensure their next safety. As for Su Zeming, from the beginning to the end, they had no hope, and always felt that his ice-cold appearance could not be relied upon. After all, luck was something that sometimes really delayed things, and they didn't want to bet on it. Everyone stayed in place to rest, waiting for the program's next arrangements and plans. After all, they had just experienced an airplane explosion, and to completely recover their spirits, they really needed some time. Being in the middle of this vast desert made everyone feel insecure, and they didn't know exactly where they were, nor did they dare to walk around freely or even leave everyone. Before the program team gave the order, they could only stay put. If they got lost in this desert, they would have to face life and death again, which was too scary for them. Soon, news really did come from the program group's side. In order to facilitate them being able to contact each other, the program group was very considerate and equipped them with a satellite phone. The satellite phone was on Wu Whale's body at the moment, and when the phone's voice rang, Yen Jun's voice came from the opposite side. Gentlemen, for what just happened to all of you, On behalf of the program team, I would like to sincerely apologize to you. It was indeed an accident and something we didn't expect, and I'm glad that everyone is safe and sound. Hearing this voice, several people gathered around without hesitation. Only Su Zeming remained at a distance of more than 200 meters from them, not doing anything at all, as if he didn't care about any of this, and as if this matter didn't have much to do with him. When Li Fao saw Su Zeming's indifference, his heart was a little anxious. Su Zeming, hurry up and come over. The director is on the phone. You should listen together. But no matter how much Li Yun shouted, Su Zeming acted as if he didn't hear, still sitting there without moving. Instantly also let Li Yun feel very embarrassed. Did not expect Su Zeming does not give him a little face. At the same time, Li Yun's emotions were a bit lost. He felt very difficult in his heart. Wei Jingfei glanced at Li Sun, then said comfortingly, forget it, you still don't know what kind of virtue he has. If you don't listen, just don't listen. We ourselves know how to go about it. Convey the message to him later. What are you bothering for? Li Fao also had no choice but to give up. There was nothing anyone could do about Su Zeming's stubbornness and indifference. All of them were listening carefully to Yin Jun's explanations and arrangements so that everyone would have their own plans as soon as possible. First of all, to tell you all the good news, we have also contacted the captain of the airplane on our side, and they have also escaped safely. It's also safe at the moment. It's just that you guys got separated during the escape. When everyone was informed of this news, everyone's expression felt a bit ashamed, because they were too panicked during their escape. They didn't think of the captain at all, leaving him behind. But thankfully, he also escaped without incident, and it was considered that he didn't leave everyone with any regrets. But they also had to face a problem. Although everyone managed to escape, but all the luggage and prepared things, all of them disappeared with the airplane blowing up. They have nothing left. Still not knowing what to do next, Wei Jingfei was also very concerned about this issue. Director, although we are all safe and sound, but the luggage is all on the plane. It is estimated that it has long been reduced to ashes. What can we do next? We don't have anything around us, except for Wu Whale, who had taken his large backpack by hand when he got off the plane. Everything else had been reduced to ashes. Chapter 24 Chapter 23 The feeling of wanting to cry without tears. The director was also the first to give an answer to this question. He had also already learned about these situations a long time ago, and had already prepared other supplies as well. But there was no way for these houses to be handed over to everyone for a while. After all, the black storm hadn't completely subsided. The program group also didn't dare to take any more risks and let other planes enter the desert to drop supplies to everyone. But in this situation, Yen Jun also had to inform everyone so that they could find a way to get through the difficult times. Everyone stay calm. I've already prepared the supplies for you, and they will be re-delivered. It's just that there is now a problem that you all need to overcome. The black storm in this desert has not completely disappeared yet, and the airplanes cannot enter for the time being. The weather station expects the black storm to completely subside only during the day tomorrow, so that means our planes will deliver supplies to you tomorrow. This is going to be difficult for everyone, so work hard tonight, overcome the difficulties in front of you and protect yourself. After Yen Jun explained these things, he hung up the phone in his hand. Everyone's expressions were abnormal. One by one, they were lost to the extreme. They looked at each other in all directions and instantly paralyzed on the ground. It was because the next challenge for them was not simple at all. Although it was just a night, there was no telling what would happen. Tomorrow, we'll overcome it on our own. This makes no sense. Wu Jingfei also had a helpless look on his face, and everyone had a feeling of wanting to cry. The director's words really made them lose their minds instantly to the extreme, along with a feeling of being discarded. Although they knew that there was no way out at the moment, it was a bit difficult to make them accept it. They were now in the middle of the desert, and even if there were no other resources, water was indispensable. Hunger could still be endured, but if they lacked water, they might really die. When Wu Whale saw everyone's listlessness, he had no choice but to pacify them and bring back their confidence. You guys just don't need to worry. It's just one night. There should be no problem. I brought enough water. We'll be here for a day and a night. Nothing should happen. Wu Whale proudly patted his backpack, and everyone was relieved. They even praised Wu Whale. If it wasn't for Wu Whale's foresight, now they still didn't know what kind of bad situation they would be in. As long as they solved the problem of water, they would have more chances and even be able to continue to hold on. Sun Honglei looked at Wu Whale with a face of adoration and said, if not, why don't you say that Warwolf is reliable? With the luggage of the whole team, only yours survived, and there's so much water, we're right to follow you. We still need you to take care of us later. Yang Mi and Fatty, as well as Li Fulgence and the rest of them, also cast admiring and approving gazes at Wu Whale at this time. It felt like having such a reliable and experienced big brother in the team was really reassuring at critical moments. Otherwise, they would definitely be scattered now, not knowing what to do. The fans were also quick to notice Wu Whale's backpack, and they too turned from worried to relieved. See, this is the awesome thing about the war wolf, and it also deeply reflects his quality. It's really thoughtful. This war wolf's wilderness survival experience is very rich. This program is tailor-made for him. Everyone has battle wolf Wu Whale's care. There won't be any problems, otherwise it would really be too miserable. Although the time is not long, but they are in the desert. Not drinking water for a day and a night will have serious consequences. Su Zeming is also too out of place, actually making special arrangements by himself, not even listening to the director's arrangements, just knowing to act cool there. Everyone was still very reproachful towards Su Zeming. Wei Jingfei and Sun Honlei kept patting their asses. There were also a few female stars casting admiring and approving gazes, temporarily making Wu Whale feel a lot more comfortable in his heart. He proudly patted his backpack, followed by a frown. When everyone saw Wu Whale's expression, they followed suit and became worried. What's wrong, brother Whale? What's wrong? Why do you look a bit nervous? Don't have an accident? Everyone was asking anxiously, and Wu Whale didn't know how to open his mouth to explain to everyone. But this matter is also impossible to hide. He opened his mouth with some difficulty. Oh no, I was on the airplane before. It seems like I took all the water out and put it separately, and now inside the backpack, there is only half a bottle of mineral water left. How can this be? When everyone heard this bolt from the blue, they were really a bit unable to accept it for a moment. They were all elated just now, and now all of a sudden they fell into an abyss of 10,000 feet. All of them tensed up along with it, and everyone had a sad look on their faces. Now it could be rightly said that they wanted to cry, and all of them froze in place. When Wu Whale saw everyone's disappointed looks, he also looked very embarrassed. Brother Whale, you're not joking with everyone. You know how desperate this feeling is. Yeah, it's better to not have it in the first place. We can still accept it. Isn't this killing everyone? Wei Jingfei and Sun Honlei, who had just been praising, had a hint of complaint in their tone. Wu Whale knew that he was the one who was reckless, and he had no choice but to keep apologizing to everyone. Sorry, this matter is indeed my fault. It's me who didn't understand the situation and gave you guys hope. How about this? I'll contribute all of this remaining half bottle of mineral water. I promise you guys, I won't drink a single sip, so don't be angry. Wu Whale looked at the half bottle of mineral water in his hand and handed it out with some reluctance, but everyone revealed expressions of disgust and involuntarily ducked backward. Wei Jingfei and Sun Honlei also smiled awkwardly and politely declined Wu Whale's kindness. They also didn't receive half a bottle of mineral water, and everyone at this point looked embarrassed. Brother Whale, let's all hang in there. It's only one night. It shouldn't be a problem. You take it back first. We can't take away the only half bottle of water you have left. How embarrassing. Wu Whale didn't care when she saw that everyone had rejected his good intentions, and there was even a hint of dislike. At the same time, he could also understand everyone's feelings. After all, the situation was a bit special right now, and he should take the responsibility of leading the whole team, helping everyone to formulate their next plan, not letting everyone panic. After thinking about this, Wu Whale also gathered his courage. Since the situation is now like this, why don't we all plan what's next? I have experience in wilderness survival. Why don't I say a few words of my own? Everyone did not dismiss Wu Whale's face, and one by one, they nodded. That's right. In this situation now, all of us can only rely on you. You must lead everyone. Chapter 25 Chapter 24 Wu Whale assumes captain duties. Wu Whale saw that everyone's consent had been sought, and he was instantly relieved. Hopefully, his performance at this point in time would once again restore everyone's confidence in him. The good image he had in everyone's mind couldn't just crumble away like this. Thanks for your trust. I will definitely do my best to take care of everyone's safety. Hearing Wu Whale's assurance, everyone's hearts felt much better. There was no need to think too much about it now. It was necessary to solve these problems at hand as soon as possible, and see how to get through this night. That was the main thing. Brother Whale, you must not be modest. All of us listen to you. How about this? All of us let Wu Whale become the captain. You command us to do something. Hearing such a request from everyone, Wu Whale didn't shirk his responsibility. He assumed it. Looking a little proud, Wu Whale began to take up the captain's accent, discussing the current situation with everyone and helping them with their ideas. After careful consideration, Wu Whale finally stated his suggestions and intentions. Let's do it this way. Before our supplies arrive, let's set up camp where we are and get our spirits up. Never run around and deplete your strength. Wait for the program's supplies to arrive tomorrow and everything will be fine. Right now we are seriously lacking in water resources, and it would be very dangerous to walk in the desert. Wu Whale's words were also aptly said, and everyone very much agreed with him. After what happened just now, everyone no longer wanted to run for their lives, nor did they want to use up their physical strength. Who would still want to walk around? Secrecy was important to them right now, not to mention that in the middle of this vast desert, they had long since lost track of where they should go. Everyone nodded and unanimously passed Wu Whale's proposal. Li Fulgence stood up trembling, his eyes looking towards Su Zining on the side, still a bit relieved. Since we've all made a decision, I'll go inform Su Zining about this matter. Yang Ni stepped forward to assist Li Fengyan, then said with concern, "You can't move well, I'll help you over together." Lu Shishir, who was on the side, also stood up and went forward to assist Li Shun. The two people behaving like this at the same time made everyone feel a little strange. The gazes of the crowd fell on their bodies, also instantly making them feel a little embarrassed. But they didn't know how to explain, so they just pretended to be calm there. Wei Jingfei and Sun Honlei looked at each other, and they revealed helpless expressions. They were both people from the past. How could they not see what a few little girls were thinking? Wei Jingfei couldn't help but quietly spit in Sun Honlei's ear. Really? This world is also too unfair. These little girls also only look at the face. It's really a bit hard for me to figure out. It seems that this Su Zining has already made these several little girls spring into action. Isn't this a bit too obvious? A few people are scrambling to be the first. They all want to go and care for Su Zining. They aren't afraid of eating a closed door. Sun Honglei bowed his head and didn't say anything, seeing through it so as not to embarrass everyone. He only heard Gui Jingfei's tirade. After all, this kind of thing can't go around talking about it. Yang Ni saw everyone's strange looks, which also made his heart feel a little twisted. No matter what, he didn't want everyone to speculate or point behind his back. You guys don't think too much. I don't have any other meaning. I'm just worried that Li Fao's legs are not convenient. The one I want to help is him. You guys, this eyes are too scary. Yang Ni's explanation at this moment, but it looked like he was a bit vain. Yeah, that's what I mean too. Lu Shishir also looked a bit embarrassed. Both of them were here to stay. Just when the atmosphere was very awkward, he didn't expect Su Zining's side to move. He suddenly stood up, then carrying his own backpack, he walked over towards them. Li Fao looked at Yang Mi and Lu Shishir and said excitedly, "He's coming over. It seems like he has figured it out and is wanting to face the difficulties with all of us." Several people felt happy. They looked at Su Zining with expectant eyes and couldn't help but show admiration. When Wu Whale saw everyone's attention towards Su Zining, she instantly felt very unhappy in her heart. Originally, she wanted to take out the food in her backpack and share it. Although she didn't have enough water resources, it wasn't so bad that everyone would starve. There were some canned food and compressed cookies in the backpack, although these things would not normally be in everyone's eyes. But in this time of crisis, this was indeed a rare delicacy. When Sun Honlei and Gui Jingfei saw these foods, they had long been unable to hold back and their stomachs were rumbling. He came to us at this time. Doesn't he just want to find some food? Who doesn't know that bit of his mind? Usually pretending to be aloof, but this time he is active, afraid that he will be forgotten. In the end, it's still not to return to our midst, still thinking how powerful he is. Wu Whale spat on Su Zining in front of everyone, thinking that Su Zining was just here to share the food. At the same time, the viewers in the live broadcast room had the same idea as Wu Whale, and one by one, they were all misunderstanding Su Zining. What Wu Whale said was also heard clearly by several female stars, making them feel a bit uncomfortable in their hearts. We are all in this together. There is no need to be so catty or even treat them differently. But due to the relationship between everyone, they didn't say anything more and let Wu Whale spit there. The fans' mouths were even more vicious, saying many things to discredit Su Zining. This Su Zining is really funny. If he really went to share the food, isn't his eating a bit too ugly? Isn't he very ambitious? Then just keep pretending. Let's see how he ends up this time. I thought he would always be that cold. So he needs to eat too? If it were me, I'd be really embarrassed. This kind of behavior of his is simply unacceptable. It's best if everyone doesn't share food with him. Let's see what he does. That's right. It's not like we can starve him to death in a day. Let him get independent there. The people in the live broadcast room blamed Su Zining, fearing that Su Zining would eat Wu Whale's food from them. One by one, they sneered at Su Zining, and some even uttered insults. The scene seemed to be a bit out of control, with people saying everything. There were even some extreme fans and viewers who were prepared to record this segment on the screen and then deliberately edit it. Later on, with this video, they would be able to go hack Su Zining and even get more airplay on the internet. And because of this video, Su Zining would also be repeatedly flogged and executed at any time, forever becoming black material that could not be erased. Chapter 26 Chapter 25 Him Su Zining's Choice. On the internet, people could also attack him at will and become the center of attention for everyone. Seeing Su Zining approaching step by step, they all looked a little excited. Looking forward to the next scene, Wu Whale also didn't want to make the atmosphere awkward. He casually picked up a piece of compressed cracker and slowly said, "I am not too fond of this person Su Zining, mainly because he is too unsympathetic. It's really annoying, but we're on the same team now after all." and I'm a person whose greatest strength is that I'm magnanimous. As long as he's willing to bow down, I won't begrudge this bit of food and let him ride out the difficulties with us. As soon as Wu Whale's words fell, Su Zining had already arrived in front of them. Wu Whale slowly closed his eyes. A smug smile appeared on his face as he fantasized about Su Zining bowing down to him. It made him feel very refreshed. And as everyone looked at Wu Whale's expression, they also felt that he had gone a little too far. But now that Su Zining was already standing in front of everyone, no one wanted to create a conflict. All of them looked at Su Zining with curious gazes, wanting to know what he would do next. But Su Zining's next move was completely out of their expectation. Also once again, Wu Whale's hopes were dashed. The indifferent Su Zining directly skipped over them and continued to walk forward without stopping his footsteps. And Wu Whale's hand holding the compressed cookies stayed there awkwardly. And the lines he had just prepared were not worthy of use, making him choke a bit. The atmosphere appeared very quiet, and in the end, it was Li Fulgence who broke this awkwardness. He anxiously inquired, Su Zining, where are you going? It's dangerous here. You mustn't walk around freely. Let's rest here for now and wait for rescue supplies. When Su Zining heard Li Foul's voice, he eventually stopped. This place is not suitable for setting up camp. It's better to find another place. Indifferently throwing down these words, Su Zining continued to walk forward, not paying attention to everyone. Everyone looked at Su Zining's back as he left. One by one, they looked at each other and were also embarrassed. At the same time, they also looked a little anxious. And after Wu Whale reacted, he was so angry that he was trembling. What exactly does this Su Zining mean? Isn't it a bit too unseemly? He says he's leaving without even consulting everyone. That's disrespectful to us. If we were all like him, wouldn't we be in a mess? There's simply no rules at all. Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei also looked at Su Zining's behavior and both agreed with Wu Whale's statement. They also hoped that everyone would have a discussion and get through the difficult times safely. If they were all as free as Su Zining and were unorganized and undisciplined, there was no telling how many dangers and difficulties they would encounter. But Su Zining's stubbornness was not something they could change, and they could only let Su Zining walk around as he pleased. Don't mind him. Anyway, in the middle of this vast desert, he won't be able to last alone. By the time he suffers, he will naturally come back. Let's do what we need to do. Wei Jingfei also had the attitude of putting Su Zining under pressure, not caring what Su Zining did, as long as they were united. As for what Su Zining thought, he no longer cared. Always paying attention all the time would also make him feel labored. Wu Whale also had no choice but not to care and continued to sit down and eat with everyone else. Right now, they could only fill their stomachs and slowly recuperate. And they also hoped that the black storm would pass as soon as possible and that the rescue supplies would arrive smoothly. Just as everyone was getting ready to eat, Li Yun's behavior became even more odd. He anxiously took a few food items and chased after them in the direction of the stop. Li Foul, what are you doing? This is rations for all of us. Wu Whale anxiously inquired and tried to stop Li Foul, but Li Foul didn't care about everyone's eyes. He was a little worried about Su Zining, and was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. He was also afraid that Su Zining didn't have food and was too embarrassed to come to them. I'm going to look for Su Zining. Didn't you guys hear that he said that we can't set up camp here? I don't think he should be talking nonsense. He still has a reason for saying so, and I don't feel comfortable with him being alone, said Li Fengyun, ignoring his inconvenience, limped out. In a hurry, he followed behind Su Zining and said loudly, Su Zining, wait for me, don't go so fast. I'll go wherever you go. I'll follow you no matter what I say. Li Foul's tone was firm as he left everyone without hesitation. It wasn't clear if his decision was right or wrong. Anyway, she didn't regret it. When Sun Honglei saw Li Foul make such a move, he was also a bit shocked. Li Foul, you must not be impulsive. The desert is very dangerous. It's not a wise choice for you to break away from the army at this time. Su Zining's temper is still so foul. You have to think clearly. But at this moment, Li Fengyun, he had already not listened to persuasion. His heart was secretly determined. Yang Ni also stood up. He walked towards Li Foul. Not the two of them. I will also go over with Li Foul. There's also me. I'll also join. Several people made their positions known. They were all willing to follow Su Zining. This made Wu Whale and Gui Jingfei, as well as Fatty and the others on the side, a bit unable to accept it for a moment. It also felt that their actions were a bit too abrupt. This was not something to joke about. Wu Whale stood up somewhat unhappily, but still said very politely, what's wrong with all of you? This is not the time to get carried away. It's better to think it over. Su Zining can't be relied on. He's not only a little bit good looking. Can you guys name any other advantages he has? It's important to save your lives now. You guys are going to pay a price for this reckless decision. Wu Whale hoped that his persuasion would make everyone give up these unreliable thoughts. Now was not the time to be impulsive. But it seemed that this statement of Wu Whale's did not receive the approval and support of several people. Su Zeming indeed already had an indelible position in their hearts. There is, when the airplane exploded, he was the one who saved us. That's why I believe in him. Without him, would there be us now? Li Fao did answer very decisively. Su Zeming did give her a sense of security, and he also spoke from his heart. Not only that, Li Zhu also boldly snatched the cookies from Gui Jingfei's hands, not hesitating to put them amongst her own food and take them away together. Seeing the actions of several people, Wu Whale was also helpless. A few people didn't give up on the idea. Instead, they even hit on the idea of food. Seeing that Wu Whale still had some food here, they quickly took it over. After completing this, Yang Mi and Lu Shishir assisted Li Fengyan, and the few people walked out. Chapter 27 Chapter 26 Asking Su Zeming for help. Sun Honglei looked at Wu Whale with a difficult face and inquired, I say Captain, they're all disobeying orders. What do you think we should do? Are we going to follow them over there, or are we going to continue to set up camp here? It's always a bit bad for everyone to be separated like this. You'd better make a decision as soon as possible. Although they were now full of food and drink, they really wanted to rest here, but their team was in tatters, and there were still so many spectators watching them. Every move they made would attract all sorts of different things to say. If Su Zeming had left alone, they would have been able to say so, but now that several female stars had also run out, they were still afraid of being scolded by the audience, thinking that they were heartless and didn't know how to be compassionate. When Wu Whale heard Sun Honglai's inquiry, he was also overwhelmed by anger and lost his mind for a moment. Don't care about them, it's their own choice. Let's just stay here. I've just observed it as well. The terrain here is the best. This sandy slope can just help shield us from the wind and sand. If we leave here, we still don't know where we'll settle down. Looking for a place is also physically demanding, so let them toss and turn. Li Fao and the others will understand what kind of person Su Zeming is if they suffer some hardships. Looking at people is not based on their face alone. Wu Whale's words also won the approval of Gui Jingfei and Sun Honglei once again. They were Wu Whale's loyal fans and had always followed in his footsteps, as well as kissing his ass from time to time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to let Wu Whale be the captain. And in their eyes, Wu Whale was calm and steady in all matters, and was also thoughtful, always planning for everyone, able to give them a sense of security. The fans in the live broadcast room saw Su Zeming's actions, once again causing them to become dissatisfied and angry. Some people directly cursed, not giving Su Zeming any face and not being afraid of hurting him. This Su Zeming is so unbearable, making a demon every now and then. He can't stop even at this time. It's fine for him to seek death on his own. Now he's actually dragging Yang Mi and the others along. It's simply excessive to the extreme. He has to play with his young master's temper at all times. It's simply unbelievable. Could it be that just because he is handsome, he can act recklessly and make everyone follow his orders? It's simply delusional. These few actresses were also mesmerized by her and made such a confused choice. I also don't know what the program group really means. Allowing such a young master like Su Zeming to participate is simply giving us a hard time. Everyone spat out the unhappiness in their hearts, feeling that it was Su Zeming who had dragged the entire team down. Especially seeing Yang Mi and Li Fulgence and their actions made the fans hate Su Zeming. Some people spoke harshly, but they were also concerned. They were afraid that Yang Mi and the others would suffer and even be in danger if they followed Su Zeming. As for Su Zeming at this moment, he didn't slow down his pace because of Yang Mi and the others, and what he left behind was always an indifferent back. Li Yuzhang originally had injuries on his legs. His actions were a little slow, and he had been enduring the pain, but Su Zeming was very fast, and it was really a struggle for them to follow at this time. Li Yun's fair little face has long since lost its blood color, is also sweating profusely. A few people have been a little haggard, constantly wiping the sweat. The appearance is really heartbreaking. I don't know how long I've been walking. The weather, which was originally gloomy because of the black storm, seemed to gradually give up. At this time it was also in the afternoon. The desert sun was poisonous, hanging in midair like a fireball, mercilessly scorching the earth. In such an environment, the moisture on each of them was rapidly evaporating, and one of them was sweating profusely. It was even more difficult to walk, and it seemed that every step made an effort. Several people had already been panting from exhaustion long ago, and they also had dry mouths, usually rosy lips. This will have long been dry and cracked. Yang Mi could not hold on any longer and wanted Su Zeming to wait for them and give them some help. He gathered his courage and then said loudly, Su Zeming, don't walk so fast. Wait for us. We really can't walk anymore. It really hadn't been easy for them to hold on until now. Originally, they wanted to rest several times, but there was no way Su Zeming would not give them such an opportunity. In order to be able to catch up with Su Zeming, they were only able to follow with their heads, but now they really couldn't hold on. If they didn't trouble Su Zeming again, they were going to faint in the middle of this desert. Thinking about it made them feel terrible, but Su Zeming didn't seem to hear Yang Mi's plea for help. Instead, his footsteps sped up even more. Yang Ni's tears were filled with anxiety. He didn't know what method to use to get Su Ziniying's attention. Looking back again, they were already a long distance away from the previous sandy slope as well. If they were to turn back at this time, it would be impossible. What's more, if they went back at this time, they didn't know how they would be ridiculed by them. Yang Ni had no choice but to clench his teeth, and Lu Shishir assisted Li Fenghuang to continue walking forward. There was no goal in their hearts and they didn't know when the end would come. Seeing how difficult it was for Li Yan now, Yang Ni's heart was also a little angry. He wanted to grab the last bit of hope, and he also hoped that Su Ziniying would have a bit of sympathy. Yang Ni raised his voice once again and shouted at Su Ziniying. Su Ziniying, it's fine if you don't care about us, but Li Zhanyuan is still a wounded man. Can you really bear it? Did you hear what I said? Can't you just stop? Li Fao saw that Yang Ni was a bit angry and even blamed Su Ziniying a bit for his behavior. He panted and said, Sister Mi, don't be angry. I'm fine, I can hold on a little longer. You can't blame him. This was originally our own decision. We took the initiative to follow through. He was originally like this. It's useless for you to talk to her. Yang Ni heard Li Fulgence being so understanding, and was still speaking for Su Ziniying at this time. It was clear that he was already very weak, but he still wanted to hold on. His heart was really hard. Tears also flowed anxiously, unable to voice the grievances in his heart. They usually never suffered like this, and now not only did they have to endure it, but they also had to be ignored. Originally, they all had great confidence, but they didn't expect to be caught in a dilemma now. Most of all, the ruthless Su Ziniying was ignoring them, appearing as if the few of them were backpedaling, becoming a joke in everyone's eyes. You're still speaking for him. I've never seen such a cold and heartless person. No emotion at all. Yang Ni spat angrily and pouted. Chapter 28, Chapter 27, Li Fengxian has an accident. Yang Ni didn't want to talk too much, but he didn't expect Su Ziniying to actually have this kind of attitude, so he couldn't help but spit it out. When Li Fao heard Yang Ni say that Su Ziniying was not, his heart felt a little uncomfortable. Right now, Su Ziniying was in Li Ziniying's heart. That very important. He even felt that Su Ziniying had his own reasons for doing anything. Having reached this point, Li Zhua still didn't hesitate to help Su Ziniying and didn't want anyone to make things difficult for him. When the fans in the live broadcast saw Li Zhulan's situation, they too felt very anxious and couldn't even forgive Su Ziniying for what he had done. This Su Ziniying, he's just going to be furious, whether he has a heart or not, and he doesn't know what he's going to do. If something really happened to Li Fao, she absolutely cannot be spared. How could she be so cold and heartless? Li Fao looks very difficult right now. Ni has informed him of the situation more than once. He's so ungentlemanly. That's right. How can there be such an outrageous person in this world? It seems that all his previous comments were really not empty. Li Fao shouldn't have followed Su Ziniying in the first place. He should have stayed properly with Battle Wolf and the others, slowly recuperating his body. Look at Wu Whale and the others. How free and comfortable they are now. They are lying there resting. These girls are really asking for it. The fans were all a bit sniveling, but their discussion had no effect on Su Ziniying because Su Ziniying didn't care about that at all. He had his own intentions and plans in his heart, and would not change himself because of any one person. On the other side, Battle Wolf Wu Whale and Sun Honglei, after sharing the food, a few people had laid down behind the sandy slope and fell asleep. After going through all that, everyone was also feeling a bit exhausted, and now they had to recuperate and then go to recover their strength. Hopefully, they would be able to get through this night safely. The black storm gradually subsided and the sun slowly revealed itself. At first, this sandy slope was right in the shade and everyone couldn't get any sun. At the same time, the temperature also rose, and a few people felt very comfortable and also slept well here. But as the temperature slowly rises, the sun also hangs high. The shadow behind the sand slope gradually disappears. Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei, a few people. I was also instantly exposed to the sun. This made them feel uncomfortable, and as the temperature rose, the water in everyone's body evaporated. Having just eaten some more compressed cookies, everyone felt thirsty, and at first they were still enduring, but then they couldn't hold on. Gui Jingfei sat up with a grunt as he panted heavily. I just can't hold on anymore. I feel like my entire body is going to be dried up. I need to drink water, otherwise I'm going to die. Gui Jingfei's voice was a little hoarse, and he felt like his throat was going to smoke. The entire body felt like it was being roasted, and everyone was sweating profusely. Sun Honglei on the side had the same reaction. They didn't know exactly where to go to hide. Wu Whale thought carefully. They only had half a bottle of mineral water left now. They simply couldn't sustain themselves. Why don't you guys make do for a while? Said Wu Whale tentatively handing out the mineral water. Before she could finish her sentence, Gui Jingfei grabbed half a bottle of mineral water, drinking it without a trace of disdain. Sun Honglei looked at Gui Jingfei's appearance. He anxiously stepped forward to fight for it. Leave me a little bit. don't drink it all. It was hard to snatch the water bottle from Gui Jingfei's hands. He didn't hesitate to directly drink it all. Wu Wei looked at Gui Jingfei and Sun Honlei, which also made her feel speechless. Before, they both looked disgusted, but they didn't expect that now it had become a sought-after item. Seeing that not a single drop of water was left, Wu Wei said with a grumbling face, "You guys are also too heartless. You actually didn't leave me a single drop. You guys are trying to let me die of thirst here." Wu Wei looked at the empty bottle and also instantly felt some despair. The next thing everyone could do was to endure. There was no other way out anymore. There was no telling how long it would be until the supplies arrived. When Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei heard Wu Wei say this, they also looked helpless. "Captain Whale, what exactly should we do next? If we continue to be sunburned like this, we will soon die. We have to think of a solution as soon as possible." Gui Jingfei and Sun Honglei urged Wu Wei. They really couldn't hold on any longer. They only felt weak and sweat was running down their cheeks. There was no time to wipe it off. They looked around with difficulty, but realized that there was simply no shady place to go. Wu Wei also had a helpless look on his face as he carefully considered it and said, "The best thing to do now is to continue to stay here and not move. I believe we can pull through." Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei heard this news, making them feel desperate. Once again, they collapsed to the ground powerlessly, but they quickly climbed up in the next second. These sands were boiling hot from the sun. The human body simply couldn't withstand it, which made them fidget a bit. Sun Honglei looked at the time. He said very anxiously, "It's only 1 o'clock. I don't know when it will get better. I can't even hold on for a minute." "Yeah, how long do I have to wait?" Both of them complained a bit. After all, the proposal to stay in place and set up camp was something that Wu Wei had said. Now that it had become like this, their hearts felt uncomfortable and they didn't even know if they could succeed in the challenge. And at this moment, Su Zeming had long gone out of sight. In such a situation, walking was going to consume moisture faster than staying in place. In Wu Wei's opinion, Su Zeming's current situation was a little more tragic than theirs. Just thinking about this made their hearts feel a lot better. Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei similarly felt that staying here was the wisest choice. And in the middle of the desert, the few people who had been walking forward against the big sun, Yang Mi, at this moment, they had already stumbled and felt like they couldn't hold on anymore. What's more, Li Fao was still injured, and he was even weaker in comparison. "Sister Mi, isn't it getting dark? I seem to see stars." The words just fell, only to see Li Fao's legs go soft, and his whole body fell down. Even he began to speak nonsense, and slowly his consciousness became blurred. When this suddenly happened, Yang Mi and Lu Shirshir were startled and also looked a bit flustered. "Li Fao, what's wrong with you? You mustn't scare us. Quickly wake up. Persistence is victory." But no matter how Yang Mi and Lu Shirshir shouted, Li Zhanyuan still fainted. His body was already in an overdraft condition. Chapter 29 Chapter 28 Desperate Cry for Help. Yang Mi and Lu Shirshir looked at the unconscious Li Zhanyuan in front of them, and they were instantly very scared. If something really happened to Li Fengyan, they would also feel very sad and blame themselves. But in the middle of such a desert, they had no supplies and didn't know how to save themselves. "Su Zeming, help! Li Zuming, he fainted. Please stop and think of a way to help us." Yang Mi still put his last hope on Su Zeming, hoping that Su Zeming would be able to step in at this time. However, no matter how Yang Mi cried out, Su Zeming ignored them and did not give them any hope. He walked forward on his own, and Lu Shirshir was also fidgeting at this time. The two let go of their voices and shouted for help towards Su Zeming, but Su Zeming didn't pay any attention to their hoarse looks. Watching Su Zeming's back getting more and more blurred, Yang Mi and Lu Shirshir sat paralyzed on the ground, and a hint of despair appeared in their eyes. Tears involuntarily flowed down, but they never gave up on Li Zhua. "Sister Mi, what do you think we should do? Do we really have to die in the desert like this? Li Zhua's situation seems to be very dangerous. Will he really be alright? If I had known this, I wouldn't have followed him here. God bless. Don't let anything happen to Li Chu, otherwise I'm going to hate myself to death." Lu Shirshir cried while saying these words. Why wouldn't Yang Mi think the same way? He now really regretted that he should have stopped Li Fao in the first place and shouldn't have made such an impulsive decision. At the very least staying, they might have a little hope and even the help of others. Yang Mi saw the pale-faced Li Shun. He also hated to give himself a few slaps, but it was useless to say this now. They reached a point of dilemma. The live broadcast room also instantly exploded, and everyone also saw Li Fao fainting. My goodness, is this Su Zeming still a human being or not? Didn't he hear Sister Mi's plea for help and actually left alone? He really saw death and saved her. He's not a man at all. He's clearly a cold-blooded and heartless monster. The program group is also blind. Letting such a person participate, it's really infuriating. So heartbroken for Li Zhanyuan. I hope this time he can get through it peacefully, but nothing must happen. Earlier it was also said that it was Su Zeming who saved Li Chuing. There must be something wrong with this matter. How could Su Zining be so enthusiastic? He is simply hard-hearted. Once again, everyone began to talk about Su Zining's behavior, feeling that all those defenses that Li Fao had for Su Zining were threatened. People wore colored glasses to look at Su Zining and even judged these things. However, Li's fans were so anxious at the moment that they were like ants on a hot pan. They were looking forward to Li Jinming waking up. As for other things, they were not worth mentioning in front of life and death. Not only were the fans in the live broadcast room, the entire program team was also in a mess. Everyone understood that in such a situation, Li Jianyan was really in danger, and it might soon threaten his life. It was not easy for the incident of the explosion to calm down, but now Li Fao's situation has put everyone in a great dilemma again. Everyone blamed Su Zining without any bottom line, and some fans even cursed Su Zining. But at this moment of despair, everyone saw a shocking scene in the camera Su Zining was following. Li Fao was in a coma due to lack of water. Everyone was in bad shape, and everyone was teetering on the edge of life and death. Wu Wei and Gui Jingfei, as well as Sun Honglei and the others, were in no better condition, and they were also on the verge of not being able to hold on any longer. The hot sun quickly evaporated the water on their bodies. Several people's mouths were dry, only from this last bit of consciousness. They also started to go into a trance, while only Su Zining was still walking in the desert unharmed. It seemed that these difficulties were nothing to him and would not affect Su Zining. All of them were spitting on what Su Zining had done, while worrying about the safety of the others. Everyone passed through the drone camera and actually, not far from Su Zining in front, a small oasis and water source had suddenly appeared. This was nothing short of a miracle in the middle of such a desert, and it was something that made everyone see a glimmer of hope. This time all the people got excited again while feeling shocked. Everyone look, there seems to be water there. This isn't an illusion, or is it just a blurred vision? I didn't expect this kid, Su Zining, to be really lucky. Good things will always be encountered by him. He just casually walked in the desert and was actually able to find a water source. This is indeed somewhat remarkable. No, everyone says there is another possibility. I mean hypothetically, what if Su Zining isn't just casually walking around? Has everyone considered this carefully? Or perhaps he has the ability to foretell. That's why he knows the water source is here. Don't talk nonsense upstairs. How could this little fresh meat have such a strong ability? Ghosts believe it? All sorts of speculations came pouring in at once. Everyone felt that Su Zining was a bit mysterious and even kept them guessing. No one knew what Su Zining's next move was. Exactly. And some fans were also filled with curiosity. Just as everyone was talking, Su Zining had already arrived at his destination. Looking at the clear water source in front of him, Su Zining slowly squatted down, cupped his hand and took a few big gulps, followed by washing his face. This instantly made him feel a lot more relaxed. Su Zining carefully observed. He found that there were still some traces around here. It appeared that someone had come here. Around the river, there were still some living garbage scattered around. Su Zining walked over carelessly. He picked up 2 mineral water bottles, then filled them with water and turned around to walk back. At this moment, Yang Ni and Lu Shishir, they were tightly holding the unconscious Li Fengyuan. Their eyes were full of sadness and despair. They also had no strength left now, and sitting here seemed like they were just waiting to die. Sister Me, it seems like we're really going to die here. No one is coming to save us. Lu Shishir had a face of fear and her voice was also a bit hoarse. Yang Ni didn't want to give up. He struggled and smiled slightly. It won't happen. No matter what time it is, we have to have confidence in ourselves. As long as we persist there is hope. When the sun goes down, we won't feel so bad, and the program will send supplies in the morning. Maybe it's just a matter of sleeping, and you shouldn't cry all the time. This will instead make your body all kinds of uncomfortable. Yang Ni persuaded and comforted Lu Shishir, hoping that they would be able to hold on again. Lu Shishir was also very obedient. He also stubbornly wiped away his tears and rekindled hope in his heart. Chapter 30, Chapter 29, Discovering a Familiar Figure. Although they were all trying their best to adjust their minds and were also maintaining their best condition, however, they still underestimated the power of the desert. And with the loss of a little bit of time, Yang Ni and Lu Shishir, who had just been awake, gradually drifted into a trance, and their eyes became disoriented. Yang Ni has always acted very strong, but at this moment, he is still aggrieved and shed tears. But he didn't want to let Lu Shishir see it, lest he would be imagining things again. Lu Shishir looked at Yang Mi with difficulty and said, "Sister Mi, I seem to have seen the stars too. So beautiful." Yang Mi knew that if this continued, they would also fall down, not knowing what would happen next. Yang Mi's eyes were confused as he looked into the distance. He didn't know if he was hallucinating or if he was just blinded. There was actually a familiar figure walking towards them. Yang Mi said anxiously, "Master Lu, I seem to be hallucinating as well. I seem to be seeing Su Zining. I saw it too. I should be hallucinating." said Lu Shirshir as he desperately shook his head. He seemed to have used the last bit of strength in his entire body to wake himself up without hesitation. Only seeing Lu Shirshir's eyes widen, he saw Su Ziniying's voice becoming clearer and clearer. He immediately became agitated and turned around to grab Yang Mi's arm and kept shaking it. Sister Mi, this isn't an illusion. It's real. It's really Su Ziniying coming back. I knew he wouldn't be so heartless and wouldn't leave us alone. Although Yang Mi was happy in his heart, but now there was no water resources. Even if Su Ziniying came back, it was still useless. He said breathlessly, "What are you so excited about? What can he do if he comes back? It's still useless. Eventually everyone will die of thirst here. I don't know what he's coming back for." As soon as Yang Mi's words fell, Su Ziniying had appeared in front of them. Lu Shirshir and Yang Mi raised their heads to look at Su Ziniying, who still had that indifferent look without any expression. "Su Ziniying, why did you come back? There's no water here. We're afraid we're going to die here. Didn't you already leave? What's the point of running back again? Walking back and forth like this will overwhelm your body, and the water evaporates very quickly." Su Ziniying didn't answer any of their questions and didn't open his mouth to speak. Looking at the situation of the several actresses, Su Ziniying already knew what was going on. Without hesitation, he handed out the mineral water in his hand and then coldly said, "Drink it." Yang Mi and Lu Shirshir took the water bottle and brought the water to their mouths with difficulty. As the water slowly flowed into their mouths, they instantly felt incomparably sweet. The next two hugged the level and gulped it down, no longer able to control it. They couldn't wait to fill their bodies all at once so that they could be refreshed. After half a bottle of water was downed, they instantly felt their bodies relax a lot, and their strength came back in a steady stream as they finally came to life. As they gazed at each other, they all felt much more refreshed. Lu Shirshir looked at Su Ziniying with a face of adoration and asked after him, "Su Ziniying, where did you get the water? This is simply life-saving water. You are also too powerful. Thought you really didn't care about us and let us fend for ourselves here." Su Ziniying still ignored Lu Shirshir and had no intention of answering his question. Instead, he focused his gaze on the fainted Li Zhanyuan, and looking at Su Ziniying's eyes, Yang Mi and Lu Shirshir also reflected. They immediately assisted Li Fowl and tried to do everything they could to fill him with water. Hopefully, Li Qian will also be able to wake up as soon as possible. Not long after these water is poured down, Li Qian really woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt that his body was not as difficult as before. Where is this place? Ah, will I have died and have already arrived in the netherworld? Yang Mi saw Li Fowl awakening. He was a bit incoherent with excitement, and when she heard Li Fowl talking nonsense, she hurriedly explained, "Li Fowl, you're already fine. Your body was lacking moisture. That's why you fainted. Su Ziniying has already helped us find water, so none of us will die." Li Yun heard Yang Mi's explanation and he was astonished. Also in a daze, he saw clearly the tall and handsome man standing in front of him. Su Ziniying? Li Yun struggled to stand up. He excitedly pounced over and hugged Su Ziniying's thigh tightly with one hand. "Su Ziniying, I knew you wouldn't leave us behind. Everyone misunderstood you, so you went to look for water for us. It was you who saved our lives once again. I really don't know how to be grateful." Li Yun said many touching words. Yang Mi and Lu Shirshir on the side looked at each other, looking a little embarrassed. Su Ziniying glanced down at Li Fengyan. He could not help but frown and even had a hint of dislike. He didn't help Li Fowl up in a gentlemanly manner, but directly drew his leg out and indifferently turned around to walk forward. Li Fowl didn't pay attention. His entire body fell to the ground and ate a lot of sand as well. Even though he was in such a sorry state, Li Zulan still had his eyes full of Su Ziniying, and did not go to blame him in the slightest. He was even attracted by Su Ziniying's high coolness, and felt that Su Ziniying was very individualistic. For a moment it made his heart flutter, and it was even a little difficult to pull himself away. The fans in the live broadcast room were quickly slapped in the face, but they would always have reasons to excuse themselves. "Alright, it seems that we were the ones who wronged Su Ziniying before. He still has a bit of a conscience and knows to go find a water source to save everyone. Otherwise he's really no different from a monster. This is also the most basic conscience as a human being. It seems that he's still saved. If Su Ziniying doesn't come back, and Li Fulgence and the others die in the middle of the desert, Su Ziniying can be an indirect murderer. No way. I say, what's wrong with you guys? Obviously Su Ziniying did something good, but you guys can still hack it like this. I'm really impressed. This mouth of yours, you guys really can say anything." It's hard to believe that Su Ziniying came back because he wanted to be scolded. He's not a fool. You guys have a little conscience. Okay, it was Su Ziniying who found the water source and saved them. Shouldn't he be thanked? There were still some sensible fans who couldn't stand the behavior of these black fans and confronted them here, questioning their attitude towards Su Ziniying. The program team's side was also anxious, seeing everyone experiencing hardships in the desert. They had also tried many times to send the supplies into the desert ahead of time, but there was no way around the desert. The black storm had not completely disappeared yet, and the airplanes could not enter at all. Their attempts had failed time and time again, and now they could only watch everyone face danger. This mood, too, made them feel very tormented. Chapter 31 Chapter 30 Notice from the program organization. Just when everyone was feeling burnt out, they didn't expect that in the end, it was Zeming who solved the problem again. He actually found a water source in the middle of this vast desert. At the last minute, he saved everyone's lives once again. It was like a lifesaver. The director saw this scene through the drone's camera, and once again an excited smile appeared on his face, and said loudly to the staff, "Saved, they're saved. Quickly contact Wu Whale and the others with the satellite phone, and tell them this news. Let them find a way to quickly rendezvous with Zeming and the others. This way they can wait until the supplies are delivered, and their safety can be guaranteed in the meantime." The staff heard the director's orders, and they were on the hoof. But thinking about the distance between Wu Whale and Zeming and the others right now, the staff also felt a little worried. "Director, if we let Wu Whale and the others go and join Zeming, is that possible? The distance between them isn't short, not to mention the fact that Wu Whale and the others are in a terrible condition right now, so it's expected that they won't be able to hold on." Hearing the staff's concerns, Yan Jun also felt a little angry. If they wanted to stay alive, they had to find a way to overcome these difficulties. "What? Do we still have to count on Zeming to bring them water back? How many possibilities do you think there are for that? Is Zeming such a zealous person? One can only tell them the situation and let a few of them figure it out. Besides, in the first place, it was also Wu Whale and the others who decided on their own to stay where they were, and they have to bear the consequences of their own choices. They aren't 3-year-old children. Do they not even have the ability to discern these?" The staff's concern caused Yan Jun to reprimand them without hesitation. What's more, now that the satellite phone was in Wu Whale's possession, it would be impossible for them to contact Zeming, even if they were able to get in touch with Zeming. With Zeming's attitude and indifference, Yan Jun really didn't want to make a fool of himself, or even eat a closed door. Yan Jun was even able to imagine how he was mercilessly rejected by Zeming after he voiced out such a request. Instead of this, it would be better to let them work it out on their own. Although the staff member's heart felt uncomfortable, he knew that Yan Jun had a point. After all, Zeming's indifference was also obvious to everyone. The staff dutifully called and informed Wu Whale of their current situation. The temperature of the sand on the ground was getting hotter and hotter, and the few people were nowhere to profitably stand, and their expressions were extremely painful. They felt like they were about to be sunburned into jerky, and at first they were spitting at each other, even looking for some topics so that they could always stay awake and not fall asleep here. But now, they had already been tossed and exhausted, and they didn't even have the strength to open their mouths to speak. Their mouths had also long since dried up and cracked, and their throats felt as if there were knives cutting them, and there was some pain all over their bodies. Ding bell, Wu Whale's satellite phone rang, and in a daze everyone heard this voice. "Captain, I think I heard. Ahem, the satellite phone is ringing." Wei Jingfei pulled on his incomparably hoarse voice and squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. He couldn't help but frown. While Wu Whale was already a bit drowsy, the sound woke him up at once, and as he struggled to get up, he also seemed to see a bit of hope. "The program team. It must be the program team. Cough cough. Great. Is it that they sent supplies in?" said Wu Whale with the last bit of strength in his body, desperately picked up the phone. On the side, Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei crawled over with difficulty, and several people gathered around, waiting for the good news. "Found the water source?" After Wu Whale heard the words from the other side, he too squealed with excitement, but this happy look also immediately disappeared. "What? The water source was found by Zeming. I know. I'll think of something." The phone was hung up just like that, and Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei on the side were still unaware of the details. They sized up Wu Whale with curious gazes and waited for what he had to say. "What's the situation? Is it because we have water?" Seeing the two people's anxious looks, Wu Whale had no choice but to give an explanation. "Just now the program team notified us, stopping them to find a water source and asking us to rush over as soon as possible. Our rescue supplies, it seems that there is no way to send them in for a while." Wu Whale's expression was a bit despondent, and his heart felt uncomfortable, but Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei, who were on the side, were already a bit impatient. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly pack up and leave. Do we really want to die of thirst here? As long as there is a water source, it can solve a lot of problems. Right now it's still important to save our lives." The two people couldn't wait to pack up their things, as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Even the exhaustion and weakness from before seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. They gave themselves enough confidence and courage, but Wu Whale couldn't be happy. Although it was good to have a water source, the problem was that it was Zeming who found the water source, and he felt very unconvinced. This Zeming didn't expect his luck to be so good, stealing the limelight time and time again. I also don't know if everyone will believe me again this time. How come this good thing can't happen to me? Wu Whale had never had such a sense of crisis before, but ever since Su Zining appeared, he had no chance to express himself. Instead, those ideas of his seemed childish. These wilderness survival skills of his also seemed to have lost their meaning. When he thought about when Su Zining insisted on leaving earlier, he had said a lot of harsh words. He also hoped that Su Zining would suffer a bit, but now that Su Zining was safe and sound, they had suffered a lot. This reversal was really a bit too much for Wu Whale's heart to accept. He also felt that from the very beginning of this program, Su Zining had been against him at every turn, pressing him down at every turn. Wu Whale's heart was very depressed. He sat there dumbfounded, his expression somewhat silent. Sun Honglei saw Wu Whale's behavior. He anxiously urged to, I say Captain Wu, what exactly are you thinking about? Don't continue to be dumbfounded. Hurry up and go. Yes, Captain. If we delay here for a minute, we are in danger for a minute. It's better to hurry up and leave. We don't know how far Su Zining and the others have gone out now. We can't be too far behind. Hearing the two people's urging, Wu Whale gamely stood up, then picked up his large backpack. Without saying a word, he directly walked forward. Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei saw Wu Whale's expression, and they shook their heads helplessly. The two quickly followed, and Wu Whale looked back at them and said, Don't call me captain in the future. I'm not worthy? Chapter 32 Chapter 31 A Hard Way Forward. When Sun Honglei and Guo Jingfei heard Wu Whale's words, the two of them couldn't help but freeze there, feeling a bit baffled. Just now, he was fine, and all of a sudden, he launched his temper again, making them a bit puzzled. Now was also not the time to argue, and they didn't want to be catty about it. The two looked at each other and helplessly followed, everyone walking forward on their own. Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei were quietly discussing in the back and didn't dare to talk to Wu Whale. What was wrong with Brother Whale just now? Did he not want to be this captain just because he didn't find a water source? That should be the case, but I think he should be happy because as long as we have water to drink, we will be able to get through this night safely. Everyone won't be in danger. I really don't know what he's obsessing about. Sometimes his temper is a bit odd. Isn't it obvious? He is feeling that Su Zining has threatened him, and having everyone rest in place and ending up in this situation. Of course he is not comfortable in his heart. The two people also had their own opinions, and they didn't blame Wu Whale. This matter really wasn't his fault either. Who knew that these situations would happen? And people didn't have the ability to predict things beforehand. However, Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei remembered very clearly that Su Zining had reminded them when they were leaving that it was not a suitable place to set up camp. But at that time, they didn't listen to the advice and let out harsh words, not realizing that they would soon be slapped in the face. The two didn't dare to mention Su Zining's name in front of Wu Whale, lest he be irritated. As they trudged forward, the high winds in the desert quietly disappeared. Feeling better than before, they looked at the footprints left by Su Zining earlier and followed them all the way. When they had just set off, they were still very fast and felt like they had endless energy in their bodies. After all, they were running towards the water source, with a goal and hope in their hearts. But as time passed by a little bit, their physical strength was also consumed too much, and they already looked a little exhausted. And with the hot sun scorching them, they were indeed very hard. Wu Jingfei sat on his butt on the ground, and said with a look of despair, I really can't walk anymore. I feel as if my body is holding up 1,000 pounds. If I hold on any longer, I feel like I'll immediately pass out. Wei Jingfei was panting heavily, and his face was somewhat pale. His clothes were drenched in sweat. Everyone's body was emitting an unpleasant odor that even they themselves were a bit disgusted by. Sun Honglei pulled Wei Jingfei's arm, panting, Get up. We have to follow as quickly as possible. Just hold on a little longer and we might be there. If you stay here, there's no hope. What's the difference between waiting for death? Wei Jingfei knew that Sun Honglei had good intentions, but he wasn't stupid. Su Zining and the others had already left for a while. They must have traveled a long way as well. They didn't know when they would be able to rendezvous. Don't lie to me. We've all traveled for such a long time and still haven't seen their shadows. If I had known it was like this, I should have followed Su Zining and left together at that time. Wei Jingfei had grievances in his heart, and he took this opportunity to complain here, really not wanting to move his body. Although his voice was not loud, Wu Whale heard these words clearly, and his heart became even more irritated. He was also well-intentioned at that time, fearing that everyone would consume their physical strength, so he made a furtive offer. But at that time, they also agreed, and Wu Whale felt that they were just blaming themselves, blaming him for his unwise choices. If it wasn't for his decision at that time, perhaps it wouldn't be the current situation. It was just a pity that he couldn't confront or refute it either, lest he hurt everyone's peace. In the end, the fans would be made to look at the joke and the program would be damaged by them. Wu Whale swallowed all his grievances and instantly felt a very great pressure. Wu Whale also wanted to theorize a few sentences, but they were helpless and had no strength. so he could only bury his head and continue walking forward. He swallowed all his grievances, not saying anything, but it was still very obvious in his actions. Wu Whale's physique was better. He still had the strength this time, and had been striding ahead without the slightest intention of stopping. It didn't even care about Gui Jingfei and Sun Honglei who were following behind them. Sun Honglei saw that Wu Whale was far away from them. He also looked a bit anxious. Gui Jingfei, you get up quickly. Wu Whale has all gone far away. If the two of us fall behind, it will be really miserable. No one will come to save you. If you play tricks again, I don't care about you. After all, I still want to live. Saying that Sun Honglei was about to turn around and leave, Gui Jingfei wailed twice and helplessly struggled to get up from the ground. The two helped each other and stumbled towards the front. This journey they had been following was just too hard, and it had also made them experience a lot. The two people closed their mouths and didn't want to consume any more of their moisture, or else they would have fainted in the middle of this desert before they even insisted on finding Su Zining. On the other side, with Su Zining's help, the several actresses had recovered quite a bit physically. They also had enough strength, and Su Zining was ready to take them to the water's edge. However, under such grueling conditions, it was also difficult for everyone to walk. Fortunately, Su Zining was smart. He took Yang Mi's jacket, then wet the remaining water on the jacket and shone it immediately above their heads. This would ward off that poisonous sun, and everyone's bodies were no longer so uncomfortable. Their speed also accelerated a lot, and after walking for some distance, everyone then barely arrived at the water source. Looking at this oasis in front of them, everyone instantly felt that their breathing was so much easier. The reason why Su Zining did all of this was of course to minimize the trouble for himself, and it wasn't because he was enthusiastic. If another person fainted, there was no telling how long the delay would be. He didn't want to carry them all one by one. Coming to the edge of the water source, Su Zining still walked out to the side, some distance away from a few actresses. He didn't like to get together or chat with them. Lu Shishir skimmed his mouth as he looked at Su Zining and spat. It's that look again. It's like he's avoiding the few of us, afraid that we'll eat him. Every time, he makes the atmosphere so depressing that he doesn't dare to speak even if he wants to. I also don't know that person of his would be so eccentric. One moment he's enthusiastic, the next he's cold. Anyway, I don't have the courage to talk to him anymore. Yang Mi smiled faintly. He already felt very contented that everyone was able to live once again, and he was also thankful to Su Zining for lending them a helping hand at a crucial time. Otherwise, they would have died in the middle of the desert by now, and it would be impossible for them to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Chapter 33, Chapter 32 Rendezvous at the Oasis. In the middle of this vast desert, to be able to see this spring water was simply more precious than gold. Yang Mi and the others drank up the water, then held the water and washed their faces and hands. That cool feeling, instantly very comfortable. A few people closed their eyes and enjoyed the coolness, only to feel completely alive in an instant. As for Wu Whale and the others, they were still trudging forward, and did not know how long they had been trekking. Also finally saw the dawn. Not far from them, vaguely saw a small oasis. Sun Honglei's face was excited. He said loudly, "Look, it seems like we're almost there. I see the oasis. That should be where the water source is. Right, ahead is the water source. My goodness, I've never suffered like this in my life. It's killing me." Guo Jingfei and Sun Honglei spat as they walked, and they felt a hint of strength in their bodies again. Although the process was thrilling, at the very least they were able to survive. After overcoming these difficulties again and again, Wu Whale was also getting tired, but he couldn't stop, so he had to grit his teeth and continue to persevere for fear of being laughed at by others. A few people fought with their last bit of strength, supporting their bodies to move forward a little bit. When they were getting closer to the oasis, they saw Yang Mi and the others were over there in the stream playing around, laughing very happily. Li Fao's body had also recovered more or less. Guo Jingfei and Sun Honglei had a hard time in their hearts and said in hoarse voices, "My goodness, this is a world of difference. Look at what kind of life people are living. Such good water." They actually frolicked and fought. "It's simply too wasteful. Later I'm going to drink my fill." Gui Jingfei rolled and crawled, impatiently crawling towards the water source. Sun Honglei followed closely behind, their bodies already very thirsty. The three of them recklessly ran to the water's edge, plunged headfirst into the river, and gulped and gulped. Their sudden descent caused a few actresses to be startled. "Brother Whale, so it's you guys? How did you guys find your way here as well?" The few people were only concerned with drinking water, so where did they care to answer these questions? No matter what was said now, they had to replenish all the water their bodies lacked. The fans were also feeling very happy to see everyone converge, and they finally didn't have to worry about their safety. Great, they finally rendezvoused here. Although they have suffered some, the result is always good. This journey was frightening to watch. They are too pitiful. If they can't find any more water, perhaps they will really collapse in the desert. Yes, Human life is sometimes really fragile. It's really comforting to see them safe. The situation in the desert is ever-changing. No one can predict it. I hope that they will be able to pull through smoothly next. In that case, this Su Zining saved everyone once again, whether he did it intentionally or not. A few people drank for a full minute before raising their heads in satisfaction. Yang Mi and the others also came over, with many questions in their minds. Captain, why did you guys come over? This time it's also thanks to Su Zining. He was the one who found the water source. If we had stayed where we were, we would have already coughed ourselves to death. Li Talking with no intention to bring them to listen with intention. In fact, Li Talking just wanted everyone to know the contribution made by Su Zining. Don't let everyone have opinions about Su Zining, so that his heart can also feel better. After all, Su Zining's personality is really not pleasing to everyone. But when these words were heard in Wu Whale's ears, it made him feel very uncomfortable. He even felt that they were explicitly and implicitly mocking himself, and angrily he walked away without saying a word. Did not bother to pick Li Fowl. Li Fowl saw Wu Whale face ugly. He was a little puzzled, also looks a little embarrassed, pointed to the back of Wu Whale, said to himself, "What's wrong with him, brother Whale? It seems like he's angry." But I didn't say anything. Gui Jingfei and Sun Honglei shook their heads. Of course they knew what was on Wu Whale's mind. It's just that they don't see through it. They don't want to pull right and wrong. It's fine. He's probably a bit tired. Let him go over there and rest. We just walked a long way and drank so much water. We really need to acclimatize. Right. Where is Su Zining? We should properly thank him for that. It was also him who saved our lives. Although Gui Jingfei and Sun Honglei cared about Su Zining's attitude and even disliked it, they still had to get by on face. After all, it was Su Zining who had saved them twice in a row, and it wasn't relying on luck. It was only right for them to express their gratitude to Su Zining. Otherwise, with so many fans watching them, there would always be someone who would pick on them, or even blacken them behind their backs. They didn't want to be scolded by others, nor did they want to do those things without conscience. What's more, Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei also had what they had in mind. They couldn't make the relationship with Su Zining too stiff, and they didn't know what kind of bad situation they would be in for their next adventure. If they encountered any situation in the future, Su Zining might even be able to help them out. Over there? Said Yang Mi, pointing over. Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei walked out, and Su Zining quietly lay on the grass, admiring the azure sky. A breeze brushed his face and Su Zining closed his eyes. It was indeed cool here, and it could soothe his body of much fatigue. Seeing Su Zining leisurely enjoying the coolness here, Gui Jingfei and Sun Honglei still stopped their steps and did not bother Su Zining. After all, at this time, they also didn't like to be disturbed, not to mention Su Zining's cold personality. If they rashly appeared, they would again be disliked by Su Zining, and even speak coldly. Those words that wanted to thank Su Zining could only be swallowed for the time being. As long as everyone is still together, there is always a chance. Ding dong! Detected that the host's personality is similar to that of little brother. The playing degree has increased by 10%. Current playing degree 45%. Received reward, bone shrinking. Su Zining couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he listened to the wonderful sound. He had closed his eyes and steeply opened them. He didn't expect his playing degree to increase once again, and at the same time, Su Zining's heart was puzzled. Could it be that it was because he had found the water source and saved everyone's lives? Su Zining slowly nodded and said silently in his heart, "This should be it. It seems that this little brother's character is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. When it comes to the critical moment, he will always try to do everything he can to save the team from the fire." Su Zining was also slowly figuring things out. All of this was really an accident for Su Zining. At the same time, this experience was giving Su Zining some surprises. Chapter 34 Chapter 33 Wu Whale's Cynicism. With the experience they just had, Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei, they then began to make plans for themselves. They didn't want to run out of water again. That kind of taste was unforgettable to them for the rest of their lives. Although they felt a bit ashamed, they still took a step, and the two of them couldn't help but run to the pile of garbage. Carefully rummaging around, they soon found a few empty water bottles. They came next to the water source, and without hesitation, filled up several water bottles. This scene was clearly seen by Wu Whale on the side, making him feel ridiculous, only to see Wu Whale sneer and say, "What are you guys doing? What's the use of looking for these things now? Isn't there enough water here? At night you guys will guard the water source. Are you still afraid of water shortage? Wouldn't think that after you guys wake up from your sleep, this water spring will disappear into thin air. How hilarious." In the face of Wu Whale's cynicism, Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei didn't care. They had to be prepared now. Who knew what other strange things would happen? The various experiences along the way were also something they had never expected, but they ended up experiencing them one by one. Just stop talking. we're merely taking precautions. The situation here is ever-changing. Anyway, it wouldn't be wrong to make a little more preparation, just in case it's really useful. What's the use of regretting it that time? This time the two people seem to have learned a lot smarter. And of course everyone assumed that they were going to set up camp here tonight. After all, there was enough water here that they weren't afraid of running out of water again. Moreover, this was an oasis, and compared to the desert, the temperature here was much more suitable. Everyone was tired enough from the rush and wanted to have a good rest here. Wu Whale's heart also had his own plan. Thinking about his previous judgment, he did make some mistakes. He hadn't considered the fact that the sun would come out after the storm, and it was indeed his carelessness. It was also his own gross recommendation that he became this captain, but now it was detrimental to the dignity of the captain. Wu Whale's heart always felt bad. He even wanted to prove his ability as a captain to everyone. He no longer wanted Su Zining to steal his thunder and make everyone favor Su Zining. Since she had become this captain, he felt that he should be responsible to the end. After considering all this, Wu Whale cleared his throat. You two come over here for a moment. Now that they've all rested pretty much, we need to do some work as well. Wei Jingfei and Sun Hanlei were sleeping soundly and were woken up by Wu Whale just like that. They sat up with misty eyes, feeling extremely irritated, but they dared to be angry but dared not say anything. Wei Jingfei said with a lazy face, Captain Wu? What happened? What's the job to be done here? Wu Whale looked back and said very seriously, of course it's about setting up camp at night. Do you guys want to sleep on the streets? You guys don't think that everything will be fine just because there is a water source here? What ignorance! Spending the night in the desert is not as simple as you guys think. Who knows if there will be any bugs or something like that lurking inside this sand, and inside this water. At night there is no wild beasts infestation. You guys have to do a lot of things. All don't be idle. Everyone hurry up and take action. Wu Whale spoke seriously. He had experience in wilderness survival and was more familiar with all this. He was also kindly reminding everyone, yet he was also intentionally targeting Su Zining. He was trying to let everyone know that things like luck could only solve a temporary problem. To truly want to get through the difficulties and to survive here, one relies on true strength. When everyone heard Wu Whale's reminder, they were all stunned, and even subconsciously looked towards the water source and the desert in front of them. However, they also felt that what Wu Whale said made some sense, and they had to make some preparations to deal with unexpected situations, lest everyone be caught off guard at that time. Resting here like this did seem a bit wrong. With Wu Whale's yell, everyone was gathered together unanimously. Only Li Fowl sat alone. He still had injuries on his legs and was not able to overrun and exert himself. In this small oasis, everyone worked feverishly under Wu Whale's command. Although they felt tired, everyone was persisting. The audience also felt very moved when they saw the scene. Look at this critical moment. It's still Brother Whale who has the courage and foresight to instantly embody the leadership style. That's right. Although Brother Whale's judgment was wrong before, it's understandable. No one is a great god. There will always be times when they make mistakes. Although Su Zining saved everyone twice, he did it all by luck. The probability of this kind of thing is just too small to dare to pin hopes on him. It's better to start from the actual situation and find a way to get through it, and survive here. Brother Whale is really too handsome and makes people feel too secure. He's really a natural choice for captain. Everyone praised Wu Whale's leadership behavior and supported everyone's actions at this time. When Wu Whale saw that under his leadership, everyone also had no complaints. His mood instantly got much better. Without a moment's time, everyone was already sweating profusely. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, after everyone's efforts, they finally built a temporary shelter by the water source. This allowed everyone to spend the night here and gave everyone a complete sense of security. Wu Whale utilized tree branches to spread a thick layer on the ground so that everyone could lie on it. Then around the tent, he carefully sprinkled anti-insect powder, and it took a lot of effort to complete this. But seeing the results in front of him, Wu Whale was very satisfied, feeling that everyone's efforts were rewarded. A few people were tired on the ground. They kept wiping the beads of sweat, feeling that there was not an ounce of strength in their body. Wu Whale walked into the tent, then looked around carefully. How about this? When it's nighttime, the 3 girls will sleep in the center, and the few of us will split into 2 groups to keep watch, lest there be an accident in the middle of the night, bringing danger to everyone at that time. As soon as Wu Whale's words fell, Shintang immediately stepped forward to grab the position and grabbed Sun Honlei on the side. It was obvious that they were a group. By the time Fatty reacted, it was already too late. He said with a tearful face, "It can't be. I feel like you guys are deliberately punking me, to actually make me group with Su Zining. It would be better for you guys to just kill me. This is just horrible." Fatty knew that when she was on watch with Su Zining would not take the initiative to communicate with him, and that atmosphere made him shudder. Chapter 35 Chapter 34 Scary Eyes. Fatty's heart had always felt very worried. He was afraid that Su Zining would not speak of martial virtues. If he didn't keep watch at that time, this great responsibility would all fall on his shoulders. And Su Zining had always been very cold. Even if he wanted to be reasonable, Su Zining might not be able to pay attention to him. But now it was no longer useful to say this. Seeing everyone's gloating look, Fatty complained with an aggrieved face. Each and every one of you are really old and cunning. I think it was done on purpose. The sun, at this moment, had begun to gradually set, and the sky darkened. The desert was also slowly starting to become cooler, and everyone was feeling a lot more comfortable, and their shelter had already been built, and all of them had labored for a whole day, which also made them feel exhausted. Everyone wanted to have a good rest and then recover their strength to wait for the rescue the next day. Several people had already entered the tent long ago, and right at this critical moment, Su Zining, who had been lying there motionless, suddenly stood up. Then he walked over towards Wu Whale and their side, and Wu Whale quickly noticed this situation. He couldn't help but frown and said to himself alone, "What's going on? Why is this Su Zining coming over at this time? What exactly is going on? Or is it that seeing that we have already set up our tents, so he also wants to spend the night here? That's definitely it. I didn't expect him to be too good at this wishful thinking." After considering all this, Wu Whale wanted to strike first, and he didn't want to be so polite anymore. Seeing Su Zining getting closer and closer, Wu Whale suddenly let out a cold laugh as he looked up at Su Zining and said, "Young master has finally made a move. Seeing that we have already built a shelter, he is so good at enjoying the fruits of his labor." When Li Fao heard what Wu Whale said, he couldn't help but feel that it was a bit harsh to his ears. He didn't want everyone to misunderstand Su Zining. Li Yun looked up at Wu Whale to stop him. "Brother Whale, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. We're all on the same team, so don't make such clear distinctions, lest you hurt the peace." Yang Ni and Lu Shishir on the side also followed suit. They didn't want to get into a stalemate over this matter. They still had a lot of things to face together next. If the relationship was too stiff, it would be very awkward instead. Everyone also had good intentions, although Su Zining didn't work, but he saved everyone 3 times. This favor should also be remembered. Wu Whale also looked very helpless. He said with some reluctance, "But it's really a little white boy, so quickly there are girls to help him out." Actually not willing to let open mouth to talk about him. "Am I wrong? I didn't see him when I was working, but now he's run out." Wu Whale complained here, but he felt a chill sweep over him. Wu Whale subconsciously raised his head, not expecting to meet Su Zining eye to eye, and all of a sudden Wu Whale winced. He was really startled by Su Zining's icy gaze, and couldn't help but feel very scary. Wu Whale naturally knew that this kind of gaze simply could not be faked. It must be a domineering aura emanating from the inside out from someone who possessed great strength. Wu Whale was a bit frazzled. He momentarily felt that Su Zining was mysterious and terrifying. How is it possible? Why does Su Zining have such chilling eyes? Could it be that he is? No, this is absolutely impossible. Just now it was just that I was too tired myself, so I had such an illusion. Wu Whale couldn't believe this result just now. He also didn't believe that Su Zining was someone with great strength. In fact, he was just deceiving himself and didn't dare to admit as long as a result. Wu Whale shook his head, then forced down this shock and fear in his heart, waiting until he gradually calmed down. He once again looked up at Su Zining. At this moment, Su Zining, too, had long since turned around and left, and came to lie down in the grass not far from the shelter. He did not enter the shelter that everyone had built, and seeing Su Zining's actions, Wu Whale's heart also felt amused. He laughed coldly and shook his head, then said silently in his heart, "Pretending to be a high and mighty, you still wimped out at this time. Why don't you spend the night alone?" Even if he didn't enter the shelter, he still ran to a place a little closer to us, but he's also smart enough to know that this place will definitely be infested with poisonous insects at night, or infested with wild beasts. In Wu Whale's eyes, Su Zining was just brazenly rubbing his nose in it, making his heart feel uncomfortable as well. But as long as Su Zining was acting like this, it meant that his choice was correct, and he was getting his face back bit by bit. Seeing Su Zining lying in the grass, the audience was also surprised. Strange, hasn't Su Zining always been very independent? Why is he still running back now? It seems that at the critical moment, he really can't pretend anymore either. This is to spend the night in the desert. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Su Zining can't pretend anymore now. He's also smart enough to pick up the lesser of the two. It's still safer to be closer to everyone. Wu Whale has rich experience in the wilderness. He's already set it all up. Everyone spending the night in the shelter will also be able to sleep in peace, so they will also be able to recover more strength. Thankfully, Brother Whale is by everyone's side. Once again, these viewers praised Wu Whale's ability, feeling that he had considered the situation thoughtfully and carefully. No one saw Su Zining's dedication and even belittled Su Zining's ability there. The gap between the two people seemed very obvious at this time. As night fell, the desert gradually quieted down, and from time to time, one could hear the sound of the wind, and some strange cries. Except for Wu Whale, who was in charge of the night watch here, everyone fell into a deep sleep, perhaps too tired. Everyone slept very sweetly, even Sun Honglei snored like thunder. As for Gui Jingfei, who was on the side, he felt some regret in his heart. He shouldn't have chosen to keep watch with Wu Whale in the first place. Now that he saw everyone resting, he really felt too fatigued. He also didn't know when he would be able to lie down. Looking at the time, it seemed like it was already late. Brother Whale, I'll go over there for convenience. You stay here and keep watch first. Wu Whale looked at Gui Jingfei and nodded. Gui Jingfei walked out in a daze. Wu Whale didn't care too much about it, and the whole person also felt some fatigue. On the other hand, Su Zining, who was lying on the side, snapped his eyes open, looking very alert. Any breeze outside, Su Zining would carefully check it out. Chapter 36, Chapter 35, Strange Sounds. The reason why Su Zining came closer to everyone was not because he was thinking of rubbing their shelter, nor was it because he was afraid, but because Su Zining felt a hint of a dangerous aura. He couldn't determine what exactly this dangerous aura was right now, but he always felt that something was going to happen next. Su Zining didn't reveal this news to the public, also because he didn't want everyone to worry and be afraid. He wanted to be closer to everyone, so that even if danger occurred, when the time came, he would be able to react quickly and not threaten their lives. Su Zining's current look was also due to the fact that Gui Jingfei had just gotten up and left, and this aura of danger made Su Zining feel a little closer. He looked around vigilantly, listening carefully to any movement around him. Su Zining tightly locked his brows. He knew that there would definitely be danger next. As for Gui Jingfei at this moment, he carelessly walked to the river's edge, and then hummed a little song as he let the water out here. Just at this time, Gui Jingfei suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. Gui Jingfei, Gui Jingfei. Gui Jingfei was a bit impatient, but he didn't think much of it. He just assumed that Wu Whale had followed him. What's wrong? I just came out for convenience. What are you following over for? You also came over for convenience. So let's put on speed. We're still on watch. It's not good for both of us to leave. Gui Jingfei said these words to himself, but the other party didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Nor did he answer Gui Jingfei's question. He just kept calling his name there. At this moment, Gui Jingfei then felt that something was wrong, because he felt that the voice was a bit strange. I say, Brother Whale, you're in the middle of the night. Don't joke with me like this. It will scare people to death, said Gui Jingfei as he straightened his clothes, then turned around and wanted to go find Wu Whale. But when he turned back, he realized that there was no one in front of him. This made him feel puzzled. He touched his head and patted his face to make sure he was awake. What's going on? I clearly heard Brother Whale calling me just now, but how come I can't find him? It's hard to believe that it's haunted. I'd better hurry back. Gui Jingfei couldn't help but feel a chill down his back and cold sweat on his palms. He was startled by the thoughts he just had. He even felt that his legs and feet were a bit out of control. He no longer dared to linger here, afraid that the next second he would really encounter a ghost, or be captured by a ghost. Although it was late at night, there were still a lot of netizens who couldn't sleep and had been staying in the live broadcast room to pass the time. After seeing this situation, it made the netizens feel strange as well. What's going on? Gui Jingfei is possessed. What is he babbling about? It's clear that Wu Whale is sitting where he is and hasn't gone to him. Nope. Since that's the case, then who the hell was that voice just now? Who kept calling Gui Jingfei's name? My goodness. This is simply too terrifying. Could there really be a ghost? That voice seemed to come from the water pond. Water ghosts. Wouldn't really be water ghosts. Goo. Is my eyes blurred? Or hallucinations? How to see a red shadow in the water pond twisting? Ah. Everyone look. There's really something moving. And she's standing up. What kind of monster is this? For a moment the entire live broadcast room exploded. Everyone was scared half to death by the sight in front of them. In the middle of this image, a slender red shadow inside the pond slowly rose up. When everyone looked clearly, they realized that this was actually a large snake with a bizarre form, and he looked very terrifying. His whole body was the color of blood, and there was a pair of weird horns growing on the top of his head, just like a chicken's crown. Its head was very huge and was an irregular shape, and the pair of eyes set in the head were cold and sinister. What was even more terrifying was that when this bizarre serpent raised its upper body, it actually looked exactly like a human. And in the next second, this bizarre big snake opened his mouth and spat out his letters. A voice actually came out of his throat, calling out Gui Jingfei's name. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that the weird sound just now was really coming from the water pond, and it was also coming from this snake. Gui Jingfei also seemed to feel the movement behind him. He turned back to look, and his eyes just met with this weird snake. After hearing his name being called out from his mouth, Gui Jingfei was scared out of his wits. Ah! Only a scream could be heard from her. and her body was already devoid of strength as she fell on her butt and sat on the ground. His entire body couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes were filled with terror. He wanted to run away as quickly as possible, but his body simply wouldn't listen to him. Demon! There are demons! Guo Jingfei's voice was hoarse as he tried to call for help. The monster in front of him heard Guo Jingfei's cry for help, which seemed to make him very unhappy. He swung his body and quickly swam towards the shore, rushing out towards Guo Jingfei. At this critical moment, the distant Wu Whale heard Guo Jingfei's cries. Originally drowsy, Wu Whale immediately woke up and recklessly ran towards the direction where Guo Jingfei was. He knew that Guo Jingfei must be in danger, otherwise he wouldn't be yelling in the middle of the night. As Wu Whale approached Guo Jingfei, he also took a clear look at the scene in front of him, and it couldn't help but make him suck in a breath of cool air, his scalp instantly tingling. Heavens, there's still a real monster, even a blood-red monstrous snake. What should we do? If we can't rescue Guo Jingfei as soon as possible, his life will be in danger, and he might be devoured by this monstrous snake and turned into something in its belly. Wu Whale knew that the situation was very serious, and he was a little afraid to approach for a moment. After all, this was the first time that Wu Whale had encountered this bizarre situation, and his legs and feet were not listening to him. Although he had experience in wilderness survival and had extraordinary hands, Wu Whale didn't have the slightest grasp when he encountered this kind of monster. What's more, he didn't know what this monster was, nor did he know what kind of strength he actually had. Wu Whale's face was horrified as he said anxiously, "What to do? What exactly should I do to get Guo Jingfei back?" Wu Whale also lost his mind. He looked around in a panic, and without hesitation, he picked up a stone. Using almost all of his body's strength, he recklessly threw it in the direction where the strange snake was. But Wu Whale realized that his attack like this was not helpful at all. The strange snake had a huge body, but was very sensitive, and moving very fast. He easily dodged Wu Whale's attack. At the same time, Wu Whale's actions seemed to have caused this big snake's dissatisfaction, and his icy and grim gaze swept towards the direction where Wu Whale was. Chapter 37 Chapter 36 A black shadow flashed out. When Wu Whale saw that his actions had attracted the attention of the strange snake, he was also frightened and his body could not help but shiver. The entire person sat paralyzed on the ground, nervously clenching his fists, not knowing whether he should escape or attack. If he escaped, Guo Jingfei would die here at the monstrous snake, but if he went to save Guo Jingfei, it would be in vain. The strange snake was already less than 10 meters away from Guo Jingfei. In just one breath, the strange snake was already standing in front of Guo Jingfei. Hiss! The strange snake's mouth let out a strange cry, seemingly very excited. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth wide, and his sharp and venomous teeth were revealed all of a sudden, only to see him shake his head and directly bite down towards Guo Jingfei's neck without a hint of hesitation. Not far away, when Wu Whale saw this scene, his voice shivered as he said, "Don't!" At this moment, Wu Whale and Guo Jingfei, they closed their eyes at the same time in despair, because in their opinion, this time Guo Jingfei was bound to die. There was no way he could escape from the monster snake. There seemed to be no other way out except to be eaten by the monster snake. What made Wu Whale feel even more terrified was that after this monster snake ate Guo Jingfei, he would definitely be next. He wanted to escape back, but he knew that with his speed, there was no way to dodge. Maybe it would even involve others. Wu Whale's heart was very hard and he also felt the air of death. Right at this critical moment, a blast of wind blew behind him, followed by a black shadow flashing by. Wu Whale frowned, but he quickly reacted. "It's Su Zeming." Wu Whale saw Su Zeming rushing over. He shouted anxiously, Don't get close, there are monsters. Su Zeming, you quickly come back." Although Wu Whale didn't like Su Zeming, he couldn't just watch him go to his death. As soon as Wu Whale's words fell, he only saw a flash of cold light in his stopper's hand, and he waved that long knife in his hand. Wu Whale didn't even see clearly how Su Zeming pulled out the long knife, which couldn't help but surprise him. Under the illumination of the bleak moonlight, the long knife emitted a gust of cold light, which couldn't help but make people feel a bit harsh. Just this knife in Su Zeming's hand alone had already made Wu Whale feel a burst of complete murderous aura. But at this moment in Wu Whale's mind there was only one thought. Everything was already too late. With such a long distance, Su Zeming had no way to save Guo Jingfei. Perhaps they would really lose one of their team members. Just when Wu Whale was in despair, the knife in Su Zeming's hand had already come out of his hand and flew directly in the direction of the monster and Guo Jingfei. Wu Whale's mouth opened wide in surprise. He felt that the Su Zeming in front of him was like a madman. The moment he threw out the long knife, it seemed as if time had stopped. Countless thoughts also arose in Wu Whale's mind, and his entire body sat motionless as if he had been petrified. That monstrous snake was so close to Guo Jingfei. For Su Zeming to go over with a knife like that was just too dangerous. Wu Whale didn't even dare to imagine that if he didn't hold it well, not to mention that the strange snake would take Guo Jingfei's life, this long knife would also kill Guo Jingfei. but Su Zining was still so decisive just now, without the slightest hesitation. Wu Whale didn't know just how certain he was as he said silently in his heart. This Su Zining is too crazy. He's simply a madman who doesn't care about the consequences. If this hurts Gui Jingfei, how is he going to explain it? There's no telling how much trouble he'll bring upon himself, even if he doesn't care about those black materials. Who can afford the crime of murder? Not only did Wu Whale have such thoughts, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned by this scene. Everyone hadn't expected that Su Zining would act like this, nor could they have imagined that there would be such a wonderful and bizarre scene in the live broadcast room late at night. All of a sudden, the entire live broadcast room was once again exceptionally lively, and many of the fans who had been resting were also called up by their friends and relatives. There were also many people who were also attracted in by such a hot search. All of them were paying attention to this crazy moment, even discussing the monster and wanting to know what it was. When everyone entered the live broadcast room, they saw the scene where Su Zining threw out the long knife in his hand. Everyone's eyes widened as they were stunned, dumbfounded by Su Zining's actions. The strange snake had also stood in front of Gui Jingfei at this moment, only an inch away from him. The snake's sharp teeth were about to pierce Gui Jingfei's neck. In the nick of time, the black and gold ancient sword in Su Zining's hand pierced through the air, carrying a powerful aura as the blade accurately sliced through the strange snake's neck. In the blink of an eye, it actually sliced the monstrous snake into two pieces. The blood of the monstrous snake spewed out and Gui Jingfei only felt his face meaning as he closed his eyes in horror. Gui Jingfei didn't know what was happening and thought he was about to die. Bam! With the doctor's strange voice, the black and gold ancient knife instantly stuck into the sandy beach aside. Gui Jingfei shivered. He then reacted and touched his neck, realizing that his head was still there. His voice shivered and said, "I am still alive. I am surprisingly still alive. Could it be that this knife that just fell from the sky saved my life and killed this strange snake?" Gui Jingfei was a little confused, and it was only at this time that she felt a chill. She touched her face and realized that it was the blood of the strange snake. Gui Jingfei was sweating profusely. He was actually able to pick up a life back. It was really not easy. Originally it was just to come out for convenience. He didn't expect it to make him experience a moment of life and death. He only felt that he was blessed with a great life. Just now almost, he was going to the netherworld. The entire live broadcast room was also collectively silent for a while. Everyone didn't know what to say to be good. It was only after a minute that all the people realized it afterward, and the pop-up screen began to scroll up. This news was exploded, and the entire screen was dominated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did I just read it right? It was actually Su Zining who saved Gui Jingfei again. He used the long sword in his hand. I really didn't expect Su Zining to have this kind of ability. The way he used the knife was very skillful. It looked very precise, and it was also split. Yeah, if it wasn't for Su Zining's split-second precision and the long knife slightly shifted a little bit of distance, it's estimated that Gui Jingfei's head wouldn't even be there right now. No, it seems that Su Zining really does have some skills. It's not as useless as everyone says. Could it be that this is also due to his luck? Isn't it a bit too exaggerated? If it's just by virtue of luck, I really don't believe it. Su Zining caught everyone's attention at this time. Chapter 38, Chapter 37, The Origin of the Monster. Su Zining became the object of discussion, and even made so many viewers skeptical as well. They felt that those previous speculations about Su Zining didn't seem accurate. Those viewers who had been blackening Su Zining before, now that they suddenly encountered this kind of situation, they were really a little bit unable to adapt. The entire screen was praising Su Zining's bravery and fearlessness, as well as his extraordinary hands, making them feel like they were being punched in the face. But now, regardless of whether they believed it or not, whether they could accept it or not, this scene was witnessed by everyone and actually happened. It simply couldn't fool anyone, and those black fans were speechless. If they still went to accuse and blacken Su Zining at this point in time, it would cause everyone's public anger. Let more people come to target them, and they would end up miserable. At the same time, in the middle of the Paleontology Research Institute of the Dragon Kingdom, an old professor with white hair was seriously looking at the screen, and his eyes were filled with shock. This is the legendary pheasant neck. Before, I just heard someone tell about it and thought that this thing was weird and shouldn't exist. I also only regarded it as a legend. I didn't expect this thing to actually exist. It's too scary. The professor's fingers were trembling with excitement. This was also a very significant piece of information for them. This professor was a titan of the paleontology world as well as the archaeology world. His name was Luo Jijun. He had just been told by his students that he intended to be a variety show, and it was suspected that there was news of a pheasant's neck. Prof. Luo, who was already resting, didn't hesitate to get up and then enter the live broadcast. I didn't expect that he was really not vain. Just entering the live broadcasting room, he saw this shocking scene. He also saw Su Zining's flying dagger decapitating the pheasant's neck and successfully saving a member of the team. For these archaeologists, the existence of pheasant necks was only in ancient books, never expecting it to appear in real life. In Prof. Luo's mind, he thought that this creature was just a fabrication of the ancients, or that it had long been extinct, but he never expected to unintentionally walk into the live broadcast room, allowing him to see these things with his own eyes. Prof. Luo was a little excited. He instantly lost his sleep, and even opened his microblog and excitedly released some messages for help. Hongdian Film and Television Base. After Li Lianjie finished filming a big scene, he saw Zhao Wen captured holding a cell phone in his hand, gazing at it with a serious expression. Li Lianjie walked over as he wiped his sweat while inquiring, "What are you watching? What program has you so mesmerized? I can see you can't wait to get inside the screen." Zhao Wenkach looked up at Li Lianjie as he excitedly came to Li Lianjie's side. "Take a quick look. This Su Zeming is really skilled. I was surprised. This flying dagger just now, that force and precision. It's just too perfect. It can't be practiced without decades of strength. I didn't expect that there would be such a talent. How come we didn't hear about it before? Nor did we know the name Su Zeming. It seems like we need to pay more attention to it next." Zhao Wenkach said while handing his cell phone to Li Lianjie's face. The picture inside the cell phone was clearly the moment when Su Zeming's black gold ancient knife struck, as well as the picture of the black gold ancient knife cutting the pheasant's neck. Li Lianjie's eyes fell on the screen, and this scene also made him feel shocked. He hadn't seen someone with such clean hands in how many years? Li Lianjie said with an emotional face. "Goodness, this Su Zeming is really a martial arts practicing wizard. He is indeed very powerful, but this name is a bit unfamiliar to me. I don't think I've heard of it before. Is it that the fighting star has recently produced another new person? How come I didn't get one bit of news?" Zhao Wenkach heard Li Lianjie's inquiry. He also felt strange and didn't know how to answer. Just at this time, Zhao Wenkach seemed to have thought of something and he said with a difficult face, "Brother Jie, if I say that this person is a fresh meat, can you believe me? I seem to remember his name because he has too many black fans, and some of the things that have been said about him aren't too good." Zhao Wenjie and Li Lianjie discussed Su Zeming, and Li Lianjie was really half-hearted about all the news Zhao Wenjie gave him. He didn't know which ones were true and which ones were false, and he certainly didn't have the time to pay attention to them. There would soon be a scene for him next, and he had to go and prepare for it as soon as possible. The scene that had just stopped the flying dagger. There were always some people with sharp eyes and quick hands, and it had already been recorded, instantly appearing on all the major social media platforms. It also quickly went viral and even made it to the top few of the hot searches. Hashtag Su Zeming's flying knife cuts down the strange snake hashtag. Hashtag hidden strength Su Zeming hashtag. Hashtag the little fresh meats comeback hashtag. These hot searches quickly ushered in more attention, and when people opened the video, they were momentarily disbelieving. There were even people who took the videos and analyzed them, finding some breaks in them and using them to hack Su Zeming. But the more this happens, the more everyone realizes that this video is really seamless, and these black fans are unable to see the seams, because the entire video was very smooth and clear. There was no editing or shady practices. It was all real. Su Zeming utilized his flying dagger to cut down the strange snake and saved Gui Jingfei's life at a crucial moment. Just like that, Su Zeming's image instantly became mysterious in everyone's mind. There were also many people who began to change their views on Su Zeming and even followed Su Zeming's figure, always keeping an eye on him. Slowly everyone realized that this little fresh meat who was said to be so bad by the black fans, he really seemed to have some kung fu. There is also some ability, not so useless, even pretending in front of everyone. Not a moment later, a few microblogs even pushed this matter to a higher level of heat. This first one was a request for help sent out by Professor Luo, asking for help from the general public to help him contact the program, and it also popularized the horror and characteristics of this creature, the pheasant neck, so that everyone could have a better understanding of this matter. Immediately followed by the second and third, which were sent out by Li Lianjie and Zhao Wenkach respectively. Li Lianjie retweeted the video of Su Zeming's flying dagger, along with a text. "This little brother has good hands, really looking forward to being able to spar with him." Zhao Wenkach interacted here. "Take me one. I also want to go and take a look. Haven't seen such an opponent in how many years. I can't wait." After the 3 microblogs were sent out, they instantly made all the netizens boil. This night was destined to be sleepless. Everyone was attracted by such news and at the same time paying attention. Many people were also discussing about the pheasant neck and felt even more that Su Zeming was awesome. Chapter 39 Chapter 38 Hot Search Headlines. These netizens were indeed also very interested in this matter of pheasant necks, having Professor Luo giving them scientific knowledge again. It also aroused their curiosity and they were discussing it here. It really didn't occur to me that this kind of monster would actually appear here. Thanks to Su Zeming / or else Gui Jingfei would have been lost. Professor Luo is also enthusiastic. He gave us a lot of information about the pheasant neck. This strange snake is extremely poisonous. And it's fast. It's too scary. Yeah, this is also the first time I know that snakes can speak human language. Wouldn't this become a snake spirit? It feels like a mythological story. Geez, I feel like I'm too much of a loner. Before I always thought that this Forbidden Land adventure was nothing special. Now I've finally seen it with my own eyes. This is really not simple. I'm really looking forward to what kind of thrills will occur in their next adventure. And what kind of skill Su Zeming actually has. Maybe this Su Zeming will really surprise us in the back. Also expect him to be able to spar with Li Lianjie as well as Zhao and Catch. That will be a wonderful point to watch. Everyone shifted all of their attention. All of it to Su Zeming at this time. The discussion on the internet became more and more intense. And the heat in the live broadcast room was even higher. In a time period like the evening when the traffic was low, this live broadcast room unexpectedly exceeded 10 million people. This was actually at the top of the list among all the variety shows, something they never dared to think about. The general director of this program, Yan Jun, was also unable to sleep at this moment, his gaze dead set on the screen in front of him, not knowing whether he should be happy or worried. Seeing the program's rating so good, Yan Jun was also very relieved. But the sudden appearance of the pheasant neck just now, he also felt a great deal of fear, and had always thought that Guijing had to lose his life. It was difficult to extricate himself from this fear for a moment, making him somewhat unable to come back to his senses. Previously, Li Fengyan had almost lost his life, and it was so hard to escape, but he didn't expect that it was Guijingfei's turn now. This shock after shock was also a little too much for Yan Jun to bear. Su Zeming's performance over and over again also made Yan Jun even more dumbfounded. He didn't even know how Su Zeming actually did it. In the nick of time, the distance was so far away, the flying dagger was able to accurately cut off the pheasant's neck, and Wei Jingfei was still unharmed. If this had to be said to be luck, she couldn't even convince herself. Yan Jun put his hand on his chin and fell into deep thought between moments, then said to himself alone, "What exactly have I done? It's hard to believe that I have unintentionally invited a great god over. All of this is really a bit out of my expectation, also left me momentarily unable to control Su Zeming's body in the end. How many surprises." At this moment in Yan Jun's mind, many and many absolutely beautiful and strange thoughts kept flashing. He was also a little excited, and at the same time, he was also receiving a message from Professor Luo. Yan Jun turned back to look at the staff under him and immediately gave an order. "Quickly, hurry up and contact Professor Luo, as well as Li Lianjie and Zhao and Catch. Have them come to the live broadcast room for a temporary connection, and see if they have the time now." These three heavyweights would be a good catch for Yan Jun. Also, with the traffic of these three characters, the program would have higher and better ratings. The staff under his command also didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. They knew the importance of these few people. Of course, they also understood the purpose of the general director Yan Jun. He wanted to take this opportunity to hype up the program, so that this program can be better. The entire live broadcast room was also bustling with activity, while the other few guests in the desert had no idea about all this. As for Gui Jingfei and Wu Wei, they were still immersed in the shock of the pheasant's neck for a moment and had not slowed down. Su Zeming, who had casually killed the pheasant's neck, slowly came to Gui Jingfei's side with a calm pace. Then without any panic, he put away his black gold ancient sword and immediately turned around to leave. He did not care about Gui Jingfei, nor did he pull him up, nor did he even give him a single glance. The reason why Su Zeming was so calm was because that dangerous aura he had felt earlier had now disappeared. It meant that everyone was safe, and Su Zeming didn't need to be so vigilant anymore. However, Su Zeming was not able to relax too much. He always felt that something was not right here. Although it was said that this place was not far from the underworld abyss that they were going to, as soon as Su Zeming understood the pheasant neck, he should have survived in the underworld abyss, but he didn't expect it to appear in this desert. Su Zeming's heart had always had some thoughts as well. He felt that there should have been a change in the Forbidden Land for this to happen. If it was really as he guessed, then it meant that this journey would be even more arduous for them, and they would encounter heavy difficulties and dangers. It was not known if they would make it through this expedition to the Forbidden Land safely. Ferocious dangers like the one just now were expected to happen frequently. However, this wasn't bad news for Su Zeming, who wasn't cowed by all the news he had guessed. Instead, he looked excited and curious. Only by experiencing such menaces over and over again would he be able to maximize his strength. At that time, he could also quickly improve and complete his mission as soon as possible to achieve the effect and purpose he wanted. When they returned to the camp, some of the commotion that had been made had also awakened Yangmi and the others. It was just that they were in a daze, not knowing what exactly was happening outside. They wanted to go out to check, but before they could get out of the tent, they saw Su Zeming walking over. As he walked, he wiped his black gold ancient sword, slowly wiping away the bloodstains on it. Behind Su Zeming, closely followed by Wu Wei and Gui Jingfei, both of them looked a bit wretched. It seemed that they had just gone through a big battle. This one before and one after. It was really a stark contrast. The aura of a strong man on Su Ziniying's body was also more obvious at this time. Wu Wei and Gui Jingfei rested for a long while before they had a trace of strength, and intermittently described what had just happened. Everyone listened with trepidation, and one's face was a bit ugly. Goodness, we slept for a while, and such a horrible thing actually happened, and we actually didn't know about it. This strange snake is indeed powerful. He actually speaks human language and looks similar to a human. This is the first time we've heard of it. As long as everyone is safe and sound, we are also relieved. But the killing power of this strange snake is indeed too great. It was fortunate that none of them had seen it. Otherwise the scene would have been a mess. Chapter 40 Chapter 39 The Danger Ahead. Wu Wei's description of the matter this time. He was also realistic and did not hide what Su Ziniying had done. Previously, he had somewhat despised Su Ziniying, but now his heart had a different idea. He was describing Su Ziniying's sharp strike, and Gui Jingfei was confirming to everyone that Su Ziniying had saved his life. The two people cooperated with each other and told the scene they had just witnessed to the fullest. When everyone heard that it was Su Ziniying who saved Gui Jingfei once again, they couldn't help but cast admiring glances. At the same time, they also became curious about Su Ziniying's strength. They didn't know just how much skill Su Ziniying had. A happy smile appeared on Li Fao's face as he looked at everyone and said, "I told you, Su Ziniying is ice cold on the surface, but he's actually a good person. I also think he's very powerful and always helps us in secret. Now you guys should always believe it. Still don't believe what I said. This is the reality." Gui Jingfei and Wu Wei on the side, as well as Sun Honglei and the others, were indeed speechless now. They also didn't want to try to weasel their way out of it, because they had witnessed it all with their own eyes. After such a horrible thing happened, everyone no longer had the mood to rest, and they certainly didn't have the guts to do so. Seeing that it was still early in the day, they had to split into two waves, sitting back to back one by one, waiting for the sun to rise. This way the rescue supplies would come down and they would be able to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. However, except for Su Ziniying, everyone did not know what kind of bad luck was waiting for them next. The danger ahead was no less than now, and even more dangerous. And the efficiency on the side of the program group was also very high. The staff quickly contacted Professor Luo, Li Lianjie and Zhao Wen catch them. With this wonderful video of Su Ziniying, when they heard the invitation from the program team, several people were also very quick to agree to connect. When director Yen Jun learned of this news, he smiled and cracked up, excitedly releasing a teaser in the live broadcast announcement, letting more viewers know about this news and even enter the live broadcast room to watch, pushing their program to another climax. A few minutes later, all the preparations were in place and the connection would begin. Everyone was looking forward to it as well, and the audience was more than excited. As expected, the popularity of the live stream rose once again, and in the middle of the desert, a sharp phone rang, and everyone who had just quieted down was startled. Wu Wei saw that it was a call from the program team, and he chose to answer it first. "Director, is the airplane able to come in, or can we leave this place now?" The moment the phone was picked up, Wu Wei couldn't wait to ask, hoping that he would be able to get a positive answer. He also didn't want to stay in this horrible place anymore, leaving him a little heartbroken. Director Yen Jun heard Wu Wei's inquiry and quickly replied as well. "Brother Wei, don't be anxious for now. We know you're worried about the supplies. Right now, I'm contacting you guys because I've contacted Prof. Luo, Li Lianjie and Zhao Wen catch and they are going to be connected in the live broadcast." Yen Jun began to detail his reasoning, so that everyone could have an understanding of this matter. At the same time, Yen Jun also informed them that the heat in the live broadcast room was on fire, and the program was being pushed to the climax again and again. The first shot of this program was considered a successful one. Yen Jun was also very satisfied with the performance of each and every one of them, even praising them. When Wu Wei heard such news, he didn't have much surprise. Instead, he felt a little hard in his heart. Everyone carefully observed Wu Wei's expression and also felt a hint of worry. He was afraid that if there was a problem on the program team's side, then all of their efforts and hard work would come to naught. Wu Wei understood very well in his heart that although the program group had good ratings and was hot, these were all things that he had exchanged for with his lifetime and time again. Until now, they are still in fear and have not come out, and his heart is still pounding when he thinks of the horrifying images just now. Perhaps no one could understand their current situation and condition. Everyone just saw the result. This agonizing process was something that no one could empathize with except for a few of them. Right now, when Wu Wei closed his eyes, it was the terrifying image of the pheasant's neck appearing that kept lingering in his mind. That pair of cold and sinister eyes were like engraved in his mind, and he felt like he was going to collapse. For the first time, he hated Yen Jun a little. They didn't feel their pain at all while they were happy. However, Yen Jun didn't give Wu Wei a chance to complain. It was always him who took the lead, and after a few simple words of congratulations, the connection was picked up. Even if Wu Whale wanted to say something, everything was already too late. The program team opened a separate live broadcast room, and on the screen were Professor Luo, Li Lianjie and Zhao Wen captured. As soon as Professor Luo appeared, he started to talk about some of the problems, especially the news he learned about Pheasant's Neck. In order to be able to give more information, Prof. Luo also spoke very carefully, not sparing any points. This made Wu Whale and Gui Jingfei, who were listening to him, tremble, and their faces were very ugly. They didn't know much about the pheasant neck before, and now they finally knew that this kind of snake was much more terrifying than they had imagined. This also made Gui Jingfei even more thankful to Su Zining. If it wasn't for Su Zining's precise slash, I'm afraid that by now he would have already died. Gui Jingfei couldn't help but glance at Su Zining next to him, not knowing how to express his gratitude. His heart was still trembling, and he probably wouldn't be able to face this result for the rest of the day. In the end, Prof. Luo also said some words of thanks. It was them who went out of their way to discover the pheasant neck, bringing help to them, the researchers, and also providing more news. It was also hoped that they could help each other in their subsequent expeditions, provide some off-site help and share some news out. This part of Prof. Luo's story was considered to have come to a perfect end here. As for Li Lianjie and Zhao Wen catch, they were already a bit impatient. They wanted to get to know Su Zining and communicate with him through the connection. Where is that little brother in the video just now? We want to communicate with him about things in physical science. This time it was Li Lianjie who took the initiative, hoping to see Su Zining's true colors. Zhao Wen catch also chimed in. Right, hurry up and let us see this awesome powerhouse with our own eyes. The lad's flying dagger is genuinely good. Both of them were looking forward to it, but when the screen searched for Su Zining, there was no sign of him. At this moment, Su Zining had long since returned to the grass inside the side. Chapter 41 Chapter 40 Su Zining's shocking moves. He was lying there quietly, his eyes tightly closed as if he was asleep. When Wu Whale heard Li Lianjie and Zhao Wen catch's words, he quickly replied, "Two seniors, wait a moment. He seems to have run over there. I'll call him over," said Wu Whale as he got up and walked over. Li Lianjie and Zhao Wen catch were seniors he admired beyond measure. It was really a great honor to be able to connect with them at this time. Wu Whale wanted to exchange pleasantries with them, not realizing that he didn't have that opportunity, but he also had to perform well in front of his seniors, and he also hoped that Su Zining would take this kind of opportunity seriously. Wu Whale endured a bellyful of words and took the initiative to help find someone. When everyone saw Wu Whale acting like this, it also made everyone feel very impressed. Worthy of being a senior in the martial arts world, War Wolf Wu Whale is so humble in front of them all. We've also finally seen War Wolf humble. Before he was all majestic, that's for sure. I've heard that in their line of work, it's very much about rules, and it's all about strength. Su Zining is lying there alone, looking at him like that. He shouldn't know what's happening yet? If he knew that he was connected to Li Lianjie and Zhao Wen catch, wouldn't he be scared to death? Su Zining is pretending in front of Wu Whale, but he's not like this in front of Li Lianjie and Zhao Wen catch, right? Everyone was talking about this matter and looking forward to Su Zining's next performance. Wu Whale carefully searched for Su Zining and also quickly came to his side. Seeing Su Zining's leisurely appearance, Wu Whale also looked a bit helpless, but he didn't want to count on it. Su Zining, quickly get up. Brother Jia and Brother Zhuo want to talk to you. They have been waiting for some time, Wu Whale said as he came to Su Zining's side. Su Zining slowly opened his eyes, unable to hide the disdain between his brows. His icy cold voice sounded once again. Not interested, I don't recognize them either. Throwing down this sentence, Su Zining turned his back and ignored Wu Whale. Wu Whale was startled by Su Zining's actions, and he hurriedly covered the microphone. He was afraid that Li Lianjie and Zhao Wen catch would hear him, and then the scene would be even more awkward. Even when he met these two titans, he had to lower his eyebrows and didn't dare to show any disrespect. Su Zining was so young that he even mouthed off here. Even if he was more powerful, he couldn't be so wild in front of these two titans. Wu Whale calmed himself, then looked at Su Zining and whispered, "Get up. I'm talking about the two seniors Li Lianjie and Zhao Wen catch. You're really too impolite like this, and it'll cause an uproar." Wu Whale thought that Su Zining didn't react, so he repeated once more. But the next action of Su Zining really made Wu Whale fall down, even speechless to the extreme. Su Zining was unmoved, and she said with great impatience, "Not interested, don't bother me." Wu Whale's entire person froze there. He looked at Su Zining in front of him with a bit of exasperation. He did not expect him to be greasy. The scene immediately became awkward, and everyone was at a bit of a loss for words. And what Su Zining said was also heard clearly by Li Lianjie and Zhao Wen catch. The live broadcast room also fell into a weird silence, and everyone didn't know how to end it. Li Lianjie and Zhao Wenju seemed to have not expected that it would be such a situation, and the two of them looked at each other in dismay. A moment later, Li Lianjie broke the silence before resolving the embarrassment. With a smile on his face, he said very gently, "It's okay. It seems that our connection was not at the right time, and this little brother is indeed a bit too tired. We'll be here for a long time. Why don't we let him rest first? After all, you guys are on an expedition. We can understand all this, but don't go forcing him." Zhao and Catch also hurriedly went along with the steps, and this embarrassment was finally cracked. There's nothing wrong with what Brother Jie said. Everyone should also understand. Everyone has their own difficulties. In fact, everyone understood in their hearts that every expert had their own temperament. There was also simply no way to force what they were unwilling to do. However, this behavior of Su Ziniying's, in turn, aroused the curiosity of Li Lianjie and Zhao Wencatch. Although they didn't mind, that mood of wanting to get to know Su Ziniying was really a bit urgent at the moment. When Wu Whale saw that the awkward scene was dissolved, he also finally let out a sigh of relief. For Su Ziniying's performance just now, Wu Whale was really very dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do about it. In Wu Whale's eyes, he admired Li Lianjie's and Zhao Wencatch's actions even more, feeling that they had broad-mindedness that he should learn from. They were the goal of his life, and he wanted to turn himself into a strong person like that. Only, Zhao Wencatch said that Su Ziniying was an expert, which made Wu Whale's heart feel unconvinced and also felt that it was a bit too exaggerated. When the viewers in the live stream saw Su Ziniying's attitude, they immediately became indignant and accused Su Ziniying of being arrogant and rude. This Su Ziniying is also too ungrateful, actually pretending at this time. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven. He actually dares to ignore Li Lianjie and Zhao Wencatch. I think he's just a lunatic. He really thinks he's an expert and very powerful. Not much skill but not much temper. If he angers Li Lianjie and Zhao Wenzhou, be careful of being beaten and spitting blood. What I said is not wrong at all. This Su Ziniying is really smart. He is digging a grave for himself. Just now all of us were praising him. I didn't expect him to be so stupid that he offended two seniors at once. Fortunately they were broad-minded and didn't get catty with her. Otherwise it would have been disastrous. The voices accusing Su Ziniying rose and fell, and more people didn't understand Su Ziniying's thoughts, didn't understand why Su Ziniying did what he did. Those people were discussing amongst themselves, and some even badmouthed Su Ziniying. But Su Ziniying never cared about any of this. No matter if it was a tirade of abuse or praise towards him, Su Ziniying didn't want to pay attention to it. He only wanted to do what he should do and fulfill his due responsibilities and obligations. Li Lianjie was really curious about Su Ziniying's performance. He had watched the knife that Su Ziniying had flown out dozens of times over and over again, and in his experience, to be able to achieve that level of performance, it really did require decades of skill. This was indeed undeniable. He had also tried many times and couldn't do it as accurately as Su Ziniying. Zhao Wencatch was also smiling, and at the same time, there was also some self-deprecation. Li Lianjie was also consoling, and in their hearts, they did feel a hint of pity for Su Ziniying's sword technique. It made them curious and envious, and there was also always a hint of anticipation. Chapter 42 Chapter 41 Good news arrives. Su Ziniying refused to link up with Li Lianjie and Zhao Wencatch, which caused everyone to be dissatisfied. However, Li Lianjie and Zhao Wencatch didn't care, and didn't even bother to blame or complain about Su Ziniying. They spoke to each other in the live broadcast room, and their words were filled with curiosity and appreciation for Su Ziniying. They had also been discussing Su Ziniying's sword technique, and seemed to be very cognizant of Su Ziniying. This caused Wu Whale to be a little strange, and at the same time, he was muttering in his heart, "What is going on here? Could it be that this Su Ziniying is really strong and different from what I thought before? But what exactly is the secret in his body?" Wu Whale sat there without saying a word. This matter had also been lingering in his mind. Everyone saw that Wu Whale was a bit out of it. Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei, as well as Yang Mi and the others, had to deal with these situations in front of them. Hopefully, this connection would end as soon as possible, lest there be some more embarrassing situations. The viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the situation in front of them, which also made them feel shocked and couldn't figure it out for a while. No way! Su Ziniying's performance like this was actually able to get the approval of the two big names, Li Lianjie and Zhao Wencatch. First of all, his attitude was extremely rude. These two great curiosity really can hold up a boat in the belly of a prime minister, and actually didn't care at all. It is really admirable, but to be able to get the recognition of these two big names is really very difficult. That's true. The two of them are also known for their direct temperament. If they weren't truly recognized by them, they wouldn't have said these words in front of everyone. It seems that this Su Ziniying is really something, and I don't know what kind of ability he actually has, making everyone see him more and more. Yeah, Su Ziniying's behavior along the way really makes people feel a bit strange, as if it's a big contrast from what was described before. After chatting like this for a few moments, it finally ended this connection. Everyone also finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how anxious the several stars were, Su Ziniying ignored them. as if these things had nothing to do with him. He didn't care about everyone's feelings at all. After the connection ended, the director's side also sort of brought good news. The program's supply materials would soon be able to be transported over. And in order for the program to run smoothly, this time the airplane would bring them directly to the entrance of the Forbidden Land. This news also sort of made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, and they didn't have to spend time and effort searching for it, lest some unexpected situation would occur once again in the middle of the process. Fatty said with a helpless face, "We're finally holding on to the clouds, and we're also leaving this horrible place. I can't even hold on anymore. I won't choose to come here again in this lifetime." Fatty also spoke everyone's mind. This place had indeed left an indelible psychological shadow on everyone. No one was willing to try it again, leaving them teetering on the edge of life and death. At the slightest dawn, the show's airplane had already arrived. A hint of relief and a smile finally appeared on everyone's faces as well, the airplane bringing them the supplies they needed for the expedition afterward. At the same time, everyone also boarded again at this time and headed to the entrance of the Forbidden Land. About half an hour later, the airplane began to land. Everyone also organized their things and curiously stepped off the plane. But when they looked at the scene in front of them, all of them were in awe, because what was in front of them was not what everyone imagined, but a huge castle piled up with stones, and of course, the yard-on landform in the desert. The captain in charge of transporting everyone, seeing this wonder in everyone, explained to them, "You guys don't have to be surprised. This is the Forbidden Land entrance Devil's Castle. The underworld abyss that you all are going to, is the place to enter from. As for the next path, I don't know where to go, so you'll need to explore it yourselves. I hope everything goes well for you all." After the captain finished saying these words, he didn't stay here for a moment and directly flew the airplane away. Everyone stood in front of this huge devil city. For a moment they wanted to cry. One after another they looked at each other. They still really didn't know what to do. This devil's city looked very weird, and appeared desolate and eerie, and couldn't help but make everyone feel chills on their backs. Just at this time, everyone seemed to hear gusts of wind whimpering from inside. It was as if it was the devil's howl, giving people the creeps. Yang Mi and Li Fulgence as well as Fatty and Lu Shirshir and the rest of them, after hearing this horrifying sound, each one of them had a scowl on their face and didn't dare to approach at all. Not to mention entering the Devil City, now see their faces a little pale, also had to go to comfort at this time. The next step was their adventure. If they couldn't even enter the Devil City, the program might fail. It had all come here, and there was no reason to back out by saying anything. Wu Whale cleared his throat, then looked at everyone and said, "All don't be afraid. This sound is quite normal. It's because this is a Danya landform. The wind makes the sound as it passes through. It's broad daylight now, so all of you put on your boldness and just follow me and enter without fear." After he said those words, he turned his head to look at Su Zeming who was standing next to him. However, he found Su Zeming with his hands wrapped around his chest, standing there without a word, still without any expression, looking like an indifferent statue. Wu Whale shook his head. "Su Zeming, what I just said is right." The reason why Wu Whale asked Su Zeming was that on one hand, he wanted to get on good terms with Su Zeming, and on the other hand, it was also because he wanted to see if Su Zeming had any other powerful places besides his sword skills, and of course, it was also a test for Su Zeming. But Su Zeming didn't even give a single glance to Wu Whale, let alone answering his question. It was as if he didn't hear it. Immediately after that, Su Zeming took a step and directly walked in towards the inside of Devil City. When Wu Whale saw Su Zeming's action, although he had thought of this result, it still made him feel a little embarrassed. Let's go in as well." Everyone also did not say a word, and one by one, they followed Su Zeming in Wu Whale's footsteps and hurriedly entered into the Devil City. Although they had already prepared themselves mentally, when they entered the Devil City, they were still shocked by the sights in front of them, because inside the Devil City, there were tall black rocks on all sides, which made people feel very horrible and depressing. And after years and years of being corroded and weathered by the wind, these black rocks were all strangely shaped, instantly giving people a strong sense of oppression, coupled with the terrifying sound of the wind that came from time to time, which was really like the devil howling. Everyone couldn't help but feel their scalp numb. Chapter 43 Chapter 42 Entering Devil City. At this critical moment, Su Zeming walked alone at the forefront in a grand manner. It seemed that the oppressive feeling here had no effect on him either, and he didn't put everything around him in his eyes. The other few people, on the other hand, were carefully following behind, afraid that if they didn't pay attention, a monster similar to a chicken neck would suddenly appear here and attack them, or even threaten their lives. Everyone looked around with very vigilant eyes, and even if there was any breeze, they would carefully check it out. However, as time passed by, everyone had already walked for some distance in the Devil City. All of them gradually relaxed as well. It seemed that there were no oddities here other than that terrifying sound of the wind. Even more so, there were no monsters like the pheasant's neck, and all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Whale was a bit restless at this time, and he deliberately looked for a topic of conversation here in order to keep the atmosphere from being depressing. You're all too tense. This expedition is nothing more than that. It's not as scary as you think. All those things that happened before were just accidents. You guys don't scare yourselves. This Devil City is not as scary as you think. It's just a rare Yodin landscape. When the program group chooses the location next time, it seems that they also need to be more attentive, or else the audience will also look bored, and it will even affect the program's ratings. Wu Whale was bragging in front of everyone, and he seemed to have forgotten about the previous pheasant neck incident. He was so scared at the time that his face was pale and even his soul was scattered. Right during Wu Whale's speech, everyone had also arrived at the place where the road turned ahead. After Su Zeming walked here, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and carefully looked around before raising his head to look upwards. Everyone had also come to Su Zeming's side, and after seeing Su Zeming's expression, they also imitated Su Zeming's actions. What appeared in front of everyone now was actually a tall half-moon-shaped mound, hard blocking everyone's way, and following Su Zeming's gaze, all of them sucked in a breath of cool air, because on top of this mound, there was actually a huge ship set in place. Half of this boat was buried inside the mound, and half of it was exposed, and everyone was instantly stunned. It was the first time they had seen a sight like this. Li Fowl said with a shocked face, "Heavens, what kind of spectacle is this? This is too spectacular. I've traveled through so many places. This is the first time I've seen such a spectacular scenery. It truly makes people feel amazing. Yeah, how in the world is this ship set in a mound of earth? Nature is so devilishly ingenious that one can't dare to imagine." Yang Mi also couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A trace of shock appeared on everyone's face. It seemed that the fear of just entering Devil City was gone. Su Zeming still didn't say a word. Guo Jingfei was a bit pressed, but he didn't dare to ask Su Zeming, knowing that he would eat the door. "Captain Whale, what do you think we should do next? Should we take this opportunity to go up and take a look? I'm a bit curious about how the inside of this ship looks like, and I also want to know how exactly he is set in this mound of dirt. Since we're all already here, let's not let this opportunity pass." Everyone also looked towards Wu Whale, wanting to know what he had planned next. The captain of the airplane had also told them earlier that this Devil City was the path they had to take to the underworld abyss, so they had no other choice, and this sight before them was not their final destination. Everyone in the band was in a state of curiosity, and they all wanted to witness this spectacular sight in front of them. If they lost this opportunity, they would never have the chance to see this scene again in their lives. Every single person's heart was dumbfounded, and everyone wanted to make this wish come true. Wu Whale glanced at everyone. His heart was struggling a bit, but in the end, he still came to Su Zeming's side. "Su Zeming, what do you think about this matter? Should we climb on top of this ship and take a look? Everyone wants to fulfill this wish. Why don't you give a suggestion?" When Su Zeming heard Wu Whale's inquiry, he didn't make any move. He just said with an expressionless face, "Whatever." Everyone looked at Su Zeming in surprise, thinking that Su Zeming would directly refuse or ignore Wu Whale. Unexpectedly, Su Zeming was so nice this time and even answered Wu Whale's inquiry. He had always been a self-made man, doing whatever he wanted to do. Unexpectedly, at this time, he actually started to consider everyone's opinions. Not only did everyone find it unbelievable, but Wu Whale on the side was also sizing up Su Zeming with strange eyes. Before all the people could react, Su Zeming had already taken a step and walked to the front of the mound. He was very fast and climbed up in the blink of an eye. When Wu Whale saw Su Zeming's move, he also had a humongous look on his face. What a nuisance. It turns out that he had already decided to go up and have a look, just letting us be casual. I knew he wasn't that kind. I thought he had changed. What a self-satisfied person. Wu Whale shook his head, seeing that Su Zeming had already climbed up the hill, and everyone was already excited to do the same. "Brother Whale, let's hurry up and go up too. There shouldn't be any problems. Su Zeming has already made his move. We can't lag behind either." Wu Whale had no choice but to nod his head as he acted as if he had the big picture in mind. Everyone was on the same team, and since Su Zeming had already gone, they had to have some action as well, so that they could also take care of each other. But Wu Whale also quickly thought of Li Fowl. He turned back with a concerned face and asked, "That's right, Li Fowl, your legs. Everyone has no problem with it. It's not easy to climb up here." What Wu Whale said made sense. After all, the dirt slope in front of them was very steep. If they were to climb it at this time, it would still be really difficult and would take some time and effort. Just because Su Zeming was able to go up easily, it did not mean that the others would be able to do so with such ease. But seeing everyone's expectant eyes, Wu Whale was not in a good position to stop it anymore, only to see him wave his hand and say, "I'm handy and in good health. I'll go up first. After I go up, I'll fix a rope on top, so it's also convenient for you guys to climb." Saying that, Wu Whale turned around and left in a dashing manner. Gui Jingfei and Sun Honglei on the side saw Wu Whale's actions. They couldn't help but be very touched, feeling that Wu Whale had pattern and strength, and was also taking care of everyone at all times. Sun Honglei looked at Wu Whale and gave him a thumbs up, showing his admiration and recognition. Chapter 44, Chapter 43, The Weird Hill. Fatty also said with a smile on his face, "Then thank you, Brother Whale." Wu Whale's image was instantly very good in everyone's mind, and seeing everyone's adoring eyes, Wu Whale's mood was instantly better. Feeling that it was better to come and rely on him at the critical moment, Wu Whale confidently came to the front of the hill. He began to rub his fists and had already prepared everything. Having just seen Su Zeming climb with ease, Wu Whale also felt that he must have no problem. But Wu Whale had just climbed up the hill. He was already out of breath and was sweating profusely from exhaustion. And it was only at this time that Wu Whale realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined. The earth slope in front of him was very steep, and the top was very smooth. There was no point of gravity at all. This just climbed 2 steps. Wu Whale already felt that his limbs were weak and sweating profusely. If he continued to hold on, he might have to fall down from here later. However, he had just said his words too full in front of everyone, and if he retreated back at this time, it would make her feel ashamed. The main thing was that Su Zeming was so relaxed, and if he let everyone compare, the gap between them would be obvious. This made Wu Whale a bit unable to accept it for a moment. He also had no choice but to harden his head at this time and keep climbing forward. He had entered a dilemma. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and they too felt speechless. Su Zeming wasn't even thinking about helping everyone at this time, especially those few beautiful-looking female stars, Gui Jingfei and Sun Honglei, who were standing under the mound, as well as Yang Mi, stared at Wu Whale with unblinking eyes. This was their only hope, and they hoped that Wu Whale could climb up as soon as possible. Just at this time, everyone realized that Wu Whale's speed was getting slower and slower, almost stagnant. Gui Jingfei said with an anxious face, "What's going on? What is the captain doing? Why is he lying there not moving? Why do I see that the captain seems to have fallen asleep? And it also looks like he's struggling a bit. It's not like he can't climb up." Sun Honglei didn't believe what Gui Jingfei said and immediately retorted, "Here. Don't talk nonsense. How can you doubt the captain's strength? Just now Su Zeming was clearly very relaxed. He was able to climb up. The captain definitely won't have a problem." In everyone's eyes, how could the physical strength of the Hall Battle Wolf be less than Su Zeming's? Below this mound, everyone was defending Wu Whale, thinking that he would be able to climb up easily. At the same time, everyone was looking forward to it, because Wu Whale promised them that he would find a way to make them all go up. Just when everyone was full of confidence, Li Yun said with a frown, "Look guys, Brother Whale he seems to have stopped. Is it true that he can't climb anymore?" Lu Shishir, who was on the side, also retorted, "No, Brother Whale is merely storing up his stamina. He'll definitely be able to climb up quickly later. You guys just wait and see. Everyone don't be anxious for now. Everything has a process." With that everyone comforted themselves, hoping that Wu Whale would be able to fulfill his promise. As soon as Lu Shishir's words fell, the scene in front of them made everyone feel a bit devastated. Not only did Wu Whale not continue forward, but he slid all the way down the mound. After Wu Whale landed on the ground, he smiled awkwardly before coming in front of everyone. I think it's like this. This boat we don't have to go up. It's just too time-consuming, and foul legs and feet are not convenient. In case another accident occurs in the process of climbing again, then it is not worth the loss. Not to mention the fact that it will also consume more of everyone's physical strength, which won't do any good to our next exploration. Hearing Wu Whale make excuses, everyone's hearts couldn't help but be a little dissatisfied, but they didn't refute it. Just one by one, they revealed a disappointed look. Just when everyone was ready to give up, unexpectedly a rope was smoothed down from above, and Su Zeming's voice flashed on the bow before disappearing. When Li Fowl saw the scene in front of her, she danced with excitement. The rope! It was Su Zeming who just put it down. She can be really sweet, actually thinking for us. I told you that Su Zeming still has us in his heart. He has always been silently helping us behind the scenes. Now we can climb up and realize our wishes. It's simply great. Everyone was touched by the scene in front of them, and had thought that it was really impossible to climb up. At this critical moment, Su Zeming stretched out a helping hand, which also fulfilled everyone's wish. Sun Honglei said with a face of appreciation, "Don't say it really. Su Zeming, this kid is quite reliable sometimes." This is also from Sun Honglei's heart. After so many things, he also gradually Su Zeming has some different views. Heart also more or less to Su Zeming some gratitude. Gui Jingfei looked at the rope. Eyes are also revealed a trace of recognition of Su Zeming ability. Thinking of the usual Su Zeming performance indifference, and bad temper, so that everyone is afraid to approach, and even some hate to communicate with him. But in critical moments, Su Zeming never left them unattended. Every time, he would save them from the fire. and everyone had never properly expressed their gratitude to Su Zeming. Those good feelings he had in everyone's hearts were quickly worn out by his cold attitude and foul temper, and instantly Gui Jingfei felt a little sorry for Su Zeming. After all, everyone is not perfect. He looked at everyone and silently said, "This Su Zeming really makes people feel strange sometimes. Even though she has a bad temper and a cold attitude, he has always helped us behind the scenes. This is something we must also admit. He doesn't seem to be as cold and heartless as those black fans say. We also seem to be a bit prejudiced against him before. After all, everyone has his temperament and personality. These are all innate and no one can change them." When everyone heard what Gui Jingfei said, one by one, they all nodded in agreement as well. During the time they spent with Su Zeming, they did see a lot of Su Zeming's strengths, although they didn't dare to get close to him, and everyone's relationship didn't improve much. There were some things that were true. Everyone had to admit it as well. Yang Ni nodded and said, "Gui Jingfei has a point. In fact, I have always had such thoughts before, only at the end of the day they were all doused with this idea. It seems that in the future we need to reacquaint ourselves with Su Zeming. We can't just look at the surface. This seems a bit unfair to him." Li Fao was also full of excitement, seeing that everyone's attitude towards Su Zeming had changed. He was the one who was the happiest. It was because he had known for a long time that Su Zeming was a good person and was also very capable. Chapter 45, Chapter 44, Strange Lake. With Su Zeming's help, everyone was a little impatient at this time. They climbed up the rope one after another, and although they felt some strain, no one would give up. After spending some time and energy, everyone finally climbed up the hill. When everyone climbed up the hill, they saw this big ship and felt very shocked in their hearts. Unexpectedly, behind this hill was a mysterious lake. If they wanted to enter the underworld abyss, they had to pass through here. They had no choice or way back. All of them came to the edge of the lake, and at this moment, Su Zeming, he was also standing quietly on the edge of the lake. Everyone still didn't know how they were going to get through the next step. Wanting to pass through the lake in front of them, they still didn't know what kind of danger they would encounter. Even in everyone's minds, all sorts of different scenarios had also begun to appear. Also in a state of curiosity, Yang Ni walked forward alone. He also wanted to explore, but he didn't think about how dangerous this move of his was. Everyone didn't pay attention for a moment, and compared to when they had just set out, everyone now looked a bit lousy. The suitcases were already in pieces, and they were covered in dust and sludge. The people were no better, looking haggard and wretched as well. They still clearly remembered that when they had just left, each and every one of them was bright and beautifully dressed. After the explosion of the airplane, and then the waiting and encounter in the desert, they were all gray. The tops of their clothes and pants were all covered with mud, and it seemed that everyone no longer cared about their image. As Wu Whale looked at the scene in front of him, he pulled out his watch and then found the map that the program had sent him. Sitting on the edge of the lake, he carefully examined it to see what exactly they were going to do next. A moment later, Wu Whale pointed across the street and said, "According to the map, if we want to enter the underworld abyss, we have to cross the river first. There is no second way out. Everyone should still be mentally prepared and think of a way as soon as possible. There are no tools to cross the river here either. First we need to find some materials to simply build a bamboo raft." Everyone listened carefully to what Wu Whale said, and it also made them feel helpless. Where were they going to find these materials? This was a challenge for everyone. One by one, they all looked like they wanted to cry, not realizing that every step forward here was a test for everyone. And also after going through one hurdle after another, they didn't know when they would be able to reach their destination successfully. Gui Jingfei said with a helpless look on his face, "If we are left to find the materials to build the raft ourselves, we don't know when we will be able to succeed. Not to mention that we are not professionals. Do you think we can? I still really feel a bit worried." Sun Honglei also asked the same thing. Everyone had the same doubts in their hearts. Even if they were to give at this time, they still didn't know if they could succeed. Everyone's hearts didn't have a bottom line. "Yes, Captain. I think we should otherwise ask the program team for help and see if we can be given some assistance. I remember when we set out, the program group told us that everyone has one chance to ask for help, and here we have 7 people. That means we have 7 chances. The program group gave us help, and I also feel able to be a little safer, so why not go and use such an opportunity?" Everyone spoke up, and at this time they all came up with ideas, hoping that they would all be able to think of a way as soon as possible. Originally wanted to climb up to see the scenery, did not expect such a result. Everyone's heart felt a little lost. Now they are facing such a challenge, so everyone is really not confident. When Wu Whale heard this statement from them, he did not agree with it. A raft is just a bamboo raft. This is already the simplest tool. I think we should still think of a way to overcome these difficulties on our own, no problem. We do have such an opportunity, but this Forbidden Land expedition has also just begun, and we don't know what kind of things we'll encounter later on. We'd better save this opportunity. maybe we can use it later. Leave the building of the raft to me. You guys go and help me find materials. Saying that, Wu Whale walked out without hesitation. He was already ready to act. Everyone looked at each other one by one. Although there was some reluctance in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. Only able to follow one by one. Su Zeming didn't say a single word from start to finish, nor did he give everyone a single piece of advice. He still stood with his hands behind his back, quietly standing on the edge of the lake, just like a statue. Everyone didn't know what was going on in his mind, nor did they know what he would do next. Everyone subconsciously looked at Su Zeming, and one shook his head helplessly. Wei Jingfei said somewhat reluctantly, "Why is it that every time we do the work, it's us? Su Zeming doesn't do anything. He can also help us with ideas. He actually doesn't say a word." Cold and scary. Everyone heard Guo Jingfei chanting and didn't want to say these things again. Su Zeming's performance along the way had also made them accept and get used to it. But thinking about this installment of the program, they were only able to harden their hearts and act more positively in front of the camera. Then they cooperated with Wu Whale's orders and overcame the difficulties again and again. Wei Jingfei and Sun Honlei followed Su Zeming out as they went to look for materials to build the raft. A few actresses stayed here, and Lu Shishir looked at her shoes, which had long been unappealing. It was really too dirty on top, and he couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted. "Sister me, take a look at my shoes and these feet. I don't know what's wrong with them. They're actually so dirty. This is simply detrimental to my image. I see that this river is quite clear. It's just right for us to wash it here. This will also allow us to relax a bit. It's time to talk about hygiene. Look at everyone's grimy faces." Yang Mi and Li Fulgence, as well as Fatty and the rest of them, also looked down and surveyed, realizing that there was quite a bit of mud on everyone's bodies. They also felt that Lu Shishir had a point, taking this opportunity for everyone to simply clean up a bit. This would also make it a little easier. It was indeed a little hard to look at it like this. Yang Mi nodded. He was the first to agree to Lu Shishir's proposal. A few people came to the lake and couldn't wait to take off their shoes, sticking their feet into the river water with a satisfied face. "Ha, it seems a bit cold, but it's quite comfortable." Several people had a face of enjoyment, feeling the cold river water. They still carefully cleaned it, not wanting to let go of this great opportunity. Chapter 46 Chapter 45 Yang Mi injured. Lu Shishir's pair of feet were churning around in the river, and a few people were having a good time. All the exhaustion and tension from this journey seemed to have vanished at this time. Lu Shishir had never felt so happy before, and Li Fulgence and Fatty and the others followed suit. The fans in the live broadcast room saw this scene and they too felt happy. It's still Fatty D and Li Fowl's good character. It's really rare for them to experience so many dangers and yet still be able to be so happy. I hope that everything will go well for them next and there won't be too much danger again. Wow, their feet are so white. Why didn't I notice it before? Those upstairs should watch your words. Be careful of being disliked. Right, this Su Zeming is still standing there. What the hell is she doing? Doesn't she know that they are working nowadays? Every time he pretends to be cold. He doesn't participate in every activity at all. All the hard work is done by a few of them. It's heartbreaking, but with that ice-cold look of his, who dares to say a word about him, and is either disliked back or treated as air. Everyone started to spit on Su Zeming here again, thinking that Su Zeming was just getting something for nothing. These fans were like wallflowers. They were able to swing around at any time. They always had all sorts of reasons to see Wu Whale leading Sun Honlei and the others in their endeavors. It made the fans adore them even more. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Whale had thought of this method and then was ready to bring everyone across the river, if they wanted to enter the underworld abyss, it would simply be impossible. Without a moment's time, Yang Mi had also become almost clear and turned back to see a few other people still happily playing there. He also kindly reminded everyone to organize their things. "Alright, the water here is very cold. It's not good for our girls' health after a long time. Wash up and hurry out. Don't be greedy anymore." Just as Yang Mi's words fell, he had already pulled his feet out, and then lifted his feet to go outside. Right at this critical moment, he only heard Yang Mi let out a shriek, followed by a stabbing pain coming from the bottom of his foot. At first he didn't care. He just thought that he had stepped on something sharp, which pinched his foot. He hurriedly lifted his foot up and then examined it carefully, not realizing that the scene in front of him scared Yang Mi to death. His face was a bit ugly, only to see that on top of his foot, a big black leech had suddenly appeared. The head of the leech had already burrowed under Yang Mi's skin, and the body was still twisting and drilling inside. Yang Mi couldn't control it anymore and he screamed in fear. "Bugs, help!" Yang Mi had never seen this kind of situation before. He was scared out of his wits and didn't know what to do for a moment. His voice was a little choked and trembling, and his voice was a little hoarse, even regretting his actions just now. But now it is useless to say anything. Pampered and spoiled, his heart looks very scared and fearful. He really didn't dare to imagine that after this thing drilled into his body, would it take his life? After hearing this, Li Fengyang and Lu Shishir came over in a hurry to see what was wrong with Yang Mi. Just at this time, the big black leech had only its tail left outside. Seeing this scene of Li Fowl, he also changed his face and anxiously inquired, "What to do? Have gone in. In the end what to do ah?" Lu Shishir is also panicked. They picked up a stone from the river, directly toward the leech on Yang Mi's feet smashed over. But the foot is not a hand. If this stone goes down, Yang Mi will definitely have to fracture his bones. Maybe it will be even worse. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, also instantly felt panicked, and some fans had never seen this kind of terrible thing. Ah, what the hell is this thing ah? It's simply too scary. You guys quickly think of a way to save Sister Mi. He will not have life-threatening right. How a good reason can be injured, and also attacked by an unknown object. This thing is called a leech, capable of drilling inside a person's skin and specializing in sucking their blood. Yes, what I said is not wrong at all. Not only does he specialize in sucking people's blood, but he also gets bigger and bigger, and after a person gradually loses his blood, he will eventually die. You guys don't talk nonsense here. Sister Mi, she will definitely be fine. The lucky ones will have their heavenly fortune. I believe that he will be able to turn good luck into good fortune. What kind of crap program is this? The few of them are simply suffering too much. It's better to come back quickly, or else we still don't know what they will experience. That's also true. This program group simply take the life of the stars seriously. From the beginning to now don't know how many things have happened. As soon as Yang Mi was injured, it instantly caused an uproar, making these viewers feel very uncomfortable in their hearts. They were all complaining about the program group, and the entire pop-up screen was crazy with heartache and worry for Yang Mi. On the other hand, Wu Whale had just arrived at the foot of the mountain with Sun Honlei and Gui Jingfei and the others. They hadn't prepared enough materials yet, and as a result, they heard Yang Mi's cries for help. A few people were also startled. They couldn't think of anything else and ran back in a hurry. Sun Honglei said with a worried face, "Captain, they can't really be in any danger." "Right, just now it should have been Yang Mi's cry for help. You said that a few of them are at the lake. What exactly can happen?" Wu Whale and Gui Jingfei were also unclear. They could only rush back now to figure out what happened. Slowly Lu Shishir calmed down. He knew that going on like this was not a solution at all. Since a problem had arisen, it had to be resolved as soon as possible. Right. It seems to be recorded in the survival manual that the director gave us when we set out. If I remember correctly, this kind of thing is called a leech, and he will suck human blood. Right now, we can only press it first to prevent him from continuing to enter Sister Mi's body. Then we can think of a way to get it out as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be too late. Li Fao also cooperated with Lu Shishir's actions, and the two of them joined forces here. They desperately pressed the leech under Yang Mi's feet to prevent him from going further. Both of them felt scared, but seeing that Yang Mi was now in danger, they could only face it with their heads. Without a moment's time, the two men felt that they had no strength. This was not a solution at all. They didn't know how to take the leech out now. If they cut Yang Mi's foot, he would be hurt even more, but if they couldn't take it out, it would threaten Yang Mi's life. Just in the nick of time, Li Fulgence looked up at Su Zining, who was standing motionless at the edge of the lake. "Master Lu, should we go and get Su Zining's help? He will definitely have a way to save Sister Mi." Chapter 47 Chapter 46 Su Zining disappeared. Lu Shishir considered it for a while, and also felt that what Li Fushir said had some truth to it, and the two of them also mustered up enough courage to prepare to go and find Su Zining. If they explained the situation to him, maybe Su Zining would really be willing to help. But when the two people turned around, they realized that Su Zining had long since lost his business. This caused them to be shocked and look even more flustered. Li Yun said anxiously, "What's going on? I just saw him standing there. He disappeared without a trace so quickly. I don't know where he ran off to. How did he fall off the chain at this critical moment? What should we do in the end? We can't just stand by and watch me sister get into trouble. This is simply too useless." Li Fengyang felt very self-blaming and sad. It also made him and Lu Shishir feel a bit desperate. They didn't know who to turn to for help. Yang Mi on the side was also in great pain and kept moaning there. Lu Shishir also could no longer get past that much. He ran towards the side and then shouted, "Su Zeming, where are you? You quickly come out. Sister Mi, she's injured. You find a way to help her, otherwise her life will be in danger." But no matter how much Lu Shishir shouted, she never saw Su Zining show up. Just at this critical moment, Wu Whale rushed back with Sun Honlei and Gui Jingfei. Hearing Lu Shishir's shouts, they were also nervous. "What's going on? What exactly happened?" Wu Whale anxiously inquired. Having just heard Lu Shishir shouting Su Zining's name, he thought that something had gone wrong with Su Zining. Although Wu Whale didn't like her, he didn't want anything to happen to him. What's more, in the next adventure, perhaps Su Zining would be able to help them more. When Lu Shishir and Li Fulgence saw Wu Whale and the others rushing back, it was as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. "You guys finally came back. Sister me, she is injured. He was bitten by leeches. He is about to drill into it. What do you guys say to do? After hearing this, Wu Whale couldn't wait to come to Yang Mi's side, then carefully went to check the injury. Everyone also nervously gathered around, also thinking of ways. But when everyone saw the black leech that was still writhing, they were all shocked and their faces were very ugly. That thing was so black and dark that it couldn't help but make people sick. Gui Jingfei shivered, then said in fear, "Luckily I just didn't go to wash my feet. This is simply too scary. How could this disgusting thing appear?" said Gui Jingfei backed up, afraid that the leeches would drill out from under Yang Mi's feet and climb onto his body as if they were there. Immediately after that he actually dry heaved. Although he felt it was impolite, he still had no way to control his body's reaction. His stomach turned over and his mouth kept spitting acid. Sun Honglei looked at Gui Jingfei, who also looked a little helpless, and at the same time, a little heartbroken for Yang Mi. He also hoped that Wu Whale would be able to think of a solution as soon as possible to solve these problems in front of him. The audience saw how everyone was behaving, and they too were there in a dry spell. Gosh, I didn't expect Gui Jingfei to be scared and vomit. It really makes people feel so heartbroken. He definitely can't stand that scene. Yeah, I don't know if the captain has a solution. We can't just watch it like this. In the future everyone should stay away from the water. Luckily just now a few people went to look for materials. Otherwise we don't know who would have been hit. There should be more than one of this thing. It really feels so scary. I don't know if this program group can guarantee their safety or not. We are both heartbroken for Sister Mi and Gui Jingfei. We hope that this disaster will pass as soon as possible. Just when everyone was extremely worried, Wu Whale suddenly pulled out a dagger from his waist. Then unsheathing the dagger, the sharp dagger flashed out a cold gleam in the sunlight. When Li Fao saw Wu Whale's action, she was also startled, not knowing what Wu Whale was going to do next. "Brother Whale, what do you want to do? You're not going to cut Sister Mi's feet and take out the leeches, are you?" When Wu Whale heard Li Fulgent's inquiry, he nodded with a serious face. This was the only way now. He couldn't continue to delay. Otherwise the situation would become more and more dangerous, and there was no telling what would happen later. Compared to Yang Mi's life, cutting her feet was nothing at all. This was also the only way Wu Whale could think of, although he was also a bit intolerant. "What? Isn't this a bit too cruel?" Lu Shishir at the side had a surprised look on his face. He didn't want to see Yang Mi being injured, not to mention the fact that he would have to cut a big slash on his foot. Thinking about it made him feel unbearable pain. Wu Whale could understand how everyone was feeling right now, but there was really no better way. She didn't want to be like this either, but everyone was in a panic right now, and there was no one who could help him. "I can't help it. This is the only way to take out the leeches. If we don't do this, and wait until this thing burrows directly into Yang Mi's body, then it will be even more troublesome, and we won't even have a life by then. What's a big cut? Now it's a matter of saving your lives. You guys still care about this." Wu Whale was a big straight man, and did not hide it when he said these words. Unexpectedly, when Li Fan heard these words, he was instantly shocked and cried. His tears flowed uncontrollably. He really felt sorry for Yang Mi and didn't want to see him suffer so much. If he scratches his feet, he doesn't know how to walk the rest of the way. Yang Mi will suffer more. Moreover, the medicines they have here are incomplete, and if they don't take good care of him, he will get infected. All these various concerns make it hard for them to make up their mind. Wu Whale as the captain, he could no longer care so much, no matter what would happen later. He had to solve these problems now. "We can't care so much anymore. Let's solve the immediate problems first. You guys don't have to worry too much. If we really don't have a way to solve it, we can only think of a way for the program to send Yang Mi back first." Everyone was instantly silent as well. If Yang Mi was really sent back, there would be no way for him to participate in the next adventure. This also meant that Yang Mi wouldn't get a single cent of the program group's remuneration, and all the sins he had suffered before would only be in vain. This made everyone feel a bit unwilling, and Yang Mi also felt a bit lost. He also wanted to travel to the underworld abyss together to see what it was really like there, and his heart was still full of curiosity. This was also the motivation he had been holding on to, but he didn't expect this scene to happen. This phase of the program was originally something he had taken the initiative to participate in, and to quit just like this was really a great pity to him. If there was no way for his body to support it, there was nothing he could do but listen to the arrangements. Chapter 48, Chapter 47, No Other Way Out. Although Yang Mi looked petite, his bones were strong and stubborn. This was also the reason why he participated in the program this time. The reason why he wanted to go on an adventure was because he wanted to satisfy his curiosity. And secondly, it was also an exercise for himself. After experiencing so many dangers, he never thought of backing down. But now that the situation was a bit different, Yang Mi was also feeling a bit hesitant. When the fans heard that they had to cut Yang Mi's feet, they immediately looked a bit nonplussed. How can this be? Isn't there any other better way? This is very aggravating for me. and maybe the wound will even get infected. He can't participate in the program, not to mention that he has to suffer more. It's really heartbreaking. How come me was bitten? I feel so sorry for him, but I can't do anything about it, and I can't help him think of a solution. I really feel so useless. What do you mean upstairs? You're implying who you want to be bitten. All of you don't argue here. What time is it now? Everyone is also concerned. If Su Zening's words, it might be better. The person who said this is really ridiculous. I didn't expect you guys to actually bully people like this. Evil or not, aren't these words a bit too vicious? You guys are bullying Su Zening for not having any fans. I think this is too unfair. To curse him here, where is your conscience? I want to speak up for Su Zening. The entire live broadcast room was bickering over this matter. Everyone had their own reasons. As for Li Fao, who was on the side, he couldn't bear to watch it all, and he didn't dare to imagine Yang Mi's feet being cut open. He had already covered his eyes in fear, and sneaked a peek every now and then. As for Yang Mi at this moment, he was also feeling a vague pain in the center of his foot. Some of the fans also suddenly felt happy that they were now just spectators and not experiencing these dangers. While they were curious, they also felt heartbroken for these stars and saw how not easy it was for them. Sometimes they are shining brightly, but where people can't see, they are also working hard. Behind everyone's success is actually hard work and sweat. People also think Yang Mi is really strong. He has not shed a tear, waiting for everyone to help him. He didn't cry and fuss there either. That little back looked so stubborn. Li Lianjie and Zhao Wencatch, they, too, saw this scene through the live broadcast, and likewise they were worried about Yang Mi's situation. I really hope that Yang Mi will be able to get out safely this time. They've had more than a few adventures this time. Right, you have more experience. Isn't there a good way to solve this? You can give a little advice. Li Lianjie looked at Zhao Wencatch and inquired. Everyone was trying to think of a solution. Zhao Wencatch was also unable to give any good advice. He said with a helpless face, I was bitten by this thing once before, but I really can't give any good advice. Everyone instantly became curious and looked at Zhao Wenju. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly quiet at this time. Hopefully, they would be able to get a better solution from Zhao Wencatch, so that Yang Mi would no longer suffer. How did you solve it at that time? Tell us quickly, Li Lianjie anxiously inquired, which was also a matter of concern for everyone. Zhao Wencatch frowned, and after careful consideration, he spoke about his experience. At that time, I was alone in the wilderness, and there was no one around me who could help. I was also desperate and scared, but it was all I could do to calm myself down, and in my desperation I frantically struck the leeches beneath my skin. To be honest, that place was swollen by me for half a month, and at that time it was also extremely painful. Thinking about what happened to him back then, Zhao Wencatch also shook his head helplessly. However, he was also considered lucky, and in the end, he was able to save this life of his, which was also considered bittersweet. After all, he was also very fond of exploring, and after all the pain and suffering he experienced, it was all his own willingness. Now, he could only take these things as a story, so that everyone would go and listen to it. Did that thing get killed? Zhao Wencatch nodded, but his body was still inside your body. How did you finally take it out? Zhao Wencatch smiled bitterly, then said firmly, there was no other way, and there was only the ability to cut through your own skin and take it out. Everyone couldn't help but look very disappointed after hearing Zhao Wencatch's statement, but compared to him, Yang Mi seemed to be a bit better off. After all, he didn't have to suffer from being beaten. When Yang Mi just heard Wu Whale say that method, he also looked scared and flustered, but soon he calmed down, knowing that such a state would not solve the problem. It would only make things worse and make his situation worse. After carefully weighing the situation, Yang Mi felt that it was better to focus on the greater good, and he was willing to endure the pain. Yang Mi stubbornly raised his head, and looked at Wu Whale and said, Brother Whale, I agree with you. I'm ready, just do it. Li Fao looked at Yang Mi with a worried face and said, Sister Mi, this will hurt a lot. Can you really endure it? Yes, you have to think about it, so that there's no way for you to follow us on the adventure next. Li Yunyun also persuaded from the side, all hoping that Yang Mi would think twice before acting. But now for Yang Mi, there was really no choice. He had to make a decision as soon as possible. He couldn't delay everyone and didn't want to joke with his own life. Yang Mi pointed to his suitcase, then said very firmly, All of you stop talking. I've already made a decision. This matter can't be delayed any longer. And you don't have to worry. I've brought some anti-inflammatory and trauma medicines inside my suitcase, so I can cover for a while for now. If I really can't follow you guys later, I'll take the initiative to contact the program team and quit this episode. Yang Mi also stated his decision. He still wanted to hold on to the last moments, whether it was the guests present, or the viewers in the live studio. After hearing these words from Yang Mi, it made them feel very touched. They were also impressed with Yang Mi once again. Underneath the delicate appearance, he actually hid such a strong and domineering character, not admitting defeat in the face of difficulties, always striving towards her goal, not regretting his choice. Everyone recognized Yang Mi once again. He also knew his determination to participate in the program this time, and even some of the black fans were completely moved, and everyone was silent, not knowing what to do. Chapter 49 Chapter 48 Preparing for Surgery. Wu Whale saw that Yang Mi had already made a decision, and this matter had to be concluded as soon as possible. It was pointless to delay it any further. It would only put Yang Mi at greater risk. Wu Whale looked at Yang Mi and nodded before going to do some preparations. The audience also appreciated Yang Mi's performance and cheered her on in their own way. Sister Mi is really so touching. No thanks to the person I like and care about. Her performance is so strong that it impresses me. Before, I always saw his delicate side. Today completely changed my opinion. At this moment, Sister Mi is really so dominant. Let's all cheer for me. I believe he will be able to get through this and will be able to continue to participate in the program. Believe that he can make it. Me sister has circled the wagons. This is just great. I hope everyone can like and support him as always. Upstairs, see through it and don't say anything. This is how we can be friends. On the side, Wu Whale took out a lighter and roasted the dagger to sterilize it, lest it gets infected again. After doing all this preparatory work, Wu Whale turned back to Gui Jingfei and Sun Honlei and the others. What are you guys still waiting for? Hurry over and help. Help me hold Yang Mi down, or he'll move around later. There's no way to open the knife this way, and it will cause unnecessary injuries. But at this moment, Gui Jingfei and Sun Honlei, they had already withdrawn a long distance away, and they looked at Wu Whale with a resistant gaze. Wu Whale couldn't help but frown, not realizing that they would also be so scared. But now if everyone was not united, it would be very difficult for him to complete this operation alone. Wu Whale glared at Gui Jingfei and Sun Honlei, and said loudly, "Come over what's the point of running so far? It's not like we're going to use a knife on your bodies. How can you be so timid? Two big men, actually not as bold as the girls. I really don't know what you guys are afraid of." Wu Whale spat here, and after Gui Jingfei and Sun Honlei heard it, they felt very reluctant in their hearts. Seeing that in the end, they still couldn't avoid it, they could only walk forward with their heads held high. They were indeed a bit worried and also felt very fearful of the leeches. As they approached, they nervously inquired, "Captain, after this thing gets out, will it bite us and will the others get hurt?" "Yes, Brother Whale, this thing seems quite dangerous. Can you really guarantee it? If we really can't, let's contact the program team. This is too risky. Not to mention that the sanitary conditions here are so poor. It's easy to get infected even if we do it ourselves. It's better to bring Sister Mi to the hospital. It's safer this way." They were singing in unison here, sounding nice to Yang Mi, but in reality, they didn't dare to come forward to help. Very afraid of this scene, they were also afraid that the leeches would hurt the others again, and hoped that Wu Whale would spare them. Don't let them try this. But Wu Whale didn't give them a chance or face at all. Yang Mi had already accepted it, and these two people were still shivering there. What's the point of wasting words? Hurry up and come over. According to this statement of yours, before the program team even sends someone, Yang Mi's blood will be sucked out. Hurry up and come over to help. Stop dawdling. The situation will get worse. Wu Whale kept urging, not caring about Gui Jingfei and Sun Honlei's feelings in the slightest. Even if they were scared, they had to overcome it at this time. There was no one to help them block these difficulties. Seeing Wu Whale's resolute attitude, the two men had no choice but to carry out the order with a stiff upper lip. Besides, there were still cameras pointed at them, so many pairs of eyes staring at their every move. They couldn't let their fans be disappointed in them, or even say some vicious words. With the combat power of the war wolves, plus them, none of them should be a match. Besides, clashing with their seniors on the program would really have a big impact on their future. Gui Jingfei and Sun Honlei's fans, seeing Wu Whale making things difficult for them, momentarily felt uncomfortable and even complained a bit. What exactly does this Wu Whale want? How can he force someone to do something they don't want to do? Isn't it a bit excessive? And the manner in which he just spoke is really a bit unacceptable. He can't be properly persuaded. This is simply giving orders, but also really regard himself as a big brother. To help or not to help is a matter of people's own volition. This way to force will not be some not so good. He will not consider Gui Jingfei and Sun Honlei's feelings. Everyone has their own weaknesses. One can't just give direct orders. It seems a bit presumptuous. That's true. It seems like there's really some moral abduction, but there's some truth to it. After all, they're team members together. There's no problem helping each other. The live broadcast room argued over these things again. Some people supported what Wu Whale did, thinking that it was the spirit of the team, while some thought that Wu Whale had gone too far, not caring about the feelings of others. The two waves of fans were constantly confronting each other, each with their own reasoning and arguments, making it impossible to decide what was right or wrong for a while. At the same time, everyone also mentioned Su Zining at this time, who had long since disappeared from everyone's sight. No one knew where he had gone or what he was doing now, but after these few times, Su Zining had more or less gained some fans. When people talked about Su Zining, they were also met with rebuttals. After all, Su Zining hadn't caused trouble for everyone or put anyone in danger. Instead, he had been silently helping behind the scenes, and these were all facts. It was hard for someone to speak up for Su Zining, but it was quickly silenced by other pop-ups. Wu Jingfei and Sun Honlei arrived in front of Yang Mi, and they didn't hesitate to hold down Yang Mi's legs to ensure that he wouldn't struggle wildly. Wu Whale was also ready to sterilize, and he eyed Yang Mi. "We don't have any anesthetic right now. Wait a moment, you have to hold yourself back a bit, don't move around." Just now, Yang Mi was still speaking with great righteousness, but now, looking at the knife in Wu Whale's hand, his body had begun to tremble. He also looked incomparably nervous as he tightly gripped Sun Honlei and Gui Jingfei, without a trace of blood on his face. On the side, Li Fao and Lu Shishir and the rest of them were also tightly gripping Yang Mi, and kept consoling him on the side. "Don't be afraid, all of us are here with you, I believe it will be over soon." Li Yun had already burst into tears. He looked to be even more nervous and fearful than Yang Mi. Yang Mi was also very touched. He didn't expect that at the critical moment, everyone was still putting themselves in his shoes. Chapter 50, Chapter 49, Yang Mi's complaint. Although he had already made a decision, he thought that he would have to leave scars on his feet and that he wouldn't be able to wear shoes, and that he might have to quit the program. Yang Mi's heart was also filled with bitterness and aggravation, and he also felt depressed in his heart. If he didn't say what was in his heart now, he was afraid that there would be no chance. Yang Mi looked at Li Fulgence and Lu Shishir as he said with a trembling voice, "Heavens, how could I be so unlucky to have to leave such a big scar on my foot? It will definitely be hard to get it off in the future. And I can't wear shoes. I can't continue walking with you guys. I really feel so sad and unwilling. It was so hard for me to come and participate in this program. Do you guys know how much courage it took me at that time?" He deliberately spoke to Li Fulgence as well as Lu Shishir, which was used to ease his inner tension and collapse, allowing him to divert his attention. Also perhaps this could reduce the pain. Anyway, there was no better way now. At this moment, Yang Mi, he seemed to have felt the cold raw blade touching his skin. Perhaps a stinging pain would follow, followed by his foot being cut open. "Brother Whale, please cut the knife a little better, can you? I don't want the scar to be too ugly." But the next second, Yang Mi felt as if something was different, as he didn't feel any pain. This made Yang Mi relax a lot at once, and a smile appeared on his face. "Captain, your technique is good. It doesn't even hurt at all. How did you do it?" said Yang Mi with surprise. He raised his head to look over, but he didn't expect to be blocked from view by a tall figure. Yang Mi said with a surprised face, "Su Zining, why are you here?" As for the few people who were just beside Su Zining, they also saw this figure, and Li Yun immediately shouted out in surprise. Only then did Yang Mi realize that Wu Whale hadn't moved his sword at all, but had appeared behind him at some point. This made Yang Mi a bit puzzled and at the same time felt a bit surprised. "Brother Whale, did you get the stuff out? Why are you standing here? What's going on?" Wu Whale's entire body looked a little confused as well. He looked at the dagger in his hand and then at Su Zining in front of him, subconsciously shaking his head. After hearing Yang Mi's inquiry, Wu Whale also had no choice but to give a reply as he pointed at Su Zining in front of him. "No, I just wanted to lay down my sword, and I was pulled back by the suddenly arriving Su Zining. I also don't know what he means. This person is really strange." After saying these words, Wu Whale also instantly fell into deep thought, carefully recalling a process that had just taken place. He had managed to concentrate all of his spirit and was ready to take a shot at Yang Mi when immediately afterward he felt a powerful force behind him. The next second he was lifted up and thrown behind Yang Mi. This lightning-fast speed also made him feel a bit dumbfounded, and when he reacted, it was already the scene in front of him. It was also unknown when Su Zining arrived, which made everyone feel a bit unbelievable. When she had just gotten up, she felt very light, which meant that the force that had just been there was very strong. Wu Whale frowned. He was a 100-plus-pound man. He felt like a small chicken, and was directly thrown behind Yang Mi by Su Zining. Wu Whale said silently, "This Su Zining, just how much strength does he have? Why does he do these things with ease? Not feeling any strain at all, not blushing, not even panting. This is simply amazing." Su Zining's actions just now caused another mystery in Wu Whale's heart. He could not see Su Zining more and more clearly, nor did he know what kind of person he really was. Wu Jingfei and Sun Honlei on the side saw Su Zining's actions, and for a moment they were somewhat unable to understand. It was hard for everyone to make up their minds. They didn't want to give up at this time. "Su Zining, what exactly do you want to do? The captain is about to go under the knife. What are you pulling him away for?" Could it be that you have a better way to save Sister Me? Then why don't you hurry up and take action? Stop selling out. What Jingfei was obviously a bit unhappy. He felt that it was Su Zeming who was delaying everyone's business. Everyone also hoped that this matter could end as soon as possible. No one wanted to be on tenterhooks and go through this kind of torture again. Yes, Su Zeming, why are you such a godsend? Not being able to find it at a crucial time and then giving everyone a surprise. We don't expect you to help, but don't mess up at this time. Count us all as begging you. Sister Me's current situation is very bad. The leeches must be taken out as soon as possible. Do you understand the serious consequences of this? Sun Honglei was also anxious to persuade from the side, and even had some intense words. It was hard for everyone to make up their minds, but they didn't expect it to be such a result. Several people were talking here, all blaming Su Zeming for his reckless actions just now. Of course, they were also concerned about Yang Mi's situation, fearing that it would delay him. Su Zeming still showed an indifferent look towards everyone's blame. She didn't even give any explanation. He was just doing what he had to do and didn't want Wu Whale to use such a stupid method to solve it. And those viewers were already fidgeting and spitting on Su Zeming. That's right, since he can't help, then don't come out and mess up at this time. He doesn't have any good solutions anyway. Now it's a matter of saving lives. Usually it's even if he doesn't do anything actively. Why does he always go against them at critical moments? This is a major event where human life is at stake. He can't be allowed to joke around here. If it wasn't for Su Zeming blocking the way, the stuff must have already been taken out by Wu Whale. What exactly is this Su Zeming making a mess of? Why on earth did the program group invite him here? It really makes people unable to figure it out. What else can he do besides messing up? If there really is a good solution, then just say it. Don't daydream. What good solution can he have? Didn't Zhao and Ketch say that? It can only cut a slit to take something out. This is all the experience of his predecessors. Could he be even better than his predecessors? This Su Zeming is deliberately being antagonistic. Everyone instantly had a bad opinion of Su Zeming again, feeling that Su Zeming was unsettled. Even in everyone's eyes, Su Zeming was using this peculiar way to prove that he was different. In a moment, the live broadcast said everything. Everyone began to blacken Su Zeming again. They could not understand what Su Zeming did. No one also believed that Su Zeming would be able to solve this matter and make Yang Mi suffer less pain. In the face of everyone's urging, Su Zeming also did not make any explanation or response, doing his own thing. Chapter 51 Chapter 50 Persuading Su Zeming. The entire live broadcast room was filled with curses, and everyone was blaming Su Zeming in droves. It felt that it was Su Zeming's behavior that had once again caused Yang Mi to be hurt, and had also hit his resolve. They were all defending Yang Mi and Wu Whale and they all wanted to ask Su Zeming for an explanation. At this moment, Wu Whale seemed to have reacted from the image he had just seen. He also seemed to have sensed Su Zeming's difference, and Wu Whale didn't get angry this time, nor did he lose his temper with Su Zeming. His attitude became approachable, and he looked at Su Zeming very calmly and said, Su Zeming, don't joke with me. What's inside Yang Mi's body is a leech. We can only use a knife to cut through the skin and take it out as soon as possible. We don't have time now. Yang Mi is really in danger. If you don't have a better solution, just let me do it quickly. Everyone is still worried about Yang Mi's condition, so you should stop blocking it. Su Zeming glanced at Wu Whale and did not respond to him, remaining silent. Immediately afterward, he slowly squatted down and very carefully checked Yang Mi's condition. Soon, Su Zeming grabbed Yang Mi's ankle with one hand, and Yang Mi couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart when he felt the roughness and temperature of Su Zeming's palm. He subconsciously wanted to draw his foot back, but Su Zeming's strength was so strong that Yang Mi was unable to struggle. At the same time, Yang Mi instantly had a trace of security, and also felt that this feeling was quite good. He slowly accepted it from the initial struggle and resistance. When everyone saw Su Zeming's actions, they all felt very curious for a moment, not knowing what exactly he wanted to do. What's going on? What is Su Zeming doing again? How could she be so impolite and actually go straight for it? This is clearly harassment. Yeah, hurry up and let go of Sister Me. Take your hand away. It's simply too much. This Su Zeming is not only cold, he doesn't even have the minimum manners. This is disrespectful to the actress. What's going on with Warwolf? How come he's also suddenly polite to Su Zeming? He should immediately step in now and teach Su Zeming a good lesson. They're just watching like this. What exactly do they mean? Let's not be in a hurry. Let's all calm down and see what this Su Zeming really wants to do. The entire live broadcast instantly exploded. Just because of this one action by Su Zeming, it made them feel uncomfortable. They even felt that Su Zeming had ulterior motives, and they all wanted to let Wu Whale teach Su Zeming a lesson. There were also some fans who felt that everyone was acting too aggressively. Even Yang Mi himself hadn't said anything, and everyone was already talking here. Not even knowing what the final situation would be, they were already speculating wildly here. The other people were also startled after seeing Su Ziniying's actions, and they all felt that Su Ziniying's guts were too big. Everyone was very careful in this regard, afraid that it would affect each other's reputation or have some negative effects. As public figures, they could accidentally give some space to the blacks and rumors would fly all over the place. So even when Wu Whale was supporting Yang Mi, they were keeping a certain distance, and they were also careful so as not to make people misunderstand. Wei Jingfei and Sun Honlei and the rest of them, they were also just holding down Yang Mi's calves, even through her clothes. Su Ziniying's bold move made everyone wonder what his maneuver was. The scene instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at each other. Li Fao and Lu Shishir were tightly frowning, and there was also a strange feeling in their hearts. In fact, Su Ziniying didn't think so much about it, and he didn't care what others thought of him, especially those black fans. Those words that were bad for her, Su Ziniying had also gotten used to them a long time ago. Li Fao came to Su Ziniying's side. He asked with a curious and worried face, "Su Ziniying, what are you doing?" Su Ziniying ignored and did not intend to answer this question. He carefully observed Yang Mi's situation and said coldly, "Catch it." Wei Jingfei and Sun Honlei froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that Su Ziniying was talking to them. The two of them were also unable to think too much and obediently grabbed Yang Mi's legs. Yang Mi also looked at Su Ziniying with curiosity and disbelief, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous in her heart. "Su Ziniying, what are you doing?" Right at this time, Yang Mi instantly felt a stabbing pain coming from the bottom of his feet. He couldn't help but let out a shriek, then closed his eyes tightly, and his two hands were also nervously grasping Lu Shishir and Li Fulgence. But the stinging pain disappeared in just a few seconds and he slowly recovered. When Yang Mi opened his eyes, he saw Su Ziniying's two fingers move quickly, and that black thing threw itself on the ground and squirmed for a few moments, and died immediately afterward. Just now, Su Ziniying's movements were so fast that no one saw clearly how he operated, nor did they know exactly what he did. When everyone reacted, the leech under Yang Mi's feet was already gone. The leech was already lying on the ground as a corpse. Wu Whale was standing behind Su Ziniying, but he didn't see Su Ziniying's movements clearly either. He only saw Su Ziniying's finger pulling at the bottom of Yang Mi's foot, and the leech was pulled out and thrown on the ground to die quickly. Wu Whale stared blankly at Su Ziniying's back. Once again doubts arose in his heart that he simply could not solve. On the side of Gui Jingfei and Sun Honlei, the two of them were also baffled, staring at the motionless leeches on the ground. Immediately afterward, they hastily retreated, afraid that they would be bitten as well. "Hurry up and throw this thing far away, but don't come alive. It's simply too scary," Sun Honlei said with a disgusted face, then walked out to the side. Fatty grabbed Yang Mi with an excited face, and said excitedly, "Sister Mi, great, the thing was gotten out by Su Ziniying. You don't need to be scratched anymore, he's simply too good. I didn't even see what he did." Fatty happily shouted there, and even cast an admiring gaze at Su Ziniying. Yang Mi was still a bit unresponsive for a moment as he looked down at the bottom of his feet. Sure enough, there was a small opening bitten out by a leech in that place, and it didn't hurt or itch at this moment. And then look at the leech's body on the ground. Yang Mi is also an afterthought of a burst of guilty of nausea. He didn't even dare to imagine how long this thing had been under his feet, and how much it had made him suffer and be frightened. Yang Mi looked at Su Ziniying with a face of surprise, admiring him greatly and wondering how Su Ziniying had done it. Just now, Wu Whale had to use a knife to slice it open before he was able to take this thing out. Su Ziniying's hand didn't even have an assisting tool in it, and it was taken out so easily. Chapter 52 Curiosity about Su Ziniying. The live broadcast room was frantically discussing about Su Ziniying, but there were also some sharp-eyed viewers. It seems like everyone has a different view of Su Ziniying again at this time. Where did those people who cursed Su Ziniying before go? Why don't they come out and say something? How does it feel to be slapped in the face so quickly? Exactly, letting you guys talk nonsense. But did you guys notice that when it just flashed by? I saw that those two fingers on Su Ziniying's right hand were so long. Even though it was fast, I still saw it clearly, just like the last time when I saved Li Fao. And I just went and slowed down the clip of saving Yang Mi a bit. I'm not lying. Everyone can go and take a look. Su Ziniying is really a weirdo. I still don't know how much of his skills he has hidden. On this pop-up screen, everyone was frantically discussing Su Ziniying, while Yang Mi and a few of them were sitting together, similarly discussing the same thing. Everyone was putting all of their attention on Su Ziniying at this moment, as if they wanted to peel Su Ziniying apart so that they could see more clearly. Perhaps it was everyone's curiosity that wanted to unveil this layer of mystery. These few actresses, too, had been secretly observing Su Ziniying behind his back and whispering their guesses and thoughts. They did not understand how Su Ziniying did it until now. Yang Mi also thought of a problem at this time, and she said with a mysterious face, "Although I don't know how Su Ziniying did it, I also feel that those two fingers of his seem to be different from ours, exceptionally long. It's just that it was too fast. I still didn't see it too clearly." but I'm sure I'll have another chance in the future. Li Fao was also thinking of seizing the opportunity for him to take a good look again. While speaking, Li Fao was already a bit impatient. Yang Mi saw that look on her face, fearing that he would go and cause trouble. He kindly reminded, "You can be a little more stable. Don't mess with Su Zining, or else you'll definitely be left in the lurch. It might even be embarrassing at that time. It's not like you don't know his temper." Hearing Yang Mi's reminder, Li Fulgence also calmed down instantly. This issue he really needed to think about it. But regarding everything about Su Zining, he really wanted to get to know him properly. As long as they were able to have such an opportunity, they would say nothing to give it up. "Sister Mi, if there's a chance next time, you must remember to cover me so that I can go and have a good look around." Li Fao said these words with an expectant face and clenched his fists in excitement, looking full of confidence. On the side of Fatty and Lu Shirshir, they did not say anything. In fact, in Lu Shirshir's mind, the image of working with Su Zining before appeared at this moment. Previously, everyone had treated Su Zining as a cold-blooded and heartless person, and had also always ostracized him. Unexpectedly, having come this far, Su Zining now actually made everyone respect him. But the next time they explored together, there was no telling how many times they would need Su Zining's help. Among the few of them, almost all of them have been saved by Su Zining. Of course Lu Shirshir also hopes that when he is in danger, Su Zining will also be able to help. For a moment there was some lost in thought, and some strange thoughts appeared in Lu Shirshir's mind. Even some can't wait, want to let himself encounter danger, want to let Su Zining closer to him. Yang Mi noticed Lu Shirshir's look. He pushed Lu Shirshir a little and Lu Shirshir looked a little alarmed. "What's wrong?" Lu Shirshir saw everyone's strange looks and he also felt that he was a bit out of sorts. Those strange thoughts just now made him a bit incredulous as well. He had to control himself and not be able to generate such strange thoughts again. Fatty looked at Lu Shirshir with a worried face and inquired, "Are you alright? Are you uncomfortable somewhere?" Lu Shirshir hurriedly shook his head. He didn't even dare to say what he had just thought. "I'm fine. I was just thinking about something, and for a moment I didn't notice what you guys were saying. It's also because I was a bit startled by what just happened. I always have some strange thoughts involuntarily." Everyone was then relieved. After experiencing so many things, it was inevitable that they would have some odd thoughts. These Yang Mi was also able to understand. Even he would sometimes wonder what kind of dangers would be in that underworld abyss. What kind of strange things would appear, and some monsters that had never been seen before. It wasn't just Yang Mi who had such thoughts. Li Fulgence on the side had also thought of this and voiced his concerns to everyone. This adventure of theirs was also getting more and more uncomplicated. Hearing everyone's worries, Fatty instead comforted everyone with a disinterested face. "You guys should stop worrying so much. Su Zining is so powerful. Even if we do encounter danger, he will definitely help us. As long as he is there, any danger can be solved. So don't put too much burden and pressure on yourselves." Fatty completely trusted Su Zining at this time, without even a hint of doubt or worry. Although currently, they hadn't reached the underworld abyss and hadn't really experienced that kind of fear. Su Zining's performance did put everyone's mind at ease, but this kind of place was really full of accidents. For the sake of safety, Yang Mi looked at everyone and reminded, "Although the words are like this, I think everyone should still not take it lightly. From the beginning we can be in constant trouble. When we enter the underworld abyss, we still don't know what kind of situation will occur. It's better for everyone to pay more attention. Making more preparations won't do us any harm, and we won't be in a frenzy when we encounter danger." Just as several people were resting here, Wu Wei and Sun Honglei, as well as Gui Jingfei and the others, had already prepared the raft. Next they would have to use the power of the bamboo raft to find a way to cross the river and set off towards their destination. Several people carried the bamboo rafts over, and those rafts looked somewhat simple, but in such a short period of time, and with limited materials, it could only be made to look like this, and the few of them had done their best. This was already very difficult. They had almost traveled all over the neighborhood and used up all the materials. Seeing Wu Whale and the others carrying the raft over, everyone once again looked happy. "Great, we're finally able to set off. Now I can't wait to see what the underworld abyss looks like. Since we've already come here anyway, sooner or later we're going to have to face it. Let's go ahead and try out the safety of the raft. If there's nothing wrong, we can leave here." Everyone happily converged, and Wu Whale also started to try the safety of the raft. Chapter 53 Finding Su Zining. Everyone had already prepared their luggage at this time, and Wu Whale was here to arrange it in detail. He had 2 girls and their luggage make one raft, and the remaining 4 people make one, so it would be just right. Just at this time, Li Fao looked around with a somewhat anxious expression. Everyone was leaving this place, but he didn't see Su Zining here. Where's Su Zining? She was here just now. Why has she disappeared again? Should we wait for him to come back? Will everyone get separated? I'm afraid he won't be able to find us. The ones who were as worried as Li Fao were Yang Mi and the others. Several girls were there looking around. Captain, there's some truth in what Li Yin said. Why don't we wait a little longer? If Su Zining really comes back and can't find us, we'll be anxious in case we encounter something again. Wu Whale looked down at the time and realized that it was getting late. Previously, Yang Mi was bitten by leeches, and then they went to build the raft, all of which had consumed too much time, and now it was already noon. Su Zining still didn't know when he could come back, and Wu Whale wanted to take everyone to leave as soon as possible. No matter what, this matter had to be dealt with as soon as possible, and everyone didn't have much time. Why don't we go look for Su Zining? It's already this time of the day, and we don't know when he'll be back. After all, we don't know the situation ahead either. We need to find the entrance before it gets dark as well. I'll take a few girls in a group, Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei in a group. Let's split up and go searching. Wu Whale was here to help everyone organize their tasks. He was also going for the hole. Su Zining had always been a misfit, and although everyone had gotten used to it, causing trouble for them would make them feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei had followed Wu Whale on the raft for the whole morning and were already tired. Now that they couldn't leave in time, and even had to go looking for Su Zining, it made their hearts feel dissatisfied. Moreover, they were not familiar with this place at all, and they always felt a little worried in their hearts, fearing that they would encounter danger. Gui Jingfei said with an angry face, "This Su Zining has always been a maverick. Can you consider everyone's feelings and not cause trouble for us at this time? This place is a place where anything can appear. We don't know what will happen later." Sun Honglei was also a bit unhappy, only he didn't spit. He just silently listened to what Gui Jingfei said. Everyone began to split up to look for them, and the audience in the live broadcast room could see it clearly. They also didn't want everyone to labor so much, and one by one, they all followed Gui Jingfei in spitting on Su Zining. This Su Zining is like this every time. Just now everyone had a little bit of a good image of him, and it's amazing that it's just been worn away like this. He's also too selfish. Can he consider everyone's feelings when doing anything? This Su Zining only cares about himself. If he left, out of courtesy he should also greet everyone. Letting all the people go looking for him is really too much. There's nothing wrong with saying that at all. There's no team spirit at all. It's really a bit hard to say at this time to cause trouble for everyone. Let's all go and take a look. All go to Su Zining's single live room. He seems to have found a ship, just as all of them were trolling Su Zining. Some fans reminded everyone on the pop-up screen. In fact, everyone was also curious as to where exactly Su Zining had gone, so everyone also went to Su Zining's exclusive live room. At first, Su Zining also just kept walking along the river, seemingly without any goal. Everyone didn't understand what she was going to do, until they saw a small boat docked by the river in front of them, and everyone seemed to understand what Su Zining meant. Being greeted like this, everyone was also instantly curious. One by one, they went straight to Su Zining's separate live broadcast room. They also wanted to find out what was going on. Unexpectedly after entering Su Zining's live room, they really did see a boat docked there. This shocked the viewers and once again, they were talking about Su Zining. There really is a boat. Su Zining actually has such good luck. A blind cat bumping into a dead rat. What's all the fuss about? It's just a coincidence. Maybe it's just happenstance. What are you all babbling about? Once is a coincidence. Several times is someone's strength. I do think Su Zining is not simple. I even think he has superpowers. Upstairs is really outrageous. What is superpower? Really will put gold on his face. I think it's just Su Zining's luck that made him come across this ship. Everyone was very skeptical about these things for a moment. Looking at this broken ship that Su Zining had found, these viewers also began to be a bit skeptical of the show's insiders, feeling that this boat was something they had intentionally placed here and then made Su Zining wait to find it. There were all kinds of arguments at once. They didn't believe that Su Zining would somehow walk there. Some viewers thought that this was a tactic used by the show's crew to hype up the show. The more they built Su Zining up, the more red-hot their show would be. Of course the better the ratings would be, and Su Zining was really unaware of all this. His current mind was all focused on this boat, and also on the idea of allowing everyone to be able to cross the river as soon as possible. As for how he found this small boat, Su Zining's heart understood very well. Wu Whale and the others were traveling on their own raft, but Su Zining knew that they would soon be passing through the river cave. There would be corpses in there, and with these two rafts, there was no way to ensure everyone's safety. Those corpse cripples were very powerful. If they were not treated carefully, they would really be wiped out. In order to make everyone safer, Su Zining still felt that he should prepare a little better equipment, so that they would be able to take less risks. Su Zining didn't hesitate to step onto this ship, beginning to carefully examine it here. After some inspection by Su Zining, he was also relieved. Although this boat looked a bit worn out, it was still able to be put into use. Most of all, Su Zening realized that there was an engine on the boat, and there was no need for him to bother sliding it himself at all. It was just that he didn't know if this engine could still be used, and Su Zening could only go up and try it himself. He pulled the rope, and the engine burst out twice before it stopped moving. Su Zening slowly squatted down, then sighed and said, "It seems that this engine is faulty. It's a waste of effort to find a broken ship." Su Zening began to think of ways to see if he could repair the engine as soon as possible. Although the boat was a bit worn out, it was much better than a raft. Chapter 54 Repairing the Engine. Everyone looked a little disgusted for a moment with this broken ship that Su Zening had found. It felt that it was not useful at all, but Su Zening didn't see it that way. This matter he had to think of a solution as soon as possible. The next difficulty they encountered, there would definitely be many more. Su Zening began to scrutinize it. During this process, those viewers had been speculating, and all sorts of claims were flying around. Some viewers even complained about the program team, feeling that they were doing it on purpose to attract everyone's attention. Su Zening didn't care about any of this, and looking at the engine that didn't move, Su Zening didn't hesitate. He directly probed his two strangely long and incomparable fingers in and carefully felt around inside. At this time, Su Zening really felt that these two hairy mound second fingers of his little brother were really able to solve many problems, and he himself was very impressed. Against this kind of thing, it was also easy to hold for Su Zening. After fumbling around inside, Su Zening gave up, and then without hesitation, he went to unleash it once again. Burst. After hearing a burst of movement, this time the engine was actually started. Su Zening's heart was overjoyed. As long as the engine was able to start, then their transportation would be able to be solved next. The road behind them would be able to be much easier for them, and now he couldn't predict what would happen next. He could only take one step and then improvise. The viewers who heard the commotion were even more unconvinced, and one by one, they were making wild guesses as they pointed at the screen and said, "Look at it, what I said is not wrong. Actually all still doubt my claim. Shady, right?" Su Zening just like this pretend to pound inside 2 times. The engine is good. This is not acting a little too fake. Still really think that we viewers are good at fooling. They do this sooner or later exposed. I really don't know to deceive everyone until when. The program group is like this every time. Always creating a lot of problems and making everyone fear for them. But it all turns out to be a trap. You all trust the program group and Su Zening. See how disappointed you will be in the end. Don't be fooled by them. These viewers' opinions sometimes really made people feel odd. In the face of these remarks, there were some fans who defended Su Zening who didn't dare to come out and speak at this moment. They were afraid of being mobbed, and this maneuver that Su Zening had just done really made them feel a bit shocked. For a moment they really couldn't say anything and didn't know how to defend Su Zening. They also had no way to imagine that Su Zening had actually repaired the engine of this broken ship with just 2 fingers. For a moment, everyone was a bit baffled, while on the other side, Wu Whale and the others were carefully searching for Su Zening's whereabouts in the neighborhood, but after a while of time passed, they still didn't see Su Zening's figure, which made them feel anxious and disappointed. There was also some grumbling in their hearts, and just as a few people were about to discuss their countermeasures, they suddenly heard a sound of an engine bursting from a short distance away. Li Fao and Yang Mi as well as Fatty and the others were a bit nervous, and several people looked at each other. "Sister Mi, what is this sound? We can't have encountered some pirates, bandits or something like that. Don't be so unlucky, otherwise all of us are going to be accounted for here. I don't want to be captured by bandits. Each and every one of them is a vicious person. We still don't know how they will treat us at that time." When Lu Shishir, who was on the side, heard this sound and movement, he also immediately tensed up. In this horrible place, they had experienced difficulty after difficulty, facing life and death again and again. Now as long as there was some movement, they would be extremely vigilant and could not help but think wildly. If they really encountered pirates, bandits and these, they were no match, and could only be captured by them, at their mercy. No, not it. This is just a river. How can there be pirates? Everyone first don't think nonsense. Let's think of other ways. Maybe soon we can find Su Zening. First don't scare yourself. Yang Mi comforted everyone and told everyone not to panic at this time first. Hearing what Yang Mi said, Li Fun and Lu Shishir and Fatty and the rest of them, only then did they feel slightly more at ease. Yang Mi was right. No matter what they thought at this time, it was useless. Even if they really encountered pirates, they could only face it with their heads and could not escape. In order to ease the tense and awkward atmosphere, a few people deliberately looked for topics here, lest everyone invariably put pressure on themselves again. The Li Fowl on the side saw Lu Shishir and Fatty in them, and really felt that they were a bit wolfish. My goodness, what time is it now? You guys actually still have the mood to tell jokes here. Let me tell you guys, if we really encounter pirates, I'm not willing to be snatched back by them. The one who loves to be the pressurized lady. You guys think about it yourselves. How scary it will be. Anyway, I am not in the mood. Originally a bit timid, Li Zhanyan leaned on Yang Mi's shoulder and cried because of this matter. He looked very scared and terrified, and after experiencing so many dangers, even Li Chu felt as if he was much more vulnerable. There were many times when he really regretted his original choice. The audience who knew the truth at this moment saw this scene clearly. They felt that at this moment, Li Zhanyuan was very cute, and didn't feel that he was being pretentious, while also not going to accuse him. Li Fowl is also too cute. Look at her pretty face crying into a flower cat with a pitiful look. And he's also leaning on Sister Mi's shoulder, as if he's waiting for Sister Mi to comfort her at any time, just like a child. Li Fowl, we're not afraid. You have to be stronger. All of us will protect you, but we won't let you be a suppressed lady. This brain circuit of his is really new to people. It really makes people feel very compassionate. These fans' favoritism towards Li Fulgence was really quite obvious. Of course they were also very favorable towards Yang Mi for being strong all the time. It felt like Yang Mi was like a big sister who had always taken care of everyone. He was also the heroine in the hearts of these fans. He would calmly consider everything and was not afraid at all. With him by the side of Li Fulgence and Lu Shishir, the fans would also feel much more at ease. Now for this kind of behavior of Yang Mi, the fans were even more appreciative. They all appreciated Yang Mi's boldness and courage, thinking that they, the actresses, together are really amusing sometimes, and they do bring a lot of happiness to everyone. Chapter 55 Su Zeming appears again. In fact, in everyone's opinion, these few actresses were the show's facade bearers, but now, this matter seemed to have reversed somewhat, and they had become the funny ones. From time to time, they would always come up with something for everyone, so that everyone could see another side of them, and at this moment, Wu Whale and the others were also looking in the direction where the sound came from. Their hearts were also worried that something unexpected would happen at this time. One by one, they were very vigilant, and he, as the only person in this team who possessed combat power, had to be 12 points spirited at this time, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. In case something really happened, first of all he had to stand in the forefront and find a way to protect everyone's safety, then go and solve some problems. Although Wu Whale usually didn't deal with Su Zeming and never exchanged or communicated, but he also did not directly give up on Su Zeming, and would also worry about Su Zeming's safety. After all, they were a team. As everyone gradually approached the direction from which the sound came from, finally they looked clearly. Guo Jingfei looked at Sun Hanlei and Wu Whale with an excited face and said, "Look guys, it seems to be a small boat, and I can vaguely see that there seems to be a person sitting on the boat. It's not some kind of pirate or something. All of us should be safe for the time being, but it's strange to say, how could a small boat appear on this river? It's really hard to figure out." And as Wu Whale eyed the distance, he also saw that there was only one person on the boat, and he was finally relieved. After all, with their team, there were still 6 people present, so they should be able to handle it. While Wu Whale and the others discovered that small boat, Yang Mi and the others also had different gains. Everyone focused their attention on the broken boat, and the distance between them was closing a little bit. Li Fulgence rubbed his eyes as he carefully stared at the figure on the boat, and all of a sudden, he had a look of surprise on his face. "Sister Mi, I didn't blink, did I? Why do I feel that this person on the boat is somewhat familiar?" Everyone was even more reluctant to avert their eyes when they heard what Li Fulgence said. "Yes, isn't that Su Zeming? He's back, but where did he get a small boat? He's really powerful and different from everyone else." Lu Shishir recognized Su Zeming at a glance, and everyone's faces showed astonishment. Everyone didn't really care what Lu Shishir said, and one by one, they all looked very excited. As long as Su Zeming was able to return safely, they would be satisfied. Lu Shishir also felt strange, although she was not familiar with Su Zeming, nor did she know Su Zeming's figure or other circumstances, but with a glance from afar, he was able to recognize Su Zeming. Lu Shishir frowned, but Su Zeming's figure kept bobbing around in his head, causing him to linger. He slowly closed his eyes, then shook his head so that he could clear his head. At this time, she couldn't be imagining things, nor could she let everyone know what he was thinking, or else she didn't know how they were going to flirt with her. This made Lu Shishir feel a little shy, not to mention that they had more and more important tasks ahead of them. As the ship slowly approached, everyone at this time also determined that the person on the ship was Su Zeming. Not only did everyone feel surprised, Wu Whale was also looking at Su Zeming with an unbelievable face. Where did Su Zeming get a boat back from? The time he disappeared, he couldn't have gone looking for transportation. Everyone was also starting to doubt it, but now that the facts had been placed in front of them, everyone had to admit it. This boat looks a lot safer than our rafts, and it will have a much faster speed. If we want to cross the river as quickly as possible, it's still this boat that's more practical and even saves time and everyone's physical strength. Li Fowl said these words there from patience, and with a hint of pride on his face. Yang Mi also sighed. And he also very much agreed with this statement of Li Fowl. This boat did seem much safer and more practical for everyone, especially after Yang Mi was bitten by a leech. There was always some shadow in his heart, letting them make a bamboo raft to cross the river. Yang Mi's heart was never solid, always keeping an eye on the bottom of his feet. He was afraid that that horrible thing would come out from the cracks and everyone would be bitten once again. Wu Whale didn't say anything more, although he didn't admit it on the surface. He also felt inwardly that ships were more practical. Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei, who were on the side, were uncomfortable in their hearts when they heard what everyone said. They had really gone through a lot of effort and time in order to build these two rafts, and it had also cost them a lot of effort. They didn't expect that the effort was not good enough. As soon as Su Zining appeared, everyone forgot about their hard work and felt a little unbalanced in their hearts. Gui Jingfei shook his head with a displeased face and said, "Really, we've worked hard all morning, and we've just been compared. I really can't figure out why people change so quickly. It's really cloudy. Isn't it just a broken ship? What's so great about it?" Sun Honglei on the side was also feeling a bit unconvinced in his heart. While they were working hard, Su Zining simply disappeared. Now that they had built a raft and were ready to take everyone across the river, Su Zining came back in a broken boat. This instantly made everyone forget about their credits, and even made them look a bit stupid and useless. And the morning's labor was just forgotten by everyone. The two men looked at each other, their eyes filled with displeasure and dissatisfaction. Their hearts felt like they were weighing down a big stone, making them hold their breath. Some of the things that Su Zining did would always make them feel very uncomfortable. They also had a lot of dissatisfaction towards Su Zining in their hearts, and these emotions were accumulating more and more, and they didn't know when they would be able to explode. Yang Mi seemed to have detected something wrong with the atmosphere, especially when he saw Gui Jingfei and Sun Honglei's faces. Thinking about what everyone had just said, Yang Mi immediately realized what the problem was, and he wrote smartly, "Brother Whale, we don't mean to dislike this raft. Of course we remember your hard work. All of us are still grateful. The reason I said that just now was also that it felt safe for everyone under these circumstances. We also remember your hard work at all times. And of course this raft also has the benefits of a raft. He'll be able to put down more things that this small boat can't." On the side, Li Fun and Lu Shishir, they also followed Yang Mi and started to explain this matter. They also didn't want everyone's relationship to break down, nor did they want to break Wu Whale's heart and theirs. After all, they also had good intentions and did pay a lot. There was no doubt about it. Chapter 56 Su Zining's clever wit. Wu Whale saw a few actresses explaining here, and he didn't want to make everyone feel awkward. Some things should also be appropriate. After all, we are all on the same team. Wu Whale's face revealed a hint of a smile and said very generously, "Look at what you guys are saying. How can we be that petty? What you guys just said is indeed also the truth. We are exploring. If there is a better transportation, there will be better protection for us. This I understand. You guys don't need to explain either. How can we, a few big old men, be calculating with you?" Seeing Wu Whale being so generous, Yang Mi was sort of relieved, fearing that they would be wrong in their hearts. Right at this time, Su Zining had already arrived next to everyone in his small boat. The Su Zining who appeared once again. He didn't take the initiative to talk to everyone, nor did he invite them to get on the boat. He just waited there quietly. Having already spent some time with Su Zining, everyone at this time didn't need to not have Su Zining all say anything. Getting used to this kind of atmosphere, they simply organized themselves and one by one sat on the boat. However, this boat sat 6 people at once, and it immediately seemed a bit crowded. Wu Whale was also taking all this in. If he squeezed on again, everyone would feel uncomfortable and it would be inconvenient. After considering these, Wu Whale still had his own intentions and plans in his mind. "Let's do it this way. This boat is a bit crowded. You guys take the boat in the front and I'll be on the raft in the back. What's more, there is so much luggage, it won't hold up on this small boat. I'll help you guys in the back." When Yang Mi heard what Wu Whale said, he was very grateful in his heart, but at the same time, he was also a little worried about his safety. "Captain, then you must be a bit more careful yourself, and inform us out loud if anything happens." Wu Whale looked at everyone and nodded. He didn't hesitate to get on his raft. After all the arrangements were in place, Su Zining didn't rush to sail away. Instead, he picked up the bundle of ropes on the boat and threw one end onto Wu Whale's raft, and tied the other end to the boat. "Tie it on." Su Zining's icy voice rang out, his expression still cold and indifferent. Wu Whale also immediately understood, and he tied his raft and the small boat together. Su Zining saw that after completing these actions, he then started the boat and then slowly slid forward. Wu Whale's raft was also following closely behind, so that everyone did not need to use too much effort. Everything was that smooth, and also can avoid a lot of dangerous events. First of all, they will not be washed away. At this moment, Wu Whale, he stared intently at Su Zining in front. the doubts in his heart increased a lot more. He felt that Su Zeming seemed to have more experience than him in terms of wilderness survival, which Wu Whale had to admit. Just like just now, he didn't even think of tying the raft to the boat, but Su Zeming had such an idea. This would not only solve Wu Whale's problem, but it would also make things easier for everyone. After witnessing this small boat in front of him, it did feel a lot more crowded, and he was really free on the raft alone. As for the leeches that Yang Mi was afraid of, Wu Whale was not worried at all, because he was wearing boots on his feet, with his pants tightly tucked inside the boots. Both the boots and the pants were made of some rather special fabrics. Those bugs would not be able to bite through, or even burrow in. This was also his rich experience in wilderness survival. At the very least there was a little protection for himself. Wu Whale felt that his preparations were sufficient, and the boat crossed the wide water and slowly slid towards the canyon in front of him. A cold wind whipped past, and everyone felt a lot cooler. The scenery along the way was also very fascinating, causing everyone to let out a momentary sigh of emotion and amazement. They even took out their watches and habitually took pictures of themselves, leaving behind this beautiful moment. At this moment it looked as if they weren't exploring. Instead they were traveling here in company. At this moment, Su Zeming looked very relaxed. In fact, he was in a state of high alert, paying attention to the surrounding situation at all times, not daring to have any slackness. In a place like this, danger could occur at any time, not to mention that they were about to enter the river cave. If they were to pass through the river cave smoothly, they had to be led by someone with the scent of a corpse on them, so that everyone could be safe. But right now, they were simply unable to fulfill this condition. Su Zeming was also a little worried at this moment. As they approached the river cave, those terrifying corpse scents could attack them at any time. At that time, if everyone wanted to deal with it, it would really be a great struggle. If they wanted to deal with these corpse collectors, they could only improvise at that time, and maybe they could also take their chances. Even if there was any breeze, Su Zeming would be the first to be alert. As they moved forward, the river gradually became narrower and narrower, and the surroundings were deathly silent, which couldn't help but make people feel a bit creepy. Everyone also felt creepy, and it seemed like they could hear each other's heartbeats. The environment they were in at this moment was as if everything was isolated. Yang Mi and the girls, who had just been happily taking pictures there, also seemed to have sensed that the atmosphere was wrong, and all of them quieted down. It was as if danger was about to descend, and a hint of vigilance and panic appeared in their eyes. Immediately afterward, everyone felt as if the air around them became cold. Gusts of cool wind whistled past their backs, and they couldn't help but shiver a little. Li Fao subconsciously grabbed Yang Mi tightly, then whispered in his ear, "Sister Mi, why does it feel so weird? Suddenly my back is cold and I can't control my fear. There won't be any danger here, right? How does it feel more and more wrong?" Yang Mi looked at the scared Li Fengyang. He also did feel some chills. "It is indeed a bit cold. Everyone come closer. It is really inconvenient to open the luggage now. First warm up like this. I believe these difficulties will soon be overcome by us. You guys don't need to be too nervous." Saying this, everyone couldn't help but lean together, and Wu Whale, who was following behind the small boat, also felt the same as everyone else. He was only able to hug his arms tightly and use his strong body to ward off the cold. At this point in time, everyone finally felt the difference of this place and began to feel a little nervous in their hearts. As everyone continued to go deeper and deeper, the chilly air became heavier and heavier, while everyone also felt the piercing coldness. Through everyone's sharp intuition, they quickly knew that this was not right, and Su Zeming, who was standing at the front of the boat, realized that the boat had already driven to the end. Chapter 57 Desperate. Everyone looked at the situation in front of them, and for a moment they all felt a bit flustered. How come there's no road here? This is clearly the location on this map. Li was a bit puzzled. He inquired with an uneasy heart. Having seen many strange and weird things along the way, his heart really felt terrified. Everyone had also taken out their maps and were very carefully consulting here, fearful that they would take the wrong path, or even stray into danger. After everyone's careful comparison, one by one, they were all filled with doubts. The clearly labeled location of the entrance was in a location not far from them, but now, it seemed that there was no road around them at all, and it was as if they had entered a labyrinth. This made everyone look a little scared, and Yang Mi also frowned and said, "Is this map a mistake? We are moving according to the location of the map." Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei, they, too, voiced their opinions. This is also entirely possible. After all, this is the place of exploration. None of us have been here before. The location of this entrance, it could also be something they presumed roughly. It's not that accurate. Everyone was here carefully analyzing and voicing out the thoughts in their hearts. But now that they had arrived here, they had to think of a way as soon as possible. They couldn't stay trapped here. If they couldn't find the entrance, there would be no way to enter the underworld abyss, and then their expedition wouldn't be able to start smoothly. Everyone searched anxiously, but there was still no progress and no useful clues were found. As time passed minute by minute, everyone looked a little anxious and impatient. Lu Shirshir rubbed his frozen red hands and said with a grimace, "What the hell is going on here? What the hell are we going to do next? We can't just stay here all the time. I can barely stand it. It's just too cold here. If I continue to wait any longer, I feel like I'm going to turn into an ice sculpture. Right now I just feel cold all over." Lu Shirshir huffed and stomped her feet while covering her frozen red ears. In fact, everyone's situation was similar to Lu Shirshir's. This kind of cold made their bodies a bit unbearable. But now that they could neither find the entrance nor get out, they seemed to be trapped here. Wu Wei and Sun Honglei, as well as Gui Jingfei and the rest of them, saw that a few girls were physically delicate, and it really wouldn't do for them to go on like this. If they couldn't think of a way out, it would still be really dangerous for them. How about this? Since we can't find the entrance right now, let's turn around and go back first and see if we can think of another way. We'll follow the direction we just came from. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. It'll take too long for a few girls to be able to withstand it at all. Sun Honglei spoke his thoughts. He was also asking for everyone's opinion. Faced with such a situation, several people nodded their heads. They now had no better way out or solution. They only wished to return to this plan and be able to proceed more smoothly. Just as everyone agreed to this decision, Yang Ni and Li Fulgence they shifted their gaze to Su Zeming, seemingly waiting for Su Zeming's decision. They also wanted to listen to Su Zeming's thoughts, to see if Su Zeming had a better way to get everyone out of the predicament as soon as possible. As for Su Zeming at this moment, his heart was also very clear that the entrance was actually underneath the darkened river ahead. It was only that it had been covered up at this moment, so it was justifiable that everyone couldn't find it. Su Zeming didn't say a word. He didn't hesitate to start the boat once again, then looked towards the front. When everyone saw Su Zeming's actions, they felt a bit puzzled and anxious for a moment. Su Zeming, what are you doing? Where are you taking us? There's clearly no road ahead of here. Don't mess around. Li Fenxian anxiously inquired, also afraid that Su Zeming's judgment would be wrong. Then the safety of so many people was not something to joke about. Su Zeming did not pay any attention to Li Fao's inquiry. He still followed his own method, only to see Su Zeming's boat bypassing a rock in front of him and coming to the entrance of the river cave. The rock was very huge and somewhat oddly shaped, and as they rounded the rock, everyone once again felt that icy coldness. All of them clenched their bodies, and it seemed that every breath they took was met with white gas as everyone's bodies shivered. The entrance was very short and narrow. Even if they were sitting on the boat, they could only continue to shrink their bodies in so that they could pass through. Su Zeming saw everyone's surprised looks. He pointed at Hedong and said, "We're going in from here." As the words fell, all of them froze in place. Everyone looked ahead and realized that this place was very low, and it was really very difficult to pass through here smoothly. Su Zeming, you're not joking, right? This place is so narrow, how can you possibly get in? Wu Whale was also puzzled and asked Su Zeming. He had to consider everyone's safety, not to mention the fact that it was pitch black in front of them. Everyone didn't have a sense of security in their hearts, and they didn't know what terrible things would happen. In case there really was some monster infested here that attacked them, they would not be able to dodge or resist at all. A few people looked at each other in dismay, and Sun Honglei said with a terrified face, "Su Zeming, what time is it now? Don't joke with everyone. Look at this place. How are you going to let us in? And it's so dark." Several girls were also snuggling up to each other tightly. Although they believed in Su Zeming, the situation in front of them made them also unsure in their hearts, thinking that if they really encountered a monster, they were also scared. Yes, this matter can be sure to think twice before acting. This place is really very eerie. This is obviously the cold air emanating from this cave. It feels like this place is dangerous. Everyone, you and I were persuading Su Zeming to see if Su Zeming could change his mind, or think of another way. Everyone was unfamiliar with this place and didn't have a definite opinion right now. For this dark river cave in front of them, all of them had a sense of fear, making them somewhat afraid to approach. Wu Whale was the only one who sat there alone. He stared straight ahead without looking away, and actually didn't say a word, seemingly having no opinion on Su Zeming's proposal. This made everyone feel a bit strange, and at this moment, Wu Whale, he was thinking while carefully studying that map, hoping to find a way out, as soon as possible, so that everyone can walk out from here. This is the main thing for them. Other things can be planned for another time. Chapter 58 Everyone's Losses. After a few moments, Wu Whale finally stood up and his expression was also very serious. "I've just carefully studied the map. We do have to go in through this cave. There is no other way other than this. But I have another piece of good news." When everyone heard that they would have to enter through this cave entrance, one by one, they were all extremely desperate. Even a few girls, at this moment, wanted to quit this program as soon as possible, no matter how much money they had to lose. they were already all somewhat indifferent. As long as they could save their lives, they felt that everything was worth it. But hearing that there was good news, their hearts once again lit up with hope. Perhaps Wu Whale really did have other better ways to keep everyone from being in such fear. A few people looked up at Wu Whale with more anticipation in their eyes, all waiting for Wu Whale to give them a statement. What? Just don't sell yourself short. Tell everyone what's the good news. Wei Jingfei impatiently urged there. Wu Whale smiled slightly as he said seriously, the good news is that the stretch of road we're going to walk isn't that long, and if things go well we'll be able to pass it in a few minutes. Everyone get over it, it shouldn't be much of a problem. All of them hung their heads. This good news from Wu Whale once again doused their last bit of hope. This was not good news at all. It was simply adding fuel to the fire. After all was said and done, they still had to enter this river and continue with the next part of their exploration. Su Zinying sat quietly at the bow of the boat, hearing the arguments of these people behind him. He also finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Those who go stay, those who don't go, get on the boat behind. Although Su Zinying didn't lock eyes with them, but from everyone's chatting, he already understood what these people were thinking. A few girls heard Su Zinying's words. They were instantly dumbfounded. Once again, they gathered their gazes on Su Zinying's body, revealing a look of surprise. Su Zinying had never spoken concisely, afraid to say one more word, but he had never expected to say so much in one breath. Just as Yang Ni and the others felt surprised, those spectators also began to lose their composure. Geez, previously, I thought that Su Zinying stuttered and would only pop out a few words, but I didn't realize that we were overly concerned. Can he clearly speak? Every time, he's always shying away from words, and it's the first time I've heard him say such long sentences. Indeed, since the program started, Su Zinying has never spoken more than 4 words. It's indeed a bit surprising. This is too much, but this cave entrance does look a bit scary. Even if I borrowed 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to go in. Everyone is a bit hesitant. That's reasonable. This kind of pitch black place simply makes people feel like a nightmare. For the sake of safety, it's better for everyone not to forge ahead. The shadows from just now haven't ended yet. There might be something even more terrifying than leeches inside. These girls are fine and tender. They really can't withstand destruction. Why do they have to let themselves suffer like this? The others can't be hurt either. Fans were talking. They didn't seem to be supportive of this matter. They also didn't want everyone to take risks, and hoped that Wu Whale and the others would take their advice. Think twice when facing danger. There might actually be other solutions. Everyone was concerned about the stars, but no one cared about Su Zinying's safety. Yang Mi and the others saw the advice on the screen and then looked at the unknown situation in front of them, and for a moment they were really a bit hesitant and torn. They didn't know what choice they should make, and with the darkness of the river cave, who would be willing to risk their lives to go there? But thinking back, in order to be able to participate in this program, they have traveled so far and paid a lot. If they gave up just like that, it really wasn't cost-effective for them, and they would have to compensate a large sum of money. This put them in a dilemma. Even if they didn't consider those liquidated damages as public figures, they still had to consider these fans. Even some black fans, they would definitely seize all sorts of opportunities to see the light. If they fled at this time, then those black fans would definitely make a big fuss and desperately blacken them. In this way, their future path will be even more difficult, and they won't be able to break free from those chains for the rest of their lives. Right at this critical moment, Li Fengjian was the first to bravely stand out. Su Zinying, I've decided. I'll follow you in. Li Fao had also summoned all the courage he could muster, and he placed his bet on Su Zinying. Right now, he couldn't think that much, even if it was purely for the sake of following Su Zinying and not letting himself have regrets. Although the activity looked scary, Li Fulgence felt that with Su Zinying around, he would be able to feel a lot more at ease. I'll go too. Yang Mi also spoke out at this time, successfully taking this step to break free from his shackles. His reasons were not much different from Li Fao, plus he was already stubborn in character. Having just experienced the leeches, he still didn't want to give up. Since you all are going, then I'll also follow, Lu Shirshir said with a helpless face, and he also stated his position in front of everyone. Seeing that several girls had already followed Su Zinying, Wei Jingfei and Sun Honglei, who were on the side, instantly looked a bit passive. Now they also had no way back, and could only follow everyone else and continue forward. Since everyone is going, let's decide it that way. We're not thinking of quitting either. Let's go? Although a few people's hearts were tense, they could only face it with their heads now. They didn't have a way back, and Wu Whale didn't have any other options either. He was a battle wolf, and this river cave in front of him was naturally not difficult for him. Su Zinying saw that everyone had already made a decision, so there was no need to dilly-dally here. If he delayed any further, he still didn't know what the situation would be, and he would have to face it sooner or later anyway. Su Zinying decisively drove towards the river cave. their boat began to slowly sail into the river cave, and the light around them gradually dimmed. Everyone instantly seemed quiet, one by one, leaning tightly together, but the piercing coldness became even more pronounced at this time. Everyone's bodies shivered somewhat uncontrollably, and they no longer cared about scandal. They all curled their bodies up, hoping that this would be a better way to keep warm, and also hoping that these few minutes would pass as soon as possible. Soon they entered the river cave, and the surrounding area was really out of reach, and it was also pitch black. Wu Whale had prepared a flashlight in advance, and was able to more or less provide everyone with a light source. Li Fao tightly grasped Yang Mi's arm and said with a frightened face, "Sister Mi, it's really scary here. I feel like we've entered the netherworld. We won't really die." Chapter 59 Entering the river cave together. Yang Mi could feel Li Fulgent's fear and terror, and he was also very nervous right now. Everyone was also praying silently in their hearts, hoping to get out of the darkness as soon as possible. "Don't think nonsense. How do you know what the netherworld is like? You'll only scare yourself." Yang Mi forced himself to be calm and comforted Li Fulgence here. "I'm not talking nonsense. I'm really too scared." Several people lowered their voices and quietly spoke their thoughts to ease the depression in their hearts. Right at this critical moment, Su Zining spoke. "All shut up, hold your breath, and don't make another sound. Also, don't look into the water or suffer the consequences." Su Zining gave everyone a warning at this time, and also unprecedentedly said so many words. Everyone instantly felt that this place was perhaps more dangerous than they had imagined. Otherwise, how could the always indifferent Su Zining kindly remind them and even say so many words? But they didn't dare to inquire or refute, so they could only obediently follow what Su Zining said. Everyone kept their mouths shut, and in the hearts of the several girls, they had actually long been very admiring and trusting of Su Zining, Guo Jingfei and Sun Honglei and the others, although they had some opinions about Su Zining, but at this critical moment, they couldn't fool around either. After all, this was about everyone's safety. Not to mention that they were unfamiliar with this place, not to mention that they didn't have any experience. There was also fear in their hearts, and now that someone had stepped in to take command, they naturally did not have any objections. The two boats were one after the other, traveling smoothly in the river. Su Zining had also begun to calculate in his mind at this moment. It would take about 10 minutes for them to get through the river smoothly. If everything was normal, they would both have to carry the scent of a dead person to be able to pass through smoothly. Right now they didn't have this condition. So this 10 minutes, just by everyone holding their breath, that was simply impossible. It was. No one had such a skill. So these next 10 minutes of traveling, unexpected situations could happen at any time. Su Zining could only improvise. Other than that, there was no better way. Just as Su Zining was considering this, the unexpected really happened. In the middle of the river, which was originally unusually quiet, there was suddenly a burst of sound. This sound sounded very bizarre, and could not help but give people the creeps, as if someone was whispering in the distance. Not only Su Zining, Wu Whale and the others also heard this sound. The always timidly Fomin was instantly frightened by this eerie sound and cried out. He leaned tightly on Yang Mi's body and said with a trembling voice, "What's that sound? There can't be anyone else here. If there's no one, then it's a ghost. We're not really in the netherworld, are we? I'm so scared," Li Yun said while crying. Yang Mi was also scared at this time. He defiantly covered Li Zhuxian's mouth, telling him not to make a sound at this time. "Don't speak. Su Zining has just warned. Are you trying to get everyone killed? If there really is a ghost, the moment you make this sound, you'll immediately invite it over." Hearing Yang Mi say this, Li Fulgence looked even more terrified, but he could only desperately endure it. He clutched the corner of his coat tightly, then closed his eyes, not daring to look around at all. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his screams, and that he would bring trouble and danger to everyone at that time. As for Gui Jingfei and Sun Honglei at this moment, they couldn't help but tremble. If they hadn't prepared themselves beforehand, they would have pissed their pants by now. Wu Whale was sitting on the raft at the back, although he was the only one who seemed relatively calm. He just looked around with a wary gaze. For some bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods or something like that, Wu Whale had never believed in them, so he didn't think too much about it. And when he heard the sound, he thought that it was just something that was deliberately playing tricks on him. Either it was just some sound caused by the flow of air in this narrow river channel. There would be no weirdness at all. Just at this time, Wu Whale turned on the flashlight in his hand and shone it around to see if he could find out some answers. But just as the flashlight flickered across the water, Wei Jingfei happened to look down and saw a dark mass of something swimming quickly underneath the surface of the water. The impact of the sound coupled with this pitch-black unknown, Wei Jingfei's emotions instantly collapsed. He also forgot about Su Zining's previous reminder and suddenly let out a scream. "There's a ghost. There really are ghosts. I want to go out. I don't want to stay in this ghost place anymore." As soon as the words fell, Wei Jingfei recklessly jumped from this boat onto Wu Whale's raft. In the midst of panic, his entire body directly fell out towards the water. Along with Wu Whale and the raft, Gui Jingfei was overturned. The luggage on the raft also fell into the water at this time. This all happened too fast and too suddenly. Everyone did not react at all. Only Su Zining, who was sitting at the front of the boat, reacted quickly, and he said somewhat angrily, "All be quiet, no matter what you see, don't move or make a sound." After saying these words, only Su Zining jumped directly into the water with one leap. Seeing this scene, Li Fengzhan was instantly very worried. Su Zining, but everything was too late. Su Zining had already jumped into the water, and his voice disappeared into the dark water. This made everyone tense up. Li Fao could no longer control his emotions. He said with a worried face, "Sister Me, Su Zining and the others will be alright." The few girls who stayed on the boat, they hugged each other tightly, and for a moment they were a bit at a loss for words. As for Sun Honglei and the others on the side, they were also frightened by the scene in front of them, sitting there dumbfounded, not knowing what in the world was that black mass. He had just witnessed it with his own eyes as well, but just didn't act and behave excessively like Gui Jinfei did. Sun Honglei's heart at this moment was also as flustered as a numbness, because he had just seen that black thing was huge, and now Wu Whale and Gui Jinfei as well as Su Zining had all fallen down. If it was really dangerous, there was no telling what kind of situation it would be, in case it was bitten to death. After thinking about this, Sun Honglei couldn't help but shiver a little. He immediately patted his head, not wanting to let himself think wildly. He slowly closed his eyes and prayed in his heart that they were safe. He also hoped that Su Zining would be able to bring them back safely, and that everyone felt that they were at their wits' end, not knowing what to do at all. They could only wait here in fear and nervousness. This scene was also broadcasted in a way that allowed the audience to see it clearly. Chapter 60 Crisis Situation. Su Zining and the others fell down like this without any warning. Everyone was worried about their safety, fearing that they would be bitten to death by the monster. Those spectators were also anxious and wanted to know their situation. What the hell is going on? The light here is just too dim. Didn't see clearly for a moment. How did they fall down? Not only did Gui Jingfei fall, he also dragged Wu Whale down with him. Su Zining jumped down to save them. You guys don't bring up the tempo. Gui Jingfei must have been careless as well. He didn't mean to drag Wu Whale down with him. Did you guys not hear what Gui Jingfei said just now? He saw something scary and that's why he fell. They'll be fine, right? If something really happened, the program group wouldn't be able to get away with it. With such cold river water, it's really not good for them to be in there. I hope Su Zining will be able to get them back as soon as possible. It's really ridiculous. Some people usually keep hacking Su Zining all the time, and now go and ask Su Zining to save them. I really don't know how you guys can say that. We are all on the same team. We should help each other after encountering difficulties. Now it's a big matter of human life, so let's not bother about this. The audience was worried for a moment, staring intently at the screen in front of them, hoping for good news to come. Some fans even began to pray for them, willing to use 10 pounds of flesh from their bodies in exchange for the safety of a few people. They were indeed sincere as well. In fact, the moment Su Zining jumped into the water, he had already seen Gui Jingfei who had fallen into the water. He was desperately struggling there, and Wu Whale was right in front of Gui Jingfei, and his situation was much better than Gui Jingfei's. At the very least he was calm. Moreover, Wu Whale was familiar with water, so in the first moment of falling into the water, he immediately swam towards the direction of the raft. He didn't need Su Zining to worry about him. As long as he could get Gui Jingfei up, he was already satisfied. At this moment, Gui Jingfei, because he was too scared, he simply did not know how to save himself, desperately struggling in the water. The more so he sinks faster and faster. The situation is really not optimistic. Su Zining quickly swam towards Gui Jingfei, hoping to bring him out. But just as Su Zining was getting close to Gui Jingfei, he inadvertently glimpsed a palm-sized black thing that went straight towards his face. Gui Jingfei panicked and shook his hands about, trying to be able to flick the thing away. But the little thing turned its head and bit Gui Jingfei's shoulder. At this critical moment, Su Zining came to Gui Jingfei's side, and he quickly took control of Gui Jingfei's body. As for Yang Mi and Li Fulgence, they also looked extraordinarily nervous at this moment. They stared at the water in panic, also waiting for a miracle to happen. Soon the water surface appeared a fluctuation. A person hard swam up from below. They held their breath and carefully observed. And when they saw the other person's appearance clearly, they said excitedly, "Quick, it's Brother Whale, quickly pull him up and see if he's injured." Several people acted without hesitation, and after some efforts, now he was finally pulled up successfully. But there was no sign of Su Zining or Gui Jingfei, which made several people worried once again. Seeing that Wu Whale was not in any serious condition, they inquired in unison, "Where are Su Zining and Gui Jingfei and the others? How come they didn't come up with you?" Wu Whale didn't really bother with them either, especially at this particular time. He had to tell what he had just seen and did not want to hide anything from everyone. When I just came up, I saw that Su Zeming had already found Gui Jingfei and should be able to come up soon. You guys don't have to worry too much. They're lucky. With Su Zeming there won't be any problems. Wu Whale panted heavily. He did feel a bit tired and labored. Just now underwater again. Although he was very calm, he had exhausted himself. When everyone heard what Wu Whale said, they had no choice but to calm themselves down and then wait for Su Zeming and Gui Jingfei to appear. As expected, without a moment's time, the water surface fluctuated again, followed by Su Zeming pulling Gui Jingfei and rushing out of the water. What caught everyone's eyes was Gui Jingfei's hands still waving wildly. He seemed to be in great shock. Sun Honglei and Wu Whale, they, too, had to work very hard to pull them out of the water and onto the boat. They had just gotten on the boat when Li Fao let out a scream. Ah! Everyone was startled, and looked at Li Fao in confusion. Li Shen's face was pale, and he pointed at Gui Jingfei with a trembling voice and said, "What is it?" Everyone looked at his shoulder. There's something on his shoulder. Li Fao's body shivered and even backed up. Just now there was a panic. Everyone really didn't notice the situation. It was only now that they heard Li Fao say this that everyone focused on Gui Jingfei's body and saw the situation that Li Fao was talking about. On Gui Jingfei's shoulder, there was actually a palm-sized blackened bug. The appearance was much more terrifying than the leeches Yang Mi had encountered. A few girls were so frightened that they backed up, looking towards the water from time to time, afraid that something else would crawl out and they would get hurt at this time. Wu Whale on the side also hurriedly picked up the flashlight and shone it towards Gui Jingfei's shoulder, wanting to determine exactly what it was, and see exactly how to solve it next. After seeing that black thing, Wu Whale frowned and said, "Is this thing called a water louse? Ah, not right ah. Water lice do not seem to be so big. What exactly is this thing?" Although Wu Whale has seen a lot of things and is very calm when it comes to things, but seeing this thing at this moment, it also makes her feel a little bit afraid. He carefully checked his body and found that it was all clean. Wu Whale was relieved. Sun Honglei had long since been stunned, as he was the closest person to Gui Jingfei. He also backed up, wanting to get away from this thing in the first place, and stood together with a few girls. What to do? What to do? Quickly save me! Gui Jingfei desperately shouted as he was unable to slow down at all for a moment. His mind was blank, not daring to imagine what he had just seen. Now he could only yell and scream, venting the fear and dread in his heart, and was still frantically flinging his arms. But that thing was clinging to his arm. No matter how he flung it, it didn't move. The situation was a bit of a crisis for a while, and everyone looked a bit flustered. Chapter 61, Su Zeming's shocking moves. Looking at Gui Jingfei who was frantically screaming in front of him, Wu Whale was also trying to think of a way to remove this thing as soon as possible, so that everyone could feel at ease. Wu Whale was also forgetting that their luggage had fallen in the water. There's luggage here. I'm going to find tools now to get rid of this thing as soon as possible. But as soon as Wu Whale's words fell, his entire body froze there. Where else was their luggage now? Their luggage had sunk along with him and Gui Jingfei as they fell into the water. By now it had probably already sunk to the bottom of the river, and it was impossible to retrieve it. The situation was once again at an impasse. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do and how to save Gui Jingfei. The other people had already hid far away, not daring to approach at all. Su Zeming looked at this scene, and she too looked helpless. From beginning to end, she did not say a word, but she could not see death and save him. Su Zeming came to Gui Jingfei's side, and he once again used his strangely long and incomparably long fingers to grab towards that black thing. In just a blink of an eye, that black thing was killed by Su Zeming, and this scene left everyone completely stunned. The few girls on the side, who could no longer bear such a picture, kept dry heaving there. Wu Whale was dumbfounded. He thought that he was already very bold and courageous, but he didn't expect Su Zeming to be even more ferocious than him. He not only killed the bug with his bare hands, he even almost dissected the bug on the spot. The scene was really a bit bloody. No wonder Yang Mi and the others couldn't stand it. Even he, a big old man, felt his stomach turning over. If he didn't take care of his face and hold on here, Wu Whale was just like the rest of them. This scene was also clearly seen by the spectators, who looked a little agitated when they saw that it was Su Zeming who had once again saved Gui Jingfei. Holy, did you guys see any scene? This is just too disgusting. I can't take it anymore. Let me vomit for a while first. This wave of Su Zeming's operation, isn't it a bit too bloody? I'll see who dares to say that Su Zeming is a fresh meat in the future. Anyway, I'm the first to disagree. You guys have seen which fresh meat can be so brave. That's true. He actually pulled out the intestines of the worm with his bare hands, and almost dissected the worm on the spot. It's really somewhat ruthless. This worm encountered Su Zeming. It does count him as unlucky. No wonder everyone couldn't stand it and even vomited on the spot. Right, will this bug have any bacteria on it? And will Su Zeming leave any after effects if he does this? The viewers were discussing. They were whimsical at this time. saying many things that they thought. And in the studio, the several guests were just like the audience, their eyes filled with horror and surprise. Everyone had seen this scene clearly and knew exactly what had just happened. They added a few points of admiration to Su Zeming, who had indeed shown many amazing moves along the way. Director Yin Jun took a few deep breaths. He said somewhat unbelievably, I really can't believe the scene that I just saw. Su Zeming he actually used his fingers to directly break the shell of the bug. This kind of bug shell is very hard. Being able to do this is really not easy. It seems that Su Zeming is really capable. Everyone heard Yin Jun's sentiment and for a moment, their curiosity was also aroused. Everyone also wanted to learn about this bug through a professional to see what it really was. But these people in the studio now also seemed to know very little about this bug. The other employees were also staring at the director with unblinking eyes, and the director quickly understood what they meant. He shook his head and said, "From my experience, this is absolutely impossible. I didn't expect Su Zeming to do it. Right now, it only proves that he is a very powerful person, and even has secrets in his body that we all don't know about." After hearing the director's words, all of them once again shifted their gazes to Su Zeming's body, also with a few curiosities. Everyone felt at this time that Su Zeming was indeed somewhat mysterious, leaving everyone puzzled. Some of the viewers, on the other hand, showed their anticipation at this time, and they enjoyed this episode even more. They hoped to be able to get to know the real Su Zeming through this episode and see what kind of person he really was. In another studio, Li Lianjie looked at Zhaowen who was beside her and inquired, "By the way, have you ever seen that black bug just now? What exactly is he? I've never seen it before." Zhaowen glanced at Li Lianjie and also answered his question. "This black bug, to be honest I've never seen it either. Never seen it before." Zhao Wenjie was a well-known expert in exploration, and everyone knew that he was out exploring almost all the time. He had really seen many types of creatures, and now that he didn't recognize this black worm either, it also made everyone feel a bit unbelievable. This was just an entrance, and he was able to encounter such a bizarre creature. Everyone didn't even dare to imagine what kind of horrifying situation they would encounter if they actually entered the place of exploration next. Not only those spectators, right now, Wu Whale and the others were also very worried. Everyone's hearts were very apprehensive, and they even somewhat dared not continue forward. And in this dark river cave, their boat was still moving forward. And at this moment, Su Zeming, he still had that ice-cold look, and didn't look flustered in any way. It was as if what had just happened hadn't happened, and he hadn't dissected that bug, still standing quietly at the bow of the boat. The several girls were also following behind Su Zeming. They had not yet reacted from the fear they had just experienced. A few people shrunk into a ball, their bodies trembling involuntarily, but the next move of Su Zeming made them look even more scared. Su Zeming actually placed the corpse of that bug just now, directly on the bow of the boat, which made everyone somewhat unable to understand. Li Finxian inquired with an anxious face, "Su Zeming, what are you doing? Why don't you quickly throw it away?" "Yeah, this is really too disgusting, and we still don't know if there are any parasites inside. You'd better throw it away quickly, so that everyone can feel at ease, but don't let any more accidents happen." Sun Honglei was also very anxious and urged. They were now unwilling to see this disgusting thing, not even for a glance. Su Zeming originally did not want to say anything, but seeing their panicked figures, he could only explain to them, "It can't be thrown, there is still a use for it. It can take us out from here." Chapter 62 Su Zeming receives a reward. Su Zeming's words were a bit sparse, causing everyone to not understand what they meant for a moment, and all of them looked at each other in disbelief. There was some speculation starting in their hearts. They didn't know what exactly Su Zeming was thinking. Everyone felt that Su Zeming was a bit strange, even with a godly appearance. With a dead bug, he was able to bring them out of this river cave, which made them feel a little unbelievable. But Su Zeming didn't say a single word more. As for the reason for this, of course, only Su Zeming alone knew. This river path that they were in now, if it was really like what the books in their previous life said, creatures that had death chi in their bodies had to be able to pass through. Su Zeming was trying to use this bug as a prop so that everyone could be safe and sound. Su Zeming's move was really a mistake. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for imitating Zhang Qiling's behavior. The playing degree has increased by 5%. Currently, the playing degree has accumulated 60%. Su Zeming heard that his playing degree had once again increased. He had also guessed what was going on, and as Su Zeming's play degree increased, he instantly felt that his body's strength had become even stronger. This made Su Zeming feel very comfortable, and also had a greater grasp of the next adventure. Li Fao always felt a bit unwilling. He wanted to get more news from Su Zeming's mouth. He stared at Su Zeming with unblinking eyes, then tentatively inquired, "Su Zeming, can you tell everyone, what exactly is this buget?" The purpose of Li Fao's inquiry like this was actually to know if this bug would still be dangerous here. If, as everyone was worried about, this worm had parasites on its body, then it would really be too scary. Everyone was also looking at Su Zeming with trepidation, hoping to get an accurate answer from him. Li Fao also asked what was on everyone's mind, and of course it was the question that everyone was concerned about. Su Zeming didn't want to say much, but he finally gave a name, Corpse Cash. When Su Zeming said these two words, all of them froze for a moment. What? What did Su Zeming just say this thing is? Yang Ni felt like he was hallucinating, somewhat disbelieving his ears. Li Fao stammered in Yang Ni's ear. It's a corpse. Corpse? What is a corpse? Ah, is it that corpse? Lu Shishir also couldn't help but have her voice tremble, anxiously inquiring here. Everyone felt very unfamiliar with these two words all of a sudden. They shifted their gazes to Wu Whale's body to see if he could give everyone a detailed explanation so that they could feel at ease. Wu Whale frowned as he looked at everyone and said, there shouldn't be any mistake. I seem to have heard people talk about this corpse cache thing before. It is said that this thing, corpse cache, it mainly feeds on carrion, and they will only appear in places where entities gather. But I saw that this thing was very small at that time. It was only as big as a fingernail cap. Wu Whale tried his best to keep himself calm and not let everyone hear the fear and dread in his voice. But in Wu Whale's mind, he thought about the many fears more than once. If these corpse cubes grew up, there was no telling how much carrion they would eat. Wu Whale didn't dare to continue to imagine it at all. It made his body feel uncomfortable. But everyone was very smart and naturally understood the meaning of what Wu Whale had just said. The so-called corpse cripples were actually born from eating rotten meat, and the fact that the corpse cripples just now were so big meant that they had already eaten a lot of rotten meat. At the same time, everyone instantly understood that there should be a lot of corpses in this place, which is why this scene they saw appeared. As expected, the timidly foul once again cried out in pain. Heavens, sister me, do you think all of us are going to die? This place is simply too terrifying. Didn't we say that no one had come here before? How come there are still corpses? Something so terrifying has also appeared. Seeing how scared Li Fulgence was, Lu Shishir could only think of ways to comfort her and convince herself at the same time. Don't be nervous for now. We have to think on the bright side. Maybe what's here are some animal corpses too. When Yang Ni heard this explanation, he also hastily agreed and grabbed Li Fulgence's hand and said, that's right, it must be the corpses of animals. So don't think any more nonsense. The words they said seemed to be comforting Li Zhanyuan, but in fact they were also saying it to themselves, so that perhaps they could feel better in their hearts. Just at this critical moment, Gui Jingfei, who hadn't said anything all along, he suddenly threw up wildly towards the river, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. But everyone can understand Gui Jingfei's reaction. After all, he was just bitten by the corpse. He should also be the one who was the most scared and broken down. After hearing everyone's comments just now, he himself was a bit unable to bear it for a moment. Although he didn't know whether it was a human corpse or an animal that was eaten, but just thinking about it already made him nauseous. Gui Jingfei also felt that the place where he had just been bitten had produced some abnormalities, hot for a while and cold for a while. He didn't know what was going on, and always felt very uncomfortable in his body. And as the audience heard this explanation, they were also shocked. Corpse crush? Really? Gui Jingfei has just been bitten. Wouldn't he be in danger? Gui Jingfei is so pitiful. Why is it him? After such a thing happened to the program, they are so indifferent. They don't seem to have any reaction. Now that Gui Jingfei is in danger, the program group should pick him up and send him to the hospital for a checkup to see if there are any complications. What the upstairs said is not wrong at all. No matter how the program is, the first thing to do is to ensure everyone's safety. In case they really get infected, or have parasites, then they will suffer. But the program group has been silent and hasn't given a statement. Quitting under these circumstances shouldn't be considered a breach of contract. That's for sure. First of all, the program group has to ensure the safety of these artists. They still want compensation. Isn't it a bit too harsh? For a moment these fans launched a protest, where they called the program group over and over again. They strongly demanded that Gui Jingfei be picked up and then receive medical treatment at the first opportunity to ensure his safety. It made sense that people were worried about Gui Jingfei's safety. In this river cave, it seemed that other than Su Zeming, who was calm, everyone else was also close to an emotional breakdown, and the bizarre scene that had appeared scared them, and that weird voice, at this time once again sounded. Chapter 63, the creepy appears again. When the eerie voice sounded again, everyone couldn't help but be creeped out. Moreover, this sound was getting closer and closer to them, such that everyone's fear level increased once again. Even breathing, they felt a bit unstable. Li Fao cried again. His voice trembled and said, I want to go home. I will never participate in this program again. This is simply more terrifying than taking my life. Gui Jingfei couldn't take it anymore either, and he didn't want to suppress it like this anymore. Go back. I also want to hurry back. What kind of program is this? There are actually ghosts. It's too scary. Not only was everyone scared, even the usually valiant and fearless Wu Whale's legs were trembling at this time. He didn't dare to continue forward, afraid that the scene just now will repeat itself again. Walking through the gates of hell had made his heart start to feel a bit hesitant and scornful as well. Su Zeming, why don't we turn around and go back? The situation in front of us is unclear and Gui Jingfei is still injured. It's not too late to enter after we've made our preparations. We're not in a hurry for this moment. It's still safety that's most important. At this moment, Wu Whale also beat a retreat at this time. His heart was also in a state of confusion, and for a moment, he didn't know exactly what he should do. He also hoped that Su Zeming would listen to his advice, and everyone who heard Wu Whale's proposal also supported it. No one wanted to joke with their lives, especially at this critical moment. Yes, Su Zeming, right now our situation is really not optimistic, and the luggage has all fallen off. Even if we enter the underworld abyss, then we don't have anything in our hands, so how can we survive? Everyone must take all of this into consideration. We can't just smother our heads and move forward. We'll be trapped and die in there by then. Yang Ni also looked a little anxious. She stared daggers at Su Zeming, hoping that Su Zeming could give a suggestion. Lu Shishir on the side didn't say anything, but from that horrified expression of his, one could also understand what was in his heart. Right now, no one was willing to stay in this hellish place. Gui Jingfei had also long since thrown up, and the whole person was a bit delirious. It also looked a little weak, with tiny beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. When Su Zeming heard that everyone had such thoughts, he didn't have the right to make a decision for everyone and didn't want to get bent out of shape. Su Zeming also didn't want to bring them along. If he was left alone to explore, he might be able to make it a lot easier. Since everyone wanted to go back, Su Zeming didn't want to go against their wishes. Although he didn't say anything, he quickly responded. Directly Su Zeming launched the boat and found a way to exit from here. Because of the narrowness of the river here, although their boats were not big, they could not turn around. If they wanted to exit from here, they could only back up. They had come in with the current before, so it was relatively easy, and Su Zeming had turned off the engine. Now that they were going against the current, it was not as easy and comfortable as before, but just as Su Zeming was about to start the engine, but he found that the engine did not respond in the slightest, which made Su Zeming feel very strange. He had to check it carefully. Su Zeming put his slender hands in and tried to want to fix the engine once again, but this time Su Zeming didn't find any fault. He said helplessly, "The engine is broken. There's no way to get out." As soon as Su Zeming's words fell, the faces of the several stars instantly paled, and they all froze in place. Immediately afterward once again came the sound of intermittent crying. Are we all going to die here? I still have a lot of things I haven't done. This place is too evil. There must be some weird power that doesn't want to let us leave and wants to leave us all behind. Li Fulgence cried while talking about the fear in her heart. On the other hand, on the side of the program team, Yen Jun was also keeping an eye on them at all times, not daring to slack off in the slightest. To be honest, she had also been scared enough about the corpse collecting thing. Now coupled with this situation, Gui Jingfei's fans had been calling the show's crew, which had to put him on high alert, and those staff members under him were also requesting Yen Jun's meaning one by one. Director Yen, what do you think we should do? Do we really have to let them pull out? Now it's really a dilemma for people. If we let them pull out, what about the program? But if we don't let them pull out, safety cannot be guaranteed. Yen Jun was also pondering carefully to see how this matter would actually be handled. Seeing those fans appealing desperately, Yen Jun also had no other better way. Pull out. Have the doctor rush over as soon as possible to check Gui Jingfei's wounds, then go for treatment in time, so that nothing happens to his body, and make sure he's safe. We'll make plans for the next thing. If they're going to go on an expedition, there's still some equipment that needs to be prepared for them so that they can enter. While Yen Jun was concerned about the ratings at this time, he also had to worry about the safety of these artists. They couldn't get injured or have accidents in this show, or he wouldn't be able to get out of it. It was really a bit uneconomical for him to lose his wife and his army at that time. If an unexpected situation did arise and he didn't pay for the action, these fans alone could drown him out. After the staff under his command received Director Yen Jun's instructions, they also quickly went to contact Wu Whale and the others. But not a moment later, one of the staff members ran over in a panic. She panted and said, "Director, it's not good. I just tried to contact them but realized that I can't contact them at all." "What? Can't contact them? How is this possible? Isn't our watch capable of satellite calls?" Yen Jun inquired in surprise, not knowing exactly what went wrong. "Yeah, I know all this too, but I can't get through no matter how I call. What can I do now?" After Yen Jun heard this, he hurriedly walked over to the front of the exclusive telephone set. Personally, he began to contact the several stars, but in the end, the results, it seemed, did not change. Wu Whale and the others were indeed disconnected from the program, and all the staff were dumbfounded. Everyone panicked for a moment, not knowing what to do. If they lost contact with Wu Whale, there were really too many unknowns. Yan Jun also sensed the seriousness of the problem at this time, and his expression became serious and grave. Quickly, have the rescue team head to the mouth of the river cave, ready to rescue them without the slightest delay. Right now, their situation is a bit dangerous. We must ensure their safety. At this moment, Yan Jun, his voice raised an octave. Chapter 64 disconnected. The rescue team was also notified very quickly, and in order to ensure the safety of the several stars, they darted towards the direction of the river cave without stopping. Inside the river cave, after everyone knew that the engine had failed and now they couldn't get out, it made them fall into despair as well. Li Fowl cried nervously, and everyone's comfort to him was useless. He couldn't control his emotions. Coupled with that horrible sound, it really made everyone fidgety. Right at this critical moment, Wu Whale suddenly thought of something. He said with a look of surprise, "That's right, we can also use our watches to contact the outside and request support from the program." Everyone who was originally in despair instantly rekindled hope after hearing Wu Whale's words. "That's right, Brother Whale, hurry up and try to contact it. We really need rescue now. Guo Jingfei is in this state now. He must be rescued immediately. He can't go any further." Sun Honglei urged anxiously. He couldn't help but come to Wu Whale's side, as if he was grasping for a lifesaver. Hearing everyone's urging, Wu Whale quickly opened his watchi and carefully rummaged through it. With great difficulty, he found the emergency contact number of the program group, and he couldn't wait to dial it. But a few seconds later, a beeping busy sound came from inside the phone, followed by the phone automatically disconnecting. Wu Whale took a deep breath as he unwillingly repeated the actions he had just taken, not expecting to get the same result. All of this was clearly seen by Sun Honglei, who was on the sidelines, and his face suddenly turned white. He couldn't wait to take out his watch and did the same operation, and the result was also out of their expectation. It automatically hung up after a busy tone, causing them to fall into despair once again. How could this happen? Where have all your watches gone? Quickly take them out and contact the program team. What are you still standing there for? Make the call. At this moment, Sun Honglai's emotions almost collapsed. He couldn't accept such an outcome. Shouting loudly at several female stars, Yang Mi, who was already highly emotional, was overwhelmed this time. When Su Zeming saw this chaotic situation, he couldn't help but frown. There was really a bit of disgust. In order to calm everyone down, Su Zeming did not hesitate to slash his palm. Sun Honglai's body went limp, and his entire body fell straight down, instantly quieting down. Su Zeming also had no choice but to do it. If he didn't make a move, the moment Sun Honglai rushed over, the scene from before would play out again. Su Zeming's series of actions were clearly seen by the fans in the live broadcast. What's wrong with Brother Lei? What exactly did Su Zeming do just now? He was the one who knocked out Brother Lei. This Su Zeming has something wrong with him. How does he strike indiscriminately? I really don't know what he really wants to do. All of us must keep a close eye on it. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to Brother Lei. If he has any harm, we must not be able to spare Su Zeming. Su Zeming is clearly bullying the weak. He's not the captain. Why should he make everyone listen to him? And now he's even hitting people. This Su Zeming is really cold and arrogant. All of us must ask for a statement. Can you all just calm down a bit? Can't you see that Brother Lei just lost control of his emotions? If Su Zeming doesn't stop it at this time, something could easily happen. If anything else happens, what do you guys say should happen? At the moment we must control the situation. Getting in touch with the program as soon as possible is the main thing. I really don't know what you guys are thinking. Right now we must focus on the big picture. I do think that what Su Zeming did was not wrong. There were still some fans who understood things better and defended Su Zeming at a critical moment. There was no indiscriminate accusation against Su Zeming. The entire pop-up screen was scrolling rapidly because of this matter, and everyone was also arguing fiercely. The director was also looking a little burnt out, and the staff under him were urgently contacting Su Zeming and the others. But no matter how hard they tried, there was still no signal, and the phone call was not connected after all. This did make them a bit desperate, and they even had many worst-case scenarios in their minds. If these few artists couldn't come out, the entire program group could not afford to lose all their money. Originally, the purpose of recording this program was to hopefully get rich, and now it seemed to be going down the drain. No one expected this to be the case, and the atmosphere seemed tense and depressing. In the studio, Li Lianjie and Zhao Wenkach were also keeping an eye on the pop-up screen movements and news. Seeing that everyone was bickering fiercely and it was definitely difficult to calm down for a while, they spoke out afterward to persuade them. I know that everyone is very worried and concerned about their favorite artists. In fact, our feelings are the same. No one wants anything to happen. Don't be anxious for now. Our director's team is urgently contacting the artists. and the rescue team has also rushed over. Everyone stay calm, silently pray for them in your hearts. It's pointless for you to argue here. It might even add fuel to the fire. The fans heard Li Lianjie's comforting words from them and also felt that there was some truth in it. Everyone's emotions gradually calmed down, and now all they could do was to continue to wait here for good news. They also believed that the rescue team would be able to find their whereabouts and bring them back safely. Li Lianjie turned her head to look at Zhao Wencatch, who inquired curiously, "Things like this current satellite phone not being able to make contact, isn't it something that happens from time to time in the wilderness as well?" The reason why Li Lianjie inquired like this was actually because he hoped to appease these anxious fans through a professional's narration, so that they could know more, instead of innocently raising a ruckus here, or even blaming the program team. In fact, it wasn't easy for anyone, and the showrunners had their conditions and rules for survival. It is indeed like this, because there are times when there is some interference from the magnetic field that affects the satellite phone signal problem. But this river cave is really revealing weirdness everywhere from the time they came in. When I explored before, the conditions were just a bit bitter. These things that can't be explained by science. I myself have never encountered them before, and I really can't give a clear explanation at a moment's notice. So please forgive me. Zhao Wencatch's words not only made the fans feel helpless, but also caused a bitter smile to appear on Li Lianjie's face. Originally, she wanted to appease the fans, but she didn't expect that it would end up being such a result, instantly making everyone's hearts even more clueless. But there was no way. Zhao Wencatch, these words have been said. He also originally is a very straightforward nature. On the side of Li Lianjie, also do not know what to talk about next. Chapter 65 Strange Movements. Just when all the people were a bit at a loss for words, Su Zining unhurriedly came to Gui Jingfei's side. Gui Jingfei's face looked a little pale, and the whole person was dumbfounded, as if he was a little unclear. Su Zining's gaze was cold and expressionless as he glanced at Gui Jingfei, followed by squatting down and ripping off his collar without hesitation. Gui Jingfei was instantly awakened. She was startled by Su Zining and looked at him in horror, still wanting to break free from Su Zining's hands. But Su Zining didn't give him this chance at all. He pressed Gui Jingfei to death. Seeing Su Zining's somewhat rough behavior, those fans who defended Gui Jingfei once again exploded. No way. What exactly does this Su Zining want to do? He just knocked out Brother Lei, and this is what he's going to do to Gui Jingfei. I think he's really crazy. Gui Jingfei was already in bad shape. What exactly does he have to gain by doing this? I think it's just intentional. You can't hurt Gui Jingfei. All of us won't agree. Hurry up and let go of him. Didn't Su Zining realize? Gui Jingfei was scared to death. He really doesn't have any sympathy. This person is too cold-blooded and heartless, and his behavior just now was also very rough. If Gui Jingfei gets hurt, we definitely won't spare him. Not only were the fans anxious, Gui Jingfei himself was also panicked. His body couldn't help but shiver as those impulsive fans once again hurled abuse at Su Zining. They didn't even look at what Su Zining was doing. No one was heartbroken by Su Zining's actions. Instead they were all anxious about Gui Jingfei. But Su Zining paid no attention to all of this. Now he had to stabilize the current situation as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if this went on, the outcome would be even more terrible than this, and everyone would be in more danger. Since there was no way to send all these people out now, he could only continue to bring them along. No matter what, this adventure program absolutely could not be stopped. As for little brother's ability, it was also waiting for Su Zining in front of him, and this was the main reason why Su Zining was unwilling to give up. Su Zining held Gui Jingfei down with a deadly grip before checking his wounds to see what was going on. After Su Zining's inspection, she was also finally relieved. The wound that the bug had just bitten wasn't deep, and it was also through his clothes, so Gui Jingfei didn't suffer much damage. The wound on his shoulder was also just a shallow row of teeth marks, and not even blood flowed out. Because of the blockage of the clothes, the bacteria on the bugs couldn't directly enter Gui Jingfei's skin either. All in all, Gui Jingfei didn't have any problems. He was just a little bit shocked. After confirming this matter, Su Zining was really a bit lazy to take care of them. He directly got up and came to the bow of the boat again. After Gui Jingfei saw Su Zining leave, he was also at a loss, originally thinking that Su Zining would help her heal her injuries. But in the end, he once again left without him. An angry Gui Jingfei looked at Su Zining and questioned, "Su Zining, what exactly do you mean? You won't treat my injuries?" At this moment, Gui Jingfei's tone carried a lot of resentment within it. It seemed to be complaining about Su Zining's desperation and even ignoring her. Wu Whale also walked over at this time, and he subconsciously looked over, wanting to check it out as well. Even if Su Zining didn't care, he still had to think of a solution as soon as possible. After all, he was the captain. "Don't get excited first, let me take a look at your wound," said Wu Whale slowly squatted down. When he saw the wound, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Gui Jingfei, can you not make a fuss? This wound of yours. No, where is this considered a wound? It turns out that nothing happened to you. All of us were scared enough instead. No wonder Su Zeming ignored you. You were not injured at all. Wu Whale wasn't like Su Zeming, who was a man of few words. He didn't hesitate to say what he saw. Thinking about how everyone was scared just now, he really felt a bit ridiculous. After Gui Jingfei heard these words, he also felt a bit unbelievable and hurriedly turned his head to look over. Unexpectedly, what came into his eyes was not a serious wound, but the row of shallow teeth marks. Nothing happened. In this instant, Gui Jingfei instantly felt refreshed, and the pain he had just felt disappeared. His face was no longer so pale and became rosy. In order not to embarrass himself, Gui Jingfei stared at Wu Whale and inquired, "Captain, this can't be hurting the bones, right? Even though there's no blood, I still feel some pain." Wu Whale glared at Gui Jingfei. He didn't know exactly how to explain. Still hurting the bones? Just now that was just a small bug. You really thought it was an elephant. Your bones are also too fragile. Either you did it on purpose or you're just paper mache. Gui Jingfei was disliked by Wu Whale and instantly felt disgraced. But now that Wu Whale was a senior and had the name of Battle Wolf, he couldn't afford to be offended, so he could only skim his mouth and stop talking. When these fans saw that Gui Jingfei was unharmed, they too instantly clamored. What a laugh! All of us have been worried for half a day, but I didn't expect Gui Jingfei to be fine, really tossing everyone around. Battle Wolf deserves to be Battle Wolf. Talking is really powerful. This time Gui Jingfei is also a lot more honest. No longer need to be petulant. The fans who were just worried about Gui Jingfei, why don't they come out and clamor now? The ones upstairs are less cynical here. Shouldn't we be worried? It would be exactly the same if we were you guys instead. That's right. Things happen too suddenly, and everyone doesn't know the details. What's there to say? Isn't it normal? Everyone stop talking. As long as Gui Jingfei is fine, this is the best news. These fans once again argued, each of them saying their own reasons. They even started cursing, and some of the fans uttered very unpleasant words. The entire pop-up screen was a mess for a while. In the recording studio, after director Yan Jun instructed Gui Jingfei that there were no problems, he also let out a long sigh of relief. This was the good news he wanted the most. As for what those fans said, she really didn't care right now. As long as the program could be aired smoothly, and as long as everyone was safe and sound, there was nothing more he could ask for. But the rescue team had now been dispatched, and whether or not this adventure should continue, this was also a problem that Yan Jun had to consider. And right at this time, Yan Jun also received a message from the rescue team. They had arrived at the mouth of the river cave and asked the program team if they should enter directly. Chapter 66 Strange Movements. When Director Yan heard the inquiry from the rescue team, he had to think carefully at this time. Regarding the next rescue, it was related to the entire program team, and he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He needed to observe carefully, and at this moment, the boat that stopped them was still floating down the river. Now that Gui Jingfei was also in no danger, all of them were relieved to see that everyone was safe and sound. In the hearts of a few girls, they didn't know when they started, but they had already taken Su Zeming as their spiritual pillar. As long as there was Su Zeming here, they felt much more at ease, and their fear would be reduced by a few points. This unconscious dependence also made them feel strange. Yang Mi carefully observed the surroundings, then looked up at Su Zeming and inquired, "Su Zeming, what do you think we should do next?" Su Zeming didn't turn around. She just said indifferently, "Keep moving forward." But will there be danger in front of us? I always feel that this place is very spooky. The surroundings are eerie. Yang Mi carefully said his opinion. He also felt a bit terrified now. He didn't want what happened before to repeat itself and put everyone in danger. That weird voice, which had never disappeared, had always followed them. It was even getting closer and closer to them, which couldn't help but make them think wildly. You say, there can't really be a ghost here. And this whispering sound, it's like it's all around us. Could they have been following us all along? Or even come aboard without realizing it? When the timid Leafan heard this, his tears instantly flowed down, crying even more fiercely than before. What to do? Will we be killed by these ghosts here? Right. Lu Shirshir was also pale. They had been controlling their thoughts, not wanting to think wildly, but there was really no way out. This all happened too suddenly. They simply couldn't accept it for a moment. Don't talk nonsense, but that whispering voice does seem to have appeared on the ship. After saying these words, Lu Shirshir's body involuntarily shrunk back. Hearing a few girls say these words, Wu Whale was indifferent. Where is there any ghost? Just stop scaring yourselves and stay quiet. If there really is a ghost, I will be the first to protect you guys. I'm not afraid of any ghosts. Wu Whale spoke with great vigor, but just as his words fell, the entire hull of the ship felt as if it had hit something. A strange ringing sound was emitted, followed by the entire ship shaking. This movement was so loud that everyone's body swayed along with it, and several people felt dizzy. A few actresses screamed in fear, and shouted in panic. Ghosts, really have ghosts. When Wu Whale saw this situation in front of him, he was also a bit flustered for a moment. I don't know if it was a problem with the words he just said, and that's why he was given a warning. Wu Whale did not dare to say more, and in his heart he was really a little unconvinced, and felt that it did not match his values at all. In front of everyone, Wu Whale took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He couldn't afford to lose face, especially at this critical moment. If you have the ability, just come at me. Don't be suspicious here. What kind of ability is this? Let's have a match. I want to see what kind of demon or devil you are. These words were also the words that Wu Whale had summoned all the courage he could muster and forced himself to say with a stiff upper lip. A few girls were sitting on the boat. They had long been scared out of their wits, only to see them all folding their hands and chanting under their breath. I'm sorry, Brother Whale just had a straight heart. Don't be angry if I offended you. Yang Ni's face was tense, using this way to dissolve the fear in his heart. Lu Shirshir on the side followed suit as he also said anxiously, we didn't mean to offend. Please be able to understand. We were just passing by. Please be magnanimous. Li Fao cried his eyes out. He looked most fearful and even a bit frazzled. He poured out everything he could eat, and said with a choked voice, I have good food here. I'll give you all this food. Please let us go. Wu Whale frowned, looking at this strange behavior of the few of them, and for a moment was somewhat helpless. He also didn't know what to say, and the fans in the live broadcast room, too, saw everyone's strange behavior. The entire pop-up screen immediately scrolled up, and the live broadcast room was unusually lively. Ha ha ha, these girls are also too amusing, but it's understandable. They are also too scared. Praying for everyone's safety in this way is also their intention, but isn't it a bit too superstitious? It's almost like a fight between the werewolves and a few actresses. The werewolves are responsible for provoking, and the actresses are responsible for pacifying. The scene is really interesting. There's nothing wrong with what I said. The analogy just now is really graphic. One sings the white face, the other sings the red face. They actually played the art of war with ghosts, but just now Wu Whale's behavior, isn't it a bit too reckless? The end of science is metaphysics, and then you can't talk nonsense when you don't understand the situation. Indeed, there are some things we don't understand. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Reverence is still necessary, lest we bring trouble to ourselves. Just now is also really some strange. In the end, what is it that hit the boat? Will not really have ghosts. Everyone began to talk a lot. For a moment all the people have their own different ideas. Of course they are also waiting for Su Zining to step in. If there is really any special situation, Su Zining will also step in to protect everyone. Some fans had also been silently supporting Su Zining behind the scenes and believed in Su Zining's ability, but there were some black fans who would find Su Zining's many shortcomings and flaws no matter what, and then attack him behind his back. Just as all the people were talking, Su Zining actually felt the ship's hull being hit. Su Zining couldn't help but frown. He also felt that things might not be that simple. Although he didn't immediately make a move, Su Zining also slowly placed his right hand on the black gold ancient blade behind him, ready at all times. The moment Su Zining tightened his grip on the black gold ancient blade, he couldn't help but feel some emotions in his heart. This was the second time he had touched the black gold ancient blade since he set out, and since he was already prepared to strike at any time, Su Zining no longer had any worries. If he couldn't successfully pass through the river, everyone would be trapped here, and there was no telling what kind of bizarre situation would occur. Su Zining said silently in his heart, it's also time to strike. Chapter 67, Beheading the Corpse Curse. At this moment, Su Zining, he stood in the darkness, looking majestic. Only his right hand was holding the black gold bone sword, and a murderous aura flashed under his eyes. Su Zining tightly closed his eyes as he used his senses to perceive everything around him. He had to remove the danger as soon as possible. He couldn't wait until something happened to stop it. Right at this critical moment, the water suddenly had a slight fluctuation, and Su Zining was also very alert. He steeply opened his eyes, followed by the black gold ancient blade instantly coming out of his body with a crisp sound. The body of the blade emitted a dazzling white light in the middle of the pitch-black cave, and everyone subconsciously shielded their eyes. In the next second, the entire blade body was directly inserted into the water, then set off a ferocious splash. By the time Su Zining pulled the blade body out of the water, the corpse of a huge corpse collector was also instantly brought up, only to see Su Zining waving his arm. The corpse of that huge corpse collector was instantly chopped in half by the black gold ancient knife. Although it was only for a few seconds, it was enough to see the size of the corpse collector clearly. It was more than 5 or 6 times bigger than the one that had bitten Gui Jingfei before, probably around 50 pounds. Such a large corpse, if accidentally bitten by him, the consequences would really be unimaginable. People simply did not dare to imagine. Su Zining easily solved the huge corpse crush like this. Immediately after that, the black gold ancient sword was resheathed, and Su Zeming also resumed his previous appearance. All was as if peace had been restored, and everything around him was surprisingly quiet. Wu Whale's eyes widened. He had also witnessed the scene that had just happened, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Right now, he really didn't know what to say, and he didn't know exactly what kind of emotion he felt towards Su Zeming. What the hell is going on here? I didn't expect strange things to happen one after another. Everyone has become a bit nervous. While saying this, he walked towards Su Zeming, closing the distance between everyone. Although Wu Whale had hit the wall several times with Su Zeming, this time it was all Wu Whale who had seen it with his own eyes, and he couldn't help himself a bit. After all, that black gold ancient blade behind Su Zeming's back was really too handsome. He hadn't seen the black gold ancient blade sheaths before, and everyone treated this blade of his as a display. It was even whispered behind his back before, thinking that it was just a prop for Su Zeming to play handsome, and he didn't put it on his mind at all. But what had just happened had suddenly changed their view of Su Zeming, and that childish thought had vanished. Although this was very short-lived, it was enough to see Su Zeming's strength, and it also reflected Su Zeming's means. After Wu Whale approached Su Zeming, he tentatively inquired, "Su Zeming, that knife on your back is very pretty, and it's also very sharp. What kind of material is it made of? I've always liked knives. Can you reveal a little bit of information and let me get one when I go back?" Wu Whale looked at Su Zeming with expectant eyes, and waited for his answer. Su Zeming was as usual. He didn't say a word there, as if he didn't hear Wu Whale's inquiry. Wu Whale did not get the news he wanted here, making him feel a bit unwilling. "Su Zeming, why don't you say something? I actually have an unkind request. Can you let me see this knife of yours? Just one glance. I really like it too much. I know you don't like to talk. If you don't talk, I'll take it as your acquiescence. I'll get it myself." Wu Whale has also drummed up all the courage, this time even if he is brazen. "Also want to try." Saying that, Wu Whale walked towards behind Su Zeming, and reached out to touch the black gold ancient blade. Just at this time, only to see Su Zeming dodge and dodge out towards the side. Immediately after that, Wu Whale's wrist, hard, was grabbed by Su Zeming, and Wu Whale's face changed drastically as a stinging sensation came. In that instant, Wu Whale felt as if there was a weight of 10,000 pounds on his wrist, making him unable to move at all. "Don't move!" Su Zeming icily spat out 2 words and gave Wu Whale a warning look. Seeing Wu Whale's pained expression, only then did Su Zeming let go of his wrist. Wu Whale retreated back and he quickly stroked his arm, having a feeling of escaping from death. Wiping the beads of sweat seeping out from his forehead, Wu Whale secretly breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Just now, Su Zeming's actions made Wu Whale's heart realize that if he didn't take the initiative to let go of his arm, just by virtue of his strength, he wouldn't be able to break free from Su Zeming's hands at all. This arm of his would have been broken hard. Wu Whale looked at Su Zeming with unbelievable eyes and silently said in his heart, "My goodness, I didn't expect that Su Zeming he would have this much power, but I didn't realize it before. It seems that he really isn't as simple as he appears to be. It was also my own carelessness before. I was also influenced by those comments on the internet, and also felt like them that Su Zeming was just a little fresh meat, an inconspicuous character. Now it seems that this is not the case. Su Zeming he really has some skills and means. I have to recognize this fact." At this moment, Wu Whale, he had even greater doubts in his mind, not knowing how to solve this mystery. This scene was clearly seen by several girls, and after sensing that Wu Whale was out of place, the timidly Feng Yuan was a little worried. He carefully sized up Wu Whale, then asked with a concerned face, "Brother Whale, are you alright? Are you injured?" Wu Whale was also instantly awakened, and he turned back to look at everyone awkwardly. "I am fine. You guys don't have to worry." Wu Whale had no choice but to act as if nothing had happened in front of everyone and didn't show it. He was a battle wolf. It wasn't hard for him to lose his face like this and make everyone dispute his name. Li Fao carefully sized up Wu Whale. He was a bit unconvinced by what he said. "Really? But I see that you seem to be sweating a lot. Are you uncomfortable somewhere?" Li Chu pointed at Wu Whale's head, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Wu Whale touched his head and realized that he was indeed sweating coldly. He could only act as if nothing had happened, then find other reasons to fool everyone and divert his attention as quickly as possible. "It's really fine. I'm a person who usually loves to sweat." After saying this, Wu Whale sneaked a glance at Su Zeming, but Su Zeming was still sitting with his back turned on the bow of the boat, staring straight ahead. Wu Whale also quickly turned around and left. He even somewhat regretted the reckless decision he just made. When Wu Whale returned to the stern of the boat, he felt that he was a bit distracted. The scene that just happened would always appear in his mind. Su Zeming's powerful and terrifying strength made Wu Whale feel chills on his back, and he once again fell into deep thought. Chapter 68, Mysterious Black Gold Ancient Blade. The scene that had just occurred was also clearly seen by the audience in the live broadcast room. It wasn't just Wu Whale who felt surprised, the viewers likewise had the same thought. My god me. It turns out that the knife behind Su Zeming's back is not at all a tool for him to play it cool. It seems to be very powerful indeed, and everyone has just witnessed it with their own eyes. I didn't expect this knife to be real. Before it was always considered a prop by everyone. This is simply too powerful. Upstairs, your words can be said ridiculously and without reason. You guys use props to cut corpses to see. That is the real thing. This knife is sharp and incomparable, right? This knife is simply the dream of all men. It's just a pity that Su Zeming's movements just now were too fast. We didn't even see clearly how it really was. That's already enough. Now that we know that this knife in Su Zeming's hands is not ordinary, we also want to touch it. What kind of material is it made of? Speaking of which, isn't Su Zeming a bit too petty? Just now, Wu Whale also just wanted to take a look at it, and it was actually dodged by him, and he even warned Wu Whale. Yeah, this temper of his is really too stinky. But everyone should just get used to it because the Su Zeming we saw from the beginning was this way. It's really a bit sympathetic to Brother Whale. It's really a bit embarrassing for him to be rejected just like that. But Su Zeming's actions just now were really too handsome. Everyone was talking about the scene just now, and shifted their gaze to Su Zeming's black and gold ancient sword. One by one, they were all interested. In fact, everyone had the same thoughts as Wu Whale. In the studio, Li Lianjie and Zhao Wencatch, they, too, had witnessed the scene just now. And they were similarly interested in this blade behind Su Zeming, especially Li Lianjie, whose eyes were dead set on Su Zeming's black and gold ancient sword. That knife of Su Zeming's just now, even though I only glanced at it, I'm able to affirm that the material of this knife is not ordinary. Hearing what Li Lianjie said, Zhao Wencatch on the side also chimed in. There's nothing wrong with what I said. It's worthy of being a person who practiced martial arts and knows so much about weapons. Then according to you, what kind of material is this knife made of? Li Lianjie fell into deep thought. He did want to express some of his opinions, although he didn't know whether it was accurate or not. His heart was still a bit dumbfounded. According to my careful observation, I feel that this knife behind Su Zeming's back especially looks like it was made by meteorite iron. This knife should be very hard and sharp. That's why it was able to easily decapitate the corpse cache. However, this kind of weapon made of meteoric iron only exists in legends, and no one has ever actually seen or gotten one. Or perhaps this knife behind Su Zeming's back is made from some other material, and it might be possible that it is similar to the material of meteorite iron and its similarities. Zhao Wencatch also nodded his head, as if he was very much in agreement with what Li Lianjie had just deduced and said. Zhao Wencatch was also very interested in Su Zeming's knife, and he also gave his own speculation. Is there such a possibility that this knife of Su Zeming's is made of meteorite HM iron? The reason why Zhao Wencatch had such a guess was that he had actually been observing Su Zeming all along, feeling that Su Zeming was really a bit different, and even in Su Zeming's body, it made him discover many secrets. He always felt that Su Zeming was very mysterious, and now that he saw this knife behind him, he didn't believe that this knife was an imitation. In Zhao Wencatch's heart, he always felt that this knife of Su Zeming's had an extraordinary origin. He voiced out this thought of his, but he didn't expect to be denied by Li Lianjie. The two people now each had their own reasons and claims. I don't think it's possible. If there really is a weapon made of meteorite iron in this world, it's not something that an ordinary person can get. I've always loved swords, and I spent a lot of money and effort back then, but I've never been able to find one. This one of Su Zeming's shouldn't be real. The discussion between Li Lianjie and Zhao Wencatch at this moment was also clearly seen by everyone. This matter also resonated with the audience, and they began to talk about it as well. Right now, Su Zeming was bringing them a lot of questions and mysteries, making everyone really have some say in it. What Li Lianjie said is also correct, isn't it? He is the one with the strong financial power and circle of connections. What he can't find, how could Su Zeming possibly get it? That can't be said. Maybe some things are destined by fate. It's not necessarily because of a different status that one can have everything. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? I do think that Su Zeming's knife is really unusual. Maybe people really do have this blessing. How can that be? I still support Li Lianjie's statement. This is a little too out of the ordinary. Isn't Su Zeming unwilling to let Wu Whale touch it? There might be a reason for that. There's nothing wrong with that. It must be because he's afraid that Wu Whale will find out the end and poke him in the face of everyone. That must be it. That makes sense. Su Zeming is definitely in fear. If this knife was real, he would definitely show it off to everyone. How could he hide it? Everyone instantly shifted their attention to this knife behind Su Zeming's back. The daughter-in-law said that her daughter-in-law had a point. The mother-in-law said that her mother-in-law had a point. Su Zeming, however, didn't care about any of this, and he didn't pay attention to these news. From start to finish he had the same expression and attitude, as if nothing could change him. In the middle of the river cave, Their boat was still slowly driving forward. Everyone remained quiet at this time as well, without the panic that they had felt before. After going through everything, they had also finally calmed themselves down, as if they had accepted reality, no longer crying like before, while Su Zining, who was sitting at the front of the boat, once again remembered the familiar voice that had just come to his mind. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for imitating Zhang Qiling's behavior. The playing degree has increased by 5%. Currently, the playing level is 65%. Acquired the ability, Qilin Blood. After Su Zining heard this familiar voice, his heart couldn't help but feel elated. Since he had now fully obtained the Qilin Blood, it meant that he had inherited most of Zhang Qiling's character and would become unstable next. Su Zining's heart was really a bit excited, only that he didn't show it. After all, what he had just obtained was a very precious Qilin blood and possessed an incomparably strong power. This kind of blood was again very useful to Su Zining after entering the underworld abyss. He could be unclear of all laws, and he could also retreat from 100 insects, so Su Zining would have a greater certainty, and he also wished that he could have more skills beside him. Chapter 69, Sun Honglei awakens. Just as everyone was talking, Sun Honglei, who had been knocked out by Su Zining earlier, opened his eyes in a daze and awoke. He frowned and looked around carefully, realizing that they were still in the middle of the cave. His expression instantly tensed up and he sat up without hesitation. His voice panicked as he inquired, "What's the situation? Are we going out?" The several girls beside him looked at Sun Honglei. They shook their heads helplessly and answered his concern. Sun Honglei looked around and realized that their ship was still moving on. This caused him to lose a bit of emotional control for a moment, looking very anxious. "Why aren't you going out yet? Are you guys stupid? It's very dangerous here. What's going on here? What exactly happened just now? Why does my neck hurt so much? How did I pass out?" Sun Honglei said what was in his heart at once. In the face of so many questions, everyone's expressions were a little complicated one by one, and they were even silent. They didn't know how they were going to answer, nor did they know how they were going to tell this matter to Sun Honglei to hear. Seeing that everyone was silent, Sun Honglei became even more anxious as he kept chasing after everyone, wanting to get an answer. Everyone had to ignore it, and Wu Whale on the side was really a bit unable to watch. He cleared his throat and said, "Alright, just stop for a while. Don't have so many questions that we can't answer you. Trying to get out of here is impossible right now, and since the danger has been completely lifted, all of us have decided to move forward and take a look. Just stop making such a fuss so that everyone can be quiet for a while." Wu Whale persuaded Sun Honglei to stop yammering in everyone's ears. When Sun Honglei heard that they couldn't get out, his expression looked a bit desperate, his eyes revealing panic. He didn't want everyone to go through the previous scene again. This place made him very resistant. However, hearing that the danger had been lifted, Sun Honglei's heart slightly had a trace of comfort, and he was no longer as panicked as before. Seeing everyone's attitude now, he knew that even if he made a scene, he couldn't change this result and situation. Everyone seemed to have acquiesced to all of this, and had also been warned by Wu Whale, so it was not good for him to do something excessive. What's more, there were so many viewers staring at the live broadcast, he didn't want to leave a trail of words for everyone to blacken themselves. Sun Honglei touched his neck and also felt a little dizzy. His heart really felt strange and wanted to know what was happening in his own body. "If you can't get out, you can't get out. Can you guys tell me what's going on with my neck? It's also dizzy as hell right now. How did I just pass out? I have to figure this out." The other Sun Honglei could not care, but this matter was closely related to him. He had to ask. In the face of Sun Honglei's questioning over and over again, everyone also looked very difficult. They didn't know how to explain the truth, but they couldn't not answer Sun Honglei's questions. But they couldn't directly betray Su Zining and say that all of this came from Su Zining's hand. Everyone was busy with their own business. No one paid any attention to Sun Honglei, leaving him alone and ranting anxiously. Sun Honglei's fans in the live broadcast room, of course, were not happy. They began to accuse everyone of their behavior and fight for Sun Honglei. "What does everyone mean by this? Didn't you hear what Brother Lei said? Why don't you tell him the truth? They're obviously harboring Su Zining. It's clear that all of this was done by Su Zining. What can't they say? What are you pretending to be dumb for at this moment? Brother Lei is really pitiful. It's because he's too good that people are jealous of him. They're just deliberately targeting him. Brother Lei has already said more than once that his neck hurts. Why doesn't anyone care about him? Is he really having a hard time? It's simply too heartbreaking. This Su Zining is so over the top. If Brother Lei is really in any kind of trouble, we definitely won't let it go. He doesn't want to escape his responsibility. Even if we are defended by everyone, we definitely won't let him off. How come he is so unresponsive? Obviously it was him who struck out, but now he doesn't dare to come forward and admit it. That's right. I see this Su Zining is a coward. Dare to do not dare to be. Have the ability to come forward to make these things clear. Sun Honglei's fans were clamoring in the live broadcast room, and the entire pop-up screen was denouncing Su Zining, seeking justice for Sun Honglei. Just as these fans were bickering, Su Zining slowly stood up at the bow of the ship, then coldly spat out 3 words: "I fought." As soon as Su Zining's words fell, all the people instantly froze in place, as if everything around them had stood still. It didn't matter if it was Wu Whale and a few girls, or the viewers in the live broadcast room, or the guests in the studio. Everyone froze there. This behavior of Su Zining's had taken them a bit by surprise and seemed too blunt. Unexpectedly, Su Zining had admitted in such a naked manner that he was the one who knocked Sun Honglei out. This made everyone feel that it was a bit unconventional. Just now those fans were all talking about Su Zining, and so soon they were taken back by Su Zining. Seeing this situation, those fans who had been defending Su Zining directly jumped out. Ha ha ha, simply too funny. Where are those fans of Sun Honglei just now? Why don't they come out and call out now? What a small man's heart for a gentleman's heart. I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly, right? The other Su Zining admitted it openly and honestly. Let you guys talk nonsense there, and say that people don't have a bearing. Now what are you going to say? Su Zining, this character, I really like it. I found that he is still really interesting. Loved. Everyone to see how cool Su Zining really is. This is what a manly man does. Never hide. Do what you want to do. Don't have to think about it so much, and don't have to give anyone face. I'd like to see what these people can do. The fans who defended Su Zining jumped out at this time, praising Su Zining in every sentence. This also made everyone feel helpless, and the already very quiet atmosphere became even more silent at this time, making everyone feel awkward. Li Yun was originally a little scared in his heart, but when he heard Su Zining's reply, the fear in his heart was instantly swept away. Li Sun was really a bit unable to hold back. He wanted to let out a loud laugh. Yang Mi on the side also had the same expression. The two looked at each other. Both were trying their best to control their emotions, not wanting to lose their temper that much. Chapter 70 Embarrassed Sun Honglei. Just as Li Fulgence and Yang Mi were desperately trying to control their emotions, Wu Whale on the side didn't think that much. She directly laughed out loud. As for Gui Jingfei at this moment, he had also been in the midst of his own embarrassment and was somewhat unable to return to his senses, so he didn't pay attention to what had just happened, and all of his attention once again returned to Sun Honglei's body. He had just been screaming so much there, wanting to know the truth of the matter, now that Su Zining directly came out and admitted it. Conversely, he stayed there as well, looking very confused and not knowing what to do. Su Zining felt that awkwardness and quietness. He slowly turned around, and his eyes didn't bother to gaze at Sun Honglei. Problems? These cold few words made Sun Honglei instantly feel a powerful oppressive force, and also made him extremely uncomfortable. Sun Honglei hurriedly shook his head as he stammered. No problem. It's just that the neck hurts a little bit. Is your hand a little too hard? Next time can you lighten up a little? Otherwise my neck is going to be ruined. Hearing Sun Honglei's answer, Li Fengyang, who had just been trying to control his emotions, suddenly couldn't help himself at this time. He gripped Yang Mi tightly, his entire body shaking as she laughed so hard that she couldn't stop at all. Yang Mi was also lying on Li Fao's shoulders, the two of them releasing their emotions there. Lu Shishir also lowered her head and covered her face with her hair. It was obvious that everyone was in an emotional state at this moment, and the entire pop-up screen seemed to have blanked out for a few seconds at this time, and the fans didn't know what to say. Ha 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 ha. Soon such subtitles actually instantly dominated the screen. Brother Lei is really a talent. How could he say such cute words? And lighten up next time. It's probably going to become a classic quote. Perhaps in the future, when everyone sees one, they will think of these words. These words might always accompany his acting career. This Su Zining is indeed interesting. He seems to be born with a rebel bone, specializing in all disobedience. Just ask if you are convinced. Simply going to laugh me to death. Also didn't expect the scene to actually happen. Those few actresses are laughing into vibration mode. Brother Lei, he's not worthy to be funny, right? Lu Shishir's drawing style is even a bit special. It looks a bit weird. I really don't know what the hell you guys are laughing at. Brother Lei, this is called atmosphere intolerance. He's not willing to be generally calculating with Su Zining. This is called pattern. Really don't understand anything. Brother Lei is really so aggrieved. He's thinking for the greater good. That's why he's able to endure all this aggravation. So heartbroken for her. These fans were also buzzing at the moment as they discussed the scene they saw in front of them. The two factions were once again arguing over this matter. Sun Honglei's fans wanted to use this opportunity to even the score for Sun Honglei. As for those fans who supported Su Zining, they weren't vegetarians either, and they really saw blood in every sentence. They also felt that Su Zining was thinking about the entire team, and that's why he made such a decision. Saying these things now was simply unreasonable, and it didn't have a lot to do with character either. but the fans of both sides, they were getting further and further away, saying many unreasonable things in the moment. Seeing Sun Honglei's fans denouncing Su Zeming, for a moment it also caused a lot of people's dissatisfaction. They had to identify for Su Zeming, and all of a sudden they all stood on Su Zeming's side. Under such a special situation, it was really a mess. The next step was still an unknown danger, and it might really lead to a close call. Su Zeming also played a very important role at this time. Everyone could even imagine it. If Su Zeming didn't knock out Sun Honglei in time, he was so agitated at that time that he might have overturned the entire ship because of him. At that time, everyone would have fallen into the water, and there was no telling what kind of horrible and disgusting corpse cripples would be in this water, and everyone wouldn't be able to remain unharmed. This was a matter of everyone's safety, so everyone considered all of this, and that's why they supported Su Zeming without any hesitation. It is also considered to be a fair word for Su Zeming, not wanting Su Zeming to be wrongly accused in this way for no reason. It does not seem fair, and at this moment the boat, still moving forward in the river cave. Because of the episode just now, everyone's mood was now relaxed. Although the corpse cache was disgusting and terrifying, with Su Zeming by their side, they wouldn't be attacked so easily. Only at this time, Su Zeming, his entire nerves were taut, paying attention to the movements around him at all times. He could not afford to be careless. Because of their current situation, the corpse cache would appear at any time, and there was also a greater danger waiting for them ahead. Inside the studio, everyone had also pinched a cold sweat for Su Zeming and the others, and now they were finally able to relax. They also sat there and had discussions, looking forward to the next part of Su Zeming's journey with them. Hopefully, they would be able to get out of the river cave as soon as possible and enter the entrance. It seems that the crisis has been lifted now, and Su Zeming will be able to take them out of the river soon and find the entrance. I hope that the next step will be a bit smoother, and that we won't encounter this and that risk again. Everyone also very much agreed with this statement, and all of them nodded their heads in agreement. Only Zhao Wen captured at this moment. His expression looked very grave. Li Lianjie, who was on the side, quickly noticed Zhao Wenzui's expression. What's wrong? Why do you have this expression? Do you think there's going to be any danger? Zhao Wencache pondered for a moment. He looked back at Li Lianjie and said, Jia brother, have you ever thought of a problem? This in the water has a corpse cries. It means that there must be corpses. I think it should be more rigorous. Exactly, there is rotting flesh. This corpse can grow so big. It means that there is also a lot of carrion inside. We should not ignore this point. This is the main thing. Zhao Wencache uttering these words was like a heavy hammer that hit everyone's chest at once. Li Lianjie's face also instantly turned white. They had indeed overlooked these issues. Now that they heard Zhao Wencache's reminder, they really felt that it was such a thing. Wencache said that maybe those carrion are some fierce beasts or something like that. We can't be sure now, so don't let everyone worry. Li Lianjie said these words, on the one hand, to appease the viewers in the live broadcast room, but also to appease himself. When the word carrion was mentioned again, everyone's hearts were not good, and they were not oiled to commit nausea. No one even dared to imagine that picture. If it was not for the fact that it was now being broadcast live, it is estimated that they would not have suppressed their emotions at all, and directly spit it out. No one wants to give those black fans a chance and be targeted by them. Chapter 71, a green ghostly flame appears. These words in the studio quickly reached the ears of the audience, causing them to begin to be unsettled as well. What does it mean? Listening to them say these words, it means that there will be human corpses here? That's too gruesome. It doesn't necessarily have to be a human corpse. Maybe it's some kind of beast or something, so don't scare yourself. Yeah, I heard earlier that basically no one has ever come to this place, so how could there be a human corpse? That being said, is there a possibility that someone has been there and then they all died inside, so we don't even know? What Mr. Zhao said just now should also be just comforting us. Even if some fierce beasts died here, that still means that the environment here is harsh. Can people still be alive? Then what should we do? Will they be in any danger? Why does it feel more and more unreliable? Can the program group make them all come back now? That's true. What the hell is this program group doing? What can we do if they are really in danger? I can't even dare to imagine how scary it will be next. The fans in the live broadcast room were all worried about their safety, and at the same time, they were also accusing the program group of what they were doing. In everyone's hearts, safety was the main thing. After all, they had witnessed a lot of things with their own eyes. Just as all of them were talking, some of the careful viewers had actually discovered some conditions from amongst the cameras. In front of the originally dark cave, stars of green ghost fire actually appeared. This situation was not only discovered by the viewers, several stars also saw this scene at the same time. There was suddenly light in the darkness, causing them to instantly sense it. You guys see, what is that? Li Fowl, who was sitting in the front, pointed to the front and then turned back to look at Su Zeming. Perhaps it was because of his position. Li Zhuming was the first to see this scene. Although his voice was trying its best to remain calm, a hint of trembling could still be heard. Everyone looked over in the direction that Li Fao pointed to, and it was at this time that Gui Jingfei said with a trembling voice, "Ghost, is a ghost fire." Sun Honglei also couldn't wait to say, "Gui Jingfei is right. This is indeed a ghost fire. I've seen it on the internet before. Could there really be ghosts here?" As soon as Sun Honglei's words fell, Gui Jingfei couldn't help but yell. He was really very scared, and when Su Zeming heard this loud scream, he was also a little impatient. Turning back to glare at Gui Jingfei also immediately quieted down. He did not want to be Su Zeming, thrown out from here, also did not want to fall into the water again. Although the heart is very afraid, but still try to control their emotions. In Gui Jingfei's heart, Su Zeming can be more horror and fear than ghosts. Although it was quiet, everyone's fear did not dissipate. They stared ahead with unblinking eyes. Yang Mi was really a bit unable to hold back. He quietly looked at Su Zeming and inquired, "Su Zeming, what in the world is this? Is it really a ghost?" At the mention of this word, Yang Mi was also feeling a little trembling all over. When everyone was in danger, they had already subconsciously relied somewhat on Su Zeming. It was as if everyone had gotten used to it and always felt that Su Zeming had a way to solve it and at the same time protect everyone's safety. Su Zeming saw that everyone wanted to know the answer, and he didn't need to hide it. Ghost fire. These two cold words instantly caused everyone to fall into an abyss of 10,000 feet. Everyone shivered uncontrollably. Obviously this answer from Su Zeming once again intensified that fear in everyone's hearts. Now that even Su Zeming had said this, it meant that there really were ghosts ahead. Ghost fire is just a folk saying. It is actually also called phosphorus fire, where animals or corpses are decaying. Phosphorus sulfide will be produced, and this stuff burns easily. It often appears in the messy graveyard in the past. That's why it's called ghost fire by everyone. I'm not wrong, right? Wu Whale opened his mouth to explain without any panic, and even deliberately glanced at Su Zeming, wanting to get Su Zeming's approval. When Su Zeming heard Wu Whale's explanation, this time he kinda gave Wu Whale face and didn't ignore him in front of everyone, but nodded. Seeing that he had gotten Su Zeming's approval, Wu Whale's heart was very happy, and his face immediately revealed a smug look. His hallowed battle wolf had finally become confident in front of Su Zeming for a time, and even he himself felt a little disbelieving. Previously, all of his moves had been ignored by Su Zeming, and now all of a sudden he was getting a response, which really made him a bit flattered. Li Fao also finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at everyone and said, "So it's like this. Originally I was timid. I felt like I was going to be scared to death. Sometimes I really admire your courage. I have also controlled myself very much, but I still can't do it." Li looked a little helpless. Yang Mi had heard Wu Whale's explanation just now. He didn't let his guard down. Gently tugging on Li Zhuxing's clothes, he said, "Are you stupid? You didn't hear the captain say that it's the place where there are corpses that creates the ghost fire, right? This brain circuit of yours? Sometimes it's really a bit odd. I don't know what you're thinking. You're not grasping the point at all." Li Fao heard Yang Mi's reminder and he seemed to have just reacted. "Right. I was really scared silly. So there are corpses in front of us?" Everyone stared daggers at Li Fao. Looking at Li Fao's cloudy face, they also felt a bit teary-eyed. The atmosphere that was just relaxed seemed to have become tense again at this time. Fatty D and Lu Shishir, who were on the side, were also vigilantly looking around, fearing that accidents would occur at this time. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also thoroughly amused by Li's behavior. This Li Fao is indeed a little too cute. His expression is really cloudy, crying for a while, laughing for a while, and Sister Me is not wrong. His brain circuit is really weird. What's wrong? I just like Li Fao like this. I think he's cute and so pretty. Can you guys stop joking? The point is that the ghost fire has appeared, and I don't know if there are any corpses in front or not. I think you guys are the weird ones. Yeah, I don't know if they'll be in danger. I hope God blesses them so that they can be safe and sound so that we'll be satisfied. Upstairs, prayers but to be sincere, cannot be perfunctory. I think it is still Wu Whale knows more, and in the event of a calm, will not make a fuss. They are all the best. To be able to challenge this program shows that they are all courageous and worthy of everyone's admiration. We should also support them well. That's right. It's not like there's a body in front of us. The answer will be revealed soon. Chapter 72 Pungent Odor. In the middle of the river cave, Su Zeming and their boat slowly drifted forward, also gradually approaching the ghost fire. As they got closer, a pungent stench greeted them, and everyone subconsciously tightened their brows, followed by covering their mouths and noses. No need for everyone to think too much. As long as they smelled this odor, everyone knew that this was the smell emanating from the rotting corpses. It was just that they were now unsure whether the smell of these corpses came from animals or people. Getting closer and closer to the ghost fire, This smell became stronger and more pungent, making everyone feel very uncomfortable, and some even vomited. Su Zinying and Wu Whale, on the contrary, appeared calm. They didn't do anything. Other than that, the others subconsciously tightly covered their mouths and noses, and even wrapped their entire heads in scarves. But even so, the effect didn't seem to be very obvious. This pungent odor was still really pervasive, and everyone was still able to clearly smell it. A few people couldn't help but vomit as well, making them feel sick. As the ship drew closer, everyone realized that the scene of the place where the ghost fire was located was also gradually clearing up in front of everyone. It was a land of accumulated corpses, piled up with at least hundreds and thousands of corpses. The scene was really very shocking. There were some corpses that had been there for a longer period of time, which had obviously become piles of white bones, making people's bones creepy and unable to stop trembling. And there were some corpses, perhaps for a shorter period of time, which hadn't been completely weathered, and the rotting flesh on them was clearly visible even though it had been completely disfigured. These corpses were piled up together, and people simply didn't know exactly how many there were, but one could also tell that some of the corpses were human, and of course some of the corpses were animals. Vomit. Wei Jingfei looked at the scene in front of him, and once again, he couldn't help but vomit, feeling like his entire body was going to be drained. He was vomiting with tears in his eyes, acid coming out of his mouth, and tiny beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead, showing how unbearable he really was. Immediately behind him, Yang Mi, Li Fulgence and Lu Shishir as well as Fatty and the rest of them, one by one, were not spared. They all vomited furiously. Sun Honlei was still able to control, but now that he saw the scene of everyone vomiting, he also frantically ran to the side, and finally could not help it. At this moment everyone's heart was filled with fear. They were also very repulsed by such a scene in front of them. Although they had prepared for it beforehand, they still could not accept it. So many corpses piled up in front of them. This kind of scene was unforgettable to them in this life. If they knew in advance that they would see this scene, even if this place was piled up with mountains of gold and silver, it was estimated that they would not enter. This scene was indeed disgusting and horrifying, and in everyone's mind, this was simply hell on earth. Similarly, the audience in the live broadcast room also saw this scene, which made the audience also instantly unable to calm down. My goodness, I was eating. How could I see this disgusting scene? It's just too much for me. It's great. It's just as well just as you're losing weight on your own, and likewise saving a lot. You won't have to eat again for a long time to come. No kidding. It looks like they're all terrified and it's hard on them too. It's so heartbreaking. I don't know how scared they are right now. Look at how they're all puking and digging their hearts out. Who can personally know how they feel right now? And they actually still have the mood to joke around here. Is that the point? I'm really curious about where these corpses actually came from. It seems that this place really isn't as simple as we thought. From the picture, the way these corpses are rotting, they should have been piled up for a long time. Didn't anyone call the police? What's wrong with the program group actually choosing such a place to explore? Isn't it a bit too much? This will leave a shadow in people's hearts. Yes, even for the sake of the program's ratings, it shouldn't be arranged this way. It hurts them too much. As for the Director Yen was also in a daze at the moment. To be honest, before this program started, he had never thought that this situation would occur either. Perhaps it was because they had limited information about it, or had only seen mere words on the internet. It was too late to say anything now. All he knew was that he had never heard of anyone entering this place over the years. As for the rest, they didn't really think too much about it. They just thought that it was rare for people to come here, and there wouldn't be too much danger. Even if they did encounter anything, they had already prepared a rescue team long ago and would be able to arrive in time to ensure their safety. But when the program really started and they encountered this malfunction after malfunction, it made him all a bit confused. Now that he saw the scene in the river cave again, Director Yen only realized at this time how naive and childish his own previous thoughts were. No one has ever heard of anyone going in. Perhaps those who went in did not come out and died here. After thinking about this point, Yen only felt some scalp numbness. Heart also suddenly tense up. Even he began to regret this arrangement. If these stars do not return, even if it is to lose his entire life, it is also useless. Director Yen wanted to contact Wu Whale and the others as soon as possible, but ever since they entered the river cave, the satellite phone lost its signal, and it was impossible to contact them at all. With no other choice, Director Yen had no choice but to immediately contact the rescue team, ordering them to set off immediately to stop Wu Whale and Su Zinying from continuing on their journey. Hopefully, at the last moment, they would be able to bring everyone out from the middle of the river cave instead of continuing forward. The rescue team that had been waiting at the mouth of the river cave received a call from Director Yen at this time, and they immediately set off towards the river cave, not daring to have the slightest delay. Just as the rescue team was catching up with them, a few of the stars threw up all over the place, making them feel like their eyes were burning with gold. and they were somewhat unable to support themselves. As for Su Zining at this moment, he still had an expressionless look as he stood there motionless. It seemed as if he didn't see that this scene in front of him didn't affect him in any way. Although Wu Whale wasn't like everyone else, his situation didn't look very good either. He had just been holding on strongly all along. After all, this kind of scene, even though he was a battle-hardened wolf, he had never encountered it before. Yang Mi carefully looked around. He also finally realized that something was wrong, because at this time, he seemed to have heard that weird sound from before, getting closer and closer to them, a feeling as if there were many small insects crawling. Yang Mi shivered and got goosebumps, and Big Strong Brace raised his head to look over. Unexpectedly, the scene in front of him immediately scared him into a cold sweat, because from inside those corpses, he saw countless corpse turtles, crawling towards them in black. Chapter 73, they are surrounded. Just now, everyone's reaction was too intense for a moment, which had startled these corpse cubes, and having discovered Su Zeming and the others, soon everyone also discovered this phenomenon, and seeing these corpse cubes besieging them, all of them were dumbfounded. They shrunk back against all odds, and although they felt very uncomfortable, they could only desperately endure it now. Wei Jingfei looked at everyone in panic and inquired, "What should we do now? The situation seems to be very unfavorable for us. These corpse cubes are about to surround us. We won't be eaten alive. Didn't we say that these corpse cubes only eat rotten meat? How come they are now eating the living instead? Are we going to be finished?" No one was able to answer Gui Jingfei's question. Everyone was so frightened at this time that they were in a mess for a while. None of them knew how to save themselves or what situation they would face next. Right at this time, Wu Whale suddenly pulled out a dagger from his clothes, and now he could only let go of the dagger. He does not want to wait here to die. No matter what, always go to try. Wu Whale is also courageous. He towards the water corpse constantly waving the dagger in his hand. The dagger is very sharp. This knife down. Everyone found that a corpse was cut off by Wu Whale. Everyone seemed to see a bit of hope, but when they looked down, they realized that there were just too many corpse eaters. Even if the dagger in Wu Whale's hand was sharp, it was really a drop in the bucket for them, and couldn't do much at all. Seeing that these corpse cripples were about to climb onto the boat, everyone screamed in fear and could only approach Su Zeming regardless. Yang Mi also threw a look of help to Su Zeming, hoping that Su Zeming could help them at this time. When Wu Whale saw that he couldn't cope at all, he couldn't care less about his face. Saving his life was more important now. He anxiously shouted out, "Su Zeming, you should think of a solution quickly. I really can't resist. They are about to board the ship." At this moment in Wu Whale's heart, he thought that perhaps only Su Zeming could turn the tide and save everyone from danger. He also pinned his hopes on Su Zeming. There was no other way other than that. Su Zeming stood at the bow of the ship. He once again placed his hand on the black gold ancient blade behind him. In the blink of an eye, the black gold ancient blade was sheathed. But this time, Su Zeming didn't swing the knife towards those corpse scrappers. Instead, he slashed it towards his finger. The blade gently skimmed over his finger, and instantly bright red blood flowed down. Without panicking, Su Zeming placed his finger on the outside of the boat, and the blood instantly dripped into the water. Those corpses that were still frantically surging in, after touching Su Zeming's blood, they instantly looked terrified, not daring to come close to Su Zeming at all, and fled in all directions. The speed of that escape was even faster than the speed of the attack on them just now. They were afraid that this blood would take their lives in an instant. Without a few seconds' time, those corpses had already fled. The surroundings also instantly became quiet, and when everyone looked again, they found that those corpses had already been buried into the surrounding grottos and rotting flesh, as if they had never appeared. In the river cave, once again quiet. In addition to everyone panicked, it seems that everything has not changed. However, everyone's mood was not able to calm down at all, because everything that had just happened had truly existed. They were almost killed by those corpse turtles, and on the other hand, everyone was shocked by Su Zeming's actions. All of this just now was what they witnessed with their own eyes. Su Zeming cut his finger and dripped his blood into the water, and these corpse turtles fled in haste. This made everyone a little puzzled, not knowing what exactly was different about Su Zeming's blood. This was simply beyond their imagination and cognizance, not knowing what Su Zeming had actually done, or what kind of person Su Zeming actually was. Wei Jingfei couldn't stand it any longer, and he inquired with a tightly locked brow, "Su Zeming, what the hell is going on? Why did all these corpse cubes run away? What did you just do? I seem to be a bit dazzled. Why are you different from everyone else?" Wei Jingfei's voice was a little shaky, but he still voiced the doubts in his heart. He really didn't have the means to pretend any longer, hoping to get a clear answer, but he didn't know where to start asking, and he didn't know if he would get the answer he wanted. Why were these corpse cubes so afraid of Su Zeming's blood? This was the first time he had encountered such a strange problem. It's not. Could it be that these corpse cubes are afraid of blood? I've never heard of this strange problem before. Hua Jingfei was still guessing at this point in time and uttered these words. Wu Whale on the side really felt helpless to the extreme. He blankly glanced at Gui Jingfei and didn't know what to say. Gui Jingfei, I say, are you being scared, silly? How can these corpse cripples be afraid of blood? They are eating carrion. Can you use your brain when you say that they will be afraid of blood? Wu Whale didn't agree with Gui Jingfei's statement, and in front of everyone, he didn't give Gui Jingfei the slightest bit of mercy. This was because he felt that what Gui Jingfei had just said was really very childish and unconvincing. Gui Jingfei was scolded by Wu Whale, and he also instantly felt very bored, but he didn't know how to retort, so he could only shut his mouth. As for Yang Mi and Li Fulgence, as well as Lu Shishir and the others, none of them understood the principle of this. They sized up Su Zeming with curious gazes, but did not chase after him to ask. This was because they understood in their hearts that the answer they wanted, Su Zeming would not respond in any way. If Su Zeming wanted to say it, he would definitely say it now. Even so, everyone's view of Su Zeming had long since undergone a sea change. Their eyes were filled with admiration. From the beginning everyone felt that Su Zeming's character was weird and strange. From the beginning, everyone felt that Su Zeming's character was strange and unfamiliar. Later on, Su Zeming was completely relied on by them, and the piles and pieces that happened in between were very clear to everyone's heart. What's more, now that the road ahead was unknown and danger could happen at any time, their dependence on Su Zeming was even stronger. As long as they had Su Zeming by their side on this journey, their hearts would feel much more solid and secure. Wu Whale's opinion of Su Zeming had also changed greatly. He was willing to take the initiative to thank Su Zeming, no longer caring about his face. Su Zeming, I'm really thankful to you just now. I didn't expect you to save everyone once again. The gift of saving my life is in my heart. I, Wu Whale, will definitely repay. When this time our expedition is over, feel free to speak if you have any use for me. Chapter 74, The Mysterious Su Zeming. Wu Whale had also made up his mind that if Su Zeming really asked for help in the future, he would do everything he could to help. At this moment, Wu Whale had also long since arrived behind Su Zeming, and his attitude was also very sincere. People like Wu Whale, they are really very much about Jianghu chivalry, and he also thanked Su Zeming from the bottom of his heart. But after Su Zeming heard these words, he also didn't react in the slightest, as if he didn't hear these words from Wu Whale. After all, the Su Zeming at this moment, he didn't have anything that needed Wu Whale's help. The viewers in front of the screen had also witnessed that they had just been besieged by the corpse. By the time everyone reacted, everything had already returned to calm. Wait a minute, what just happened? What exactly did I see? Were those corpse cubes computer special effects? There were really quite a lot of them. This is simply too unbelievable. But why are these corpse cripples so afraid of Su Zeming's blood? This is still somewhat unexplainable. What exactly is Su Zeming? How more and more people feel mysterious, but also feel that Su Zeming is a little puzzled. His various performances do not seem to be pretending, but really too magical. This program group isn't colluding with Su Zeming to fool everyone with the special effects of corpse collecting. I don't believe that there would really be these things in existence. That's right, this can't be a deliberate arrangement by the program group to whitewash Su Zeming, wanting to create a new persona for Su Zeming through this program and then make a script. My gosh, you guys have no brain at all. Even if the program group intentionally did it, then just what is the meaning of the words of the werewolf Wu Whale? We can all see it with our own eyes. Su Zeming, just how capable is he, actually able to get the entire program team to help him act? This doesn't make sense at all. The one upstairs has a point. This is indeed too shocking. Who can tell me what Su Zeming really is? It seems like I'm going to lose sleep tonight. I won't be able to sleep at all. The entire pop-up screen was discussing Su Zeming's greatness, and all wanted to know just how much Su Zeming was capable of. If Su Zeming hadn't stepped in just now, these people might have already lost their lives. Those fans who defended Su Zeming felt that everyone owed Su Zeming an apology and could no longer doubt him. These were all things they had seen with their own eyes. Su Zeming had stepped in to help time and time again, and they didn't expect to end up with such a statement. The moment just now when Su Zeming was wielding the black gold ancient blade, some of the attentive fans had already recorded the screen. This moment brought back memories and made them feel even more amazing. When this video was released, all of them were also dumbfounded because this scene was real. In the studio, the entire staff of the program was also staring at the screen with unblinking eyes. They were also shocked by Su Zeming's actions, somewhat unable to figure out what was different about Su Zeming, and were unable to recover for a moment. To be honest, this was not at all the script that their program group had arranged. Even if they had the intention, they didn't have the ability to arrange such a wonderful scene, and the director didn't have the ability to foresee it. Even if they were smart, they didn't know that a person's blood could actually dispel those corpse turtles. This was just a little too contrary to common sense in their minds. However, in front of their eyes, this scene was really happening, and to be honest, When everyone saw those corpse turtles besieging them, their hearts were also doing the worst. Although the rescuers accelerated their pace, they were still unable to arrive directly. In their hearts, they also felt that these few big stars were probably in dire straits. This was the most unbelievable scene in the entire history of live variety shows, and certainly the most ferocious. But Su Ziniying's light-hearted move, since it refreshed the three views, shocked all of them. The staff swallowed their saliva and said with a panicked face, Yen director, Su Ziniying, does he have any supernormal capabilities? This is too amazing. When you first chose him as a guest, you couldn't have found out ahead of time and deliberately arranged him into the program to surprise everyone. This Su Ziniying is becoming more and more impenetrable. It feels like he's very powerful. The other staff members were also staring intently at the director, wanting to get the answers they wanted from them. When Director Yen heard this kind of inquiry, he also felt a little tearful. At the same time, he also felt a bit wronged. He really didn't do anything, and now he was also in a state of blindness. In order to not let everyone continue to press the issue, Director Yen did give a very clear answer. Where do I have that ability to know astronomy and geography, and also be able to pinch and calculate? Is that possible? I'm just as uninformed as you all are. If I really want an explanation, I can only say that the heavens have blessed me, this time letting Su Ziniying enter the program. I feel that it's simply a blessing for the program to find a blessing for everyone to be safe, said Director Yen as all sorts of dangerous images appeared in his mind. If there really wasn't Su Ziniying's presence, it was estimated that the moment everyone jumped out of the skydiving, the entire program would have to be shut down. It was impossible that it had been broadcasted until now, and they could still sit here and watch it unharmed. Director Yen made an explanation while having a thought of his own. Don't even talk about it. Next, adjust the picture altogether. The next step is to put the live broadcast out with Su Ziniying as the center. The staff heard the director's command, and they nodded impatiently. The entire picture was instantly made adjustments. The director was worthy of being a director. He knew what everyone needed at this time. All of them were filled with curiosity towards Su Ziniying. Now they all wanted to know what Su Ziniying was. Of course, they also wanted to see what Su Ziniying would do next. So all the resources must be tilted in the direction at this time. Su Ziniying and their ship continued to move forward, as if everything just now had no effect on them. After the dangerous scene just now, all the people were sitting in the middle of the boat. No one was near the edge of the boat. They maintained a high level of vigilance. Yang Ni was right behind Su Ziniying, only to see Su Ziniying's fingers still resting on the outside of the boat. The cut finger was still dripping blood. Yang Ni could not help but frown. A trace of dissimilarity flashed through his heart, as if he was heartbroken for Su Ziniying. He couldn't think about it in time, and his next action clearly betrayed his heart. Yang Ni couldn't wait to untie his silk scarf, then took the dagger and flashlight from Wu Whale's hands. He prepared to use the silk scarf to bandage Su Ziniying, but when he was about to go to Su Ziniying, he inadvertently looked up and saw a horrifying scene. Chapter 75 Strange object appears. Yang Ni's pupils dilated at the same time, and a look of panic appeared in his eyes, because in the midair a dozen meters in front of him, there was an object that looked like a coffin hanging. Although it was a little fuzzy, but it was full of that bizarre feeling. The light here was very dim, but it was enough to be able to let everyone see clearly. Experienced all kinds of weirdness before, Yang Ni also no longer panicked. He swallowed his saliva, quickly let himself calm down. There was no shouting in front of everyone, nor did he directly state this matter. If he made a scene at this time, it would cause everyone to be frightened again and even more panicked at that time. He picked up the flashlight and without hesitation shone it in that direction, wanting to go and confirm this matter. Although the distance was a bit far at first, and the flashlight couldn't shine on that place, but their ship was still slowly approaching, and when Yang Mi saw it clearly, he realized that it was simply a coffin, and it was also a transparent crystal coffin. Only in this coffin, he didn't see the body. This made Yang Mi feel very strange, and he didn't want to continue to hide it. Yang Mi looked back at everyone, then summoned up the courage to say, "You, guys look." With Yang Ni's hint, everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and only then did they discover the crystal coffin. Coffin? Wu Whale looked very surprised and couldn't help but blurt out. As expected, Li Fen was so scared that he lost his color. He tightly grabbed Yang Ni's arm and didn't even dare to look at it for fear that he would see something he shouldn't. Li Fengyan closed his eyes tightly and said with a trembling voice, "Sister Mi, there won't be corpses inside. I'm really scared. If there are zombies, what do you think we should do next? What the hell is this place?" As Li Fao was saying these words, many horrible images really appeared in his mind. Yang Ni sensed Li Fao's fear. He had to find a way to comfort. "Don't worry, it's just a coffin. There are no zombies as you said. It's empty. Maybe this coffin placed here just has his intention. Don't scare yourself," Yang Ni guessed, using such a statement to calm everyone's mind, while also comforting himself. Seeing that there was no danger, everyone agreed with this guess of Yang Mi's, and no one bothered to refute it. After all, in their first 20 years of materialism, zombies and ghosts, these things, did not exist. So it was said that they had also experienced a lot of scary things on this expedition. But on the whole, they were also all things that existed in reality, and so far there were no paranormal events. So everyone agreed with Yang Mi's statement, which made Yang Mi's heart a little bit proud. It was also a pill of reassurance for everyone, so that all of them would stop panicking. After Yang Mi finished saying these words, his gaze fell on Su Zining, wanting to hear what Su Zining had to say. But Su Zining sat motionless at the bow of the boat, not saying a word from beginning to end, and was still expressionless. No one knew what was in his heart, no one could guess his mind, and no one knew what Su Zining would do next. At this moment, Yang Mi suddenly had the courage to take the initiative to open his mouth towards Su Zining. Su Zining, why don't you say something? Does what I just said make sense? Yang Mi's action. Li Yun immediately worried. He did not know where in the world did Sister Mi get her courage. Perhaps not getting an answer from Su Zining at all embarrassed him. In Li Fao's thoughts, Yang Mi would definitely hit the nail on the head. Lu Shishir also sighed helplessly. He kind of admired Yang Mi's courage and boldness. Obviously knowing what kind of result it would be, he still had to deliberately inquire about it and find himself pain. I don't know when it started. Su Zining again had that cold attitude. He was not willing to say one more word at all. In fact, Yang Mi was also worried, afraid that if Su Zining didn't give him a step down, then everyone would be embarrassed. Coupled with everyone's influence on Su Zining, perhaps many people would point their fingers at Su Zining. It couldn't help but make Yang Mi feel a bit regretful, feeling that he was too impulsive. Yang Mi stared intently at Su Zining, and his emotions also looked a little complicated. He also clenched his fists nervously, feeling as if his heart was about to jump out. As expected, Yang Mi did not wait for the answer she wanted, waiting for him only Su Zining that called back. I don't know how long it took. Su Zining suddenly made a move, only to see him turn his head slightly and look at the other direction of the coffin. Everyone looked along with his line of sight and realized that there was actually an identical coffin that appeared. These two coffins were obviously placed opposite each other, as if there was really some special significance in between. When everyone saw this scenario, they couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. What's going on? How is it that there's another coffin that's exactly the same, and it's still placed opposite each other? This isn't a coincidence at all. It seems like this is really some kind of funeral ritual rite, or maybe it's a feng shui formation. Although Yang Mi didn't understand much, he still had his own thoughts and opinions. Although Su Zining didn't answer his question, his current actions seemed to be supporting Yang Mi's claim. Right at this critical moment, Lu Shishir's body on the side suddenly trembled violently. Immediately afterward, he said with a sobbing voice and in a hurry, "No, fast, you guys look quickly. There seems to be a corpse inside this coffin." Lu Shishir's words just fell. All the people present instantly froze there, and everything around them seemed to stop. They seemed to be splashed with cold water from head to tail, and their bodies were uncontrollably cold. And everyone at this time, as the ship continued forward, had come to right below this coffin. Everyone tilted their heads to look, and realized that there was indeed a body in this coffin, which they could clearly see. Judging from the shape of the body, there was a female corpse inside this coffin, as he was wearing some white clothes, with long black hair scattered. This scenario was just like the female ghosts that everyone had seen in horror movies. Li was so scared that she immediately got into Yang Mi's arms, tightly closed her eyes, and said with a sobbing voice, "Sister Mi, what do you think we should do? Is there a female ghost here? What should we do in case it attacks us?" Lu Shishir was also frightened. He felt his back was cold, his palms were sweating coldly, his body couldn't control his shivering, and he couldn't speak at all. His eyes were filled with the color of fear, and the skin of his mouth was also white. "Ghost! There are ghosts. Let's hurry up and get out. We can't keep going any further." Wei Jingfei shouted with a shivering voice. He really didn't want to face it with a hard head anymore. Chapter 76 Wu Whale is not calm. Upon seeing this corpse, Wu Whale, who had always been calm, was also startled at this time. He tried his best to stay calm and took a deep breath, not wanting everyone to feel that he was different. After all, he had already acted a bit humiliated when the big corpse crashed into the ship before, and this time he hoped to get his face back. After calming down for a few seconds, Wu Whale looked back at everyone and said, "Don't be scared guys, since it's a coffin, isn't it normal to have a corpse inside? What's all the fuss about? What demons and ghosts? There's no such thing. It's all just people imagining it to scare themselves." As Wu Whale's words fell, he was instantly tightened, because at this time, he suddenly felt a pair of cold hands caressing his waist. Wu Whale felt like his blood was going to freeze, and he didn't even dare to move as his body became stiff. He even regretted a little bit that he had come out strong and said those hard words. He had just said that there were no demons or ghosts, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly, proving that what he said was wrong. This feeling made Wu Whale scared and desperate, and this was the first time he was so scared since the beginning of the expedition until now. Even to move a little, it felt like he couldn't do it, but he has been this way. It is not a solution. Wu Whale closed his eyes, and had to gather the courage to say, I seem to have something behind me grabbing me. Hearing this statement of Wu Whale, everyone looked more nervous and afraid, but just at this time, a faint but familiar voice rang in his ears. Brother Whale, it's me. I was really too scared just now, which is why I subconsciously hugged you, so that you could help me strengthen my courage. Wu Jingfei saying these words really made Wu Whale cry and laugh. He didn't expect this to be an oops. It also felt like Wu Jingfei was teasing him, making him very upset in his heart. It also made Wu Whale feel a bit shy, and he angrily pushed Wu Jingfei away. Get the hell away from me. A big man trembling with fear. What exactly do you want to do? Actually hugging. Disgusting. Don't come near me. Wu Whale was a bit disgusted, and his mouth was cursing. Cao Gao's scene was also clearly seen by the audience in the live broadcast room. Even everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud, and one by one, they looked at the screen and flirted. Battle Wolf is actually shy. This look he just had. It's really the first time I've seen it. On the surface he's calm, but in fact, he's already been in waves in his heart. Yeah. Brother Whale's voice changed tone just now when he was nervous. He must have thought that he was being haunted by a female ghost, so it turns out that he also has times when he is scared and out of control. I've never seen this before. It's still a bit of a novelty. Wu Jingfei is really something too. Actually hugging Brother Whale. This image is a bit too amusing. Fortunately, the war wolf pushed him away in time. Otherwise I don't know what would happen. Yeah, a few actresses are still here. I didn't expect him to pamper himself and even beg for a hug. What are you guys talking about? Don't talk about Brother Fei like that. It's a bit too hard to hear. This isn't cowardice at all. It's a person's instincts when they encounter danger. As a teammate, Battle Wolf, shouldn't he be consoling Brother Fei? He actually said so many unpleasant words. It's obvious that he's deliberately targeting Brother Fei. You guys are also too ungrateful. Brother Whale, that is a good quality. Just now Wu Jingfei's behavior, if it was me, would still be even more unpleasant. Maybe even hands. Both sides of the fans, in order to be able to defend their favorite stars, they tore each other apart in the live broadcast room. There was simply no give and take, and they both had their own claims and reasons. For a moment, the main question was forgotten. Why were there coffins here? And also two coffins that were exactly the same. And why there was no body in one coffin, while there was a female corpse inside the other? In fact, this question made everyone feel very curious, and all of them wanted to find out the truth. There were also sensible and smart ones inside the audience, and they were also quick to ask this question. It made those irrational fans immediately stop their tirades and start paying attention to this. The entire pop-up screen was also filled with speculations from the fans, but the more they talked, the more outrageous they became, and even more terrifying. Even when everyone was sitting in front of the screen, they felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Not to mention that these stars experienced it themselves. They always felt something cold behind them, and they couldn't help but make everyone feel icy cold. Meanwhile, everyone in the studio was also shivering from the scene in front of them. Although those stars couldn't see the contents of the pop-ups, the studio was able to see them clearly. The claims and speculations of these viewers made the staff members creeped out one by one. Teacher Zhao, they can't really be okay. Can there really be ghosts in this world? Li Lianjie also had a cautious look on his face. He was also stunned by the scene in front of him. Zhao Wencatch was also terrified, but still calmed everyone down. He could only force himself to act calmly and said with a smile on his face, "It won't be. I did a little homework before. In fact, inside some ancient tombs, because of various environmental factors, corpses will stiffen. That is, they will form zombies. But this kind of zombie is slow to act. It basically won't do much harm to people." Everyone calmed down first. Although Li Lianjie was nervous, he still saw Zhao Wencatch's meaning, and he immediately agreed. Maybe. Everyone's gazes also gathered. Just now, Zhao Wencatch had mentioned zombies, and this was a point of great concern to everyone. Now that it had been mentioned, some people began to anxiously ask questions on the screen. Looking at everyone's questions, Zhao Wencatch also made a clearer analysis of zombies. Actually, I was also interested in zombies before, and of course I've done some research. What I just said is the most elementary. As the stiffening time becomes longer, the corpse will also become more and more powerful. First of all, it will move faster, and the zombie's nails are very sharp. The strength is also very great, and his body is also as hard as a wall of iron. After an ordinary person encounters it, they are no match at all, and he can easily take someone's life. Hearing these words from Teacher Zhao made everyone feel nervous. Everyone was also very supportive of teacher Zhao, being able to add a bit of knowledge to everyone at this time. Even though he had a straightforward personality, he still made everyone love him. At least face the audience frankly. This kind of thing is not necessary to cover up. Should face or to face, the danger will also happen sooner or later. Chapter 77 Weird Behavior. Zhao Wenkach was also trying his best to explain to everyone, hoping that this matter wouldn't cause fear in everyone's hearts. However, the next words he said no longer seemed to be able to do much good, which was also making him helpless. Looking at those messages scrolling on the screen, Zhao Wenkach had no choice but to remain silent. I don't think the situation is optimistic. Perhaps there will be even greater dangers to come. This ancient tomb should have been there for a long time. Maybe it's been thousands of years. Maybe there are zombies inside, and they're still the powerful kind. Now we can only pray that Su Zeming and the others will be able to pass through smoothly, and won't encounter those big dumplings and such things. Yeah, right now this is the only thing we can do. I hope they can also face it calmly. Everyone was worried about Su Zeming's safety and security, and at this moment, Su Zeming and the others, they didn't dare to breathe. The boat was still slowly moving forward in the river cave, and everyone knew in their hearts that what Yang Mi had just said could not be taken seriously. These two coffins is not a feng shui problem at all. Otherwise a body inside. One is empty, which is completely unexplained. Just now no one straightforward, and to pick these things to say, undoubtedly is to give everyone in the psychological burden and pressure, produce more fear. Of course they were also afraid that being born at this time would attract something terrible. Each of them looked tense and also prayed silently in their hearts, hoping that they would be able to pass the test without any problems. Right at this critical moment, Wei Jingfei suddenly turned pale and his body couldn't help but tremble, only to see him stand up. Seeing Wei Jingfei's strange behavior, everyone was startled, and Wu Whale immediately went up to stop him. Wei Jingfei, what are you doing? Quickly sit down for me. He loudly reprimanded Wei Jingfei's behavior. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes at this time, but Wei Jingfei's behavior was odd. In the face of Wu Whale's loud chiding, he actually did not react in the slightest. He fell to his knees with a flutter, and his strength made the entire ship shake. Everyone looked at each other, puzzled by Wei Jingfei's behavior, not knowing what was wrong with him. Immediately afterward, Wei Jingfei put his hands together and recited words with his mouth. The whole person looked very strange. Big brother, big sister, not right. Grandparents, we are only here to explore, and do not mean to offend. Please also have a high hand. Do not lay hands on us, must spare us. Our luggage all fell into the water. Consider it as our filial piety to you guys. When we get out successfully, we will definitely burn more paper money for you guys, said Gui Jingfei kowtowing non-stop, his mouth saying let them off those words. It was only at this time that everyone realized that Gui Jingfei was acting like this because he was too scared. At first they thought they were possessed by something, and everyone was terrified by his behavior. Now that he was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, he was praying and bowing here for everyone. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken for Gui Jingfei. What is Fei doing? His behavior looks abnormal and godly. He can't be possessed by some evil. He can be really cute. Could it be that those zombies and evils would really be reasonable and he could spare them by doing this? But this is also a good intention of his, praying for everyone's peace. It's really so heartbreaking for him, actually kneeling down to these ghosts. Just now, I didn't feel anything, but now that I see Fei kneeling like this, on the contrary, it makes me feel even weirder and seems even more eerie. You guys still have the leisure to say these words. Maybe this move of his will really work and everyone will pass through. Even if it's genuine, I guess it can't move those cow ghosts and snakes. They can't be reasonable. At first Gui Jingfei wanted to hug Wu Whale to strengthen his courage and calm his nervousness, but he didn't expect to be pushed away mercilessly. Beside him, other than a few actresses, were Su Zeming and Sun Honglei. Su Zeming he didn't dare to approach. Sun Honglei was also terrified at the moment. He couldn't seem to do anything else but act like this right now. If he had the guts to approach Su Zeming, he wouldn't have to kneel here and pray. If what he had just done had happened to Su Zeming, it was estimated that he would have already been thrown in the river. When Sun Honglei saw Gui Jingfei's actions, he had some doubts in his mind, so he quietly inquired in his ear, "Does your move work?" Gui Jingfei didn't pay any attention to Sun Honglei. He still kept mumbling, whether it worked or not. Right now this was the only thing he could do. Seeing that Gui Jingfei was ignoring him, Sun Honglei also fell to his knees beside him. Now he didn't care about anything, and modeled after Gui Jingfei, the two of them chanting there. On the side of Yang Mi and Li Fulgence as well as Lu Shishir, they were somewhat baffled by this scene, and for a moment they didn't know what they should do. A few people looked at each other, and their expressions were somewhat indecisive. Li Qian stared at Yang Mi without looking away, and Yang Mi shook his head helplessly. Immediately after that, he turned back to look at Su Zeming. only to find that Su Zeming was still sitting motionless at the bow of the boat, seemingly not caring about all that was happening. He also didn't stop Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei from moving. Yang Mi immediately had an answer in his heart. Since Su Zeming was sitting there steadily, it meant that there was no need to kneel at all. Su Zeming had long since become his reliance, and he felt that what Su Zeming did shouldn't be wrong. Right after Yang Mi made up his mind, Gui Jingfei and Sun Honglei anxiously urged, "What's wrong with you guys? Why don't you quickly kneel down and pray together? Don't you want to pass through the river smoothly?" Yang Mi was really speechless. He remained there motionless. Curiously, Fowl came to Sun Honglei and Gui Jingfei's side, then lowered his voice and inquired, "You guys are so strange. Who exactly are you begging for forgiveness and who will bless us?" Hearing Li Yun's inquiry, Gui Jingfei said with an anxious face, "Who else could it be? Of course it's the person inside the coffin. The person has been in this coffin for thousands of years, and now that we've broken his tranquility, you think he'll let us go? It's not too late to pray, and we did it mindlessly, so he will definitely be magnanimous. If we don't sincerely pray for an apology now, we might soon turn into a pile of bones. Don't you guys understand?" Gui Jingfei's words from the bottom of his heart were really saying the right things, as if he understood it all. The few female stars on the side, once again, were a little shaken. They stared at each other, not knowing whether they should kneel or not. If this move really worked, then they would not hesitate. Chapter 78 Tangled Actresses. A few female stars leaned tightly together. They were in a bit of a dilemma at this time. If they could really save their lives, they would do whatever they wanted, even if it meant kneeling down. The audience in front of the screen heard what Gui Jingfei said, and they stirred once again. Brother Fei seems to have a point. If this move of his really works, everyone can go and try it out. After all, saving one's life is important. In front of life and death, everything else will be small. It seems that Brother Fei is really enlightened, becoming this smart all of a sudden. What are you saying? Brother Fei was already smart. He is also very kind. This is for everyone's safety. Otherwise he wouldn't have knelt down. Yeah, it's still Brother Fei who has a deep sense of righteousness. I really feel sorry for him. A great man can bend and bend. Maybe they can really walk out smoothly. If that's the case, Brother Fei will become everyone's savior. At that time I'll see who still dares to hack him. But Sister Mi and the others still seem to be hesitating. I don't know what's in their hearts. It's already a life and death situation and they're actually still taking care of their faces. But don't affect everyone. And we can't drag Brother Fei down. We'd rather believe it than not. And that Su Zeming, will he obediently kneel down? Throughout the pop-ups, everyone was discussing the issue of kneeling, and they locked their eyes on Yang Mi and Su Zeming and the others, trying to see how the few of them would act. Throughout the studio, everyone was also dumbfounded and even a little helpless. After all of these things that were happening now were beyond the scope of their cognizance. No one could predict what happened next, nor did they know exactly what to do to be right, much less know whether there are ghosts and zombies and some big dumplings in here. Just passed through the land of accumulating corpses, where there were hundreds of sentences of white bones and pungent rotting flesh. All of these they had seen with their own eyes, and now it was difficult to go back to the conclusion. Just as the fans were actively discussing, Yang Mi and the others were still torn and hesitant. They weren't doing it for their own face, they just didn't know if this practice, whether it worked or not, and they weren't afraid of being ridiculed. At this moment, Su Zeming still didn't make any moves. This was one of the reasons why the few actresses were hesitant. They put their hopes on Su Zeming. Gui Jingfei couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart when he saw Yang Mi and their entanglement. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you still not moving? If something really happens at that time, don't involve others. Gui Jingfei's tone was a bit hard. He couldn't be blamed for this. He was really worried too. Seeing Gui Jingfei's attitude, Li Fulgence and Yang Mi and their fans were a bit nonplussed. What does Gui Jingfei mean? He can kneel if he wants to. Why does he have to go and force others? He really thinks he is so powerful. Yes, this is clearly his tone of forcing. How could Sister Mi even get him involved? I think it's just that he's timid and afraid. Is there no other way besides this one? Sister Mi has never been wronged like this. It's simply excessive to the extreme. Doesn't know how to be compassionate at all. And doesn't have the decency to talk to a girl like this. What the hell do you guys know? Brother Fei is clearly saving them. Why are you guys so uneducated? Really good intentions are not rewarded. You guys aren't allowed to talk about Brother Fei like this. It's simply too annoying. Don't involve Brother Fei if you have the ability. Did we say it wrong? Brother Fei's attitude just now, we all saw it clearly. Why doesn't he go and command Battle Wolf? It's really bullying. The entire live broadcast room argued. Those fans defending their favorite stars. No one was allowed to say that they were wrong. The screen kept scrolling. Yang Mi and Li Fao, they heard Gui Jingfei say this and became even more shaken inside. They also slowly moved their feet and leaned towards the direction where Gui Jingfei and Sun Honglei were. and Wei Jingfei and Sun Honlei began to chant and pray here once again. Just at the moment Yang Mi and Li Fao were ready to kneel down, Su Zining, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Quiet. At these words, everyone froze in place, and Wei Jingfei and Sun Honlei subconsciously closed their mouths tightly. But without a moment's time, Wei Jingfei looked at Su Zining with a reluctant face and said, "What why should we all listen to you? Su Zining you." Wei Jingfei hadn't finished speaking when he unintentionally looked up, and his entire person instantly fell as if into an ice cellar. He opened his mouth wide in shock, unable to speak at all. The whole person looked dumbfounded, his eyes full of horror. His body also gradually stiffened a little. Perhaps the shock was too much, making him unable to move for a moment. Li Fao and Yang Mi and the others, following Wei Jingfei's eyes, also saw things they shouldn't have seen. Each of them turned pale and wanted to shout, but realized that they couldn't make a single sound, because on the stone wall directly in front of them, there was actually a woman dressed in white with waist-length hair, standing with her back to them. And this woman dressed in white was actually exactly the same as the one they had seen in the coffin before. This made everyone puzzled, and instantly thought of that empty coffin as well, and now they finally understood why they didn't see the body. Wu Whale saw that everyone was silent. He was in a position where he didn't see the scene and didn't know what was happening. Curious, he stood up and inquired, "What's wrong with you guys?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes also looked right in front of him, and what met his eyes was this frightening scene. He also stayed there, with extreme fear in his heart, unable to speak for a moment. Wu Whale said silently in his heart, "My goodness, what is going on here? Could it be that there really is a ghost in this world? We are really unlucky. We actually happened to run into it. How can this be?" And throughout the live broadcast, the audience also saw the white figure in front of them through the camera. Everyone was instantly nonplussed, and one by one, they shouted loudly, "My God? What the hell is that thing? Is there really a ghost? This is simply too scary. This ghost won't break through the screen and climb out. Right, but don't come to me. Help, it's too scary. I didn't expect to live to this age. Actually really encountered a ghost. I really feel creeped out. I don't know what these stars are feeling right now. Completely finished. I think everyone is going to be accounted for here. Definitely can't go out smoothly. It's all the fault of these few actresses, grinding and not kneeling. Now they have finally angered the female ghost. Everyone is going to be dragged down. Yeah, looks like we've really run into trouble." Woo woo, Chapter 79 Moment of Fear. As the ship continued to lean forward, everyone was getting closer and closer to the bizarre white-clothed woman. The fear in everyone's hearts increased. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and they only felt a chill on their backs. Everyone felt that their bodies were unable to move, not knowing if it was because of the shock or if they were being suppressed by some weird power. Just at this close call, they only saw the white-clothed woman's body move slightly. That movement, it was like she was about to turn around immediately. At this moment, Wu Whale and Yang Mi and the others, one by one, had countless horrifying images flashing in their minds. They were even speculating on what the face of this white-clothed woman in front of them would look like. Rotting, hideous, faceless, beautiful or faceless. As the woman in white moved, everyone also held their breath. The atmosphere also seemed very silent, and the surroundings were also filled with eeriness, as if it was all going to be forbidden. Even the viewers in front of the screen had already clenched their fists, not even daring to look directly at them, yet curious to watch. They also had to pray for their favorite stars, hoping that they would survive without any problems. And in the middle of the studio, the host also felt for the first time that he was running out of words and couldn't depict such a scene in front of him. He didn't know how he was going to comfort these viewers. He was shivering with nervousness and was already somewhat unable to make a sound. Even through the screen, he was able to feel that fear. This fear and oppression came from this bizarre white woman in front of him. Li Lianjie and Zhao Wenjie were also staring at the screen with wide eyes. Zhao Wenjie had been surviving in the wilderness for years, and his guts were indeed much bigger than the average person. But all he had seen were some wild beasts and more exotic plants, and such scenes were really rare. Ghosts and zombie spiritual things she has never encountered, so also feel very curious. He also wanted to see what kind of path it would be. At the same time, he was also praying for these stars, hoping that they would be able to get through this and return to everyone safely. At the same time, he locked his gaze on Su Zining, always feeling that Su Zining would be able to save the day and save everyone at a crucial time. It wouldn't let everyone be in danger. He also felt strange and didn't know where exactly this feeling came from. At this moment, Su Zining, indeed looked very calm, not panicking because of this bizarre scene in front of him. In the middle of the river cave, everyone had long been too frightened to breathe. They were now in a state of extreme fear, and their entire bodies were in a state of rigidity, unable to move at all. They couldn't even make a single sound, and their faces were extremely pale. The river cave was terribly quiet, and the only sounds that could be heard were their heartbeats and the chattering of their teeth. Yang Mi had always been relatively calm, but at this moment, he didn't even know if he could walk out alive. The fear and regret in his heart made his eyes well up with tears, and he really wanted to cry. If he had known that it would end this way, he would not have come to participate in such an adventure program. Even if he had a mountain of gold and silver now, he no longer cared. As for Gui Jingfei, who was on the side, he felt like he was on the verge of collapse at this moment. Sometimes he really wished that he would faint to death, so that at least he wouldn't have to face this kind of fear, which was really a kind of torture for him. At the same time, his heart was still somewhat complaining about the several girls, feeling that it was all because of their abrasive attitude that they had invited such trouble. If they could all kneel down and beg for forgiveness like him, perhaps this female ghost wouldn't have appeared, and they would have been able to pass through without any problems. But now that it had become like this, perhaps everyone would really have to be accounted for here. Although Wu Whale on the side was scared, he still kept cheering himself up. He felt that he was full of righteousness. Of course he was invulnerable to all evils, and he was not afraid of these demons and ghosts, although he thought so in his heart. His body could not deceive him. His legs kept on trembling and his palms were sweating coldly. Seeing the boat leaning on the woman in white getting closer and closer, they seemed to have been able to see the side face of the female ghost. At this critical moment, the motionless Su Zeming suddenly made a move, only to see that he quickly drew out the black gold ancient knife from his back, cut his finger, and immediately afterward pointed in the direction where the woman in white was. That white-clothed woman's movement to turn her head was violently stopped by Su Zeming. Immediately after that, his body straightened up and knelt down, and right at this moment, everyone felt their ship being propelled by an inexplicable force. It quickly slid out towards the front, directly crossing over the place where the woman in white was, sliding out towards the wider river on one side. Su Zeming's icy voice rang out, "Don't even look back to see." Every star present had already been stunned silly by this scene. They didn't expect the woman in white to actually kneel down for Su Zeming, which surprised them. Now with Su Zeming's order, they naturally didn't dare to turn back, lest they invite trouble for themselves. Even the most stupid people knew that the main thing at this time was to save their lives. They all wanted to live. Time passed minute by minute. Their boat finally smoothly crossed over the woman in white and slowly rowed towards the front. Everyone looked not far ahead and realized that it was already the mouth of the cave, where a hint of light was coming through. This allowed everyone to see a ray of hope at this time, and that sense of fear instantly disappeared by a large margin. All of them breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had returned from the dead. Tiny beads of sweat oozed from everyone's foreheads, and they didn't even have time to wipe them off as the sweat invaded their clothes. Just when all of them were feeling relaxed, Gui Jingfei suddenly felt a cool air coming from behind him. He didn't think much about it and subconsciously turned back to look. He was already going out anyway, and he didn't expect any danger to occur. But the moment he turned back, he actually saw a dark shadow lying on his back. Gui Jingfei fainted from this scene. The director's room, the studio and the live broadcast room, all of them saw this scene, and they were completely frozen there as well. All of them couldn't believe what they had just seen. Greater suspense and doubt also arose in their hearts. This female ghost had made everyone scared out of their wits, but to actually kneel down for Su Zeming, they didn't know what Su Zeming had actually done. What did I just see? Was it eye blurred? That white female ghost knelt down to Su Zeming. You didn't see it wrong. All of us saw it. I didn't even blink at that time. What kind of skill did this Su Zeming use to actually manage to make the female ghost kneel? It can't be the program's special effects. This is ridiculous. How could this be staged? Why don't you go there yourself and take a look to see if the female ghost will kneel down to you? Chapter 80, White-Clothed Female Ghost? Hee, you guys are really whimsical. You can say anything, since you've all witnessed it with your own eyes. Don't doubt Su Zeming's ability anymore. People like you guys, I guess you were scared to death in the past before you even reached the cave entrance, and you still underestimate other people's abilities. It's indeed a bit strange. It can't be that the female ghost in white isn't that powerful and was just scared by Su Zeming. It's not impossible that this is possible. Yeah, maybe the female ghost in white is just a bully and is intentionally scaring everyone. Just now, Brother Fei was still there desperately kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Maybe he was the one who attracted the female ghost. What are you guys babbling about? Brother Fei is clearly thinking about everyone's safety. You are not allowed to smear him like this. Are we wrong? Your Brother Fei has long since fainted from fear. A big man, not as good as a few women, have fainted many times. You guys stop arguing. That scene just now, did anyone edit it down? Let us all have a good look again. The entire live broadcast room exploded, and these fans were curious. They wanted to take a closer look at Su Zeming. How exactly did he do it just now? And in the studio, regarding such an outcome, Zhao Wenkach had already predicted it. In fact, he had already thought that Su Zeming's body had unknown secrets. That scene just now had already given the best verification. Now he was even more convinced that Su Zeming had unusual abilities. The henchman looked at the director and inquired, "Director Yen, did Su Zeming just make a gesture to exorcise a ghost? I didn't even see it clearly." He only remembered Su Zeming pointing with his hand, and then the scene of the female ghost kneeling appeared, which was really hard to explain. The other guests, as well as the director and them, were also unable to answer this question. They also didn't understand the mystery of this, and they all looked at each other. The host said at this time with an emotional face, "I also don't know what Su Zeming did. I only saw him pointing at random and that scene appeared." Li Lianjie shook his head as he sighed and said, "Exorcism ghost harnessing is generally a Taoist technique, and before, out of curiosity, I have also looked through books on the subject, although I don't know too much about it. What I can be sure of is that Su Zeming's actions just now are absolutely unrelated to these." Everyone listened to what Li Lianjie said and became even more curious about Su Zeming in their hearts, once again putting a veil of mystery over him. How could they not figure out what kind of secret was involved? It was beyond everyone's knowledge and imagination. On the side, Director Yen also did not say a word, as if he had not yet come out from that scene just now. "Director Yen, is this scene something you arranged in advance? I can really be a bit unconvinced that Su Zeming would have such great skills." When the director heard the inquiries from his men, she also looked speechless. He also wished that this was all arranged by himself, so that everything Su Zeming did would not be beyond their cognizance, and all of it could be explained. Yen Guide shook his head helplessly. "Whether you guys believe it or not, this is not something I purposely arranged. That 7-star Lu Wang Palace, he had also never been inside, so he also had no idea what it was like inside. The appearance of the white-clothed female ghost just now, even though it was through the screen, she was also frightened enough. Faced with a series of inquiries from everyone, the director was not able to make a clear answer, and was vague like that. If everyone thought that he had arranged it, then he was not in a position to explain too much. As long as everyone was safe and sound, and this program could continue, he was already satisfied. If everyone knew that it was really haunted, who would continue to work in the group? These were also things that the director had to worry about and consider. He also felt that he was in a dilemma left and right, but he was glad to have Su Zeming here, which really solved a lot of the trouble. The boat drove out of the river cave smoothly, and everyone was safe and sound. Walking out of this narrow river, everyone felt that their eyes instantly opened up quite a bit, and there was no longer that depressing feeling, and everything around them became brighter. Everyone's face also revealed a hint of a smile as they began to slowly adjust their mindset and gradually relaxed. Yang Ni turned back to look at everyone, only to realize that Gui Jingfei had fainted at some point. He was also startled and hurriedly went forward to call out, "Gui Jingfei, what's wrong with you?" With Yang Mi's call, everyone turned around, and only then did they realize Gui Jingfei's condition. Wu Whale rushed up with an arrow step and desperately shook Gui Jingfei's body, then looked up at everyone and said, "He fainted." He was probably shocked. There was still a slight disdain in his tone. Just now Gui Jingfei kneeled down and begged for forgiveness, and now he already had some opinions about him. Now being scared and fainting, this was also somewhat out of his expectation. It felt like Gui Jingfei was too delicate, not even as good as a few girls. The boat was about to reach the shore immediately after it exited the river cave. Su Zeming stood at the front. He was the first to jump onto the shore, followed by everyone getting up one by one, all ready to get onto the shore as soon as possible. But just as they stood up, they realized that they had no strength in their bodies, and one by one, they almost fell into the water. By the time they looked up, they realized that Su Zeming had long since walked out a long distance away. Yang Mi shook his head helplessly and revealed a bitter smile. There was also a slight embarrassment and aggravation in his heart. He didn't know what exactly he was expecting, hoping that Su Zeming would show his gentlemanly demeanor and give them a hand at this time. He was really thinking too much. Without Su Zeming here, the few of them had to help each other and stumbled up the bank. A few people were panting heavily, and with everyone on shore, only Wu Whale and the fainted Gui Jingfei were left on the boat. After Wu Whale took a look, he sighed helplessly. No matter what, they were teammates. They couldn't just leave him alone on the boat at this time. It seemed a bit inappropriate. Everyone had already gone ashore, so Wu Whale had no choice but to carry Gui Jingfei on his back and walk towards the shore. This scene was clearly seen by the audience, and they somewhat sympathized with Wu Whale. Battle Wolf can be too pitiful, always being dragged down by these pig teammates. It's really a bit hit and miss. Upstairs, please don't lead the rhythm, and insult others here. It's really too much. Who is dragging everyone down? Or the war wolf is too soft-hearted. Otherwise he would have left him alone on the ship. Who let him chicken out on his own? Everyone don't be angry. Suffering sees true love. And of course you can also see a person's character. Warwolf can really have the spirit of sacrifice. Yeah, his performance is great every time. Worthy of all of our admiration. No matter what, everyone always goes well. Chapter 81 Rescue Team Calls. Director Yen sat quietly in the studio, his face expressionless. No one knew what was going through his mind. He stared unblinkingly at the pop-up screen in front of him, and knew exactly what he had just experienced. He was also scared out of his wits, and didn't even dare to imagine that if something went wrong with anyone just now, even if he lost all his money, he wouldn't be able to compensate for it. But seeing the heat of the live broadcast room at this moment, it had ever broken through 30 million. This current situation would bring them extremely large earnings. This was something that no program could do, and as a director there was really some reluctance to part with it. It made him feel very hesitant, not knowing exactly what the right decision he should make. Ding bell. At this critical moment, the rescue phone on the side suddenly rang. Director Yen was instantly pulled back to his senses, and he immediately answered the call, wanting to know what exactly the rescue team needed. Hello? What place are you guys at now? The director was really in a bit of a hurry. If calculated according to time, the rescue team should have already caught up with these stars. At the critical moment, the signal of the satellite phone was intermittent and was accompanied by some ear-piercing ringing, which was not very clear to hear. Yen guide, we are at the mouth of the river cave. Here cannot enter at all. Cannot enter. The director barely heard these messages, which made him realize that the rescue team had failed in several attempts to enter the river cave. In front of them, it was as if a barrier had formed, deadlocking them from moving forward, unable to break through at all. Each time they would be blocked back, unable to advance the slightest bit. After hearing this news from Yen Guide, he couldn't help but worry once more, and his thoughts were somewhat complicated. He really was a bit confused as to why this strange situation was occurring, and he was simply unable to explain it. And Wu Whale carried Gui Jingfei out and found a relatively flat place to put down. Yang Mi and the other girls also found a relatively clean place to sit down and rest. One by one, they looked a bit tired and lousy, and had long since lost their previous splendor. But at this time, they no longer cared about this. It was already good enough to be able to save their lives. As for their image, they had long since lost the heart to take care of it. Gulp gulp. Li Fowl's stomach rumbled with hunger, and he realized that he hadn't eaten for a long time. This sound made him feel a bit embarrassed, and Wu Whale on the side heard it clearly. Li Yun said with an embarrassed face, "So hungry. This stomach of mine is so empty that I don't even have the strength to walk on anymore. What do you think should be done? All of our luggage fell into the water, and now we don't have any food at all. Although we just had a scare, we won't be starved to death alive next." Woo woo. Li said these words in an aggravated manner. Just now everyone was still immersed in the joy of escaping from death. Unexpectedly, Li Yun's words instantly made everyone fall into the ice cellar once again, and all of them were silent, because they really didn't know what kind of situation they would face next. They really would starve to death without food now. They had also tried to contact the program team before, but the satellite watch didn't have any signal at all. This also once again made everyone despair, and Wu Whale subconsciously looked at his watch. His heart was also praying silently. He didn't expect the watch to suddenly have a signal, which made him excited. There's help. The watch has a signal. We'll be able to contact the program team now. When these words came out, several people immediately became excited and couldn't help but gather around. Sure enough, the signal was full, and everyone's faces were filled with excited smiles. Great! It's really heavenly. We're saved now. Li Fulgence was filled with tears of excitement, and went forward to hug Yang Mi tightly as tears flowed uncontrollably. Sun Honglei said with a face of impatience, "Since there is a signal, what are you still dawdling about? Quickly contact the program team. We need to get rescued earlier. Do you guys still really want to starve here? I don't want to stay for a minute anyway. If it's possible, I'd rather be picked up by the program team myself than stay in this hellhole." Sun Honglei looked a little grumpy, and Fatty on the side had the same look. The thoughts in his mind were the same as Sun Honglei's, and after experiencing all the oddities, he had also lost a lot of confidence. What was left behind was more fear, and physical and mental exhaustion. Wu Whale heard everyone keep urging, and he just wanted to contact the program team. Unexpectedly, the satellite phone suddenly rang, showing that the caller was the program team. Wu Whale couldn't wait to pick up the phone, and everyone nervously gathered around. Director Yan's familiar voice came out through his watch. "Wu Whale, is everyone okay?" Hearing this question, a bitter smile appeared on Wu Whale's face. There was still a need for him to tell if it was good or not. I believe they already knew through the screen. But being in a period of politeness, Wu Whale still resumed the director's inquiry. "Director Yen, all of our luggage fell into the water, and now everyone has no food and no tools in their hands. Gui Jingfei fainted, and everyone's condition isn't very good." Wu Whale was also telling the truth. He had always been a straightforward character. When Director Yen heard Wu Whale's answer, he instantly didn't know how to persuade and comfort, and at the same time, he felt choked up. After a few seconds of silence, Director Yen was still brazen enough to say, "I can understand your current situation and mood. Exploration is supposed to be like this. Unexpected situations that we can't predict will happen. But you all performed great, and this journey passed smoothly without any danger. Everyone cried and laughed on one face when they heard these words from the director. If it wasn't for the fact that it was still being broadcast live, it was estimated that everyone would have already stormed out, or even directly cursed their mothers. It was also unknown what the director was referring to when he said smooth, making it really somewhat incomprehensible to them. All of them held their breath, quietly listening to what the director said next. But I have also carefully considered this, and would like to give you two options that you can choose from. First, withdraw now, and of course you don't have to pay the liquidated damages, but the pay is gone. Consider it a wasted trip for you guys. Second, continue to move forward. I will also find a way to transport some supplies in for you guys to ensure that you can move forward smoothly. As for your next choices, you guys have a good discussion about it, and give me the news afterwards. After saying these words, Director Yen directly hung up the phone. In the face of this situation, everyone looked at each other and felt that this suffer of the director was really brilliant. Chapter 82.